one rolling in on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX. I am going to be your host here, Crucian Gaming. And then we have the incredible Croncy, Concierge, the better half of the Answer the Call podcast. Croncy, how you doing today, my man? Welcome to the Daymar Rally, baby.
I'm doing fantastic. This is going to be my first time doing anything with the Daymar Rally. I've always been, around the racing circuits and whatnot, but the Daymar Rally was always a bit too intimidating for me. So I'm glad I get to watch other people go through just this brutal endurance race, and I just get to, stay here at home. Feels good.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, Croncy, most of all, man, you've been casting with us now for a little bit, like over a year. So thank you so much for jumping on. Hey, a lot of love to Salty Mike. I mean, Croncy is the better half of Answer the Call, but hey, Salty, love you, man.
I agree.
And then Yeah, and then big shout out to Detox, miss you, man. But Croncy, before we jump into all of this, before we jump into what the Daymar Rally is, before we jump into everything, man, I just want to say that the team here at Atmo Esports have been non-stop working since December, putting on this show for everybody, man. We have some incredible things happening today, and I cannot wait for you all to see all of the stuff that we got going on. The Daymar Rally, the race is going to be starting here in about an hour or so. We got a lot of great interviews from our sponsors, other citizens, and orgs from the Star Citizen community. But before we do that, Croncy, we have a special video because this is our 6th year Daymar Rally. So let's take a look back at just the past. So we'll be right back.
Unfortunately, after a round of fuel,
we're back to Polish Space Marines.
So I can probably there he blew. Ladies and gentlemen, Corona Racing.
They hit the podcast. Oh, did he blow up? Or is rally racing?
So that is fun. Love to see it. Did we get a final update on this? Keep it kind of straight.
They have 1 minute, 60 seconds, man. They need to go to the double doors right now.
In audio is yours.
Man, Croncy, there's a little bit to be emotional about how long we have been doing the Daymar Rally for 6+ years, man. I started, this is where I started my journey here. Not only, obviously, with the Star Citizen community, I started way before the rally, but honestly, I can say that this game, this community has really changed my life. And I just appreciate that history that we just saw all the way from the beginning 6 years ago. And, just like it said there's everybody to me minted, Croncy. I'm going to say, to you, welcome to the Daymar Rally once again, because just glad to have you here, my man.
Yeah, it feels good to be a part of it. Watching that clip back there, it's going to be hard to fill Detox's shoes, or rather his hair. But I'm going to do my absolute best.
Oh man, it's a beautiful thing, man. Some things to go along is that when we started the Daymar Rally right in the beginning, like, the first Daymar Rally, not many people finished, but now over the years, it's only getting bigger and better, and more people are joining in. This year, we had 320, signups. We obviously we only had around 212 teams confirmed, but hey, like, we are just continuing to do this, and as more vehicles get into the game, as more mechanics get into the game, the Daymar Rally is going to come more realistic at some point. But Croncy, before we jump into our first interview, and I love this next guest with the bottom of my heart. Tell me a little bit more about what you've been up to in Star Citizen, and what have you been doing lately and enjoying in the game?
Yeah, well, ever since December, every time period around the year, it gets a little bit quiet. We don't have many patch releases or anything to do. So this is sort of the time of year that I try to do some hardcore runs, or I try to do, challenge runs of that sort. So we've been doing a little bit of that. And I decided to actually do a couple of runs of the Daymar Rally myself. And it's going to be interesting this year. That's for sure. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Well, for everybody that's watching at home, welcome to the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX. Again, we have an incredible show for you guys today. We're going to start kick it off with some interviews, and then we'll go through some of the paces of what the Daymar Rally is about, go over the rules, go over the maps, and educate those people that may not know what the Daymar Rally is. But before we jump into that, Myself, Crunchy, I also went into the game, did a little bit of the run, and did a little bit of Daymar Rally run. And every time I actually run it, the terrain changes so much every single time. But
Yeah.
you know what? I'm actually happy because it doesn't make it the same race every year, and there's still things. So there's a million things that still need to be in the game. Outposts. There needs to be, if animals are going to be on the game, whatever it is. There's still so much that they have to put in game that's going to really make this race go lively. And when everybody thinks about the Daymar Rally, the first thing they think about, Crunchy, is pod racing in Star Wars. So,
yeah.
But I'm not sure. I'll ask you, Crunchy, did you race Daymar Rally in the past or no?
No, while I've participated in the System 7s and whatnot, the Daymar Rally has always been a show that I've really enjoyed just sitting down and watching, because it's such an endurance factor, right? It is the people that commit themselves to the Daymar Rally are just such a different breed among other races in Star Citizen, purely because of the time commitment. It is huge. We're looking at people completing this race between like 3 to 7 hours, right? So there's only so much I personally can do in that aspect, but I love to watch them.
Yep, I totally agree. Well, this year the terrain is a little bit tough, and obviously, vehicle speeds. We'll talk about all that later on today. But before we jump, when we get into the next segment here, we have an incredible host, Crunchy, that has really came into the Star Citizen community, not as only a fan of the game, but also has been really making an impact. We saw them at CitizenCon, and we're gonna tee it up. So we're gonna play this a quick video and then jump right into our interview with CLX Gaming.
Going to you, all up.
All right, welcome back, and here we have George from CLX Gaming. George, how you doing today, man? A pleasure to have you back on the show, on the biggest event or community event in Star Citizen. How you feeling?
Good going. Pleasure here. It's awesome to talk to you guys again.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, I mean, we'll kick it off here because I know that, I kind of did a little bit of introduction and talk about how CLX Gaming, since coming into, sponsoring at Esports, sponsoring things like CitizenCon and doing so much, different things. I, for the people that may not know at home, let's talk a little bit about like your experience in Star Citizen and what got you into the game.
Yeah, man. Always been a fan. Definitely followed a lot of what was going on with the game, the development, but never really jumped into it till probably just before 316 is really when I got really into it. I definitely heard you talk about it a lot, so there was a lot of that. But really started kind of jumping into it. A lot of friends started talking about it and really got more into it in 316.
Awesome.
So with that, you've been playing for a couple of years now, or at least you've been following a lot more in the last couple of years. What's the most exciting thing that you've experienced or that you've heard of from the game?
That I've experienced personally. I mean, definitely there was a lot of, the entry level stuff, just learning how to do cargo runs, learning how to do mining, kind of went through the steps there. And then, really got into, what I enjoy more, just piracy gameplay.
Awesome. Sorry, we're just having we're trying to fix a couple of audio things.
Yeah, we have,
yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, you're good. But anyways, George, I know that you have some, we play together in the game and we have some incredible time together. But you talked a little bit about piracy. But Like, is that your favorite thing in the game right now to do, or is there something else that really piques your interest within Star Citizen?
Right now it's definitely piracy gameplay. I think that's for me that's the most fun. So many different elements that came when you have to do that. So it's what I've mostly focused on, besides mining. But I think the aspect of having to work so closely in a team related environment to successfully pull off a piracy hit is what I've enjoyed the most.
Gotcha. Well,
And as
makes
far as
total
like
sense.
my favorite moment, boarding a hammerhead, like actually fighting an
Yeah.
org that came in, and we actually boarded a hammerhead, and we did the whole transition from fighting, from space to disabling a hammerhead, and we had the of taking out the hammerhead, but the Marines that they wanted an opportunity to board the hammerhead. We boarded the hammerhead. It was fully crewed, and the org that was there actually shouted us out in global and said, thank you for not just blowing up the ship and giving us this like that moment. And I think that was really awesome.
Yeah, a lot of people understand that some experiences in the game is just kind of makes that day for somebody, and there's some instances where I would see that a random streamer would just start talking to somebody in VoIP, and it's just the funniest thing ever. It's like they're all of a sudden becoming best friends, and it's so cool to watch anytime. But let's switch gears here really quick, George. CLX Gaming has been super involved within the Star Citizen community. You guys, were involved with us last year. For those of people at home that don't know exactly who or what CLX Gaming is, can you give us a little bit of a rundown on that?
Yeah, we're a system integrator based out of North America. Custom computers is, our main focus. Custom gaming computers at that. And we've been CLX as a brand has been around for the last we're going on 9 years. And
Oh, wow.
the parent company is Cybertron PC, which has been around for 20 plus years. But CLX is our gaming division.
Awesome.
Easy.
Yeah.
Are there
we're
any
definitely
special
more
services that
event-focused.
CLX? Go ahead. Yeah. Are there any like special services?
I mean,
that,
event focus.
Yep.
That delay is
I'll
killing
wait.
Crossy right now.
The delay when you live in Australia can make interviews really awkward a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when to pause. So I'll wait.
When?
And then you can go. There we go.
Wait.
I'll wait.
Go. Wait. But yeah, no. Like, what would be the most popular build, at least at the moment, that you're seeing, or that you guys are organizing?
Set system. You can definitely find our set at Amazon. You can find it at Best Buy. It comes in multiple configurations. You can go as low as like $6.99, and then as high as sky's the limit. Right.
Mhm.
So some of the stuff I think Crucian touched on earlier. We obviously did CitizenCon. So some of the stuff that was there was we were using a lot of at least for Pyro, it was very like middle of the road. I think those builds were just a tad over $1,500 for like Pyro, and then obviously the stuff that ran Fight or Flight was a little bit higher end.
Awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. And to be honest, when I tried Pyro, like that stuff ran pretty smooth. So and honestly, I'm gonna say that a lot of the new tech coming out, is really helping the next generation, not having to spend 4K to be able to play the game. They can spend $1,500 at CLX Gaming and be able to run the game just fine. So which is awesome. But I'm gonna jump in here. And I was there at DreamHack Atlanta. We had that kind of experience, that partnership with Intel where I believe it was CLX and Intel. They brought Star Citizen out to DreamHack. I just really want to know, like, are we going to get some of those more experiences, throughout the year at events this year, or what's it, or you're not sure yet, or what's the plan for like having a Star Citizen experience and another external show that's not CitizenCon?
The plan from our side, I mean, we do probably somewhere north of 60 events a year. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities of where we could do something like that. I would love to, say that yes, that's in the cards right now. It's definitely there, but it would be to whether CIG has the whether the bandwidth is available and it's something that CIG is interested in, I think Dream successful for us. And I think there was a lot of information that was gathered by both parties, by ourselves and them. And it was awesome to just see new players that are not really part of the Star Citizen community really be introduced to the game. We know how awesome the game is, but I don't know if many people understand the breadth and the scope of the game, right? And we were able to give them just enough of the game while they were there to really get them kind of started. I think a lot of people really did enjoy the game, and potentially, you know, we're probably playing it shortly after that weekend.
That makes total sense, and you know, I would love to see more of, definitely more of those experiences. I think what George said hit the nail on the head. Having new people play the game, and I think George, we got a lot of like, oh, I didn't even know this was playable. You know, like I didn't know this was even like out. And even though they only had an Arena Commander version of the game, I think people still had a good time. You know, whether it was racing or doing Pirate Storm, I think it was a great experience for everybody. Well, is there George? Is there anything else about CLX gaming that's coming up that you want to kind of touch base on or talk about to the Star Citizen community that's currently watching right now?
No, definitely just want to thank the community for supporting us. Thank you for all the praise and outs that we've gotten since, you know, we've been a part of the Star Citizen community. This isn't the last that you've heard of us. We definitely have a lot of cool things coming up, and yeah, man, just can't wait to see what 2024 has to bring, and waiting for CIG to make their announcements in February and kind of know what that roadmap looks like.
Awesome. Well, we're definitely looking forward to it. Croncy, any last questions here for George?
So no DreamHack Australia? Not coming to DreamHack Australia?
We've been asked. So we definitely want to be a part of it. We just opened up our UK side. So CLX is international. So we it makes it a little bit easier. So hopefully we can do some stuff in Australia, and hopefully you guys can start seeing a lot more of us in Europe.
Awesome.
Well, George, it's always a pleasure, man. We've known each other for a while, so thank you so much for coming on and telling the Star Citizen community and being involved and playing the game, and you know, just being I think just a great inspiration to people overall, you know, that wants to either get into gaming or getting to the gaming industry. So I really appreciate it. But anyways, I'll let the floor to you. Any last things that doesn't have to be about CLX, but any last things that you want to say to the community before we take off here?
No, the biggest thing is thank you, man. Thank you guys for, you know, being so welcoming. Thank the community, you know, and in totality, right? Whether it be a new player or somebody who's been hugely experienced, whether you're a streamer or not, the community's definitely been very welcoming. And I think it's one of the biggest pros that the Star Citizen community is definitely a good community. So thank you guys so much for welcoming me in with open arms and teaching me as much as I know now. So, and I pass that on.
All right. Well, George, thanks again so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Enjoy the Daymar Rally once it starts, and we'll see you on the next one, man. Appreciate you.
You guys have a good one.
Cheers, man.
Man, Kronzy is like, come to DreamHack Australia. Kronzy, you want to know what's crazy? I'm going to tell you a quick story. When I went to DreamHack Australia, right, I was more impressed that I was actually standing on the same place where Rafael Nadal played, because I'm a big tennis fan, rather than being at DreamHack Australia. I'm like, I'm on the tennis court where he played. I'm over here just freaking out, but it was a good show. I did enjoy myself. We did that big Star Citizen in at that what's it called, that land Fortress Melbourne.
Yeah, Fortress.
It was absolutely awesome. We had around 80 something citizens come out. It was actually a great time. So, you know, good call out. But something I'll say real quick though is that when, you know, like when we bring in partners to the Star Citizen community, these are partners that we vet, right? Like I said, I've known George for a while. He only has good intentions, really loves the game, really wants to, give people that opportunity. And I think CLX Gaming does a great job at kind of representing the citizens or representing the Star Citizen brand as a whole. So love to have him, being part of the community. Love that he was at CitizenCon. Hopefully we'll see him at CitizenCon, wherever it's at this year. And last thing I'll say is that there's a panel down below. If you're looking to, get something, click the link, probably save you 3 to 5% on, depending on what it is. But hey, we're here to help. We're here to support each other. So, but Kroncy, your any quick thoughts or summary on that interview with CLX Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just fantastic to meet more people from the industry proper who have been really enjoying Star Citizen and been getting in with the community, because it's something that you and myself have known for ages, that the Star Citizen community is one of the best in gaming for now. Let's try and keep it that way. You never know what'll end up happening, but it's awesome to see them just connect with the community so well. And yeah, it's been great.
That's awesome. Well, glad to hear. Well, while we wait for our next interview here, we're going to be interviewing someone that came into the community that really wants to change how sound works, right? We've been, posting them on social media, posting them on our Discord right now, where people, you can sign up for the beta for free. But Init Audio, I'll talk about that a little bit before we jump into our interview. But Init Audio is trying to change the way that you put on a headset and listen to the sounds within, Star Citizen, right? So, Kronzy, to think about things that you normally can't hear, they're enhancing what you're already hearing, and then hopefully you can hear things that are further out, hearing that better, directional sound that your headset is supposed to give, and they're doing all that and more. So, they've been great so far. Really great people that we've already, that we've been working with, that we've known for a minute, working alongside Toby as well. So, Kroncy, without further ado, let's take a look at Init and bringing our guest here, which is going to be Mari. He is the COO of Init Audio. All right, I'm excited here. We have Martin Lindgren here from Init Audio. Martin, how you doing today? Pleasure to have you.
Thank you. I'm fantastic. How are you guys doing?
Well,
Doing
I'm
well.
good, and he's in Australia, so I'm not sure about him.
What does that mean, crew? What does that mean?
I'm sorry. I had to do that a little bit. Crossy, I love you, man. But no, I think we're doing good. I know a lot of people are very excited for the show, and a lot of people are you're gonna see a lot in chat like, when's the race starting? But hey, we still got some time before that. But Martin, a pleasure to have you here. First off, let's just kick it off. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Your role as Chief Operating Officer at Init, and what kind of drew your focus towards audio technology in gaming overall?
Absolutely. So first off, thank you for having me. And like you mentioned, my name is Martin. I work as the Chief Operating Officer at Init. I've been working with technology in games for the past 10 years or so. And before Init, I was actually the head of gaming at another Swedish company that has been working a lot with the Star Citizen community, which is the Toby and Toby eye tracking. So I've been working with eye tracking for a long time. And then today I am now working with audio instead. And, I've always been a gamer. I love Star Citizen. I'm a tech enthusiast. So to be able to work in the intersection between games and technology, and kind of using technology to push the boundaries of what we experience and feel in games, that's my biggest passion in life, and I'm very happy to be able to work with that, in both with eye tracking in the past and now with audio right now. So
awesome.
For those viewers that have come in for the Daymar Rally that might not know what Init Audio are, or how the technology works, how does it help enhance gaming audio experiences?
Yes, on a very high level, what it is, it's a PC software that runs on any Windows PC, right? And it works with headphones or headsets. And if we get a little bit more technical, what happens is that all sound that is played through in it, whether it comes from a game, like a competitive game like Counter-Strike, or a more immersive game like Star Citizen, for example, or even if you stream music or listen to Spotify or whatever, all of that go through a very sophisticated audio processing in our algorithm. And what it does, it's that it's creating something that's called the time domain coded sound vectors. So it's very technical, but what it does is it's adding missing time domain information that is not present in the sound stream, which in turn then allows us to place or position audio anywhere in a 3D spatial sound feed. So, we can take audio that is typically on your ears and place it anywhere in a spectrum around you. So what happens is that the sound goes from being on your ears to appear to be originating from anywhere in a real environment. So much more like we experience sound in real life, as opposed to how it is typically when you put on a headset.
That makes a lot of sense. So that's actually really cool. So it pretty much like takes those same sounds that you already have in your headset, but just brings it a little bit more to reality, which is what you guys are calling, that type of oral reality.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that one easier way of describing it is that what we are doing to audio is in some way same as what virtual reality headsets do to visuals. It enables the players to be much more immersed in the experience, and blurring the line essentially between what's virtual and what's real.
What's real? Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, but Star Citizen being somewhat of a game of like massive scale, has so many details within the game. I know how hard that the Star Citizen team works on audio. Why do you think this Init audio is such a perfect match for Init's audio technology in Star Citizen?
Yeah, so for me, right, when I play Star Citizen, it's all about feeling immersed. I want to feel as if I'm in space flying my spaceship, whether I'm hauling cargo, doing mining, or dogfighting, whatever it is. It's an immersive game, and I want to feel as if I'm right there. And audio contributes so much to that, and a lot of people don't maybe really think about it, but when you get to experience audio in a way where it actually places you in the environment, and you hear all of the sound as you would hear it in real life, then it becomes a much more immersive experience. And I think that's what makes the big difference, for me at least, in a game like Star Citizen.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All great answers. So
yeah. Now, the Star System players that are watching want to know what can they possibly expect from you guys in the future? Where does this go?
So right now we are in open beta. It's free to download and use for anybody. You can just head over to init.audio and press get init, and then people can test it out for themselves. We have been in beta for a few months, and we are progressing very nicely towards launch. And one of the few first things that we're going to do here hopefully in a couple of weeks is that we will have a brand new website up and running, which will describe much more what Init is about, and people will be able to test Init in various different games and so forth. And then hopefully launch Init 1.0. After that, we have a ton of different things planned, all centered around the audio experience and making audio in games as good as it can be. It's we are all about using that or using our technology to make sure that the gameplay experience gets elevated in any game, really.
That's awesome. And I know that right now people can definitely download the beta, try for free. It's all right down below in our Twitch panel. So make sure you guys click. I believe we have some of your team here. We have 4PW Demon and Cello, who's in chat. I think they should have that VIP mark. If you guys have any questions, anybody in chat have any questions about Init Audio, they'll be there to help answer any questions, any feedback as well. I know that Martin, you guys are very active on Reddit as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So like you said, those guys will be able to answer not going to say any question, but hopefully any questions surrounding it.
Gotcha. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Martin, it's such a pleasure to be able to meet you. This is the first time that we're talking, which is awesome. I love it. I really appreciate you taking some time out of your day to come on during our biggest event and kind of show off this new technology. I think it's awesome. I hope that you guys get all the feedback that's needed to kind of improve, make it better during your beta. And I'm looking forward to what you guys come out with next to it in audio as well. So. Any last words you want to say to the community that's currently watching the Daymar Rally, Martin?
Just thank you to you guys for letting us be on the show, and good luck to all the racers that are racing here in a little while.
All right. Well, Martin, we'll see you here very, very soon. And please have a great rest of your day and enjoy the show here at the Daymar Rally 2954.
Thanks, Martin.
That was awesome. I actually and here's Croncy. I'll let you start off. I start off every time. Croncy, how do you feel about that interview and obviously bringing something different to Star Citizen that can hopefully make you feel like you're in the game a little bit more? How do you feel about in the audio there in that interview?
One of the most used words in Star Citizen all the time is immersion, and audio is obviously a big part of that. So it's really cool to have an ally on that side for that. So very excited to try out in audio and see what it does for me for Star Citizen for sure.
I mean, like I said, it is free to try right now. Click it on the panel links below. Make sure you guys, it's a couple click setups, and you can literally test it. Give the Init Audio team feedback. All right, make sure it's constructive criticism, because that way they can improve on what needs to be improved, especially in games like Star Citizen. But just like you said, Croncy, to try it out, to try out this oral reality to see how I feel. I was trying it, while I was racing the Daymar Rally, and it feels really cool. You can kind of hear I'm not saying you can, but you can kind of hear a little bit more of when because I always race in a Cyclone RC. When you hear that Cyclone RC kind of being that jumpy because of the gravity on Daymar, you can hear it more clearer on those little jumps, or when you're it's the intricate details that work out so well. So that's super awesome. But Croncy, now time for our first announcement of the day, because I mean, we haven't done any announcements. We did some great interviews here with CLX and Init Audio, but something that people have been asking us for, you may have seen it during when we released the prize pool, but we haven't. Everybody's been asking us, why haven't you released the Daymar Rally merch yet? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here you go. The Daymar Rally merch is now finally live on the .x website, and you can get this customized to however you want it. And Croncy, I'm going to ask you for your opinion here on these jerseys, but the details, all I'm going to say is that my man Victor knocked this out of the park so hard. I was so excited for it. But Croncy, give me your thoughts on the new designs this year.
At this point, I think Atmo Esports should become a shirt designing organization with the just amazing merch that comes out every single time. Every time, it's significantly better than the last. It's crazy. It's absolutely wild how awesome the merch always ends up being. And this is a great design for this year. I love it. The little tire marks that go across the sort of stomach of the shirt and everything looks absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I love it.
Yeah. The one thing that I want to mention is that, which you don't see here, behind the t-shirt, you have katakana, right? In Japanese, katakana. It says Daymar Rally behind the t-shirt. On the sleeve of the windbreaker, it says Daymar Rally in katakana. And you see a lot of different katakana pieces on that right sleeve of the jersey as well. Croncy, I love the concept so much. It says Daymar Rally, it says truck, it says bike, it says buggy. Anything that has to do with the Daymar Rally, it's in there in katakana. And I just want to say a big shout out and thank you to all the sponsors for this year's Daymar Rally. Icon City, Enfed, Seven Hills, Delta Blue, Init, EQNX, and especially Star Citizen, providing those digital prizes, for the rally that really made, I think this is one of our best designs yet, Croncy. So
yeah.
I think we're very happy. Sorry, go ahead, Croncy.
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely fantastic. It looks great. I'm hoping when I see you at CitizenCon, I hope I'll pick one up. Maybe a free one. Who knows?
I bought my last night, man. I bought my last night. Like, believe it or not, I like, even though, yes, you know, like I work on getting this merch out there, I still buy it. I still want to make sure that I do my due
Yeah, of
diligence at Mo Esports myself. But you know, guys, you guys can grab the merch now. Exclamation mark merch in chat. Go check out the .x store. Go grab it, man. You know, I'm not here pushing anybody to buy merch, but it does help support all of our physical trophies and other physical items that we do give away throughout all of our events in 2024. So that's what, you know, a lot of this merch does. It literally goes right back to the community, along with a couple things that we've been hinting that is supposed to be releasing later in the year with you know, things like the new website and things like that. But we won't reveal any of that stuff just yet. But I think that, again, Victor, I love you. You did it, killed it. All the designs with the merch, man. I'm really happy. So y'all see Victor, y'all know who he is. Make sure you guys give him some love and some shout out here. But Kroncy, we're gonna jump in to our next interview here, which is gonna be with our presenting sponsor. Is gonna be EQNX. EQNX came on this year. They want to be able to participate a little bit more within the community. Obviously, they have their own LAN event going on. Kroncy, do you know anything about EQNX at all?
I don't. This is one of the ones where I had to do a little bit of research and look them up. So I'm excited for when we can get to the interview and ask them a couple of questions.
Yeah, Shadowkin, who does EQNX, is usually takes place in, I think it's in Ohio. But let's take a look at the video, and then we're gonna bring Shadowkin in here to talk a little bit about EQNX and what they got going on this year.
Hello, everyone. You may notice this person next to me is unfortunately frozen for the moment. So now you've got me, and I'm here. We're having a couple of issues here in the background, so we're just trying to get this sort of things to get back into with EQNX. I have to say, that looks like an absolute amazing amount of fun. So where's my EQNX Australia? What's going on here? What's going on here? Hope you guys are all having a fantastic time at home. The rally is not too far off. We're getting all of our teams situated and organized before the beginning because we have a lot of players this year. We continue to break records for this race. The biggest race in Star Citizen, the biggest event in Star Citizen. So if you haven't participated if you haven't participated before in the Daymar Rally, today's going to be a big one to watch. It is a very long race, but it's also a ton of fun. So hopefully we get this sorted very soon. Very, very weird. Myself trying to stall as we try to get crew back. You really realize just how much he carries the stream. So we are going to be talking to EQNX. Later on today, we're going to be talking to Icon City. We're also going to be talking to Delta Blue Aerospace and Seven Hills Industries. So we've got a couple of previews there that we're going to be participating in. And during the race itself, we have a little treat that we're going to be showing you guys over the course of the entire race. We're going to get to hear from a couple of people that are participating this year and have participated over the course of the last 6 years, which is kind of wild. Looks like Christian is almost back. I'm running out of things to rib on here, so hopefully we get that soon, and hopefully we're able to get you. So, while I've got you here, let me know in the comments, who are you guys excited to see today? There he is. He's moving. I see him.
Oh, did I froze? I'm sorry. Anyways, when is it not the Daymar Rally when I start freezing and doing all this other stuff, man? Like every time we got the biggest, most important show of the year, and all of a sudden, PDR5 doesn't like me today. So, sorry about that, man. Sorry about that, guys. Apologize. Anyways, what are you talking about, Crumpsy?
Everything. Every topic.
Every topic. Well, I mean, while we're getting EQNX ready, because right now EQNX is having a little bit of technical difficulties getting into our interview feed. But for right now, we'll talk about one other announcement that we'll shut it out right now. Something that Atmo Esports for the past 6 years we've been doing Daymar Rally. We've been doing a lot of different shows and events, and something that we haven't done yet is a charity event. So without further ado, on April 20th, the Atmo Esports team is going to be partnering up with Avenger Squadron to host the AVS Flights for Kids charity tournament. We're going to pop it up on screen here in a minute. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to that. Croncy, I mean, it's charity, right? It should be a good time. And I'll talk about the format here in a little bit, but it's going to be benefiting Sick Kids Children's Hospital, which I believe is located in Toronto, Canada. And it will also be benefiting Gamers Outreach, who's going to be donating some video gaming go-karts over to Sick Kids Children's Hospital. And, we're just excited to kind of, do something a little bit different, Croncy, and, partner up with some charities that can hopefully bring some happiness and some, normalcy to these kids that are hospitalized. So,
yeah, I love to see it. It felt very much so like over the last couple of years, especially with some of these events, we're starting to get into that route that we can do these charity events, and it's awesome to see them because it's something that hasn't been really a thing in Star System very much. So it's gonna be a great event.
So, Croncy, I'm going to talk a little bit about what the tournament is going to be about. So, the tournament, we've did a little bit of testing. We've did a little bit of kind of messing around in the game. But so this is going to be a PvP 3v3 tournament, but it's going to be a little bit different, right? Each team is going to consist of one heavy fighter and a turret gunner, and one light fighter. How do you think that's going to play out for all these teams in this kind of combination of tournament and ships?
I mean, it's going to be interesting to say the least. These sort of formats certainly they tend to evolve into some type of meta, and this means that there's a little bit of change to that. You know what I mean? So, not sure how it's going to work out yet.
Well, I mean, I'm excited to see something different. I know we've done a lot of 2v2 dogfighting. So guys, please make sure that you're at the lookout for our socials at Atmo Esports, Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, X, all that good stuff, because when we have signups here, you will be able to sign up. We'll have the Tiltify link for everybody to donate directly to the cause. And like I said, this is just going to benefit, Sick Kids Children's Hospital and Gamers Outreach, where we're going to be able to kind of, bring some video games to these kids that are being hospitalized, bring that sense of normalcy to them. And this is a great cause, something that I've, bringing a charity together, something I've been wanting to do. So shout outs to Avenger Squadron, partnering up with them and Avenger One. And this is something that we'll have some more information on here in the near future. So April 20th, we're going to be right back here, on twitch.tv/Atmo Esports, or on YouTube at Atmo Esports, where you guys will be able to watch the tournament, able to also, donate and give some money to the cause, and hopefully we can do this as one community, and hopefully bring some good vibes into the world, which is what I'm looking for, Croncy.
Yeah, yeah, it should be great. Very excited for it myself as well. And yeah, we'll see.
All right. Well, let's see if Equinox is almost ready. If not, let's jump into a little bit and talk about the Daymar Rally Croncy. Obviously, we have a bunch of teams. And something that I really want to talk about is the significance of how many teams are in the rally, how many vehicles we're using, how many countries are involved in the Daymar Rally. So if we can look at Daymar Rally in the figures, we can take a little bit of a peek at all the craziness that is going to happen here in about an hour or so. But Croncy, tell me about how do you feel about the diversity about so many. I just love seeing so many countries um, that are here representing from all around the world. I know Croncy, you're are you still rooting for Australia, or are you rooting for a different country? Okay.
we got 2 Australian teams this year, so of course I'm rooting for them.
Rossi, you gotta hype it up, man. You need more Australian teams. We've had I think we've had some champions that have won like 2 years in a row in the truck division. We got Jet Heller in there. That's from Australia. Any other teams that you're kind of looking forward to seeing, compete in this year's Daymar Rally, Croncy?
Yeah, I mean, as always, my home team, as in my community team, Team Punch Buggy. Always very excited to see what they're able to do in every different type of race that exists. So yeah, we'll see what they can get up to today. And also, I don't remember the team name, but I do know our friend Red Monster SC has a team that he has brought this year. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they do as well.
Gotcha. Well, looking at the numbers here, we have 778 racers that are going to be competing. That makes up 212 teams in this year's Daymar Rally 2954. We have 90 rookie teams, 122 veteran teams. Francie, I'm very happy to see that rookie teams that are trying the Daymar Rally every year it's almost there, just as high as the veteran teams, right? A lot of people tend to not want to do the Daymar Rally because maybe the Ranger's not in yet. But I'm telling you, man, just come and experience the Daymar Rally. It's going to be the most fun you've had in a game, especially with a team that you bring together. So love seeing that number there, Croncy, where we have 90 rookie teams this year. So what are your thoughts if you see a rookie team ticket this year? I mean, do you think that's a possibility?
I mean, it's almost guaranteed at this point that with the amount of new teams that we get every single year, that there's going to be a rookie team that's going to crush it, right? So only a matter of time. I'm sure we'll see it this year with just how many people we've got. But unfortunately, I'm still rooting for my experienced teams.
Gotcha. Well, with that 212 total teams, we have an incredible vehicle breakdown. We have 62 bike teams, 105 buggy teams, and 45 truck teams. Now, usually the buggy teams, Croncy, is they have 200, but we actually saw an uptick in bike teams, which is actually pretty awesome. But bikes this year, and I'll let you talk about that, Croncy, is not as fast as the previous year. So can you tell us a little bit about why bike teams are not are going to be as fast as previous years in the Daymar Rally?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things that have been happening to vehicles over the course of the last year. A lot of the wheeled vehicles, for example, have had their speeds completely changed. The Cyclone RC no longer has boost, which is a really, really big one for that division. But for bikes specifically, I think the biggest thing is that the removal of shields has made it a little bit more dangerous to be operating a bike now. So it was already quite dangerous to use bikes in this event anyway, but you really wanted to be pushing that 200 meters a second or close to for some of those bikes as much as you could over the course of the entire race. And it's just, there's way less spots now across the track that you can do that safely. So it's sort of more of a self-governed slowing down of those vehicles just so you can complete the race.
No, that makes total sense. And I know that a lot of people have been saying they have to take it a lot easier. Bikes don't have shields right now. There's just so many different aspects. Even though ground vehicles are not in that spot that we would all love them to be, the Cyclone RC gets that boost, all that, all the above. I'm still happy that people do not let that stop their experience. Don't let it stop them from racing the Daymar Rally. And that's exactly the spirit we need to have every single year, because we're not always going to have everything perfect. We've been doing this for 6 years, Croncy, and it's never been perfect, right? Like, the entire goal of the Daymar Rally towards the end is for people to manage one vehicle. They have to repair, refuel, all of that stuff with that one vehicle, and take that one vehicle from the beginning to the end of the finish line. And that's where we're looking at once the game gets more pushed forward and developed. But look at this stat here, Croncy. 2,600 plus vehicles. We got staff ships, camera team. We got spares. That's a lot of vehicles, my man. That's a lot,
Yeah,
Croncy.
we're going to be testing the servers today. That's for certain. It's going to be great, though. It's going to be great. Every year, right? The whole thing with the Daymar Rally is because there's so many people playing at one time. It's sort of, it gives us a bit of an idea of how Star Citizen has improved in the previous year, right? And the fact that we even have this many is sort of a testament to that. So, yeah, it's a lot of vehicles. For reference, some of those are going to be inside some Hercules that are following their teammates along so that they have spares. But, yeah.
I mean, to kind of jump in here, a team can, in the Daymar Rally can consist of anywhere between 2 to 4. You can race solo, but that deems a massive risk, and here's why. So the way we kind of plan it out in game is that you have, checkpoints. So you have that Shubing mining facility to Eager Flats, and then from Eager Flats to Kujre Ore, not Kujre Ore Mining. It's not Kujre Ore Mining, so make sure you guys know that. But the thing is that in between Eager Flats and Kujre Ore Mining, you have the Betty. And you have to find that without any checkpoint marker on there. You have to be able to find that, and that's why the support ship is so important, to be able to, look for the Betty, see where it's at, and guide the racer where he needs to go, because you don't want to be racing on grounds with too many mountains. You want to find that flat area where you can maximize your speed and hopefully finish. But Franci, bikes are gonna last anywhere between, I would say, 2 to 3 hours this year. Give us your thoughts about how long the Buggies and the Rovers are going to be finishing up this year in the rally.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one because of the essentially nerf to the Cyclone RCs. Their speed is a lot closer to the Rovers now. It's only a couple of meters a second faster. So one of the big things is the Rover is a lot better at climbing mountains than the Cyclone can be. So depending on where we see people take their routes this year, we're going to be seeing them finish at roughly the same time, most likely, right? We're going to be getting to about that 6 hour time, and we're probably going to see them almost at the same time cross the line, which is a first. Usually the Cyclone RCs, it only takes a couple of hours after the I was going to say the Dragonflies, the bikes, but not this year.
I mean, I'll add a little bit to that. Obviously, the most experienced racers that we're going to see, and I'll call them out, we see a Herbie, we see a Sanji Sama, a monster on Daymar with the Cyclone. I think he's running trucks this year. He wants to. Oh no, Sanji Sama is running bikes this year. He's trying to go for for the hat trick. He's trying to win the Daymar Rally in all the divisions. He'll be the first one to do it if he wins this year in bikes. But I think those very experienced racers that are going to be racing buggies will finish faster than the trucks, but those experienced truck racers are going to finish faster than some buggies. And I really hope that after this whole dilemma with the ground vehicles, those racing vehicles or racing variants do get a percentage of that boost back or get that boost rework, because it was so important on honestly, like that little boost, Croncy, whether it was a lot or a little, really made the difference on your experience racing in Star Citizen. And it the way people used it, like it really maximized and could cut down up to 30 minutes into a race like the Daymar Rally.
Yeah, I still remember the Daymar 141 qualifiers. I still remember exactly where I boost on every single part of the track with the Cyclone RC. So hopefully it does come back. It's a great fun mechanic.
Yep, we're still trying to get EQNX on here soon. Really want to talk to them about the event and everything. But one last thing here is we are representing 30 plus different countries. And this is something that I'm super excited. And one thing that is not shown here that I want to call out is that we have so many incredible women within the Star Citizen community. that are going to be racing the Daymar Rally. So look, it doesn't matter who you are. Grab a team, come join us, and come be a part of the best event, the biggest event, the community event in Star Citizen, the Daymar Rally. And we do it every year, guys. So, like 30 days from now, we'll open up registration once again, and you can already start signing up for the Daymar Rally 2955. Man, that's okay. That kind of hit.
Starting to get close.
I know, man. I know. That's scary, man. Jeez. All right. Anyways, but I just want to call out some countries that are not listed on here, and I want to call out there's a team from New Zealand, 2 teams from Australia. We got a few teams from Austria, Brazil, Bulgaria. We got 7 teams in Canada. We got teams from Catalan, which is up there in Spain. We got a team from Colombia, Czech Republic, Finland, Hungary, Iceland. Well, that's Sanji Sama by himself, but we even got teams from Israel, man, like Jamaica, Lithuania, Mexico. Like, I absolutely love the diversity that we have there, and it doesn't matter the language barrier. Everybody's here to race and have a good time to experience what the Daymar Rally is all about. So shout out to all the teams out there. Panama, dude, Norway, Poland, like an incredible lineup here of countries. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. Now, we should have, let's take a look at the vehicle speeds this year. Francie, we should have that up there. So if we can get the vehicle speeds up there, let's kind of hit that. We'll hit on that a little bit more because one thing that people need to understand is that we banned the hover quad this year. Crossy, do you want to hit on why we banned the hover quad this year? Because obviously you can see it on the screen, but just kind of elaborate on why we got rid of it this year for the Daymar Rally.
Yeah, it's so fast. It's a bit insane. You want to sort of avoid everyone just choosing the exact same vehicle, right? You want to make it so there's a little bit of a sort of fun bit around it because of the way that the Gravilev vehicles work, where you've got different height speeds, right? So here on this graph, you can see the left side is at the highest height, so the safest height, and then the right one is at the lowest height, where it's very dangerous for where you go. And so it's just a little bit too fast. Not to mention, there are some things with it as well, where sometimes you can end up hitting some of the different corners of the hover quad, and then it can end up being way too resilient as well. So that's why, for the most part, that one is gone. The biggest thing here, though, that I sort of touched on a little bit earlier, the Cyclones, very, very close in speeds. The no boost and the Rovers are also at 37 max speed. And the biggest difference between them is their handling. The Cyclone handles a lot better on flat. The Rover handles a lot better on mountains. So we're going to see a lot of changes in there as well.
Yeah, Karasi, I think you froze, but I mean, it's okay. You look great there. Hopefully we get you back in. You got that like thinking face, like, yeah, I look good. But anyways, no, very good points and all of that. And a lot of people think that the Spartan, because it has that higher speed, is going to be, hey, this is a vehicle that we need to pick. Look, man, remember that in the game, the ground speed now, acceleration is different. Sometimes the Spartan, the weight makes it different as well. So even though that max speed is at 44, that doesn't mean that it's the fastest, because it's not going to have, enough acceleration. The Spartan, though, if it catches that flat ground the entire way, which is not, because this is the Daymar Rally, this ain't a road. You're going to be dealing with a lot of difficulty going up hills, doing different things. But yeah, all I'm going to say is that I know that, the CIG team's working very hard on these vehicle speeds, and I'm not worried about it. Hey, I know they're going to give us the best experience that we can, and I know this is where we're just in the middle of it. But it's never going to stop us from, doing the Daymar Rally no matter what. So shout outs to all of the dev team. And by the way, we haven't talked about the X1, man. The X1 finally in the game. It looks incredible, by the way. So great job to the vehicle team. The X1 is in here and people are going to be using it this year. So I'm excited to see the F1 in action. They're going to, you have a lot of people with the X1 Force. So people are going to be using those weapons if they're able to try to get some other members out, other members of the race out. So that's going to be a definitely dangerous look. But I mean, I think the Dragonfly, no matter what, Croncy, to me is still gonna be that OG graveler vehicle or that bike
Yep.
that is just gonna always kind of never go away. We'll always see it. So I hope to see some Starkins out there. So
Yeah.
looking forward
One
to
thing
that.
I'm hoping to see today, if you end up, you're on your Dragonfly, you accidentally crash into a hill or into some rocks or something, and you mess up your front engines, it can reverse at the same speed that it goes forward. So I'm really hoping at some point we see someone just head over their shoulder, going as far back as they can in the Dragonfly.
Yeah, for those people that don't know, Daymar Rally is the filthiest race in the verse. People will be able to shoot each other as soon as they leave the Armistice zone. Every checkpoint does have an Armistice zone of around 500 meters, depending on whether it's an outpost or not. Like the Betty is not an outpost, so there is an Armistice around that to make sure that people can check in and go through those legs under the Betty. But there is, if people can take each other out and be able to end their race early, so it's going to be an interesting one this year. But I do have one of my favorite vehicles that have recently been released, and this vehicle, CIG came out with an incredible video of this. It has an incredible song, music, everything. So I asked CIG, like, hey, I would love to play this again for the community, and maybe some people haven't seen it, but hey, for one more time, let's take a look at the RSI Lynx release trailer here that CIG allowed us to kind of play for you guys. So we'll be right back.
I can't count the ways that you've lost my faith and caused me pain. Feels like yesterday you made your first mistake, wasn't your last mistake. All the things you say, lies that infiltrated my bed and I believed them. Nothing left, nothing left. But the heart it rules, it rules ahead. You've been gone for so long, my heart breaks but I can't get enough. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. In a world of make-believe, denying everything we don't wanna see. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. Now the storm has passed, I can see clearly, even though you don't hear me. You haunt me in my dreams, but I'm waking up. I found a way to breathe. You've been gone for so long, my heart breaks, but I can't get enough. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. In a world of make-believe, denying everything we don't wanna see. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. Cause the taste of you is bittersweet.
All right, and we're back there. Croncy, that has been one of my favorite trailers since it came out, and they also did all of that in Pyro. So an incredible trailer. So again, shout out to CIG for allowing us to use that for this year's rally, since it's so, since it makes sense, ground vehicles, Daymar Rally, but I mean, not to be in sellout mode either. But hey, remember that right now you can go onto the RSI page, and they do have all those vehicles from 2023 back, which means that I had to pick up another F8 currency, but don't tell anybody that another F8 Lightning for the pockets. I got a couple now. It's my favorite ship of all time. But Currency, give me your thoughts on that RSI video, which is just top notch, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's very different to a lot of the other videos that they've done for like sort of ship commercials sort of thing. It's not my favorite. My favorite is the one that we were in.
Oh,
But other than
that
that, yeah, no, it's fantastic. It really sort of just gets you in the mood to just drive around a random moon for no particular reason in the back of a Lynx.
I mean, hey, right now that the RSI Lynx is the fastest rover, has great acceleration and speed. That's why we keep saying that a lot of these trucks are gonna get there just as fast as the buggies. Is because the RSI Lynx is they gave that thing some love. That's all I'm gonna say right now. But let's jump right in. We do have I think EQNX, unfortunately, they're still working with him. But we we're gonna jump into our next interview, which is somebody that actually very loved in the community, which makes me excited. This guy is more excited than me. Came on as a sponsor and the Daymar Rally, and this guy is an absolute beautiful soul. That's all I'm gonna say. He's a beautiful soul. Before we jump in here with James from Icon City, let's jump right into the trailer.
Wanted to
All right. Everybody, welcome back here. We have James from Icon City. That smile is brighting up my day already, James. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm just hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can. We can hear you. You're good.
Okay, good.
Dude, like every year is always some technical difficulty, but hey, this is what it's all about, man. We're just having fun, having a good time. But James, man, a pleasure to have you. It was a pleasure to meet you for the first time last year.
Sure.
Jumping in all 10 feet into the Daymar Rally with us, man, and we really appreciate that. But before we jump into all about Icon City, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Tell us a little bit about your experience with the Star System community before we jump into the rest of the good stuff.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, my name's James. Obviously, I'm from Shropshire in the UK. A very cold place to be right now. I'm married. I've got now I've got 4 kids. We adopted 2 children just at the end of last year. So now I've got four children for real.
Awesome.
Yeah, a 6 or 7-year-old girl now running around the house, which is just brilliant. We've been a foster care for about 5 years, so it's an absolute joy to have them around us. And yeah, it's keeping me busy. It's keeping me awake early in the mornings. But family, it's all good.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Oh man, I'm getting emotional. Hey, that's awesome, man. That's already tells me you're an incredible human being, man. Yeah, I got that's awesome, James. Anyways, Frosty, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, as with Star Citizen, I've been playing since sort of 2019. I think I may have jumped in a little bit earlier. Got stuck in the hab, didn't know how to get out, and that was kind of my first experience with Star Citizen. But yeah, 2019, I think I bought my first sort of starter pack. I think it's Mustang Alpha, and as always, you kind of quickly looking to upgrade to the next one. And it was like Avenger Titan was my choice to jump to next. But obviously, I don't really want to talk about how many ships I've got now, because apparently you don't do that in public.
Oh man,
we don't talk about that. Yeah,
yeah,
so,
we don't.
Let's say I covered cargo, mining, and all the other stuff, so I'm good to go.
Yeah.
The ready.
The motto is "Don't buy and tell." That's what the motto is.
So yeah, you've been playing for about as long as I have. That's when I hopped into the game. Have you had any experiences over those years that have just made you go like, "Wow, Star Citizen"?
Well, I think it's one of those first experiences that you really can't tell people about because they've just got to do it, right? They've got to buy that starter pack, jump in the game, and just kind of hopefully amble their way through it and find out. I think my first kind of one was with a box mission. I took my little my Avenger Titan, which I was so proud of buying because it's like my first sort of digital purchase, which is really strange for me to do. But landed on this little planet, had to deliver this box. I think I opened up the sort of the airlock, went in, and the box just disappeared. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. I was like, what happens now? I've spent this time flying here and it's disappeared. But then I heard this massive thunder come from like nowhere, and I kind of looked out the window of that sort of little outpost. I just couldn't believe the size, this ship that just landed. It's one of those Constellation Andromedas at the time, and next to my little Titan, it just looked incredible. But the thunder that was coming from it, and of course as I left the hab, this guy running with a box. And yeah, the same thing happened to him. So I kind of watched his disappear. He kind of looked around and say, "Where's that gone?" And then he just kind of said, "Well, look around the ship." And I was like, "Oh my god, can I?" And I think he took me aboard an Andromeda, and I think I was just blown away by the scale. I mean, we talk about scale a lot with Star Citizen, but I think genuinely it's something to behold. If you've never played it and you do have a starter ship and you jump into Andromeda within hours of kind of playing the game, it's just phenomenal. And it just blew my mind to let me fly this thing around this small bit of area of the planet. And yeah, that was my first experience, and that kind of showed me really the community's all very happy if you do experience that, and I love that. I love that part of it all.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of us that have come into the game in the last couple of years all have a story like that. Of someone just saying, look at this really cool ship that's way cooler than yours.
Yeah, I can't afford that. I can't afford to buy that.
So
Not
funny
yet.
funny enough, back then you for like 3 hours on stream, I would get like my moderator's account. He had like all the ships. He was Legatus, and I would literally for 3 hours just spawn ships and give a tour on stream for like 3 hours straight, and that was my stream for that day. So, so that was you know, to kind of get that experience though, to get somebody else to be like you're in VoIP and you're talking. That's I think that's experience is something you'll always remember every single time. So, which is what we're doing here at the Daymar Rally too. And you know, some of these rookies, something's gonna happen in one of these races that they're gonna remember for the rest of their life and continue coming back. And that's what we always appreciate about the Daymar Rally. But James, let's switch gears real quick, man. Okay. I want to talk a little bit Icon City. You've been involved in the community for quite some time. Can you tell us about Icon City and how that idea, you know, came to life, and tell us everything, you know, little details about Icon City and what, you know, what you do, what do you guys have product wise, all that good stuff.
Well, I'm just, you know what, it's that thing that I'm purely thankful. If it was a Star Citizen, Icon City really would not be here, and that's some tell really, because as a dad and all that, you know, very tired but enthusiastic PC gamer, and I was deep into Star Citizen. I'm loving it, but obviously, like every sort of tired dad, you kind of try to find that time where you can jump in the game and play the game. And I just found that because obviously the keys that you needed just to even take off at that point was just so varied, and getting out your seat and checking your ammo and all that sort of stuff, it just become a really a bit of a bind, and it almost put me off playing the game. And I remember just picking up an Elgato Stream Deck off Facebook Marketplace for like next to no money. It was just like covered in dust. I think a lot of enthusiastic streamers out there, I think they're going to rule the world, and suddenly they're not, so they chuck these devices away.
You're trying to say something about me, James? Are you trying to...
no, definitely not. Still one viewer. Damn, what am I doing wrong? But no, genuinely, it's kind of like I had the Stream Deck and sort of plugged it in, and I was kind of using it for lights and sort of microphones like most people do. And suddenly it just occurred to me, maybe just assign a key to get out the seat, for example, or turn on my torch. I mean, that was the hardest thing, being somewhere and you just can't see because you can't remember which one was the torch icon to light up what you're looking at. And it really did start off there. I kind of just put the words down on the Stream Deck, and then I kind of made it a little bit prettier, and then I kind of built up a kind of an amount of maybe 30-40 icons. And then I was on the I think it was the Reddit for Star Citizen. I ended up just posting it, going, "What do you guys think of this?" And that was it. It was kind of like exploded from there. People were like, "Whoa, have you key binded that?" And I was like, "Yeah, all the keys done." Well, I'll throw you a few dollars for that. And before I knew it, we're up to 150 icons, built the whole thing, and try to use that whole design language thing where if you're on foot, the icons are yellow. If you're in combat, they're green. And then if you're just in the ship, they're kind of the same kind of colors than Moby-Glass. And I'm just, again, just so passionate at making sure everything makes sense as you're rolling through, because we're up to sort of 590 icons now, which is just crazy. I know a lot of those have sort of on-off states when you're clicking through them, so you kind of know where you are with the landing gears up or down, etc. But if you, but yeah, so kind of. Reddit kind of helped me realize that the audience that was out there, and they were willing to sort of pay, a little bit of money to help them, like me, a dad, to play the game. And again, it's just grown from there. It's just incredible. My background was with Apple for just under 10 years, doing motion graphics and video editing for Apple. So a lot of my kind of design and how I like things come from them, the simplicity of design and making sure that the key kind of represents what you want to do within the game. So that's it, really. Like I said, and of course, as always, people then said, "Hey, I've got Microsoft Flight Simulator. Do you do any keys for that?" And I was like, "Wow, okay." And so then that was 400 icons, and then we're now into Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator, which coming, and of course, farming community. I've just been to a farming expedition, and here in the UK. Over 20,000 attendees, and it felt like I'd been a bit of a rock star, rocking up.
Wait. Farming Simulator with 20K attendees? Yo, hey, CIG, let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's go, CIG. We got to plug that up.
Well, maybe we start making the habs, and maybe we could grow our own food in Star Citizen. Maybe we'll all be farmers anyway, right?
Farming Simulator, 20K attendees, man. Watching people rake corn. That is incredible. That's what I'm talking about, man. Hey, I'm not bashing him. I would be super proud. So Farming Sim, hey, shout out to you guys. Anyways, go ahead, Crunchy.
So you mentioned a couple of games there. You said Flight Sim, Farming Sim, Truck Sim. Are there any other games that you guys support and have created stuff for? And also, sorry, just as a second thing, how easy is it for people to get that stuff? How can they do that?
Hey, what's great is I've got one of those Discords that everybody tells me what they want, and Zul's one of those people as well. So whenever a game comes out, like Ready or Not, it's such a great game, Ready or Not. You're a team of 4, SWAT team jumping through windows and killing people. So on my Discord, try and every Wednesday night get together with people and play those games, and we have such a great time. I'm just blessed to have people all around the world, Germany, America, say UK, coming in and want to play games with us. It's just brilliant. And those people really dictate what they want. I mean, a lot of game ideas have come from them. Baldur's Gate 3, for example, that came from the community. Love to see that. And the idea is with all these things is it's got to be easy. So luckily for me, Elgato have made it really easy with something called profiles. So if you've got a sort of 15-key Stream Deck or a 32-key, what you can do is you just basically double-click on our profile and it populates the keyboard for you. So all the keys are pre-done, pre-hotkeyed for you. There's nothing to do other than maybe rearrange them how you want to see them. But I supply all the icons separately as well. So if you've got a loop deck or maybe you're using Touch Portal to use that device, you can sort of just use the icons and move them where you want, and obviously keep on them yourself through loop deck or through Touch Portal. But if you've got Elgato Stream Deck, the profiles are already done for you, so there's no sort of hassle. It's just double click the profile and it'll populate and you're good to go. What's also great, obviously, as we know, Star Citizen changes so much over the years, is that with the help of again, the community, we're able to offer those free updates. So anybody who sort of downloads the icon pack, they join our Discord, we get them verified through the Discord server, and then what we do is offer them their free updates, which is just brilliant. I mean, I think our last update through sort of the cargo and kind of all that reclaiming stuff was 40 new icons to the pack, which is obviously we've seen it grow from 130 to sort of 590 now. So yeah, the game's getting big.
Wow. And
we might need to buy a bigger Stream Deck or maybe 2.
You want a 64-button Stream Deck just taking the whole thing, like
yeah. Watch your space. I mean, the beauty is I've seen people like download the iPad app for Elgato, and they've had them like across 2 iPads, and it's like 150 buttons in front of them with an iPad. So yeah, Elgato do an app that you can download and to your iPhone or iPad, and you can sort of run the icons from there as well. So it's great. I feel really supported through all these channels. It's just brilliant. And of course, there's no delay. It's kind of USB 3. It's straight in, so there's no delay to the whole thing.
Well, what I love is that while in turn the Star Citizen community supports you or other community support you, you in turn come and support us, which you're literally supporting the community back.
Oh man.
Because everything that we get literally goes right back into the community. So just want to say thank you for that. And last question here from me. James, what can we expect from Icon City, throughout 2024? And is anything, that you want to say to the Star Citizen community, I'll give you that moment as well.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, I mean, obviously this year, a big year. We've got 50 games earmarked for this year alone that could possibly need our attention, which is great. And of course, Star Citizen forever training this year. Hopefully, as you know, I'm based in the UK, so we're only about a sort of a short drive to Manchester. So I'm kind of hoping CitizenCon will be at Manchester this year. In which case, I know a lot of the Discord will be booking rooms and hopefully getting ourselves down there where we could all actually shake hands and meet up. And I'm just dying to meet the community even more. So as I said, I would not be here if it wasn't for Star Citizen. Icon City would have just been, just a memory, a thought. So I can't thank you guys enough, and the chance to sponsor you for the whole year, obviously going forward, for me I feel really blessed that I've had the opportunity, and you guys are just rocking it. I've watched Daymar Rally over the years, and I've been a huge fan. So I can only thank you and the team, because again, when I think about my family, I've been able to adopt the children who were initially fostering, so that's helped us massively. And again, there's no words really. Icon City, Star Citizen, it changed my life 100%.
That's awesome, man. Same thing for quite a bit of us here in chat. By the way, what were your thoughts seeing Icon City on that Daymar Rally jersey? What were your first initial reactions?
Hey, I think and even Corsair knows what that means to me. I think when we're talking about sort of funding and how it's going to work, I said, look, just tell me my icon's going to be on the shirt. I don't care what you're the rest with it. You can put it on the channel at the bottom. That's absolutely fine. But am I going to be on the shirt? And I think I probably was the first person to order this shirt by the website today with the icon sitting on the back, because guys, you can have your gamer tag on the back of the shirt. It's a true story. So if you want the shirt with your name on the back, you can do that. And of course, I hopefully have Icon City printed on it. So I'll be waited with bated breath to actually finally get my hands on one of those shirts. And hopefully, when it comes to CitizenCon this year, and if it is in Manchester, I will definitely be wearing it.
Awesome. Well, James, I just want to say, man, you're such a energetic. I don't know, man. I just love you. That's all I'm gonna say, man. I just love you, man. Like, your personality is incredible, man. So, hey, but I'm gonna switch it up here, and guys, make sure you guys go follow at Icon City 3 on X, Instagram, where wherever James is at, man. This guy is you're an incredible person, man, and we're happy to be here with you and do this interview. So, but thank you so much for being. Thank you so much for being here with us, James, and we'll talk to you again very, very soon. So take care.
Cool. Hey, best luck everybody playing today, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Cheers, guys. Number one fan.
Cheers, James.
Take care.
Oh, I love him. I love that guy. I love James, bro. Like, look, I'm not bragging that the other interviews were, it's just the energy that when somebody brings it, you just feed off of it, right? Like, when I'm over here energetic about the Daymar Rally, like, people at home are like, dude, what's wrong with this guy? But I love the energy, like, it's okay. But, anyways, quick thoughts here before we jump over here. I think EQNX is ready. We'll jump over here to talk to EQNX, but quick thoughts about Icon City for you, Croncy.
Yeah, I mean, first off, that's my first time talking to James, and like, wow. Anytime we have someone
that was mine
for
my.
Yeah.
That was like mine first in in this kind of setting, like other than Discord. But dude, incredible guy, man. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. The product itself as well, amazing. There are Star Citizen has a lot of buttons, just so many buttons. And so, I mean, am I wrong? So like, it's a great way to utilize these tools, these bits of hardware to make Star Citizen more enjoyable and easier to play.
Yep. No, that makes total sense. But once again, thanks, James. Really appreciate it. And guys, check out Icon City down in the panels below, or type !! Icon City in chat. And check them out, man. Use code ATMO and get that 10% off. We get 0 kickback is all for the community to be able to just, y'all want some. If y'all got a stream deck, you don't know how to use it, that guy just click it once and you have all the buttons. So, hey, that sometimes like to like integrate a stream deck with all the buttons, it takes forever. So to be able to just
Mhm.
buy something for 10, $15 and click a button, it's all there.
Yeah, very
It's
easy.
to
very
me
convenient.
it's worth it. But yeah, anyways, let's jump right in here. We're gonna play the Equinox trailer one more time for you guys because I love Shadowkin, and we'll play it a second time for you guys. So after the trailer, we'll be right back with Shadowkin, who runs Equinox, and we'll be able to talk to you about that event coming up here shortly. We'll be right back. All right, here we are here with my man Shadowkin. How you, bro? What's going on with your stuff, man?
Dude, I have no idea, man. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you
can hear you.
perfectly, man.
Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah, no, it's something with my network. I run a really strict network. So it was hilarious because, like, but I got to say, Enigmatic, Cryo, your team is freaking awesome. So we're on plan B. So great to be here, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think you're on your phone, right?
Yeah, I'm actually on my laptop. My phone's upstairs, hotspotted. I'm on my laptop.
Oh, I mean, hey, look, it
Go
looks good.
technical,
You
right?
sound, no, it looks good. You sound great. Well, anyways, let's jump right into it before you cut out or do anything like that. Hopefully, it can hold. But look, man, I just want to say first of all, Shadowkin, thank you so much for being the presented sponsor of the Daymar Rally. I definitely want to jump in and get to know more about Equinox. But before we get into all the details, we know you've been part of the Star Citizen community for a long time, but other people at home that are watching right now may not know. So, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the background of how Equinox, just kind of came to life?
Yeah, well, you'll personally love this. So, like, way back in '96 when I got my first gaming PC, I've literally been doing LAN parties like once a month since
Oh wow.
then. No joke. We do it all the time.
Wow.
It's just something that like I just always do. So it was like I'm at CitizenCon, right? And I'm hanging out, I'm doing volunteering, and every single CitizenCon, I'm like, I hear somebody say, "Man, I wish you could be playing Star Citizen right now." And I'm like, so as soon as I was like, I got to do something. Like, we got to do something about that. So, I kicked together a bunch of things. We started a small one. I got some great connections with the community because, I mean, there's so many awesome ones. We got JRDF involved. We got a bunch of just great sponsors involved. Now you guys. So it's like, it's just growing like a weed, and it's doubled in size. We've run 5 events now. So it's just about, like doing something I love with the community I love, and we all just get together and be awesome. So it's just something special.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Bronzy?
Yeah, so Equinox Prime, if any special announcements about the location, the date, or anything like that, and a little other thing, Equinox Australia.
Well played.
You know where we're going. No, Corsair, I promise Corsair, we're going to come down under one day just because
Nice.
Why not? I've been back in 20-some years. But anyway, no, yeah, we have a huge Equinox announcement. We just launched ticket sales last night. Equinox Prime is on June 1st, 2024 or 2954. It is at one of the coolest science museums in the world. It's called COSI, the Columbus, it's Center of Science and Industry. It is an absolutely amazing facility. So we've got fully booked in there. We've got a great after party. We've got some new perks with a really big storm whale ticket. No perks on that, but I'll tell you, go look at the site. You're put up in a nice hotel. We really try to listen every single time we run an event. We run full, we do our surveys, we listen to our community. We love hearing feedback. We change, we adapt, we make things better. And this is just the inception of that. Everything just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So COSI is on board. That's going to be awesome. We've got a great, huge bar citizen plan the night before the same way. Come for the weekend. Check it out, EQNXSC.com. There's also a special giveaway that we're doing just for Daymar Rally. 4 things we're giving away. Ticket to Equinox and 3 ships. So check it out, EQNXSC.com. All the information's there. We will. That's basically kind of where we're old school. We go back to the website because it's so hard to track a social.
Yeah,
but it works really well. So like EQNXSC.com, all the details are there. Jump in the Discord, get active. We love hearing from you.
That's absolutely incredible. Wait, and then you also said you're gonna be the land is at a science center, right? Like a science or a science museum. That's pretty cool. So
yep,
are we gonna be like are we gonna be like in land event and like with like a shuttle, a space shuttle behind us?
There's one better. So the VIP after party is going to be held in the science wing. They've got a shuttle simulator. They've got where you can actually dock the Apollo module. They've got a full planetarium, a 300+ foot IMAX screen that's going to be streaming live stuff from the ISS and such. So you're going to be like right there. The after party is going to be sweet, but here's the really cool thing. If you come to Equinox and you get a ticket, you have the opportunity to get a $30 ticket to the museum. Come back the next day. That's like a 70%. It's like a $100 ticket. So, you're set up for the whole weekend. So Barstone's on Friday, party, Equinox on Saturday, go to the museum on Sunday. We're trying to like kind of cover it all. So it's exciting.
That's actually. Yeah, that's actually a very cool experience. So, coming to these land events is all about the, the attendee experience and all that. So, good to know that you are, currently, always trying to get that feedback, make it better every time, which is super awesome. So, I know we saw Equinox West take place for the first time in San Francisco. So, is that something that you guys are going to start planning every year or trying to do like East-West, or is it just both? Only like Equinox West and Equinox Prime, so that way you are at least hitting 2 sides of like the U.S.
We got a lot of plans. This started as Equinox as one. Like we started as a main event, and as soon as we hit the floor at CitizenCon, I got bombarded with people who were like, "Hey, is there an Equinox close to me?" I'm like, "No, but there could be." So Apollonaut from Soul Armada reached out. He's like, "Hey, can we do an Equinox West?" I'm like, "We got some criteria, but," and sure enough, they fit it in. They had a nice 32, I think it was 32 PC LAN party, all the perks, CRG was on site, which was great. It's really, really about Equinox it's just bringing all the awesome pieces of the community together and just let it happen. We've got booths and vendors, we've got giveaways, and it's all community driven. Like everybody comes together to make this thing awesome. So yeah, there definitely is going to be an Equinox West last year. There's also talks of an Equinox South, and there may be an Equinox Germany. I don't know, but we'll stay tuned. We'll definitely be doing that as much as we can. So yeah, we're trying to branch out and have fun with it, and it's all based on feedback. If somebody really wants it there and they want to jump in, we'll jump right on board with you to build one. So if you really want to do one in your area, give me ring us up, figure me out. Well, we'll chat it out because I'd love to do that because that's what it's all about. It's getting the community close together and doing some awesome stuff. So very exciting.
Yeah, no, that's all great news. That's fantastic news. Is there any other special events that you guys might be running soon, or any other details about Equinox you might want to mention?
Yeah, actually, so we're going to be, like I said, we got the giveaway open right now. That'll run through the end of the day. We'll do the pick at the end, but we're also going to be running some contests and things as we bring on our sponsors. You're going to be looking for that through our socials. So there's going to be things that are going to be happening when they come on board. So stay tuned to the socials, jump in the Discord, get connected. There's a lot that's going to be happening over the next few months. That's really exciting. And by the way, I'm working specifically with JRDF on something really, really special. I mean, like even for a tech guy special. So
if it's not a writable
you're
X1,
not gonna
I
wanna
don't
miss
want it.
this.
If it's not a writable.
Real grav effect coming to Equinox Prime.
Look, we love the
Right?
Dragonfly, but we want something else that's right. I want to be in a Cyclone RC. So I'm trolling. I'm trolling. But hey, no, seriously, man. I love the details. You mentioned June 1st. I'm definitely gonna be there this time around. Representing hopefully Yatmo. Maybe we do some tournaments there. I know there's more details that we'll be announcing as well on social media. But guys, make sure you guys are staying very close to at Equinox SC on X, on Instagram, where they will be announcing more of those details. And again, like you said, June 1st, Columbus, Ohio, at that Science Museum, which sounds absolutely incredible. So, but Shadowkin, any last words, anything that you want to say to the not about Equinox, to the Star Citizen community specifically? Because like I said, you've been around this community for some time. So, any last words that you want to say before we get on into the race details here soon?
The biggest thing is thank you. I mean, the community itself is freaking amazing. I mean, every time you turn around, it's something just blows your face off. You're just like, I cannot believe this community. It's one of the kindest, most, ability to help others. It's just everybody that brings their energy, just like you guys, like with Corsair and how he started so small, and look at you guys now. It is awesome. Look at JRDF. Look at all these, all the orgs that are involved. It's just so freaking cool. So just thank you. Keep being awesome. I really hope to see you. I can just any ideas you have for any of this, just talk to me, because I love this stuff. I'm like an idea guy. I don't sleep much. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep because I got all that stuff. So I'm a little crazy, and I'm also Italian, which is probably what I'm talking with my hands. But anyway, no, just thank you. You guys do an amazing job. I mean, it's truly an honor to be a sponsor for the greatest race series I think there is, because I'm a long-time racer in real life. So it's super cool to be a part of it. But just thank you guys for just doing an awesome job, and I'm really looking forward to the race.
I love that the music got, like, as soon as you were ending there, like the music just getting higher and higher. I'm like, yo, this is a perfect moment here. But hey, Shadowkin, always a pleasure, man. Always happy to to chat with you. We saw your booth at CitizenCon. I'll definitely be there at Equinox this year, supporting it any way I can. So it should be an incredible time with the Star Citizen community. But yeah, thank you so much, man, and we'll talk again very soon. And once again, guys, those of you guys that are watching at home, make sure you guys are following Equinox on their socials at Equinox SC. And maybe we'll see you guys on June 1st in Columbus, Ohio, for that event. So thanks, Shadow.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a great show.
Thank you, man. Hey, another, like, honestly, man, yes. I love that the interviews evolve, because Croncy, like, we kicked it off with CLX Gaming, who has such an impact in the community. We showed, a little bit about Init Audio, and about how, their new aural reality technology is bringing those, soundscapes and bringing those real life sounds to your ears with their technology. And then just having both Equinox and Icon City in here that were born from the community, which is like, this is what the show is all about. This is what the pre-show is all about. Before the race, highlighting these communities and these people that really bring something unique to Star Citizen, that can really just help you change the way you're playing into a more immersive experience. So, I mean, but what are your thoughts there on that interview with Equinox, Francie?
I need to go to one. For sure. The event sounds absolutely fantastic, and if you are someone out there that's within range of one, why would you not go? Absolutely love LAN parties in general, and a Star Citizen LAN party sounds absolutely fantastic. So, awesome person, Shadowkin. Always great to see him around, and yeah, very cool event.
I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be my first year attending. Hopefully, because it lands in a good spot for me, right? June 1st
Mhm.
doesn't land around all the normal events that I normally go to and work at. So definitely, Atmo Esports will be there this year. So make sure you guys are supporting the community and also coming out. So, which is awesome. But before, right around the corner, we got just a couple more interviews left. But what I like about what's we're bringing on Star Citizen organizations that are sponsoring events like the Daymar Rally, and it's not because they want more people to join. It's because they really want to support the community as a whole, and the way they do it is through our events. Again, everything that we do, whether you buy merch, whether you join an event, it's all free, right? Everything goes right back to making those Daymar Rally trophies, making those System 7 trophies, making sure that people have those championship jackets and that merch, that they earn by getting that top 3 in each division. So, so thanks for all their support. We really appreciate it. It really means so much, to us and the team. So, before we jump into the next interview, though, we are going to take a quick break, and we should be right back here very, very soon. While we're getting set up here for the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX. We're going to get the race started here in just a little bit longer, guys. Just stand with us, okay? Teams are getting prepared. So thank you guys so much for your patience and hanging in there with us. We'll be right back.
Whether it's practice day, race day, or just Saturday, always demand the best.
At Ultima Energy, we always challenge ourselves to give our best. Through our technical partnership with Tumbril Land Systems, we developed Ultima T-Fusion Hydrogen Plus Premium Fuel with unbeatable protection against wear and corrosion and superior reduction in radium nuclides. Go with the best total engine protection you can get.
All right, welcome back here to the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX, and we're still in the pre-show. Got a couple more interviews to go, and then we're going all into getting ready to look at that start line and hopefully get the race started here very, very shortly. But Francie wanted to talk about one more time about Init Audio, if we can get that that banner popped up here. But guys, just mentioning it right now, the Init Audio team is currently in chat right now, in Twitch chat. They have some VIPs, so if you guys want to try it out, whether while you're racing, and you have some feedback for the team, they're right now in Twitch chat. Go talk to them, or if not, they do have a Reddit page where you'll be able to to talk to them as well, to talk to any staff from Init Audio and give any of that feedback. So you guys can try it now for free at init.audio. So, but for right now, we got our next interview, Croncy. Croncy, I'll let you bring them in, man. You bring them in. Okay, we got an awesome Star Citizen organization, Croncy. Tell us who they are.
More important than in my opinion, than the organization itself is the person who I've had to race against many times and have been beaten by many times. He is Checked Leak from Delta Blue Aerospace. So yeah, let's bring him in.
All right, here we go. We got Checked Leak. My man's ready. Daymar Rally jersey on hand. How you feeling? Welcome to the show, man.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm feeling good, man. It's been a long time coming, but we're ready for some racing.
Awesome, man. Hey, glad to see you. I know we were able to, chat a little bit at CitizenCon, even though we were busy like crazy. But to talk a little bit about Delta Blue Aerospace, thank you guys so much again for sponsoring another event for Atmo Esports. But can you tell us a little bit about Delta Blue Aerospace as an organization? How long has it been established in the Star Citizen community?
Yeah, we're going into our third year as an active org. We're an organization focused on more of the industrial sides of Star Citizen. Our biggest focus is being a fleet support for all those orgs out there. The standards with repairs, refueling, restocking of armaments and stuff. But we also offer towing services, refining support, and a variety of logistical services as well. But
awesome.
Yeah, for the most part, we're just kind of space mechanics,
Okay.
Love it. So obviously, org gameplay has become a little bit more relevant over the years and is continuing to with mining operations and salvage operations and stuff like that. So some of the people at home may be wondering, hey, can I join your org? So are you guys recruiting? And if so, who are you looking for?
Yeah, we're currently recruiting for all three of our divisions: industrial, medical and sciences, and security. We wanted to leave room for all types of citizens in the verse. But we have a keen eye for the citizens that want to fulfill a background role in the verse, an engineer, cargo pilots. We have talks about going into outpost building and stuff in the future. So citizens that are looking to do more the unpopular stuff, I guess you could say. The stuff all that happens in the background that keeps all these ships and orgs moving, But yeah, we're recruiting for all divisions, and if you're a citizen looking to be a part of a group, we got a great group of players over here, and it's been an awesome time, man.
Something that I'll say, yes, Star Citizen is going to have NPCs that you can count on and things like that. But I don't think, this massive scale of a game unless you're that type of person that just wants to be in space exploring and you get lost on your own. But always whether, always being a part of our organization, it makes the game more special, right? Find that sense of belonging into that group and being able to find that group that's perfect for you is always good to find. So, and I know you're a great guy, Checked Leak. So I'll just if you guys are looking for people to play with, looking for people to grow into the game with as it continues to develop, I think Delta Blue Aerospace is a good choice alongside of many other organizations out there. But Checked Leak, any unique moments that had in your orgs that stand out, whether it was in game or real life? Any unique moments that you can kind of talk about that has happened in Delta Blue Aerospace that brings that that group together?
Well, and yeah, that's one of the biggest things we have in our group is camaraderie. We all the members that have ended up joining Delta Blue, we all kind of see the burst in a similar way. We understand where the game is now in the sense of production and everything, and we all have a similar idea of how and where we want to grow into as a group going into the future.
Awesome.
And it stems into, that turns into how well we work as a group, and that's the biggest standout for me.
Awesome. So Daymar Rally here today. We're going to be doing it. How does your org prepare for events like this?
Well, it's our third year back, second year as an official Delta Dietist team, but for us, it's always been about consistency with the Daymar Rally. The structure of it's a bit different than a typical race. As a racer, you always look to be the fastest out there. Goes hand in hand with racing, but we took extra preps to get a jump on practice this year and just learn to kind of tune out anything that's going on around us. I know personally I have a habit of finding out if someone's ahead of me. I'll try to start pushing my speed to either match them or get ahead, and sometimes that's not the greatest option. Croncy, I kind of took a page out of your book from Stand 7 the first year on the river rapids run. You played that scenario perfectly, and it worked out for you in the end. So we've learned to adapt a little bit more of that racing style for the Daymar Rally. Again, as a racer, I've found it most important to not leave practice till the last minute, because there is a lot more to know about racing and tracks than you'd ever assume. You have to kind of dive into it to really get the full gist of it. But yeah, just getting a jump on early practice and learning to find that groove that we're comfortable with and stay in it, stay focused all the way to the end.
That's awesome. Tech League, any advice that you would give? This is a little bit of an extra thing, but I know you said practice early, but is there any other advice that you would give to maybe some of the rookie teams that will be racing in the Daymar Rally 2954 this year?
Yeah, the biggest advice for me is don't worry about anybody else on the track. Go out, race the race that your team has prepared for. Race it the way you guys race the Daymar. In the end, for me personally, I found that if you just race your race, you'll end up with a better result than trying to actually go out there and beat a certain someone or certain team. Other than that, just stay focused and do what you guys have been doing throughout your whole practices.
Awesome. Well, any last words you want to say to the Star Citizen community about anything at all, Delta Blue Aerospace, about Daymar Rally? Anything you want to kick it off with some last words there, Chickling?
Yeah, feel free. Delta Blue Aerospace on RSI.com. Check us out if you're looking for an org that tries to do things a little different, tries to be a little bit more involved in the verse itself. To the community, thank you all for being here watching the Daymar Rally this year. Another huge year for the event, and I appreciate you all watching at home and hope you guys enjoy the race.
Awesome, man. Well, Tech League, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Everybody at home, I'm not sure if you can, but maybe, give us a round of applause here for Delta Blue Aerospace. Appreciate you coming on and talking about the org and talking about, you as an org. We really appreciate it. And, hey, man, I hope to see you again soon, brother.
Hey, perfect. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks, Atmo, and all the staff for all the hard work you guys have put in to make this happen. And let's go racing.
All right, let's go racing. All right. Something that Croncy, something that I'll talk about real quick is that like we just did an interview with Delta Blue Aerospace. We have some awesome surprises. If you have been a fan for the Daymar Rally for a long time, once the race begins, you're going to understand what kind of surprises I'm talking about, and it's going to be a lot of fun for you guys. Kind of experience and watch how we are going to be highlighting some of these teams going into the Daymar Rally this year. But Croncy, any thoughts about just just being a part of an organization, maybe Delta Blue Aerospace, but do you have your own org and because sometimes it just makes the game more fun being with a group of people than just kind of doing things solo. So tell me a little bit about org gameplay in Star Citizen and how it's developed and how fun it's been throughout these past few years.
Yeah, I think it's a really important aspect to sort of become a part of the community. This game is significantly better with friends, and so being able to make those friends is always great, right? Not to mention, we have things like engineering coming just around the corner. We have things like I mentioned. We have salvage ops are becoming more of a thing. Mining ops are becoming more of a thing. Even from the pirate side, people organizing their org into these large groups of fighters and cargo runners and whatnot. It's really evolving in that sense. And so these orgs that have proven themselves to be just fantastic communities like Delta Blue, it's awesome to see them.
Yeah, a lot of orgs that I'll call out. Obviously, Delta Blue Aerospace. We have NFED, who's also sponsoring the Daymar Rally this year. They do a lot of different events. I know Delta Blue Aerospace, they do their own events. So it doesn't have to be one org, right? You could actually be part of multiple orgs. The entire PvP community, a lot of these guys really talk to each other. I mean, there's drama over there, but we'll leave it over there. But but a lot of them talk to each other. Everybody's always friends. Everybody comes together, just like the racing community, right? You have Sanji Sama, Herbie. They're all parts of different orgs, but they're always yo, let's jump in the game. Let's test this out together. Let's test how fast we can beat each other. They're always going against each other, but that makes each other better, right? Having that friendship to push each other his limits within this game is absolutely incredible. So same thing with an org, right, Croncy? So kind of like what Cheek League just said. He took a page from from the System 7 when you raced, and gave him some pretty good results. So which is awesome, Croncy. I love that.
Yeah, one of the ways that I first got into orgs was in that first System 7, doing practices with Diplomat and even a couple with Netherthil, I believe at the time, and then meeting people through them in orgs, and it's just a great way to join the community.
Well, while we're here, let's take a look at the Daymar Rally 2954 prize winnings for top 3 divisions that we're gonna be giving away. So let's take a look at that prize pool, Croncy, because this race is I love having bragging rights. I can't lie to you, okay? I love bragging rights. But, you also get some incredible digital prizes, again, sponsored by the incredible team over there at Star Citizen. Really appreciate it. But, Croncy, I mean, we have it stacked, right? Each division, first, second, and third place, will get some awesome items for the whole team, right? So you got that first place bike division. You got that, that C1 Spirit to be able to put your Ranger in there. All right, you got the championship jacket, right? So if you come out to the next CitizenCon, you can wear that, and people will know that you're a Daymar Rally champion because you have that jacket on. But so I'm very excited. Croncy, any other items that stand out to you here for our winners this year for the Daymar Rally 2954?
Yeah, just again on the first place bike division, I just want to mention that Ranger, probably the most anticipated vehicle outside of the BMM in the entirety of Star Citizen, right? People constantly obsessed with that one, and me too, because it's a vehicle that I can't wait to see in the Daymar Rally, right? So that'll be a very, very cool one there.
Yeah, I'm very nervous. Here's why, right? We talk about the Ranger. I'll talk about it here real quick. Very nervous because if the bike, if the Ranger is is fast, faster than the Buggies, obviously it'll be faster than Rovers, but it's not as fast as Gravlev. Now we're in the middle between Gravlev and a Buggy. So at some point, if that, the Rangers are gonna, have to end up with its own division, and maybe we create a new bike division where it's just Rangers, and then we create something called the Gravlev division. But I feel like the year that the Ranger comes out, I'm sorry to all Atmo staff. You guys are going to be it's going to be really bad. I feel like we're going to get 300 teams just for the Ranger, man. It's going to be absolutely wild, but I'm hoping by then we do have, at least hopefully the servers we're in one, man. Our goal is to all be in one server, boot one server up and compete in one server, having the biggest start line you've ever seen in the history of Star Citizen. That is what our goal is. But Croncy, for second and third place, yes, you don't get the championship jacket, but you still get that awesome jersey that we just released today. So, can't complain on that one.
Yeah, for sure. Moving on to the buggy division as well. Now you might be inclined to say, "Hey, look at that MSR," but really, the cool prize there is that G12. Cannot wait to see that
Yeah.
one on the ground. Sort of like, we just got the Rover Lynx, right? And the luxury racing is becoming its own little brand, which I really enjoy.
Yeah.
So that one would be a treasure.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the X1 at DreamHack Atlanta, seeing that they had that bike mode there was actually very, very
Mhm.
cool. Where we were racing over that water, so it was funny because somebody was like reminded of Wave Race, but I know we talked
Yes.
about it on the during the last practice, Kronsky, but I think it's so cool. Once vehicles are fixed, ship racing is already an Arena Commander. Hopefully, we start putting some ship racings in there as well that I'll definitely love to be a part of. It's gonna be so cool. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. But the truck division, they're getting that very hokey Hercules C2. But what I like about this Croncy though is that for the future of the Daymar Rally, as I talked about it again, is that the goal is to for everybody to only have one vehicle and maintain that one vehicle as a true endurance race to go through the start to finish. And people won't need a thousand spares and won't need a big vehicle as a C2. They can do it with a Cutlass Black, or they can do it with a support ship, because right now, right, it support ship is a big support ship is needed because you want those spares, but in the future you're not going to have those spares at all that you won't need. So which makes me excited about about the future as the game develops, right? So very, very excited about everything that's coming along, and I hope that the teams that are racing are excited that if you hit that top 3, you're also getting something for yourself. But I think the most prized possession that you will never find here, Croncy, is the experience of racing in a Daymar Rally. So
yeah, very much so. It's an experience I haven't been able to get, but watching it in its own right is its own experience.
Well, you're gonna experience it with me here today, because I haven't.
Yeah.
I would love to race in the rally, but the thing is, I do love being here and bringing the excitement. Like I love these events with all my heart, man. I love the community with all my heart, and I hope my excitement really shows when the race starts, because it's gonna be a very incredible day, and I can't wait. We have some servers already starting to get ready to go. We only have a few left, so we're gonna get be ready here shortly. But before we jump into the race, we have one more here. Our last Star Citizen organization interview is going to be none other than 7 Hills Industries, an incredible org that has been racing in ammo events for quite some time. But before we jump right into it, take a look at their trailer. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. Here we have Vakandi from 7 Hills Industry. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm good. I've been having a great time so far, talking to all the incredible interviewees today, but also very excited, and just like everybody else, anticipating when the race is going to start. So I'm on that edge as well, but I'm just excited to be here and excited to be talking to you, Vakandi.
Well, thank you. Glad to be here.
So, all right, well, let's kick right into it here, man. Tell us a bit more about 7 Hills as an organization. How long you guys have been established? What do you guys do? How do you guys do it? And how you doing today?
Well, myself, I'm doing good. I'm just getting over the flu, so apologies if my
I'm
voice
sorry.
is a little weird. But 7 Hills, we've been around for just over 3 years. Got started in October of 2020, and we have our hands in a little bit of everything from trading and mining to anti-piracy to racing. Of course, we have a team in the race today. We also like to bring we like to leverage technology in in our like to bring. Here's the key word: immersion. That in Star Citizen, basically, we use SRS in our events to foster immersion and communication and such. But yeah, we do pretty much a little bit of everything. So
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a similar question just because we've got so many awesome orgs in the community. Are you guys recruiting? And if so, who are you looking for?
we are recruiting, and we seek citizens who are driven to participate in group activities. Everyone is given a chance to participate in any activities we plan, and we welcome ideas from all members on new activities. It's an open door to everybody.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I mean, Seven Hills and you guys also have like different divisions. You guys have a racing division, and you guys are also racing in the Daymar Rally this year. But something that I always love to ask is like, does Seven Hills, any unique moments that you've had in your org that has stood out to you, whether it was in game or real life, that really brings that org sense, that org group together, pretty much.
Sure. One moment that our chairman Bandalorian he mentioned was at the end of last year's Daymar Rally. As a matter of fact, nearing the end of the race, we turned around to assist a member of another org's team in reaching the finish line. So it just goes to show that we like to help out where we can. We're very community driven, and that was a moment that really stuck out when we were thinking of moments like that stand out. So
that's awesome to hear. That's awesome to hear. Every time somebody like picks somebody up in the Daymar Rally, bro, like I think like last year somebody did that, and they knew that even though that they got picked up, that that finish wasn't gonna kind of count, but they still didn't care. They were so happy to finish, so happy to be at that finish line. And man, the way that the community kind of like went crazy when they saw that towards the end was absolutely awesome. But anyways, Kronsty, go ahead, man.
No, yeah, it's such a like a random wholesome moment, right?
I know.
So so your team and your org have been preparing for the Daymar Rally. Hopefully no last minute preparations. How excited are you guys, and what did the team do to prepare this year?
We're incredibly excited. Our team, they've been practicing night and day for a few months now, and they've gone over the course and just day in, day out, just practicing for this rally. They're all born with sand in their teeth, so they've been training for this their whole lives. And yes, they were born with teeth, but anyway, yeah, we're pretty excited for this race.
That's awesome. Funny thing that you guys kind of talked about, and I'll make this into a quick joke, is that in the Daymar Rally, if somebody stops, they're gonna either pick you up or kill you. So it's not always the case. It's not always the case. If somebody tries to pick you up, they might try to run you over. So that's not always the case, because if somebody's coming, just jump on a rock or something. You got gravity; it's gonna help you, man.
Right.
Just in case they're trying to, take you out.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
I guess he just whoever we were going to pick up just decided, well, let's see what happens. He was that close to the end, so
let's bring him along. Oh, that's great. Well, Conley, man, it's such a pleasure, man. Love Seven Hills, and again, thank you guys so much for really, helping out the community, through supporting Atmo Esports. But is there any last things that you want to talk about Seven Hills, or anything you want to say to the Star Citizen community out there that's currently watching right now?
Sure. One of our racers, he's actually Carlito was one of our racers. He's actually he rigged up it's like a bicycle.
Carlito,
rig.
I know is that. Sorry, I got excited.
Carlito, there you go. He rigged up, and he has a YouTube channel called Carlito Tries, and he was actually racing on an X1, I believe it was. I think it was an X1 or maybe a Dragonfly on this bike rig. So it's a neat video to check out should you ever get a chance to go to YouTube and look at it under Carlito Tries. But aside from that, everybody enjoy the rally. Good luck to all the teams. And if you are seeking an org that takes its members seriously, is open to all ideas and everything, as long as you, are a mature person, then go to 7hills.space and reach out, apply to us.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, Vakani, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Good luck to the team today during the Daymar Rally 2954. We really appreciate you. And we'll talk to you again very, very soon, Vakani. Take care.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Peace.
Cheers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was our last interview for today. I'm very excited, man. Look, I'm super happy, Croncy. Great interviews all across the board. I hope those of you at home really enjoyed all of the pre-show, the Daymar Rally. We still got some stuff that we're going to be talking about. We're going to be going through a little bit of the rules. And right now, servers are going live, and I'm super happy. We're getting ready here. Race is going to be starting momentarily, so don't go anywhere, okay? If you do, grab popcorn, come back. But anyways, Croncy, your thoughts on, these incredible org interviews that we've had so far today.
Yeah, fantastic. Very, very cool to meet a couple of people in the community. It's always nice to get a little bit of that opportunity, right? Especially before the Daymar Rally, which, a reminder, the biggest event in Star Citizen every year, which is kind of crazy. So, nice to highlight those guys as well as hear a little bit more about, some aspects of the community that you might not be familiar with.
Yeah, let's jump right into a few talks about the Daymar Rally. I just want to say one more thank you to all of our sponsors for this year's Daymar Rally, and not only these sponsors, but also we got a bunch of community sponsors that have been on board this year that we'll be announcing sometime early next week, which is CLX Gaming is back, Thrustmaster is back this year, a bunch of incredible people that are supporting what we're doing here for for the Star Citizen community. And Bronzy, all I'm going to say right now is that be on the lookout on Atmo Esports socials right now, because we have a lot of insane stuff coming up. I did mention the Avenger Squadron charity tournament. That's one that we are going to be hosting on April 20th. So if you're interested in some PvP or having some fun for a charity tournament, we'll talk about when you can sign up for that. Remember, 3v3, one heavy fighter with a gunner and a light fighter. I think that's going to be a lot of fun to watch, Croncy. So we also working on remaking the Hurt Locker as well coming up this year. So a lot of cool stuff. Make sure you guys tune in. Coming up, and make sure you guys tune into our socials. Make sure you guys tune into our Discord, especially our Discord. I know a lot of people, these past 2 weeks were probably tired of our pings, but hey, it's a tournament Discord. We're gonna ping you like a mother because we want you to have the information in order for you to be ready for the Daymar Rally 2954. So we do apologize for all the pings. If you're not interested in the Daymar Rally, you're interested in our other events, but we do have roles for those events, so that way you don't get a lot of crazy pings. So the other pings that you'll get is from me saying thank you about like a million times, because I'm very grateful to be a part of this and be a part of this community. So, but Croncy, let's take a look real quick at the Daymar Rally course map for 2954, and I'll let you break that down for us here very, very soon, as soon as our production.
Yep.
Thank you.
There we go. So here is the course that we're running today, ladies and gentlemen. It is a long one, a very, very long one. Tons of different terrain in between each little checkpoint itself. We start off going from Shubin to Eager Flats. I think it's Shubin like 1 or something. We just call it Shubin. That section in its own right is going to take our bikes about an hour possibly today, 40 minutes to an hour most likely for some of our fastest races, and you can sort of extrapolate from there how long it's going to take the buggies and the trucks, and then imagine we're going all the way to Kudra Ore. So this truly is the endurance race. It is absolutely massive. Yeah.
So something that a lot of people don't know is when we started the Daymar Rally, we actually were going to Wolf Point Shelter, but when they keep doing Planet Tech, they actually move Wolf Point Center way too far away from Eager Flats, and we're like, this is gonna be like a 20-hour race, so we have to bring that back. So just like you see here, Shubin to Eager is 92 kilometers, and then you have you know, another, I believe it's a total of 510 kilometers and 209 kilometers between Eager Flats and that Betty checkpoint. So you have to be very, very careful, right? Because you need to be able to find that Betty and your support ship. The Betty,
Yeah.
just like I mentioned, Croncy is not going to have any box mission, any markers, so you're not going to be able to see it. So you have to rely on those, you know, support ships to be able to guide you to there. Once you pass under checkpoint echelon, which is the Betty, you pass under the legs of the Reclaimer, you're on your way to finish, hopefully, at Coudray Ore. So, Croncy, any rules this year that have stood out to you, you know, that's been like, oh, that's a great change from what you've seen in the rules this year for the Daymar Rally?
You're testing my rules knowledge a bit here, Crucian.
Oh.
I thought they were just going forwards. I will say, just on one thing that you did mention though, about the importance of your support craft. We do have a couple of teams who are solo, and that is a massive disadvantage for you to not have someone who is following the heading the entire time, and you know they're not able to scan as far to see those signatures of those ships. So, one huge disadvantage, but also kind of kudos to you to put in that effort to go solo, because we've seen in the past the teams that do have really good support pilots tend to be the ones who finish first.
And to be honest here, even though we put our checkpoint echelon somewhat all in the same spot, you know, in the future of the Daymar Rally, there's, you know, like there's a possibility where it can be a little bit left, it can be a little bit to the right, where you actually have to, you know, make sure you find that checkpoint. You know, because again, the Daymar Rally as a moon, you know, in, you know, a moon or part of Crusader is going to be changing. It's going to change all the time. They're putting in more outposts. They're putting in more NPCs. It's going to be, you know, that pod race you've ever wanted to have in Tatooine. So, you know, like I've seen so many people mention it this weekend, and it just honestly, like, I think it's such a cool reference that people are referencing to that, and I think it's a cool moment for every citizen that is a rookie this year to be racing in the Daymar Rally. So I'm gonna be honest with you, like 30 days later, the Daymar Rally 2955 you know, signups open. Don't be scared, okay? Every third Saturday of January, the Daymar Rally takes place. Mark that off your calendar. Take a vacation. Come race in the filthiest race in the verse, which is the Daymar Rally, and experience what endurance is. Or you could just go to the Car Rally in Saudi Arabia and do that. But, you know, this one's more affordable.
Yeah, this one's a little bit lower cost to entry. You know? There's one other thing I wanted to mention, because it is sort of, you know, course and map related. Is you know, we mentioned it is going to take a long time for a lot of these races to finish, which means we've got two major hazards that people are going to have to watch out for that is going to alter how they're going to be racing. The buggies and the trucks are pretty much guaranteed to get nighttime a few times over the course of the race. The bikes, it'll probably only happen once, so it's obviously not as much of an issue. But that can really hinder things. It's going to make it a lot harder to see, especially if you're in those rovers where if you're in third person, those rear red lights are absolutely blinding. And then in addition, storms. Storms do come. It's not going to affect your handling as much as you might think, but what it will affect a lot is your visuals. And so you don't want to end up, especially in the bike division, if you end up in a storm, accidentally ramming into a rock. So you will probably see, as we get to, you know, those particular areas where people are experiencing storms or nighttime, there's going to be some slowdowns for the bikes, and the cars are going to have a couple other issues of their own.
I mean, it is going to be a race. You know, we talked about this. We touched on this a little bit more. Bikes are going to have, you know, be finishing around that 2 to 3 hour mark. It's not an hour anymore, right? But I like that they have to be careful, right? So I just can't wait till we get all the ground vehicle changes, you know, put in place as to where they want it. I'm very excited for it because I already like the way they're going. And if we have, you know, things like, oh, the reason why this vehicle don't got boost is because you got to put in this kind of, you know, cooler. You got to put in this type of power plant on it. And that kind of starts to, you know, you can tune your own vehicle in Star Citizen, which is a cool way to go about it. So, you know, whatever it is, I'm patient. I'm ready for it. But, you know, Croncy, I'm going to jump in here. Let's talk a little bit about teams, right? We got some teams that are veterans here in the Daymar Rally, but I want to mention a specific team. I've been supporting this team. They've been here since the beginning, okay? And they have won a couple times, or not have won. They've won a division in third place a couple times, but we got Skyer Alpha and Skyer Delta. They're a team from Spain. They've been racing since the beginning, so I want to give them a big shout out, and I hope to see them, out on the track today, having a good time. So shout out to the entire Skyer team, themselves. But Kronsty, any teams that you see that are back, other than Punch, Buggy, and those other teams that stand out to you that you think are going to do well this year in the Daymar Rally 2954?
You just know how much of a fan of Punch Buggy I am that you're not even gonna let me choose them.
I had to come here, bro. Come here.
Capcom are back. They've got a couple of teams rocking up today, so it's gonna be awesome to see them. So we've got them with a Nox and a Lynx. So very excited to see what they do today. We have Turbor in a couple of different teams as well.
True.
We've seen them across all different types of events. They just love playing events. They don't really care what it is. They'll race, they'll PvP, whatever. They absolutely love it. So awesome to see them. And another one is Triple R Racing, a team that sort of got onto my radar last year with Tack the Menace and Austin Talk. They absolutely crushed it in the events they participated in.
Yeah, we've have so many veterans here this year, and I'm super happy, right? So, to kind of go into it real quick, we just talked about him earlier, Delta Blue Aerospace. We got Team Delta Ditus Racing. We got Czech Leak, who's going to be that driver, right? And then you got Warditch, who's a co-driver, Extra Crispy, and a side of bacon, that support pilot, and then Space Tech. And that guy can drive a bike, a gravel vehicle. Let me tell you that. I'm surprised he's a support co-pilot, but you're a team, and this team is going to come together. This is a team to watch out for sure. But Space Tech being that support co-pilot, and remember that in the Daymar Rally, Kronsty, doesn't matter what position you're in, you can change position at any moment. So if Space Tech, if Czech League catches a W cramp, right? I call it a W cramp. When you press a W button. And then Space Tech can jump in and race, or Warditch can take a break. And I love the diversity or the diverseness of where you can switch these vehicles and positions at any time. So that's a Team Delta Ditus Racing. And then we got a team I got to shout out here. All right, Team Bacontron, okay? And the reason why I'm calling them out is because this team every year comes out with some of the best funny graphics on social media, and it's literally like a rover or like a vehicle and a big piece of bacon on it. I love it. It's my favorite. So shout out to Verity. By the way, Verity, an awesome Star Citizen content creator. Make sure you guys check them out at twitch.tv/Verity. So we got Iconia now, who's the main driver, Kranos Prime, the support pilot, and then Fate Aki, who's going to be Bacontron's support co-pilot. So an entire team there. Love to see it. Good luck to you guys. But yeah, man, Kronsty, those are just some teams that I love seeing out there in the Daymar Rally this year. So
yeah, I think there's two more teams that are just incredibly important for us to mention, which is the Cloud Imperium Gamers.
Oh, yes.
We've got staff members in the house trying to redeem themselves from last year. This time we've got a bike and a buggy team, full crew as well, driver, co-driver, support driver, everything. It's been awesome to see Noble and Sunny participate in events recently, and now getting a bit more of the teams to hop in to participate is awesome to see. So hopefully they do well today. But you got to root against the staff always. You have to. It's the law, I think.
I totally agree there, and I think they did finish last year, and I love seeing that we got now 2 Cloud Imperium, gamers teams in the Daymar Rally this year. So look, man, if they can enjoy the game at the state right now, and maybe they're like, oh, we'll race it and then fixing it on the side, like race fix. I'm just kidding, but I just love seeing. I just love seeing it, right? These events, man, that means so much to us, and it's funny because I love that they're here because they can report, understand what we may need in the future to put these events on like this. I think the Daymar Rally, the one of the most emergent events in the game, period. We want to continue to keep it emergent, man. I don't want to give these guys the time of night, but we are going to get people that are going to try to jump in the servers. But look, man, we got a bad security team that they're ready, baby. So let's give some love here. Let's show up all of our security teams today, because I want to give a big shout out to our security teams who's keeping the Daymar Rally safe. Welcome to Sigma, Talons Outer Haven, Desk Cartel, Ragtag, TTO, all these incredible security orgs. So, I mean, in the Discord, Croncy, they can just jump in. They want to and they want to help security out. We have that type of admission if that's how you want to volunteer to the Daymar Rally. But I'm telling you, check out all these incredible security orgs. They're also down in the panels below. And then I think there's one more that I guess they weren't able to get. What do you call it? They weren't able to get their logo in time, I believe. So I just want to give them a quick shout out because I feel like they definitely deserve that shout out. So I think it's MPEX. MPEX was there last year as well, but MPEX mercenary personnel for external operations. MPEX is also another org. You don't see their logo up there, but they are out there helping support security in the verse. But Francie, any other thoughts on security, man? We got a bunch of people this year.
Yeah, no. First off, thank you very much, security, for coming around, and I hope you're able to have a little bit of fun while being security. So we appreciate you guys getting here and helping make this event even more cool and also a lot more to organize, but a lot more fun.
Well, I mean, that's awesome. Well, I mean, I think so far we have shown pretty much everything about the Daymar Rally. We talked about the course map, talk about a little bit about the rules, price pool that everybody's excited about, the incredible security. Again, we got 3 divisions. We got the bike division, we got the buggy division, and the truck division this year as well. We are continuing always to improve the Daymar Rally every single year as much as we can. So if you want to participate in Atmo Esports event, there's 2 ways that you can go about it. You can jump in our Discord, discord.gg/Atmo Esports, and you will be able to, jump in with us, ask us question about any events that you might want to participate, or you can head on over to atmo.gg. But I think we got some views, and we're getting started here very shortly, Croncy. Croncy, tell me a little bit about the excitement. Look at the racers. We're ready. I know this is going to get people pumped up today. We got an incredible camera team that's going to be your eyes in the sky. But, Croncy, how excited are you about the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX?
I do just want to mention very quickly that the only reason I can get excited is because of the amazing camera crew giving us these awesome action shots, right? It's super, super cool just to see so many people lined up across so many different servers ready to participate in just this brutal endurance race. So I'm really excited. I'm keen to get going, and I'm keen to we're getting a bit early.
Okay. I mean, like, don't even move, guys. Like, chill. Like, don't even move. Like, just sit there. But we're getting ready to start this. To get this countdown going for these racers very, very soon. Very excited to see everybody. Ready to race. We see some Spartans ready to go. We see the RSI Lynx. We see the Ursa Rover out there. Dude, I'm just excited to see how many people, really wanted this year. Some people are going to stay back because, like, sometimes going slower is better. But one rule that I'm going to talk about real quick, Croncy, that we forgot to mention is that once first, second, and third place is cemented on the leaderboard, which, by the way, we can show the leaderboard so we can show people that this year our leaderboard is, of course, we really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts, powered by SCR. SCR is a Star Citizen Racing, is a platform where you can go and just put in your times and put in your, and try to be a part of that leaderboard. It has a lot of our tracks, our ground vehicle tracks. It has a lot of ship racing tracks. So it's a global leaderboard where you can go put in and upload your video and hopefully hold that world record within that. So I'm telling you, man, SCR, Diplomat doing an incredible job at helping us to put this leaderboard together. So a big shout out to them. Go check out SCR at scr.gg and start racing in all those amazing tracks today. And I know Croncy has a lot to say about SCR, so I'll let you take that one away.
Yeah, they go all right. So anyway, absolutely fantastic resource. Really good if you want to start to get into racing, and also its own little sort of competitive competitive environment. You know, you're always trying to fight for top time trial. So when you do see that leaderboard over the course of today, we're going to be able to show you a couple of things. We'll be able to show you the top 6 of each division, and we'll also be able to show you the top 18 of each division separately. So we'll be updating that as we go throughout the race, and you guys get to check it out. And yeah, make sure you're watching along at home and cheering for your favorite teams.
All right. Well, while we're getting this kicked off, right, I can't see chat because I don't read chat while I'm casting. But look, if you're out there right now excited for the race to begin and you're rooting for a certain team, let's hear that team name in chat. Let's show them your support, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in from across the globe here to the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX. Let's show in chat here which team you're here to root for, and show them some love in the chat, man. It doesn't matter where you're from. You can be from Antarctica, root for your team. I love to see the, I love to see the love here, man. So I'm excited for it, Francie.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call out once again my favorite team in Star Citizen. That's what I'm playing favorites. Team Punch Buggy. Let's go. Come on.
Oh
if
my
you don't
gosh.
finish,
Look,
you're banned from my chat.
Look, Cross, I'm going to ask you a question, okay? What's the best team name you've seen in the roster for this year's Daymar Rally? I'm going to call it out, but I'm a big Initial D anime fan, so I got to give it to Sanji-sama. Kuroda Racing Initial D. Look, man, that's my team right there, okay? Best name out there, but any team name that stands out to you that is like, that's funny or that's cool?
I do love Kuroda Racing's sub name of Snails. That's a fantastic little name. Big fan of that. Oh man, there's so many names, so many teams. A Stunned Goblin or a Stunned Goblin. I'm interested to know where the origin of that name has come from, but there's so many teams. Why would you do this to me, Christian?
I know. Well, one team that I want to call out specifically is going to be Team XGR. And the reason why I want to call them out is because obviously XGR Racing is another incredible, tournament platform that they do things a little bit differently, which I think is very unique and very cool. They do a lot of ship racing, and they do it through licenses, which I think it's awesome. So want to give a quick shout out here to Team XGR. Luigi, who's going to be the driver this year. Oh, that's awesome. Love seeing it. We got Shaqnu, who's going to be the co-driver. Steve CC, who's going to be the support pilot. And then AGT Madcat, who's going to be the support co-pilot here for Team XGR. They did a lot of research last year, the terrain, doing a lot of great job. They won last year. So let's see if they can take this truck division back-to-back years here in the Daymar Rally. So very excited for that one so far, Croncy.
Yes, definitely. I think I have my favorite, Crucian. This is an amazing team name. So this is a combo because presumably these guys are from maybe the same org or group of friends. So firstly, we have the not so harmful cycling enthusiasts, which is they're going to be in the bike division.
Oh my goodness!
Primary driver is going to be Acidrom, and then in addition, the mostly harmless truck racing enthusiasts, which their primary driver is going to be Dalarest. So great names, love it, big fan. Can't wait to see what they do today.
Well, something else that I want to talk about, and this is a team that, by the way, man, this is why I love the Daymar Rally, right? Over the past couple years, we've seen Team Sanjak. It was a father and son team. They, I think the first year they raced, they didn't finish, but it brings their family together every single year. And I just want to give a big shout out to Team Sanjak because this year, when I met Team Sanjak at CitizenCon, they were like, well, now that our daughter's old enough, we're going to have her be part of the team. So now it's father, son, daughter team. I'm absolutely like that is what the Daymar Rally is about, man. The experience, it's absolutely phenomenal. The stories that it creates every single year, and this is why I love this community to death. Every time I go to CitizenCon, they're like, oh, this is I'm this from the Daymar Rally, it's my team name, and I'm like, oh my god, love to meet you. But big shout out to Team Sanjak here. J Trip is going to be the driver, Tryler is going to be the co-driver, and Arpez is going to be the support pilot. An incredible family team, and there's so much stories like this throughout the Daymar Rally where people are racing with their wives, with their loved ones, and that's what it's all about, Croncy. I love that moment every single time.
Yep. Very much so. I want to do, as we're talking about races, I just want to quickly thank you to everyone who has signed up this year and is has come today to make this event so special. It's honestly, it's a bit annoying that he did it to me because I have to now remember so many names, but I guess that's okay. It's fine. I'll deal.
Yep. I mean, I totally agree. So again, once everybody's watching at home, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Race is about to begin, but let's do this. Let's do this really quick. I wanna show what we're doing this year, and but this year we're doing something a little bit different. So before the race begins, we have a quick interview with our managing director here at Atmo Esports. That he's gonna talk a little bit about the Daymar Rally. So let's take a quick interview with Corsair.
My name is Corsair, and I'm the managing director at Atmo Esports. The idea that kind of started the Daymar Rally was I was watching a pretty popular event called the Dakar Rally, and Star Citizen was actually releasing a moon that reminded me of that kind of landscape, and also there were some vehicles coming out around that time. Ursa Rover was out, and I could test with it. The Cyclone was on the roadmap and it was coming, so I knew that there was going to be different styles of vehicles. So I kind of, created a course route. I built a rule book around that. I put a website out and then kind of posted it on social media and on Reddit, and got a bit of traction. And over the course of 2018, we marketed it a little bit until the very next this rally was on its way. So it was just an idea based on what was getting released in Star Citizen and what been watching in real world. Watching the Daymar Rally grow over the course of these 6 years, I never imagined that the Daymar Rally would be as large as it is. From looking that information, back in 2018 to seeing where it is now, having it basically become the largest community Star Citizen event in game. I never would have guessed that. It's just grown from strength to strength every year. Spectators have doubled, participation has doubled, and it's extremely humbling to watch it grow into what it has become now. And obviously, we've moved on to work in other tournaments as well, and it's kind of it was the basis of what our esports was before we started doing other tournaments. So it really was springboard for Atmo Esports, and it's amazing to see the Daymar Rally has come today. The Daymar Rally still has quite a lot of evolution to come. So as far as the future of the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of improvements to be made and to be added. When we initially released information about Daymar Rally, it was kind of a futuristic look at what was getting released in Star Citizen, and some of the other things that we'd like to have included in the race as well, which we currently still don't have. For instance, vehicle repair and vehicle repair came in as an example. Basically, we'd probably emulate something similar to the Dakar Rally, where you have a main racing vehicle, spare vehicles no longer exist, and your team now has to maintain this vehicle for the entire course of the race. So as far as game mechanics to still be included and added to the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of that to happen. So it still has its own kind of evolution happening right now. We've added things this year. We add things every year, every time a patch is released. So there's still a lot more to come. And I just think it will continue to do that. I think Star Citizen is always something that will affect the rally, and I think it will be an ever evolving community event. If you're looking for something to do in Star Citizen and you're fairly new to the game, or even if you haven't really got involved in community events within Star Citizen, I think the Daymar Rally is a perfect example of everything that Star Citizen is trying to do with the gameplay. So it comes to, getting a team together and jumping in with your friends or all mates and something together, something that has, a goal in mind and can take up a lot of time. The Daymar Rally definitely fits a lot of those bills. So, if you want to hang out with your mates for a whole day and do a community event and race against other people and compete against other people for common goal, I think the Daymar Rally is perfect for that. I think it shows exactly what Star Citizen can do and it's kind of built for. I think it's the perfect thing. I would like to say to everybody that is watching at home, and to the community that's helped make this all happen, and all of the staff. Obviously, it's what I do every year. I thank everybody, and I will continue to do that every year because it takes a lot of people to make this day happen. There's a lot of stuff in the background. We're looking at 300 odd staff, and then obviously we have everybody who wants to be involved in the Daymar Rally, upwards of 800 participants racing, 212 teams racing. There's a lot of people involved to make today happen, and without it, it wouldn't be what it is. So, massive thank you to everyone who's involved, everyone who's watching online or at home. It is a spectator experience, I can't be humbled enough, but to see where it has come and who gets involved to help. It's unexpected people come along, and it's just made this event more special today. I hope everyone enjoys watching the rally today, and we'll see you at the Daymar Rally in 2955.
Awesome interview there with the Corsair. Look, I know there was a lot of like popping issues with the audio, and that was my fault because I recorded it. So I'm sorry, everybody. I apologize.
It's Corsair's fault. It's Corsair's fault. It's fine.
No, it's my fault because I should have known. But honestly, man, like that kind of, to kind of get that type of interview to kick off, this year's Daymar Rally. I really hope that, like I said, we put a very lot of hard work to leveling up the production every year and to kind of tell the story a little bit more this year about what the Daymar Rally is all about. So, very, very awesome. By the way, Croncy, those skins that CIG put out, man, that the finish line skin and the whirlwind skin, my lord, they killed it. Very great job. What are your thoughts on those?
Very much so. I mean, all of this because they've done essentially over the course of the last couple of years have certainly been. They've felt like a bit of an upgrade. They just all looks fantastic, right? There's also we had the slipstream, right, which was I want to say the blue and the white, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken, but I think that's what the slipstream was. That's one of my favorites at the moment. I love that.
I mean, I honestly, I love skin, especially racing skins for a lot of vehicles. And guys, we're almost there. We're almost getting ready. So hold on to your biscuits, hold on to your eggs, whatever you're eating tonight. Hold on to it because we're getting ready to get started very, very soon. And we have a lot more player interviews to come. That wasn't the only one. We got some really cool stuff that we're going to be showing you once the race begins here at Daymar Rally 2954. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have a few more moments to go, but before we do that, we are going to take one last break before we jump into it. And remember, we do have the Init Audio team in chat VIP right now. So if you guys are trying to edit audio right now or at home to kind of even the once the race begins, the broadcast will be powered by Init Audio, and you're going to experience that oral reality, and that soundscapes come to life during the broadcast through your headphones. So if you guys have any questions about Init Audio, remember that staff is in the chat, and we'll be right back here shortly to begin the race for this year's Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX. Right back.
practice day, race day, or just Saturday, always demand the best.
At Ultima Energy, we always challenge ourselves to give our best. Through our technical partnership with Toombra Land Systems, we developed Ultima T-Fusion Hydrogen Plus Premium Fuel with unbeatable protection against wear and corrosion and superior reduction in radium nuclides. Go with the best total engine protection you can get.
All right. Well, we are back here. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we are still a few moments away from getting the race started here for the Daymar Rally 2954. So welcome back. If you are just tuning in, welcome. This is the filthiest race in the verse, where it's an endurance race across the moon of Daymar. And you have 3 different divisions. You have the bike division, the buggy division, and the truck division. And I'm here with my co-host, the man from down under, Concierge, Crontanium, and the better half of Answer the Call podcast. We're here with Croncy. What's up, man? I told you the opening was going to be great, bro. I told you.
I know. But you just got to keep saying it. You've got to feed the ego continuously just throughout the entire broadcast.
Well, hopefully that energizes you. But hey, no offense, I still love you, Salty Mike. I appreciate you, man. But no, love seeing all the faces today. I hope chat has been behaving themselves. I know, Croncy, you've been probably monitoring it a little bit, but when I cast, I don't really read chat. But I hope everybody's enjoyed the pre-show. And we're about to get the race started here soon, so we'll see what happens. Very, very excited, guys. We've talked a little bit about the teams, the rules. The map in the Daymar Rally. We have the awesome leaderboard here from Diplomat. Look at that, man. The bikes, the buggies, and the trucks, man. Oh, man, that leaderboard looking. Bro, is Diplomat working on that right now? Somebody give that man his flowers. Holy mother. That man some flowers, man.
I really, really hope Diplomat is able to come to CitizenCon this year. Just give him a big old hug for everything he's done. Absolute giga chat.
Yo, we need to put him in we need to be able to give him drinks to where we need to wheelbarrow him back to the hotel, okay? I mean, let's not do that, but like, hey, I'll treat that man to a 10-star dinner, whatever that means. So, that's funny, man. But no, the leaderboard looks fantastic. So much appreciated to Diplomat and working with us and getting the leaderboard ready. Every year we've honestly had we've done like an Excel sheet leaderboard. Every year it's like not only Star Citizen is going through its own developments, but we go through our own too with leaderboards. But it's just awesome. It's just awesome to see. And then you see on the bottom left here, you're gonna have that progress bar. So we're not gonna have that up the entire time, but the progress bar is gonna tell you where first place is currently at for each division. And you're going to see that keep moving forward as it gets updated. So we have a lot of great tools for the community to be able to keep up with the race today, Croncy.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic. I've been watching the UI evolve over the last couple of years, and it gets nicer and nicer every year.
So another thing that we'll talk about is that Croncy, as you see some of these vehicles, right? I see an STV out there right now. The STV, it is an incredible vehicle when you're going through a flat land roads. It definitely spins out more than I would love it to, but man, seeing somebody out there with an STV, I commend you. You are incredible. That's all I'm gonna say right now.
Oh, for sure. Not to mention, we saw a little bit earlier when we saw a little bit of the truck division, a couple of people in Spartans, which is a rough vehicle for this race, but is certainly one of those things where you get to say, I finished in a Spartan. That's wild, right?
Yep. I mean, hey, all the love and kudos to the people. Like, you race whatever you want to race and whatever you want to experience. I love people that, wants to think outside the box and be able to try the first Daymar Rally with any race vehicle. Now, let me tell you something. The rules of the Daymar Rally, Croncy, is that whatever race vehicle that you put down your starting with, you have to start. But as the race goes on, if they want to be able to switch after the start line, they are able to switch that STV into a Cyclone if they want to. But they can only switch their vehicles to their respective divisions. So they can't change from STV to bike. They have to change from STV to Cyclone. You get what I'm saying? So they have you
can't go bike the whole way and then finish. And then that'd be a bit.
Exactly my point. So, but yes. Hey man, you never know. People always look for loopholes, man. They're like, oh, can I switch to bikes at the end? Like, no, man, you can't. Chill. Yeah. So, but man, I'm excited. I know a lot of the racers are very itchy to start
to start the Daymar Rally. But we only have a couple servers left to go and get ready, which should be here very soon. And what we like to do is start every single server at the exact time. So I'm looking forward to that 100%. And even though, if you get a lot of reports where like, oh, this person finished in, this finished first in their server, that doesn't mean anything. We have a master timer that will time every single server at the same time. And what we end up doing towards the end of the Daymar Rally is we go by the times, and that's how we will confirm our top 3 in each division, Croncy.
Yeah, it's a lot of work in the back end, guys, but in the end of it means we get to do the race with more and more people. Now, a question for you, Crucian, just because I noticed it here in this image. Do you think that there is an intimidation factor to the costumes that you bring? Because that Nox has that terrifying, very bare face thing that I'm not driving anywhere near that guy.
You're like, that's that person that is going to gun you down the second he sees you. But believe it or not, I'll be honest with you here. The Nox, I'm not sure if I can see it, but the Nox, I wouldn't put any weapons on it because for the Nox, the weapons are towards the bottom. Obviously, they're size 1s. You get, I believe you get 2 of them. And if they clip onto a rock when you're racing low, that could actually be the death of your team. If if you don't put those weapons out. So if I was racing on a Nox, I'll make sure I'll take away my weapons because that could be a hazard for you to be, that could be a hazard for you to not be able to race at all. So
yeah,
but it seems like
it's a big difference between the Nox and the Dragonfly and the X1. The weapons on the Nox, the way that the ship, well, not ship, I guess, the way that the bike is shaped. It can catch you on certain dunes and certain rocks and then cause you, one, to either just slowing down, or it can affect the rest of your hull as well. We don't see that happening as much with the Dragonfly and the X1. They have their own, quirks, but yeah, it's a big thing on the Nox.
Yeah, one thing that's always iconic. Yeah, I totally agree there. And one thing that's always iconic, Croncy, is every time we start the race, the Daymar Rally, right? Every time you start to race, you get that background of, Vader at night that just lights up the entire moon, which is so cool. So we're definitely going to get some good views from our camera team today, which I'll give them a big shout out here to our entire camera team that is currently, putting on the best views that they can in the sky. So, big shout out to Sevens, Papa Freedom, Shipwreck, Brahms, Officer Rondog. We even got Moist Noodle out there as part of the camera team, which is awesome. We got Princess Foxy, Planet Air Vendum, a lot of great camera crew. And then we got Skyborn TV, which is known for low flying. Awesome dude. So awesome to see our camera crew come together like that. So shout out to each and every single one of them for coming out and being our eyes in the sky.
Yeah. What a lovely view here, though, as well, of the 890J and the VIPs going to watch the event unfold in front of all of these cyclones. Now, there is one thing I think it's important to mention, which is really relevant for any race in Star Citizen, which is you'll notice right now, there's a lot of people who have lined up pretty far back. Now, first off, this is an endurance race, so, the extra 40 or 50 meters that you might get for being at the front of the line isn't going to be as relevant as your pathing is over the course of the entire race. And so the reason that you'll see people park way back here is so that you don't get rammed, because it will happen. If you have participated in a race in Star Citizen, you will get rammed by the people behind you and possibly explode, at the very least get damaged. So nice to see people playing it safe. It happens a little bit less with the Dragonflies, especially because you've got the different heights and the ability for people to fly over each other, but you will still see that there as well. People are going to be a little bit safer. They're going to be, starting either slow or very far in the back.
Funny enough, too, there, Croncy, is that to talk about the 890 jump, the 890 jump is part of the Yacht Club, which they bring along VIPs. So some of our community sponsors, such as Delta Blue Aerospace and Seven Hills and, EQNX, which is our presenting sponsor for the Daymar Rally, have VIPs in the 890 jump. So I know a lot of people will always ask, oh, how do you become a VIP? Now, other than talking to the incredible folks in the yacht club, we will have other options coming in the future in our Discord where you can be a VIP and ride the 890 jump yourself in game during our event. So just make sure you guys are in our Discord, discord.gg/AtmoEsports. And if you're interested in things like the VIP or any of our events, that is where you can find out on how to become a VIP and experience the race in luxury. That's what I will call it.
Yes. Yeah. If you can't be in a Rover Lynx, you might as well be in the 890 jump, right?
Yeah, that is
You've
true,
got to get
man.
your champagne somewhere.
Oh, look at that. Look, wait, yo, they just stacked those spares like a boss in that Mercury. Yo, these guys don't play.
They may not play. That's really concerning.
They may not play. Yo, I mean, I hope their room is not arranged the same way their vehicles are in that ship. My God.
If we hear about an MSR dying somewhere across the way, I think we'll figure out which one it was.
Oh man, that is incredible, man. That is awesome. But that's gonna be tough getting those out of there. But again, thanks everybody for tuning in. Everybody's tuning in from either Twitch, YouTube, or even on X. We're streaming right now. Thank you so much and welcome Daymar Rally 2954, the 30th race in the verse. Daymar Rally is the biggest endurance race, biggest community event in Star Citizen. So welcome, come on in, and just enjoy the show. We're getting stuff set up, and we're about to get started here in a little bit, just a little bit longer, guys. Hang tight with me, okay? Hang tight with me and just cheer on your favorite team. So, but that 890 jump looks spectacular, though, right there. I'll tell you that.
It does. It does. It needs a skin. I know not many people have 890Js. It needs
Bro,
a skin.
why are you going to
needs
give everybody in
something
chat
fancy.
PTSD, man? Why would you do that?
Look, how absolutely amazing would that look if it was in the same skin as like the 600i, like the fancy one, the black and gold skin. Just imagine.
Dude, I mean, I would love to see the 890 jump get that executive like armor skin with like hints of gold and black. Black and gold would look insane. Like imagine just a blacked out 890 jump with like gold hits of like, see where the 890 is right now? Like that would be gold, right? Other stuff would be gold. That would be pretty insane, man. But you know what? Let me not give too many ideas. But having an executive ship skin, I think would look incredible on the 890 jump,
for
to
sure.
be honest. So, yep. But Francie, I
feel like every team's gonna have that.
Let me ask you right now, right? We right now there's a bunch of sales going on with like all of the ships from 2023. Can you tell me what was your favorite release?
Fury LX.
Ship wise, Fury LX. Okay. All right. Mine was the F8 Lightning, but I'm just biased, right? I only have that on, on my tempered glass printed on my PC, so don't worry about that. But
yeah, I feel like I've been hearing you talk about the F8 Lightning for the last like 2 years now.
I know. I'm just happy they finally put it in. I think something that Chris Robert mentions is that he's not going to gatekeep anything anymore, and just run with it and release all the features that Squadron 42 is going to have. And I just thought that was such a cool thing for them to finally like, hey, let's not gatekeep it. I got 2 F8 Lightnings now. I'm very, very happy. My favorite ship. But honestly, Crunchy, I'm going to agree with you. The Fury LX, definitely one of my favorite ones. For sure, by far. I'm actually starting to slowly get into ship racing myself. So, maybe one day we should meet on the track, brother.
Oh, for sure. One of my favorite things this year was, we had the Arena Commander update. Last year, I guess. I keep forgetting it's 2024. The Arena Commander update and bringing all the racetracks into that. Just grinding through Yadar Valley in a Fury LX over and over and over again was actually so satisfying and so much fun. And yeah, it was great. I absolutely loved it.
Yep. I mean, they're doing a great job, man. I can't wait to see how big this year is going to be for Star Citizen and seeing all these teams really put gas on things like Squadron 42 that's feature complete, and then just things in the PU. So, just looking forward to server meshing. And, when we tried Pyro, we were so excited, and hopefully we get Pyro soon. and those jump gates. So very excited for all those moments. But again, shout out to everybody in chat that's here, that is being patient, super patient with us, and is currently just waiting for the race to start. So thank you all for being patient and just enjoying today in our pre-show so far. So but right now we're just waiting for a couple more servers to get ready, and we should be able to start the race. But look at the amount of support vehicles in this server right now, Croncy.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. I think a lot of us don't realize just how many people are involved when you've got like 1,000 vehicles. You know what I mean? So it's really hard to visualize. Yeah. But yeah, with the amount of people that we have, that's one of the reasons why it is taking us a little bit longer, guys. So please bear with us.
Yep, I mean, server meshing, baby. I need you soon, man, to make this rally be in one big server. That would be incredible, man. Can you imagine, like, how the start line would with that many teams, with 200 plus teams, man? That would be incredible. But Proncy, I'm gonna switch some gears here real quick and talk about the legends of the past, right? We over the years we've had, this is the 6th Daymar Rally. We've have many champions, and I want to call out each of those champions that are even still racing today. They've been through this event with us at every step. So I'm gonna kick it off, and then I'll throw it over to you. But in the Daymar Rally 2949, which is our first one in 2019, we had from the bikes division, we had Team Viva be in first place. We had the Bold Warriors in second place, and Team Xenos in third place. For the buggy division, we got Exiles race team. I think Exiles used to be from Australia too, Croncy. For the buggies, we got Mog Nation, and then in third place, we got Skyer Imperium, who's still racing today, 6 years later, which is incredible. And Skyer Imperium, let me tell you a story about this one, which we will, man, I'm telling you, we got an incredible show today, Croncy. Skyer Imperium, they won third place in the buggies by running. And that's where the entire team and just like community went over with Go Raider Go. And, little bit of madness made a shoe of it. We had emotes of it. It became something really, truly special. So, and the awesome stuff is, Croncy, is that we have an interview that we're going to play later today with Raider Alexis, who ran for literally like 3 to 4 hours to put his team in that third place spot. So very, very cool. And then we have from the Rover division in Daymar Rally 2954, we got Team Shift in first place, Team Space Blend in second, and Team Addicted in third. So the first Daymar Rally ever, man. Super awesome. Super cool. A lot of great teams that are still racing today. It's just awesome.
Yeah, and then sort of just as a quick one, as an evolution onto 2953 into last year, just seeing Sire Alpha as they started, bringing in multiple teams, once again podium for the truck division that time, right? So we've had a bunch of these teams who have just been so consistent throughout all of the years, even when all of the racing teams have been getting more competitive and more, like, there are more of them, right? So it's a little bit harder to stay up there. Sire just, they can't stop. They can't stop getting there. It's been awesome to see.
Yep, they definitely can't stop, man. A great, that's why I always root for them, right? Because believe it or not, like, whether Skyer Alpha is a team, whether they race, whether they win or lose or whatever, again, the reason why they're here is a commodity, is just bringing that team together, that organization. It's just about coming together and experiencing something bigger than just winning, which is, the Daymar Rally, which is incredible. So, looking forward to seeing how Skyer does today.
Yeah, definitely. Now, it does sound like we may be able to start a race here soon with those that are ready. So we'll get a confirmation of that, and we'll let you guys know if we're going ahead. But don't mind, we will get all times recorded and whatnot to make sure that we do know who on what server finished at what time. But it's almost time, guys. It's almost time. It's almost ready for us to watch hours of this fantastic race.
Yep, here we go. We're gonna start around a countdown here soon, and we'll count down with you all through here at home. But we will be catching all the action. Myself and Croncy will be your casters at home, so make sure you guys are keeping up with all of it. And I'm telling you, man, everything's evolving here in the future. And the way that you see the Daymar Rally will as well evolve into the future very, very soon. So, Croncy, I think we're about to get a countdown going. And once all races are ready, we're about to get this race underway here very, very soon.
Yeah, we're just about there. And don't worry, because there's a lot of it to come. Like we said, this is what you're going to expect today. The bikes probably going to be about 2 to 3 hours before we see, the finish of them. The buggies and trucks, very likely they start hitting the finish line at roughly the same time at the 5 to 6 hour mark. And I would expect that we see them pretty clumped together too. I don't think we'll see too many outliers behind. The bikes, however, may be a bit different because there's so many different instances of issues that you can come up to, forcing you to change your vehicles a bit more often. One thing that doesn't really exist this year is there was a cooler issue with some of the buggies that we experienced over the course of last year. That appears to be gone now. So there's less need to replace your Cyclone RCs if that's the vehicle of choice that you've brought today. Though we'll still see it. There'll be damaged RCs that people need to replace, but you're not under a time limit per respawn now.
That is correct. And good call out on the coolers right there. But I mean, they're lasting a while now, and I believe the way it's supposed to work is, how hot that moon is, how cold that moon is. It really, the weather is going to affect how long that buggy lasts. And again, in the future of the game is where we want to make sure that these racers are only getting that first vehicle. It's just one vehicle that they have to maintain across. But guys, we're about to get, countdowns going here very, very shortly. And what's going to happen is that you're going to start seeing those support ships start to fly up in the sky to get ready for this next race, or for this race to start, the Daymar Rally 2954. I'm excited. Very, very excited.
Yeah, and I assume very much that some of our racers are very excited too. Being on that side of these kinds of races, I can definitely tell you, like when the nerves start getting to you, especially when you've been putting in tons of practice, and there's any sort of delay, it can really, really heighten them. So very, very excited for them to get going. So it looks like we're going to have quite a few servers getting started, which means we're going to have hopefully some views for you guys, and we'll be able to let you guys know where everyone's going to be positioned.
Yep, should be a fun one here, and I'm looking forward to it. Again, we're going to have the leaderboard here powered by scr.gg. Again, make sure you guys go check out scr.gg, and if you're into putting in those, those world records and those world time lapse, make sure you guys go check them out. Make sure you guys go sign up for scr.gg. It has a lot of incredible features, and they're powering the leaderboard this year, which I'm super excited about.
Now, obviously, while we're waiting for the countdown to finish, a quick one. Will Papa Freedom explode in the first 30 minutes?
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man.
One of our best camera people, but sometimes, you got to die for the shot.
Look, man, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now that Papa Freedom, he's a very skilled individual in the flight mechanics of Star Citizen. So will he blow up? He blows up because he's so into the moment, into the camera, that he just doesn't, feel his surroundings. So will he blow up? Yes. Will it be marked off? Hey, it's crazy that we had a ammo staff make a bingo card out of the Daymar Rally, which is actually very, very cool. So maybe we should share that with the community. Like, here's your bingo card of what happens during the rally,
Yep. One of the things I love as well is we sort of planned for everything with this event, right? So we made sure that we had the ability to refeed people give them water if necessary, heal them back up at the starting line, just in case these sorts of things happen. And I love that our volunteers were able to make that happen.
Yep. Well, everybody, get on your biscuits and your Triscuits, okay? Because the Daymar Rally 2954 is about to get underway here very soon. So whatever team, once again, you are here representing, whatever team you are trying to give some love to, whatever country you're representing, show that love in the chat, and let's get this race, filthiest race in the verse, on the way. So we are waiting for our countdowns, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching all the incredible multi-views. I hope you guys are enjoying that from home. All of the incredible servers that we have live. But man, Cromsy, I'm so excited for this. I'm so excited to see who will be this year's Daymar Rally champion here in the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX. It's going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we can see a couple of those star lifters lifting off. We can see a couple of players making sure they're back in their vehicles as well. So we must be very, very close to the end of the countdown now. One thing I wanted to mention as well, do we think we're going to see some mid-air collisions between the Hercules? It can get very, well, the Scouts, not necessarily the Hercules, but there are a lot there. Because there is like, you know, especially when we're in the first segment, it's pretty short for those massive vehicles. So, yeah, do you think we'll see any of those? I hope not, but will we?
I want to say no. Every year we see something incredible during the Daymar Rally, so I want to say no. All I'm going to say is that if you don't hurry up and move as quickly as you can, when that countdown timer happens, just don't even be at the front. Like, don't even be at the front. Do you remember when we did
don't start causing traffic?
Honestly, when you and Red Monster did the Great Cat Social, man, to see that many vehicles race the Babbage Bash, right? That track that we created just for CitizenCon, it was absolutely incredible. It was absolutely phenomenal. Again, like that was I think that was like 83 racers. And that was so cool to watch, man. That was so cool to watch.
It was super cool to watch, especially the first maybe like 30 seconds of the race, where we had a couple of people spinning out. We had a couple of people who were able to sort of jump over wreckage using a little bit of the ice. Trying to think of the word, ice debris. It was awesome. And then there was that one. It's stuck in my mind. There's that one section in the new Babbage Bash where you sort of go up this little hill in the city and then you fall over it. And we started calling it the waterfall because watching 70 cyclones just fall over the side of that was insane. So I can't imagine what this race would look like, all potentially under the one server. Not even necessarily that, but like more than 100 in one server in this first section it'd be wild. So it looks like I am alone with all of you guys again. Hopefully the race starts very, very soon. I'm excited to see what these guys get up to today, especially with this many cyclones. And I want to put the question out to you guys in chat while we await for my good friend Crucian to come back, which is, what is the best cyclone paint? And why is it the Invictus paint? I think it's the Invictus. Is that Invictus paint? I feel like there's an Invictus paint. Fairly certain there is. I think I used it as much as I could. So reminder, we have cyclones. We have dragonfly. Oh no. Oh dear. We have 30Ks on the screen, unfortunately. Hopefully we can get them back in ASAP. This is the world of Star Citizen sometimes, guys. We know how it can be. Luckily, we've still got some servers up. We've got some servers ready to go. So, like I said, once their countdown has finished, we'll see them kick off. I am very interested as well to hear about the people that chose the STV over the Cyclone, as it's a bit hard to see many benefits to the vehicle. So maybe any of you those in chat who think maybe it might be a little bit better, let us know. Why would you personally choose the STV over the Cyclone? It is a lot smaller, which can be relevant for the start of the race, and it can also be relevant for some of the obstacles. It means you're able to go through a lot sort of narrower paths, especially once you get into the caverns. But for the most part, it's just it feels a bit more rough. It feels a bit more rough. So there we go. A fantastic view from Skyborn TV there of the start line. Those wonderful looking yellow cyclones. So it looks like the countdown is currently on hold due to that server drop. So we'll get them back ASAP so we can get going once again. And we can start getting this race underway. So we've got a couple of sections that these guys need to go. We've got a little over 90 kilometers from the start line to the first checkpoint. And then it is a long, long run to the Betty. And it's a bit difficult. There's no boxes there or anything. They're going to have to essentially go off of bearings from their teammates, who are flying overhead, as well as signatures, actually scanning for it. You'll hear lots of stories from a lot of the teams that end up, finishing in the top 3 positions, that a good teammate, especially in that section of the race, can really make the difference. So make sure you're looking out for those when we do get into those sections, because there's also, the relevant parts of how fast and safely can you land if you need to swap bikes or cyclones or whatever it might be, you can shave yourself quite a few seconds off that for sure. Looks like Crucian is almost ready to come back. Almost there.
I've been here the whole time.
Crucian crashed it. Everyone crashed. There he is.
No. I've been here the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Crucian was just shy.
Yeah. I look, man. It's okay. We're back here. It's all that matters. I believe there's a countdown that's has already started, if I'm not mistaken.
So there was one countdown which has been put on hold. They're just double checking now if they're going to be launching with a little bit less servers to start off with. So we'll get confirmation of that as soon as we can.
All right, well, here we go. Well, while we get this started, I believe they paused. Yep, they did pause it, but we're about to get the countdown here soon, so no worries at all. All right, best of luck to everybody competing in today's Daymar Rally. I wish you all the best in the filthiest race in the verse, and best of luck on this start line. So very excited, very, very excited.
So Christian, I need a little bit of advice.
Yeah, what's up?
How are you so good at just talking? Just talking
about
things?
What do you mean?
I feel like I run out of things to talk about so quickly.
Well, I mean, I just like to talk, man. Like, honestly, when I don't even know how to explain it. It's just that just the passion that that this community gives me, the energy. I just feel like it's been it just keeps it going no matter what. I love talking about everything about the Daymar Rally. I love talking about our teams and the different countries that everybody's from. Like, I mean, I could do this all day long, man. It's I don't know. I love it, man. And by the way, if there's if there's a lot of CIG out there watching today, I just want to say, hey, wherever CitizenCon is next this year, I would love to be a part of it once again. Love to bring maybe a couple more events to the fold for the community out there that that wants to continue watching PvP, that wants to continue watching maybe some ship racing in this year's CitizenCon. So definitely would love to get it going. So, hey, look, it's Salty Mike. Is he in here? Hey, what's up, buddy?
He is. He's insulting me. So, guys, there'll be no answer the call anymore ever again. I'm afraid. It is on permanent hiatus as of 20 seconds ago.
Permanent hiatus. All right, well, race is about to start here. Kroncy, we're about to get this underway here soon. I'm going to give it a countdown here for everybody at home because this is going to be a fun one, man. I'm very excited to see who's going to be on the top of that leaderboard, who's going to come out on top, and hopefully take, a win in this year's Daymar Rally. So, all right, let me close chat now. I was just closing chat because, let me close chat. Nope.
What? You there? Well, I do not hear Crucian. Is it possible we have freezing again? Yeah, he closed the wrong chat, very possibly. Well, I'm still here. I'm still here. It sounds like we are pausing the countdown again, so hopefully we're able to fix that once again pretty soon. Yeah. Now I just got all of that advice from crew, and now I still don't know what to say. I'm not 100% sure. What I do want to say is this race is pretty wild. It is pretty wild. You may think that Daymar is straight up just a desert planet, or desert moon rather. It's really not. The rocks will blow you up. The caverns will blow you up. Practically everything will blow you up if you're in a bad spot here. So you have to be very careful. In addition, though, there's one really important thing that you need to take care of, or really watch for, with the Gravlev bikes, which is if you are careful and if you are tactical about it, you can get into situations where you're able to fly a good solid 5 to 10 kilometers completely in the air and land flat, going the full 200 meters a second, right? It can be absolutely wild. Those locations that you can do those are very few and far between. But if you're able to identify a certain pathway to do it, you'll absolutely crush it.
I think I froze earlier. Am I back?
Yes, you are back. Hello.
Oh, okay. I was literally talking to myself for like 2 minutes, and then I was asking you, why did you ask me about how I could talk so much? Literally talking to myself for another 4 minutes after that. I'm like, oh, anyways, it's normal. It's normal. I like talking to myself, so it's no big deal. But yeah, it kind of froze a little bit here, but yeah, we should be starting here soon. We're starting a few servers, and then the other servers will continue to start as soon as they can. But yeah, these we should have a countdown here going soon. But yeah, man, look, it doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter, right? And also, Crowncy, I'll be honest with you. When I was a full-time content creator, when I first started, I started off playing World of Warcraft and Hearthstone. World of Warcraft was my game for like 13 years, all right? I was, top in Cervical Dan. I rated for a long time. So I could literally, I talked to like one viewer for like maybe a year and a half, and I could keep talking, and I grew my community that way. So I don't know, maybe I just talk too much. My wife tells me that, so all good.
Oh no, for sure. I definitely agree that it's a good skill to have. For that, it's just commentating is just such a weird thing in general, and the only person I can sort of talk back and forth with is you, right? There's a little bit of a disconnect otherwise, so it's just a little bit harder, but it's very interesting in general. But who cares about what me and crew have issues with? It's the Daymar Rally. I'm really excited to get this going. I'm really hoping we're able to get this countdown through.
Oh, the countdown, I believe, is starting, so we're just waiting for the countdown to count down a little bit more, and then I can count down from 10 because
they started counting up. That was the issue.
It's a countdown from countdown, so it's all good, man. We make things happen. I by the way, that X1 skin too over there looks incredible. Is that the override skin you were talking about?
No, I was talking about the Slipstream, which came out.
Slipstream, okay,
it was early last year, which I think it was like the blue and white, and it came out on the Cyclone RC, the Dragonfly, I think, and the Nox, I think. I don't 100% remember, but it was a beautiful looking skin.
Gotcha. No, I think, look, man, if you're racing, definitely go grab a skin. I think some skins are not behind the subscriber wall, but definitely whenever they have some skins, man. I honestly I think I buy more skins now than I do buy ships, which is funny enough, but because all I've been doing is waiting for that FA Lightning. So, but I think the skins that especially the best in class ships skins, those were absolutely incredible. And I know a lot of people were, that's why I said don't talk about the A90 jump, because people were salty. That would have looked great on the 890 jump. But I think the 890 jump is so special. It should have its own skin. Maybe next IE.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. It should have its own, to be honest. It should have its own unique skin as the most luxurious ship. You know, in the verse, it should have its own dedicated skin and not share any other skin with best in class.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be kind of cool. But I mean, it's just it's a weird ship, and it needs the gold treatment. If any vehicle needs the gold treatment, it's that. Definitely got to be giving a shout out to our entire team here. It looks like Crucian is gone once again. It's just me and you, ladies and gentlemen, watching this fantastic looking cyclone. Now, there are a couple of differences between the different cyclones. For example, you know, some of them obviously have little weapons platforms normally. You know, the TR, the AA, the MT, very different to the Cyclone RC. The RC used to have a boost platform. You used to be able to actually boost with it. And I believe originally it was you would go from 55 meters a second up to 85 meters a second. Pretty damn wild. So, yeah, that was a whole thing in its own right. Hopefully we get it back again soon, as I would love to see the boost there. And maybe also implement it on some other vehicles. I think the STV would be quite nice with a little bit of a boost feature. Maybe we chuck it on the PTVs. And then we can go down buggy racing and with boosts. Should be quite fun. Yeah, could be quite nice. Hopefully, we also get a couple more ground vehicle races. You know, we've got the buggy arena, the buggy go-kart racing. I can't quite remember what it's called. Maybe we can have something like that for the Cyclones. CRG? Maybe, perhaps. Who knows? Getting another update on the countdown quite soon, guys. We all getting excited. Who are we all rooting for? Who do we all want to see cross the finish line first, second, and third today? Hit the podium. Grab those prizes. And which prize do you want the most? I think I would want the Ranger. People have definitely got me very, very excited for the Ranger. It's a vehicle that I wasn't super keen on previously, but, you know, it's a bike. It's an actual, like, thick dirt bike. There's nothing really bad about that, in my opinion. So it looks like we'll probably be starting towards afternoon here on Daymar, which means the bikes may end up, very possibly, with 2 night cycles as they travel around Daymar. We'll sort of see as we get there. They may be crossing the finish line at night, but that should provide for some pretty nice visuals. You get this really good view of all of them with their front lights on as they're traveling through. Lovely view of one of the Hercules back there as well. So a reminder, if you are in a team here at the Daymar Rally, you do have the opportunity to bring a support crew. That support crew will have additional ships. Additional ground vehicles for you to use if you need to swap them out, as well as they'll be able to make sure that you're going the correct heading as you travel across the way. There's going to be some relevant things there as well, right? Like, you will end up in situations where if you have practiced and you've planned out your entire course, which some of these teams for sure have done, you want to make sure you're on the right way and you're going, you know, over 500 kilometers over the course of the race. So those players are going to be saying, hey, look, you went too far left on that last mountain. You're going to end up off your path. We're going to have to improvise here, whatever it might be. The support team make the entire team. So it looks like the stars will be appearing in 32 minutes. We're going to see Stanton fall down pretty soon. So first checkpoint looks like very likely to be at night for pretty much all the teams. I want to go over as well, last year, the winners of the 2953 Daymar Rally, because a couple of them are back here again. So in the bikes division, we had Rice, Mutant Motor Mob, and Legacy Fleet. Some very, very popular teams amongst our viewers here. In the buggies, we had Kuroda Racing, Initial D, Patooch Squad, and Punch Buggy, my personal favorite team. Go Herbie. Big ups, Herbie. We'll see what they can do today. And in the trucks division, we had XGR, the Daymar Dust Devils, and Sire Alpha. So lots of competition last year, even more this year with those returning champions as well. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Hopefully, we're able to see them on camera today as we get through when we begin the countdown. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day at home. Hope everyone's been enjoying themselves, some Star Citizen over the course of the holidays, over the course of the new year. Lots of things to hopefully be hyped about coming up this year, and very excited to see what we get to hear about in the roadmap roundup next, I believe next month, so probably 2 weeks away before we hear about that. Maybe we get a little bit of an idea of what we're going to see in 323. So for you guys at home, what do you think we're going to see in 323? What do we think we're going to get to experience? I'm personally really hoping for 323 that we get to see a little bit of those distribution centers, as they're now called. They just look like a ton of fun. Like pretty much, I'm imagining, you know, any of the FPS missions that are currently in game, but in that location, just feels like they would be a lot more fun. Of course, racing on water. For those who didn't know, at DreamHack earlier, end of last year, start of this year, time flies by. But at the most recent DreamHack, which I believe was end of last year, we got to see a little bit of a preview of a new racetrack coming to Arena Commander, and that is specifically a water-based race with Gravlevs. And that was super, super cool to see. So I'm hoping we get to see that really soon. I would imagine that that could be one of the things we see in 323. And if it is, you will see me constantly doing it. Another fantastic view there of a 400i. It's a bit interesting. I do wonder if that's a support vehicle. The 400i may not be the best choice there, but it's certainly the best style looking support vehicle, if that is what it is there for. Could be something else.
Oh, hey, Crunchy.
Hello.
How's it going?
How you doing?
Me? Not good.
Fair enough. It's just one of those days, crew. It's just one of those days.
You know, doing what we can. That's all I'm gonna say. Doing what we can. So.
Yeah, it's what happens sometimes. But you know, we've never had this many people try to participate in this event, so it's still nice and high hopes for me at the very least.
That is not an excuse. I would say right now that, you know, it should be good.
Yep.
But anyways, I believe, let's see what happened here. I think that, I'm not sure if some servers started, but I believe some servers did begin the race, and we're going to try to get these other servers underway and ready to go, Crunchy, which is okay because each server runs their timers, and we should be able to still keep up with leaderboard and check on them as we can throughout the race.
Yeah, it should be great.
In the meantime, since we have so many new people jumping into the broadcast, then let's give them a little bit of a look back and let's replay that interview with Corsair as he talks about how the Daymar Rally comes, you know, how it came to life.
My name is Corsair, and I'm the managing director at Esports. The idea that kind of started the Daymar Rally was I was watching a pretty popular event called the Dakar Rally, and Star Citizen was actually releasing a moon that reminded me of that kind of landscape, and also there was some vehicles coming out around that time. You know, Ursa Rover was out, and I could test with it. The Cyclone was on the roadmap, and it was coming, so I knew that there was going to be different styles of vehicles. So I kind of, you know, created a course route. I built a rule book around that. I put a website out, and then kind of posted it on social media and on Reddit. And you know, got a bit of traction. And over the course of 2018, we kind of marketed it a little bit until the very next this rally was on its way. So it was really just an idea based on what was getting released in Star Citizen and what been watching in real world. Watching the Daymar Rally grow over the course of these 6 years, I never imagined that the Daymar Rally would be as large as it is. From looking that information, back in 2018 to seeing where it is now, having it basically become the largest community Star Citizen event in game. I never would have guessed that. It's just grown from strength to strength every year. Spectators have doubled, participation has doubled, and it's extremely humbling to watch it grow into what it has become now. And obviously, we've moved on to work in other tournaments as well, and it's kind of it was the basis of what our esports was before we started doing other tournaments. So it really was springboard for Atmo Esports, and it's amazing to see the Daymar Rally has come today. The Daymar Rally still has quite a lot of evolution to come. So as far as the future of the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of improvements to be made and to be added. When we initially released information about Daymar Rally, it was kind of a futuristic look at what was getting released in Star Citizen, and some of the other things that we'd like to have included in the race as well, which we currently still don't have. For instance, vehicle repair and vehicle repair came in as an example. Basically, we'd probably emulate something similar to the car rally where you have a main racing vehicle, spare vehicles no longer exist, and your team now has to maintain this vehicle for the entire course of the race. So as far as game mechanics to still be included and added to the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of that to happen. So it still has its own kind of evolution happening right now. We added things this year. We add things every year, every time a patch is released. So there's still a lot more to come. And I just think it will continue to do that. I think Star Citizen is always something that will affect the rally, and I think it will be an ever evolving community.
And change.
If you're looking for something to do in Star Citizen and you're fairly new to the game, or even if you haven't really got involved in community events within Star Citizen, I think that Daymar Rally is a perfect example of everything that Star Citizen is trying to do with the gameplay. So it comes to, getting a team together and jumping in with your friends or mates and something together, something that has, a goal in mind and can take up a lot of time. The Daymar Rally is definitely fits a lot of those bills. So, if you want to hang out with your mates for a whole day and do a community event and race against other people and compete against other people for common goal, I think the Daymar Rally is perfect for that. I think it shows exactly what Star Citizen can do and it's kind of built for. I think it's the perfect thing. I would like to say to everybody that is watching at home and to the community that's helped make this all happen, and all of the staff. Obviously, it's what I do every year. I thank everybody, and I will continue to do that every year because it takes a lot of people to make this day happen. There's a lot of stuff in the background. We're looking at 300 odd staff, and then obviously we have everybody who wants to be involved in the Daymar Rally, upwards of 800 participants racing, 212 teams racing. There's a lot of people involved to make today happen, and without it, it wouldn't be what it is. So, massive thank you to everyone who's involved, everyone who's watching online or at home. It is a spectator experience, and I can't be humbled enough, but to see where it has come and who gets involved to help. It's unexpected people come along, and it's just made this event even more special today. I hope everyone enjoys watching the rally today, and we'll see you at the Daymar Rally in 2955.
That is a quick look here. That is a quick look at our managing director, Corsair, on how he started the Daymar Rally and how it came to life and how it came to be. For a lot of you guys that don't know, the Daymar Rally is in the lore of Star Citizen, which is awesome. So again, hope everybody's enjoyed the race. And while we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, it's okay, man. We are, you know, we're hanging in there and continuing to fight until we get all the servers and racers on their way. So
Yeah, and in the meantime, continuing to get some absolutely fantastic views from our camera operators. Here we get to see a couple of our awesome bikes, including a Nox, which I don't think has a skin. I think it just has some really, really cool looking desync damage, which is kind of cool, I'm not going to lie.
no, 100% here, Croncy. And look at, I love looking at. I mean, we haven't really talked about support ships here, Croncy, and obviously, you know, the M2 and the C2 are some of the more popular ships here in the Daymar Rally as well, which is awesome. But we also have, you know, other ships like the Mercury, we have the Valkyrie, we have the C1 Spirit. I haven't really had a chance yet to jump on the C1 or the A1 or any of the Spirit variants, Croncy. How have you had a little bit of experience of flying those, and how do you think they would do as a support ship in the Daymar Rally?
Yeah, I think you would only want to bring them as a support ship for a bike team, almost certainly, just because, you know, well, you're not really going to fit, you know, 8 cyclones or anything in there that much. But I will say the A1 in particular is actually quite a lot of fun. The smaller size bombs in a little bit of a smaller ship are actually, yeah, they're quite a lot of fun. I enjoy it a lot. I do think the Valkyrie is also a bit of a weird choice. It's quite nice to drive in VTOL, I guess, but in my experience, it just guzzles way too much fuel. But that is a thing that's not a massive issue here, because we do have dedicated refuelers here in the event. So if any of those support vehicles do need a little bit of a refuel, we can make that happen.
Yep, good point on that. We have the best energy org in Star Citizen. We have Ultima Energy, who is doing all the refueling. But if they don't want to refuel with a Starfarer currency, they'll be able to also jump to an outpost as well. So, but yeah, everything is looking really, really awesome. And again, we are just getting a couple fixes in to get these race started for all the citizens participating in the 2954 Daymar Rally presented by EQNX. Looking good. Honestly, while we wait, it shouldn't be too much longer. Our officials are working on it right now. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it here, Croncy. It's I mean, honestly, man, I know that a lot of you know, there's a lot of citizens out there that are probably like, hey, you know, this is an experience for all of us, right? This is we always have some type of small issues every year, but hey, we always are going to prevail through it. And I know that a lot of, you know, the Star Citizen team is watching and probably are also trying to help as well behind the scenes. So, you know, shout out to everybody that is helping put, you know, this the biggest event ever and continuing to help along the way. So, hey, man, it's just a matter of time until we get started and we end up crowning our champions. I will cast as long as I need to in order to crown our champions this year, Croncy. If I got to be here till 5 in the morning casting, you will find me here tomorrow. I don't care. I love these events, and I want to make sure that everybody gets their, gets their praise and their flowers for racing the filthiest race in the verse. So, no problem for me.
Yeah. And it sounds like we've got sort of a confirmation that we are going to be trying a countdown again. So, I mean, we might be back into it in any moment. And one of the things that's honestly got me really excited is when we start the race, we get to start having a look at some of these racer interviews. We got to see Corsair, moments ago, and getting to see just, you know, some of the people in this community that really dedicate themselves to the different races, especially the Daymar Rally, just how they feel about it, you know, and how they feel about Star Citizen.
No, totally agree. So let's see how this countdown begins. But I hope that everybody, hey, Have a great time. Remember, this Daymar Rally is an experience for you to have. Stay vigilant. Look to your left, look to your right, but don't look backwards. Keep racing, and hopefully you can be one of those top 3 divisions that come out on top. So very excited to see all that stuff. But we should be getting things ready to roll here very, very shortly.
Yeah, we're just getting confirmation, and we'll make sure that we find out what's going on with this countdown. One thing that I want you guys to remember when we do start this and we see this first section as people head towards Eagle Flats is there's like 4 different sets of major terrain here. We've got mountains, we've got caverns, we've got very, very littered rock sections, and we've got flats. And the flats are really, really important, really mostly just for the Cyclones and the Rovers. If you have driven a Rover ever, you may notice going at full speed, very hard to turn. So a lot of those sort of early sections where you are going up and down mountains or through the caverns can be a bit of a death send. About halfway through the first section, that's when the flats start beginning, and we're going to see them start to speed off quite a bit as they don't have to, straight up, they just don't have to turn as much. The Cyclones aren't going to have the same issue. They're a little bit more stable. Same with the STV. So they're not going to worry as much, but they, as I've mentioned earlier today, they have a lot more trouble actually going up hills and up mountains. So if they find themselves anywhere that they had not planned on, it's going to cost them a ton of time.
Yep, I totally agree. But, you know, a lot of the time, these practices are why you need to find that line, right? Whether you're going to shoot an eager, the way you always want to practice, Croncy, is, hey, which way do I need to go? Which way can I find the flatter lands? If you're getting air, that's fine. But if you're going through rocks and you're trying to go left and right to trying to dodge rocks, that's not the way that you want to go. You want to find that line that gives you the most flattest land and be able to zoom through. Now, as you get closer to Eagle Flats, you're going to be able, you're going to have to deal with a lot of terrain as you get to Eagle Flats. But once you pass Eagle Flats, after you check in, the way you check in is that you go into the outpost. You got to check in with the official that's there, and then you kind of continue to push forward. Once you pass Eagle Flats, you're going to find that flat land. But what a lot of teams do, Croncy, is they're able to low fly and find what terrain works for them and find what's the best line, and then they talk together with their support pilots. Hey, make sure you're going left. This is the way we're supposed to go. A lot of people map the entire race to find, you know, that flat ground as much as possible. So, you know what I'm saying? So there's so much different things that you can do to practice, and I think we're getting ready here very, very soon, Croncy.
Yeah, it looks like the countdown is going through so far. So any moment now, we should be seeing a couple of races start to head off the pads and finally get some times for you guys and find out who is the best but filthiest racer of 2954.
All right, here we go. We are about 40 seconds to count down. Everybody, let's get some hype in the channel. Whether you're watching from Twitch, YouTube, or on X, you know, thank you guys for joining us. But here we go. We're down to about 25 seconds now. Croncy, here is the moment. If it's time to shine, this is your moment to hit that top 3 in the Daymar Rally. So I'm very excited for this. Here we go.
Yep. Last chance for those of you to give out your biggest shouts for who you think is going to make it today. Who are you going for? Who's going to top 3?
4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Daymar Rally is underway right now. And there's a delay. Nobody's
Christian
moving.
may have jumped the gun just ever so slightly. Here we go. There we go,
Here
ladies
they go.
and gentlemen. We're off.
Here like, go, y'all, go. I mean, if you see somebody move, you know, go. All right, here we go. Oh, look at the buggies at the bottom. Got some explosions already here. That bottom left screen in the multi-view. Croncy, you're calling it out way too much, but hey, people are way too close. They need to be able to take pace, but hey, if they have other teammates, they should be able to grab a spare and just continue their race moving forward.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case for any of those races that did have a bit of an unfortunate start there. It really goes just to show that the first 20 seconds of the race are not important because of where you want to end up at the end. It's not important because of, you want to be in the front. It's important because you want to make sure you survive. That's really, when you've got this many people, this much chaos, it is inevitable that explosions are going to happen right at the start. So that's pretty much exactly what we saw there. Now we're getting to see these awesome dragonflies heading off now. Sanji Sama, someone who we get to see all the time in lots of different races, giving us a fantastic point of view here of the dragonfly.
Hey, very, very good call there. And right now, our camera team, what they're planning on doing is once we start seeing some of these teams go in the lead, we're going to get some officials let us know who exactly we're watching. But for right now, since all the teams are very just spread out, they're going to be, wait until we find that person that, hey, we're going to hit eager flats first, etc. Now, Sanji Sama, I'm going to call him out right now. This is his racer POV. They just started off in the bike division. He needs to be careful, right? He's racing this dragonfly very, very well, but any little bumps or bruise can put this dragonfly on its butt, explode, and he's out of the race. He is going for the triple threat here. And remember, even though we only got some servers to start, he has to worry about other bike servers that are racing alongside him. So he needs to be able to get as the fastest speed time possible, but he is a veteran racer, Crunchy, and I think he can do a great job at coming up on top with that with that W that he really wants.
Yes, what some absolutely fantastic lines there, though, from Sanji Sama. Pretty much on that entire flat. I think they came out and turned right just before the start of a bunch of these little hilly and hilly sections. A couple of other races doing the same thing. These are the jumps that can be a little bit scary, though, as that Nox goes down. Is able to land on the good side, though. If they were going a little bit faster, that may have actually caused their doom. You want to make sure you are, landing on down slopes. Not like this. Oh dear, that is a huge jump and a little bit of a collision with the ground. They are alive for now, but I imagine they sustained some damage there.
Yeah, right now you have to be careful, right? The way Gravlev works is that if you go too quickly, too high, or land too fast, you're gonna end up, smacking the ground, which you don't want. It does gonna create some of that damage. Remember, your support vehicle can scan your gravel vehicle, your ground vehicle, and then you will be able to see, hey, your durability is at 40%. We don't want you to explode. Let's bring down that support ship. Let's swap it out, and you continue your race moving forward. But a lot of racers, Croncy, will end up doing this with one vehicle, believe it or not. But let's see what happens here in the filthiest race in verse, the Daymar Rally.
Yeah, they're certainly at the very least going to try with one vehicle, that's for sure. We'll get a sort of idea once we get to the first checkpoint, which is going to take, once again, maybe 30 to 45 minutes for the first section. We'll get a bit better of an understanding of, just how well these bikes have held up. And this is, never mind, that was just a bit of desync. I thought they were about to show something that I was explaining, but perhaps not. Regardless, finding some weird lines in these caverns.
Yep, that is 100% true. But guys, we're already 4 minutes into the Daymar Rally right now, and while you're looking at the leaderboard, of course, while you're looking at the leaderboard right now, that's okay. It's not a problem. It will update, and I think maybe we'll see actual placements maybe in the first, I would say, 20 minutes of the race. So people spread out way too much, so it's very hard to kind of tell those distances, Croncy. But we should see some good updates come within the first 20 minutes. Already getting some action here.
We got some rovers.
Oh, man. We're getting
we have action. We got Neojet, local Aussie, playing for a different team, though, not an Aussie team. But
what
yeah,
are you talking about? That's Neojet from Skyer Imperium, already looking at other racers in the Daymar Rally, and they are going all out. They're trying to bring him down. And these guys are really... I don't know if they want to finish. They just want to take people down.
I mean, that's a win condition in its own right, Christian, surely. But yeah, maybe not the best positioning for that rover there. One thing that we didn't mention, actually, there's been a bit of a change in the last year or so to how vehicles flip themselves over now. So it used to be in the past that the vehicles would flip themselves over in the middle of the air. They would sort of right themselves. So when you do a big jump, you're pretty much guaranteed to land on your four wheels. It was a little bit awkward. Essentially what would happen, sometimes you would just spin out in the air. You would land in a position that like was a little bit worse for you when you were trying to get to some sort of location. So that's all changed now. But what has happened is with vehicles like the Rover, if they do end up, on their back, they will essentially just completely flip. They will just do a full 180 and flip back onto their wheels. So you're still not getting stuck, but it's sort of more punishing if you mess up your jumps, which I think is a good change.
Yeah, so anyways, it's awesome. Right now, I just want to call out that Init Audio is now enabled in the chat. So if anybody has any feedback, remember, we have that Init Audio staff for any questions, but all the game sound that you're currently hearing from the game, it's all through Init Audio. Again, you can check out the panel down below, try it out for free. Now, Francie, something I want to talk about that we haven't talked about yet is going to be the tractor beams, right? Like, tractor beams are being able to be used. Now, tractor beams, you can't use it on other people's vehicles. You can only use it, right, to flip your vehicle, or if you want to swap your vehicle out, that's when you're able to use tractor beams only on your own vehicles as a team. But I love seeing that tractor beams are now in place here, within this Daymar Rally, which is super cool. But, man, I see Officer Ronda keeping up with his bike, and they are tearing it up here. So great views here from our team. Shout outs to our Officer Rondog and the rest of our camera crew for being our eyes in the sky. Man, that looks incredible.
It does. And look at all those support ships in the distance, right? I imagine that whoever we're watching here, this MSR in front of them is their support ship. I love it. It's a bit of teamwork that we don't get to experience in really any other race series in this game. So, I like seeing them do their thing and steadily traveling along their way.
Yep, right now, I mean, again, we should be around 6 minutes into the race, guys. And, Croncy, like we talked about, bikes are going to finish first around that 3-hour mark, and then we're going to have buggies and trucks finish around that 6 to 7 hour mark, which is going to be cool. Once we get the first top three of each server pass through that finish line, a 1 hour countdown will begin, and then wherever each team records their last location is where they're going to end up stopping, or if they're able to finish, then that's what you kind of want to do. So, you have to keep up. You have to have a pretty decent speed, and kind of, not bump into too many rocks, not bump into too many things. But overall, whoever's racing right now in Officer Ronlock's screen, they're doing a great job at keeping in that flat ground, like I keep saying, Croncy.
They are, for sure. They're also keeping it very slow. You can tell that there's pretty much no instance here, except for maybe just then, that they have been bringing their Dragonfly a little bit lower to the ground. And of course, you're not. There's too many obstacles here to mess around with. You really don't want to be doing that. Now, they will, of course, you do bounce when you're on the Dragonfly. It is pretty much inevitable with the terrain that's here with all these hills and whatnot. And so you will see them speed up quite a bit when they do get, a nice bit of air, or they do find that flat ground. But it is a lot harder to slow down when you're in those jumps than it is to speed up. So you've got to take those opportunities very carefully, because, going from like 60 to 200 is obviously a massive deal, but if you're exploding at the end of it, maybe not so much.
Yep, and we'll get. I'm not sure. This could be Sanji. It could be Team Delta Dietus. A lot of these teams are really pulling the gun and win today. So we'll get a quick report on who we're watching right now, and then we'll go through that team. But so far, Croncy, everything has been going very, very well. For these bike servers, and they're on their way. So I'm excited to see who's going to be that first team that reaches Eager Flats. Because I know that's going to tell a lot. And now we have the Reclaimers, where, remember, they have to look for that Reclaimer and depend on their support ship in order to go under it, to be able to be checked in as part of that checkpoint system, and then get on their way all the way to Eager Flash to finish first. So looking forward to it, and it's already nighttime, which is unfortunate. I think it was a lot of time waiting during the day, but I think that they just need to slow down and be a little bit more careful, because there are rocks that they might bump into if they're not going to be able to see. So
yeah, and as I said earlier today, like the nighttime is going to happen, it's likely going to happen another time for at least one more time for the bike division before they're able to get to the end of the race. At the very least, they may end up finishing, you know, at dusk, essentially. So it's something that if you do these races, you have to practice for. You have to practice night racing. You can't just do the first section of the run over and over and over in the day because, well, you're going to be severely disadvantaged.
Well, Kranzi, a little bit of an update here, which is pretty cool. So we have Sig Nugent, who we're currently watching right now. I believe that is going to be the driver for Garden Racing, which is cool because that is Garden Racing 2, and that's Space Tomatoes org. So they're currently right now the leader of the pack, from what I'm being told, and then Sig Nugent he's the driver currently. So pretty cool to see that Garden Racing is up there on that position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're still so early days, but nice to see, you know, which teams are starting to come out top in these first 10 minutes.
Yeah, awesome to see. Right now, we should be getting a little bit of updates here on some of the divisions. Obviously, some of the Buggy servers did go underway, so that's definitely not a problem. So we got Exodia Racing, Arson's Bacon of Light. So a lot of different teams. Teams are swapping out. Some truck teams that already started the race as well. So Capcom Ursa, which, you know, they definitely, Team Capcom definitely looking to stamp a win this year. They've been racing almost every year. Team from Catalonia, and I think they really want it. So let's see how they, hopefully we'll keep track of them, Francie, and see how Team Capcom does this year.
Yeah, it'll be great to see. So we can already kind of see, you know, be like, yes, we're only about 10 minutes in, but all of the buggies very right next to each other, right? They're not going to be able to get much of a lead over the course of maybe the 6-ish hours that they are racing today. We will see that expand, especially because, you know, I've been getting told by people like Herbie that there's a lot of different positions, a lot of different routes that you can take with the buggy that are going to be advantageous to you. So, you know, it's about choosing those routes and hoping that the person behind you chooses a significantly worse one.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, Kranzi, I'm getting this whole, like, if people are watching at home, seriously, like, I'm not sure if you could tell, Kranzi, but, like, the sounds of the bikes, I feel like I'm in it. It's oh, shit, I just called it out. I just called out the brand. It feels like I'm in it. That's why it's in audio. Oh, my God. How did I just figure that out? That's crazy. I feel like I'm in it. Oh, my God, bro. I just hit an epiphany. I'm leaving. It's all good, chat. You're good, man. Y'all are good. Yo, we made this happen. I'm literally in it. That is wild, bro. That came out like the most natural thing I've ever happened to me. It just came out naturally, which is wild. Anyways, I'm done.
Christian. You know, and I agree. You know, watching this race, it really makes me feel like I'm a citizen of the stars. Wait! Oh, wait! No way!
Oh my goodness, man.
Amazing.
Oh,
I think we've already lost the plot, Christian.
I know, chat. We're all in it, baby. I mean, even some people didn't understand until now. Hey, look, I'm good with it, man. Like, we're all in it together, but honestly, like, with my headphones, it really sounds like I'm in there right now. It feels like I like every time the grab lev like jumps or move, every time you hear like the spaceship push that throttle or boost or hit shift, you can hear that. It's pretty cool. But hey, man, that was awesome. I can't believe I just
realized
coming up
that, there
bro.
for you guys on the left hand side for that leaderboard. So we got Amarok's Fang have now been recorded, so it's very likely that they are in the lead at the moment, very possibly at the very least. Once again, we'll get a better idea of exactly where everyone's positioned once we start reaching the first checkpoint.
I can't believe that just happened, bro. That was a moment. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That was a moment. That's wild. Hey, look, man. Sorry for my. Look, guys. I just been wanting this race to start. We're you know, we have some servers on the way. We'll get the rest servers going. Like, to get the race started is like by far the biggest achievement that we normally end up, you know, going. And I can't thank enough to
our entire team and Atmo Esports, man. Like I said, guys, oh, we got some action here. We got some Cyclone TR action in the shipwreck camera. We are getting some people trying to get gunned down, and that's why this is the filthiest race in the verse. You can shoot. If you see someone, you shoot him. And
yeah, very much so. And it looks like they're going hard, but they're also significantly further behind. And that collision there with that rock is not going to help them. So I feel like their prey, unfortunately, in this instance, is going to escape. But very possibly, based on how quickly they just turned to the right there, they may have found another one.
that is actually funny. It's like, yo, we're getting some awesome action. He's shooting, and all of a sudden, just bumps into a rock. Like, believe it or not, so like, I mean, if people think that they're gonna win by just trying to shoot everybody, man, it's not gonna work out so well. So, but you know, it's I love seeing Garden Racing being up there. Oh, they're getting some good shots on that second RC right now. If they had boost, they wouldn't even be there. I wonder if the turret is affected by distance. I am not sure if it is, but they're gonna try to get a view here as much as they can and get some shots in. If I was that Cyclone, I would try to get out the way as soon as possible, Croncy.
Yeah. Not to mention, imagine what's going on in that team right now, where they've very likely got someone in their support craft saying like, hey, they're heading off to the right, they're going to end up in a ditch, don't worry about them, go for the target on the left. You know, he's sort of controlling them from above. I very much imagine is what's happening.
Oh, man. Well, I'm loving this race so far. Honestly, Croncy, this is the most action that we have been able to capture within, you know, within really the Daymar Rally. A lot of people are really trying to come in here and trying to take advantage of, you know, shooting people down. But I like that it's not as easy, right? You can't just take anybody down in a Cyclone TR super easy. We see Skyer 01 in that first place spot in the truck division so far, and Amarok's Fang in the bike division, which Amarok's Fang is also another great team that really does have some veteran experience in the Daymar Rally, Croncy.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I'm just going to have a quick look. Let's see who is in Amarok's Fang today, because they do have a bit of an evolving group for the most part. So we are seeing Dark Hour, who we got to see a bunch, I believe, during the System 7 last year. They are the primary driver. The co-driver for Amarok's Fang is Lawn Dart, and then we've got H3D and Big Flex as our support pilots.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit about Skyer 01, right? They're in the truck division. This team is made of Salem Frost, Neojet, Aubin, and Ari Neo. And what I love about this, Ari Neo, he's been a great, incredible Star Citizen creator in the Spanish community. But also, what I love about this, Croncy, is that we have a special interview with Ari Neo telling us a little bit about him and his entire team at Skyer 01 that's racing today. So let's take a quick look at the interview with Ari Neo right now.
Hi, my name is Ari Neo. I race for Skyer Imperium or Skyer 01 or Skyer Alpha. It depends what Atmo wants to register it as. And I usually compete with my colleagues Salem Frost, well known I think in the racing community, along with Neojet as well, and also as part of the support team with Ethan Aubin. And we've been running at the Daymar Rally since the very beginning, since the first competition. So my favorite division is the Buggy division. That's the one that we've been racing, you know, on since the beginning, really. But this year we're going to be racing on the truck division. My favorite vehicle is definitely the Cyclone RC, although of course the boost is not working at the moment. But yeah, definitely that one. I remember from the beginning, the first competition when Raider Alexis, he had to. No, I'm just going to repeat that, okay? I remember during the first competition of the Daymar Rally, we had our Raider Alexis. He was basically on foot, running for miles and miles and miles until he actually managed to get into the finish line. So that was really exciting. That became a meme, a well-known meme in the Star Citizen community. We even had some sneakers designed by A Little Bit of Madness and emojis and everything all around. So that was quite a nice whole Star Citizen community experience, basically. Of course, come and enjoy these events. I mean, if you've never joined an event like this, you're definitely missing one of the best experiences you will find from the competitive gameplay perspective in Star Citizen, and I dare to say even from the whole video game industry in general, to be honest. Thanks to Atmo and their team as well. Well, see you around on the track. Hopefully, we'll make it to the finish line, and maybe we'll win as well. Thank you.
Well, awesome interview there by Ari Neo to talk a little bit about Skyrim Imperium over the years and being a veteran team since the beginning, Croncy.
Yeah. They've been all over the place, and another team that I myself have had to compete against, and one of the teams that it's a little bit scary to compete against. So yeah, very, very awesome, and Ari Neo, an absolutely fantastic person. Interacted a lot with on Twitter, and yeah, would love to meet in person. So hopefully, maybe Ari, possibly Manchester. Who knows?
Yep, let's see, man. I mean, I think he lives in the UK if I'm not mistaken, but I don't really remember. But a great just a great person in the community. But look at this view here, looking at Crusader in the background. This is what I was talking about, right? These breathtaking views that you're gonna see every single time. These shots are incredible. Camera team, you are absolutely amazing. Let's take a quick look one more time at that leaderboard to see where we're currently at. We're probably going to update you guys probably every 5 to 10 minutes as things change. But as you guys can see, on the bike division, you see Amarok's Fang, Aluminum Falcons, and Garden Racing 2, keeping that strong leader for right now, obviously. And then Delta Dietis, PDQ. Oh, PDQ is a restaurant, a chicken restaurant in the U.S. Croncy, by the way.
Don't make me hungry.
I know. I mean, they make some great chicken sandwich. But Croncy, you want to take over and tell us who's currently on top here in the buggy and truck division?
Yeah, so we've got MOG Nation, no O2 for you. I think that's going to be a nice runner-up for one of my favorite team names of this event. Exodia Racing Team, I'm going to be butchering that. Patrui Suisse? Please do. I'm terrible. Exodia Racing Team, Turbo again have popped up there, so lots of talent there in the buggy division, currently in the top 6 places. And for the trucks, Catcom Ursa. Catcom are representing hard today, so it's good to see that at the moment they're doing pretty well. Then we've got Poly, SOL Racing, AAWA Era 404, something, Star Citizen Cesco and Chicago Sir is here. So a lot of teams I'm going to have to look up here, and I'm going to have to try to learn a bit more about, because who knows, we may see them podium today.
Yep. Hey, take a look. But remember that there's so many different servers that things will be up and down. I think we'll see more of a gap, as you see in the progress bar in the bottom left. You're going to start seeing those gaps open up a little bit more, but we should start seeing the bikes roll up here very, very soon to Eager Flats. The way you're going to tell how close the bikes are getting to Eager Flats, you're going to see the terrain getting a little bit more rougher. You're going to start seeing a little bit of bigger rocks that you're seeing right now. That's how you know that they're getting a little bit closer to Eager Flats to be able to check in and then continue moving forward to finding that Betty and on their way to finishing to the finish line at Coudray Or. So, Croncy, a lot of great teams that are currently trying to stay on top as much as possible, but we won't see much until every single server finishes and we tally up those times.
Yeah, very much so. A little development there with Delta Dietis Racing. Yeah, we just interviewed just before the race began the team from Delta, and it's good to see them putting in the reps here as well. Currently in the top 6 so far, from what we can tell.
Yep, and right now we're looking at the truck division, which is awesome. I think Van Doon should be looking at either one of these top 3 teams. This could be Capcom Ursa. We'll get a confirmation of who we're currently looking at by our officials team. But right now, man, I'm loving to seeing the RSI Lynx out there, Croncy. The RSI Lynx, it's a beautiful rover. Once again, I really hope that we can get those final balances of the ground vehicles, hopefully by maybe by next patch, maybe by the next quarter. Who knows? But whenever they do it. But I think that I just really enjoy seeing the RSI Lynx out there, and hopefully we'll see some X1s taken here once we get to Eager Flats. Here we go, Croncy, our first checkpoint landing here at Eager Flats. I think this is Garden Racing 2, if I'm not mistaken. So the way they need to check in, Croncy, they need to get off their vehicle and get inside it, inside of the outpost. open both doors and check in with the personnel. Once they see that, once they see the checkpoint, they'll be able to come right back out and continue racing. So this is the whole check-in process.
Yeah, very much so. So here we go. We have, at the very least on this server, one bike has reached the first checkpoint. So you can sort of see, they're talking about 25 minutes. We may be seeing maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours. Maybe it's a little bit less than the 3-hour mark we may have seen earlier, but that's going to be on the riskier bikes, these people who are able to finish this a little bit earlier. So I'm excited to see what they can do. It's a long, long road to go. Well, not really road, more like desert floor.
Desert floor. Well, here we go. Garden Racing, man. If we get a team from Space Tomatoes org to win, that's going to be a pretty awesome story. I think, believe it or not, I did a awesome interview with Space Tomato just about the Daymar Rally, about talking a little bit about esports, and I think what I believe in and the viability of esports, coming to Star Citizen, and a lot of people are like very defensive, like, oh, esports, it's not really about to me, like, even though I say esports, I talk about experience, right? Like I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, what type of events are people gonna want to do events in Star Citizen if they have Death of a Spaceman, right? Who knows, right? Are they gonna want to, do entire PvP org battle within the verse if they have Death of a Spaceman? I feel like a lot of people are gonna play it a lot, very, very safely. So I want to give those people that that don't want to have, that don't care about the risk, and play the game to its maximum potential, no matter the risk of Death of a Spaceman. So that's where events like this, the Daymar Rally, come in. So there is a space for people that really want to compete and take the passion of Star Citizen into like dogfighting and ship racing to the next level. That's the only thing, right?
Yeah.
So it can live coincide right next to the game.
Yes.
I think Space Tomato is in the game right now. He's actually taking some content out the Daymar Rally, so I can't wait to see what he comes up with, Croncy.
Yeah, no, me neither. And we actually just got to see, I believe, Team Amarok's Fang. They did the exchange. So essentially what they did is they got their old pilot in the Dragonfly to fly up into and essentially land inside their support vehicle, as the other pilots that they have today, the other driver that they have today, came out of the front of it in a fresh Dragonfly. So, either sustaining some damage, maybe they've got a plan for, taking over certain legs of the run. It's really sort of up to them. But I do remember, at least from the System 7, these guys do come with a plan. So I'd be excited to hear what how they've gone about it.
Totally agree there, and that's Big Flex, who just checked in from Amarok's Fang. That was on Rondog's view at his camera, and like you said, they just checked in 92 kilometers exactly from Shubin to Eager Flats, and now there's a challenge where they need that support ship to not only cover the racer, Croncy, but also look ahead to see where to check in at the Betty. Look at all these canyons, look at all these rocks. They need to be careful, because if not, this could be the end of their race. They need to find that line and that flat ground to be able to push that Dragonfly to the metal and go as fast as they can to the finish line.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very curious to know, where exactly our where our buggies and trucks are situated at the moment. I've got to imagine they're roughly halfway towards the first checkpoint here. But some of these bikes genuinely going a lot faster than I anticipated. So there we go. So yeah, so the do not worry, the Dragonflies are not at Kudra Ore, but it does seem like the buggies and trucks, roughly halfway between our first checkpoints here, and only barely ahead of each other, which is kind of what we were talking about, right? With the speeds that they currently have, they're going to be very close to each other for the entirety of the race.
Yep, it's probably showing like somebody probably already clicked that they're at Kudra Orbit, but they're really not. But it's okay. Again, we got some, Capcom Ursa still holding on strong. Man, I think that the timing this year is going to be super, super close this year, Croncy. I think that a lot of these teams, especially with like the RSI Lynx, because, I mean, as much as I would love Boost could be that factor. Like Herbie using boost compared to somebody new using boost, it's unfair, believe it or not. Like Herbie times the boost so well. When he's getting air, he does a great job. Like he knows exactly what he's doing. So, but yeah, I'm excited to see you know, how people end up in this race, because I feel like this is the most even playing ground that I've seen in any of the past Daymar rallies.
Yeah, very much so. 100%. I even think, you know, the routes themselves, we mentioned earlier, you know, they change pretty much every year just due to Planet Tech or, you know, whatever might be introduced within that time period. This year, I feel like there's a nice allocation of different terrain. You sort of end up in each different section for a reasonable amount of time. So you may spend 10 minutes on flat ground, 10 minutes in hills and mountains, 10 minutes inside caverns and so on. No, canyons rather. And it makes it, I don't know, it makes it that little bit more interesting that you're not just holding W the entire time, you know?
Hey, what do you got against holding W the entire time? Just saying. I'm just kidding.
Next race is just a straight race on with Noxes on an ice field, and there's nothing about it.
Honestly, like there's different things that we definitely want to do, especially when like Pyro comes out. We got System 7. We definitely want to do an endurance race for the System 7, but we're definitely going to wait until you know, probably until, you know, the ground vehicles are currently played. But talking about the System 7, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that the System 7, if is more of a very competitive racing league, and you have to qualify and be top 16 in the fastest times in order to get into the System 7. So all I'm going to say right now, if you're interested in competing in the System 7, signups are currently open. System 7 practices begin in March. So if you go to system7.gg, you should be able to start signing up for that race if you're interested. So a lot of events from Atmo Esports throughout the year. We also have PvP coming up as well. So make sure you guys are staying tuned to our Discord, social media for any information on all these events coming up.
Yep. So here we have a fantastic view from NeoJet of the Ursa Lynx. And I mean, it just feels wrong to not have someone sitting in the back there drinking champagne throughout the entirety of the race. It should be an extra win objective that if you bring a Lynx, someone has to bring champagne and can't spill any.
Yep, well, talking about NeoJet, we also have an incredible interview with NeoJet to talk a little bit more about his team and Skyrim Imperium. We'll play it right now. Here comes NeoJet.
My name is NeoJet. I'm from a Side Racing team with Selenfrost, Arineo, and Ethan. And this is going to be my third rally. My favorite division is trucks because it's where the real endurance racing is. And I have a special love for the Ursa. That one is easy. Last year, when I was arriving to the checkpoint of the Betty, I remember was the lights of the sunrise, and then the reclaimers show up on the horizon in the middle of a flat area. Well, that imagine is on my mind forever. Yeah, it's I'm going to say something that always I tell to everyone. Massive community events and racing in special is where the true magic of this game show up. And then what I can say to everyone is don't miss it. Just go and participate. Just remember that Sire will be there.
Hey, love it, man. I tell you, man, I love these interviews. You know, and something I want to point out is that, you know, most of the Skyr team is all from Spain. So, you know, they didn't care. They're like, yo, I want to do the interview. I don't care if I don't, you know, I don't speak the English very well, but man, shout out to the Skyr Imperium team. Always big in supporting them, and you know, good luck to them in today's race. That's all I'm gonna say, Croncy.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, another person who I've had the pleasure of racing with, and an absolutely fantastic person. So, good luck once again, guys. And like I said, get someone in the back there sipping on some champagne. Don't spill any.
Don't spill any. Wow. Anyways, any moments so far that you've been really just happy with so far in the Daymar Rally, Croncy?
The second we had someone pass the first checkpoint, I got so excited. It's It's been a bit of a slog today, but it's sort of that cemented to me. Yes, the race is going and we're doing stuff. So that's the biggest thing for me today. I am really excited to hear, later tonight, because it's like 8 a.m. for me. So like later tonight, hearing from the racers, any moments that they had that were special today, because we only get to see a very small section of a very small section of the race itself.
Totally agree here. And, just, again, I'm going to keep giving a shout out to, the entirety of the Ammo Esports staff. Everybody's doing a great job at, staying, having that patience and staying vigilant as much as they can. And I'm super happy that we were able to get, the race started, and we'll get the rest of the other races going as well. So, every time when the race starts, it's always the biggest thing, Croncy. And like you said, just getting the race on the way is absolutely incredible. And I'm just happy to be here. And I can't thank everybody at home watching. But already 36 minutes in. At this rate, Croncy, right? We're at the big stretch where we have the 418 kilometers to go. That is when, some of these bikes are going to take that hour and a half to get to. But at this rate, Croncy, I think we're going to get to that 2-hour mark before bikes finish.
Yeah, most likely for sure. It sort of, once again, depends on where the fastest racers here take their routes. If they are able to find some certain routes that are either completely flat, or honestly, just at the very least, not cavernous. It's the caverns that really get you when you're in these bikes. Like, I thought we were about to see one there. If they can find those spots, then they can... they can just floor it. So we literally may have an instance where we see them just push through, and maybe they are able to sustain their speeds for longer.
Gotcha. Well, I believe that we are, if it hasn't changed yet, Officer Ronlog is following team Amrock's Fang in that Dragonfly. And I think the Dragonfly right now is the safest bet for people to kind of race with right now, Croncy, because if you hit that bottom part, it does have I think more durability than the Nox, to spin out or anything like that. So so the Dragonfly is doing a great job to keep up with everything.
Yeah, essentially the way that the vehicle has been built, and once again the shape of it really comes into it here, especially versus the Nox, means that it weirdly just has more opportunities for you to mess up than the Nox might. If you crash pretty hard into a rock with the Dragonfly, at the worst sometimes, or a lot of the time, you may just lose an engine, and that won't really take you out of the race. It won't lose you a ton of time. But if you hit that same rock with the Nox, you'll blow up. You just will. It's essentially just a full brunt force into the middle of the vehicle. Which is why, really, the Dragonfly feels like the best choice for the Daymar Rally this year, by a long shot. Now, we did get the X1. The X1 has its own weird little shape quirks to it as well, where it's actually a little bit harder for it to collide with some things, but it still has the instance with the Nox where if it does collide, it's much more likely to explode. It doesn't have these protruding engines in each sort of corner of it. So I'm hoping that we see a decent finish from an X1 today, but I think the Dragonflies are just... the Dragonflies are the choice of the people who have practiced this the most, I think.
Yep, I totally agree. And again, we still got a couple more servers to go up. So remember, even though these teams are finishing today, that doesn't mean that they won the rally. That doesn't mean that they won. That means that they, we have to tally up all the times once again, because I don't want people to get their hopes up. I want people to understand that, and it takes a lot to bring all these times together, Croncy, but it's okay. Everything's looking awesome. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see. So yeah, if you look on the left there, we can see once again Garden Racing 2, Amarok's Fang, and Delta Dietus have been sort of pushing themselves through those first 3 slots. So at the very least, on these servers that have started, these guys are definitely running for it. So it's, if they finish, I feel like it's likely we'll see at least one of these teams on the podium. CCB runners, Exodia Racing Team, and Mutant Motor Mob are currently in our top 3 for the Buggy division. And then Catcom Ursa, Chicago Sir Isir, and AAWA Era 404 for the trucks.
Yeah, look how close the buggies and the trucks are in the progress bar right now, which is pretty crazy, right? You see the buggies are a little bit ahead, but like you mentioned, the reason why is that, right? Not only are they the same speed, but the Lynx actually has some great acceleration that doesn't matter if you mess up or not, you should be able to push forward very hard and catch up no matter what. But love seeing, look at this teamwork right now, and soon these teams are going to be starting to get to the Betty and where they need to check in Croncy again. That support ship needs to be able to go ahead and be like, hey, here's where the Betty's at, that may throw off their line, and that's the whole point, right? They need to be able to reclaim that lead by going under the legs of the Betty on the way to the Quadrille. So very excited so far. Again, big shout out to SCR.GG for providing some incredible tools for us in this year's Daymar Rally with the leaderboard and a progress bar, which I'm loving so far, Croncy.
Yeah. Now, as we have mentioned, we've only got so many servers running right now. You know, we wanted to get it underway, so we're starting some servers a little bit late. Crucian, when or where, rather, will all of our viewers be able to see our final results once everything's been tallied, everything's been fixed? Where are they going to be able to check that out?
So a lot of the places where we put all of the tallies and all of the times is usually first is going to be on discord.gg/Atmo Esports. And then we also will put it up on, you know, the times and the top 3 winners of the Daymar Rally. We will do an awesome graphic. We'll also post that on social media. We've actually partnered up with Reddit this year as well. So believe it or not, we have Ian from the Reddit team who actually is being a camera for the Reddit Discord on his end. So they're watching his own, you know, POV and getting requests from people. Hey, can I go watch this, which is cool. So there's a lot of places, right? Discord, social media, and then our website atmo.gg, where they'll be able to find all of the final times once we get them all tallied up and going. They'll be able to find it up on our website. So yep.
Yeah, awesome, fantastic.
The Star Citizen Reddit Discord, not the actual company, before anybody gets confused. So, but yeah, shout outs to the Reddit team for the Star Citizen Reddit team that is, you know, allowing us to, because we work so closely with the Star Citizen team. They're also, you know, working with us to allow us to kind of put up those official events on the Reddit for people to sign up, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fantastic. So make sure you guys check that out when that pops up, so that you can get the, you know, the finishing results, because there's going to be a little bit ifs and ands. We're going to be speculating at the end of this whether those that have finished are going to be, you know, podiuming or not. We're going to make sure that everything is correct. And this right here, displaying just how slow some of these bikes are being forced to go. I can't imagine that is much more than minimum speed here, but, you know, probably can push it a little bit more. And I think the second that I said that, they did on this flat section. It's really, really hard to avoid. Like I said, these hover bikes do not slow down particularly fast. They really like to continue going whatever speed you've set them at, you know, moments earlier.
Yep, and shout outs to all of the citizens out there that Croncy, I believe there's an entire group or you know, the teams that are currently racing at a little LAN party in Texas. So shout out to you know, that entire group that are currently waiting to race right now. But they, you know, every year, you know, apparently they take over some office and they are bringing their piece rally, which I think it's incredible. So shout outs to everybody who is coming together for this year's Daymar Rally and just, you know, having a good time out there, which is awesome.
That's absolutely fantastic. That's really cool. It kind of makes me, you know, I want to be in a world one day with the Daymar Rally where, you know, yourself and me, crew, are in a live booth with maybe a couple of big teams in the area and doing a live commentary, kind of like, you know, how you see with like world first competitions in certain games, but for the Daymar Rally.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome, Croncy. Yeah. But I mean, just because you're in the Answer the Call podcast doesn't mean you can take over my, you know, my stream booth at a LAN event. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Croncy. I'll love to have you, man. I love to have. I'm just joking. I'm trolling. But no, man, I'm just happy. And by the way, everybody that's watching at home on Twitch, YouTube, X, Once again, I'll say it. Thank you guys so much for joining us and watching. I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast so far. An incredible pre-show. And just something I'll mention, if you've already, you know, I can't really see this because I'm not watching chat right now, but if you're subbed, if you throw cheers or whatever, you know, thank you for your support. Again, guys, if you guys want to check out our merch, that is the biggest way to support us. Exclamation mark merch in the chat. Or if you're on YouTube, there's a link in the description. Our new 2954 Daymar Rally merch has officially launched last night, so make sure you guys check it out. And if you like it, go grab one, man. We would appreciate it a ton. So we'll put your gamer tag on it, right, Crouncey?
Yeah, of course. It's what's more important than that?
Not putting your gamer tag? I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
like,
sorry, I just saw someone just message me the images from that Texas LAN party. That's absolutely fantastic. That's super cool.
Oh, really? After I just talked about it, that's also cool. But so yeah, I mean, in right now, Crouncey, we're looking at the speeds for the X1, and the X1 is not really as fast as the Nox or the Dragonfly because, you know, like the X1 across the board doesn't have any. They're all the same speed, but yeah, we'll probably see some X1s down the line. But I think Rondog is still following the first place of this server, which I believe is Amarok's Fang. Right now, Big Flex just doing a great job at keeping a great pace. And again, he should be done in around 2-hour mark, Crouncey. And we thought that we're gonna finish in 3. So you know, good on him.
Yeah, look, we're getting a lot faster, and maybe we're getting a little bit more comfortable. Sometimes, you know, servers can be the cause of your explosion, and so you get a little bit, you know, you're a little bit safe at the start, and you don't want to make as many risks. Then as you start to make risks, you can see that the server may very much well be on your side, and then you just start flooring it the entire time. It's something that I've experienced plenty of times before, and that may be what we're seeing here.
Well, we see Capcom Ursa here in second place, and Capcom, the team Capcom, doing a great job at you know, staying very resilient, and hopefully they can have a good time to make it to the podium, you know, during that top 3. We have an incredible interview with you know, Capcom. We have Lord Pibe, who kind of tells us a little bit about, you know, his team and his experience racing in the Daymar Rally. But, you know, just to be sure, a lot of these teams, you know, their native language is not English, but I still appreciate them coming on and doing the interview to give that team the highlight that they deserve for racing in the rally for so long. So let's take a quick look at the interview with Lord Pibe.
Hello, my name is Lord Pibe, and I represent Catcom, a team from Catalonia. This is my 4th year participating in the Daymar Rally with Blue Barrufina and Kafran. My favorite division is the bikes, and my favorite vehicle is the Nox because it's very fast and very smooth. The first year we signed up and raced in the Cyclone division. It was spectacular, spending hours in the dunes with the Buggy. The community of Star Citizen are awesome, and these events are very well organized and highly valued by the community. I encourage all organizations to participate. See you on the track.
Go, a quick interview there with Lord Pibe. Sorry, I said Pibe. I keep forgetting. Yo, I'm sorry, brother. And it's funny because, I haven't even really made, Crouncey, I haven't really made this announcement yet, but there is something happening. So I think you know, there is something happening here on February 3rd, Crouncey. Do you know what that is?
Sorry, I was grabbing a water.
Crouncey, you left me. Why? How dare you?
I don't know. I thought the cast would be better off without me.
Oh, it's okay, man. Yeah, I mean, you were right. No, but do you know what's going on February 3rd? There's a special bar citizen somewhere.
Yes, in Canberra.
No,
Australia.
I'm not coming to that one, bro. I'm talking about the one where everybody else is going.
One.
Actually, Corsair's going to be at that bar citizen. By the way, guys, make sure you check out the bar citizen website and go get out your house, bro. Go touch some grass, go touch some weeds, and go meet some other citizens, because I honestly, man, the meet communities are incredible. But other than Canberra, Corsair, I think, is going to be at that one. And I'm going to be at the bar citizen in Barcelona. So very excited to be there and meet the Spanish community. So I'm very, very excited. to be there at the Bar Citizen in Barcelona. So if you are anywhere in Spain and you don't come out to that Bar Citizen in Barcelona, we're gonna have a problem. I want to meet you. I want to say hi. I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have some exclusive Ammo Esports pins that you'll be able to grab. So I would love to see you out there at the Bar Citizen Barcelona. Yes, I am gonna be there in the flesh. You can touch me if you want, but buy me a bear first.
And if you want to come to a cooler Bar Citizen, make sure you come to the Canberra one. I'm looking at going as well, and it's going to be good fun. We haven't had an Australian, or at least we haven't had one up here close to Sydney since like July last year. So it's going to be good fun to meet a couple of guys that I haven't gotten to meet yet. Like I kept saying Neojet, but it wasn't Neojet. Jet Heller. That's why I kept confusing the two of them. I'm finally getting to meet Jet Heller, who has a couple of Daymar Rally trophies himself. And a couple of other people, so make sure you come to that one as well. That's right, go to both. Go to both, somehow. I'm sure there's a plane from Canberra to Spain that's fast enough.
I mean, hopefully not, but I think we're gonna have the CIG dev team at the Barcelona one, so that automatically makes it better. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Croncy.
Wow.
I'm just kidding, but no, I think we are gonna have some of the CIG team at the Barcelona Bar Citizen. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Tyler, some of the community team, some devs. So it's gonna be pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm just super excited. But look at this right now. Let's take Garden Racing to an Amarok's fan, neck on neck right now, Croncy.
Yeah, not much difference between the two, it seems, at the moment. But, you know, they've very likely got completely different routes, so it's hard for us to tell who is actually ahead. You know, you're going to end up in situations where you're forced to go into sections you've got to go slower, so it's going to give the opportunity for the other person to get through. And then not even at the halfway mark yet, right? So, yeah, definitely sounds like it's pretty close.
All right, as you can see the bikes down in the progress bar, and oh, we got a different color. We got it white, so we can see it a little bit better there. We're seeing the Dragonfly almost right there halfway to the Betty. We are about 52 minutes in right now into the rally. So, you know, we're looking at around that 2.5 to 3 hour mark as we continue to see that progress bar happen.
Yeah, ooh, there we go. Bouncing off some rocks. Love that. As I mentioned earlier, you do actually want to, as much as you can, especially on these straight sections, try to get as high up as you can from, like, you know, bouncing off hills and whatnot. Because then you get to essentially just fly 200 meters a second the entire time. And you get to land in a pretty safe location as well. There is a lot to be said about the whole strafing mechanic when you are that far off the ground. It can be a bit hard for you to tell what your maximum speed is going to become. And if you have, you know, strafed up enough as you approach the ground to not collide. But I would hope that some of our racers here have the experience to know where they're positioned in that case.
Yep, I mean, looking great so far. No 0-2 for you currently in that top spot in the Buggy division. Mog Nation, CCB runners again. We still have some servers that do need to go that we will be timing on a separate basis. But so far, an incredible already 54 minutes into the Daymar Rally 29:54. Everybody is holding on tight, doing great. And I can't wait to see, you know, for these servers, which bike teams come out on top. I know that, so the way that it's going to work for everybody that's watching at home is that we're going to keep an eye on the first place. And then once they finish, we're going to go back and get the next racer and be able to keep an eye on the racer after the first one, because we only have one camera per server, because you know, it's it ain't easy capturing a lot of servers. But I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm gonna throw it out there. If you are a passionate member of the Star Citizen community and you want to help out these events, jump on our Discord, discord.gg/AmmoEsports. If you want to see how much effort goes into behind the scenes of making these events happen, you're more than welcome to come join us. We're all volunteers. We're all people that just love the game and have a passion for it. And we do this, you know, we just do it to kind of level up, you know, our communities more. And, you know, we do it for fun. So come out. And whether you want to be a checkpoint, a camera person, whatever it is, we'll make it happen, Croncy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. How many times have I mentioned that? I wanted to volunteer myself, and I got myself here on the commentator's desk. The biggest regret of my life. I did want to mention.
Wow.
So we have some updated results there on the left side. Amarok's Fang and Gun Racing 2. Yeah, they do appear to be quite a bit closer than maybe I was thinking. Only 3 kilometers apart, with 10 kilometers after them. Right. So once again, the time that these distances are updated may be different, but I feel like it is safe to say, at the very least, on the servers that we're looking at, is that these two teams are making a run for each other's money.
Yeah, right now, just to give you a heads up, this is the entire bike division. And we have a leaderboard for each bike division. Again, big shout out to scr.gg, man. Thank you so much for putting this together for us. By the way, Crossy, look, there's a team call after me called the Crew. So shout out to them. Shout out to the Crew. Let me see. No. With the Crew, baby. Let's see. Oh, I found this team right now. Let's see who's part of the Crew, baby, because hey, that's all a great name. So we got a True Madden, who is the driver. We got Dirk's Double, which is the co-driver. We got Madden's 13, which is their Original JR, which is their support co-pilot, and then Notorious, which is going to be their support pilot. So awesome name, the Crew. I wish you best of luck in the filthiest race in the verse.
Yeah, very much good luck to you guys. Another team that I wanted to mention that, right when we were asking what was our favorite team name, Not So Harmful Cycling Enthusiasts are doing quite well up there. So, maybe one of my early teams might be making a run for it.
Hey, man, that's awesome. Delta Dietis is not too far behind from Amarok's Fan and Garden Racing as well, man. I love seeing, how long is Garden Racing? I know that Space Tomatoes team, they've raced in the Daymar Rally before, but man, they're being super competitive today, which I love seeing right now. So if they do put up a win, that's going to be super exciting for that org, 100%.
Yeah, great to see another team like that become very dedicated to the sport and already showing just how well they've been performing.
Where's your team at? Where's your org team at, Crossy? What's going on, man?
I don't know. They're probably in one of the other servers. Look, it's Herbie. He was probably the one causing the 30Ks, all right?
Is what do you call it? Is you and Herbie in the same org?
Yeah, so Herbie started racing after popping up into my stream during the first System 7. And then joined my community, started a team, grabbed some people from my community to join in. So I fully take responsibility for everything that Herbie and co have accomplished. This year, however, they've made a little bit of a change. We have another fantastic Star Citizen streamer, Henkin, as the co-driver of Team Punch Buggy.
Oh, Henkin. Yeah, I was trying to get an interview with Henkin, but he's like, yeah, I feel like I time traveled. We went on vacation and slept for like an entire day. So whatever that man was doing, man, I mean, hey, shout out to you, Henkin. But I hope you enjoyed your vacation, my guy. Give him a shout out here because I wasn't able to get an interview with him recently. But hey, like I said, guys, while everybody's watching here at home, remember you can follow us on our socials at Atmo Esports on X, on Instagram, and Facebook. Would love to see you guys on there and interact with a lot of you guys. We do a lot of giveaways, ship giveaways on there. So make sure you guys are following us on our socials once again. So he's so sorry. It's all right, man. Enjoy your vacation. That's funny. Somebody clipped me that. He's so sorry. That's so funny. Anyways, there we go. I think we're still watching Amarok's Fang. We're still watching Big Flex take it on. So we should have we'll have some other views here coming up soon, but we're gonna stick on this one because he's going pretty fast right now. So and we know the crew didn't we know the crew didn't pass Garden Racing. I'm sorry.
Well, you never know. You never know. You never know. No,
there you go. Back down to the bottom.
I've updated almost immediately. Now, have a look. The bikes, at least the very first bikes, are getting pretty close to that Betty. They're not too far now. I would hazard a guess, probably about 60, 70 kilometers maybe, based on the graphics. So not too long now before we see our first Betty pass. It really is kind of wild that first off, we're about to pass an hour into the first servers racing. But also that the bikes are about halfway. That's pretty crazy. I think 2 hours, 2.5 hours. That looks like that's what we're gonna see today with the bikes.
Yep, and we got some great changes here. Capcom is still staying strong. Turbo up there in the Buggy division. Turbo, a great team. They exactly know this is a veteran team that knows how to race. So shout out to the Turbo team. But let's talk a little bit about security. We do have a special interview with Nargos Vaj, who is the leader of Walkers of Sigma that has put together all the security team. We have over 16 security orgs right now participating in the protection of the Daymar Rally. So it's not just about the racers. You also have security protecting the skies every single moment of the Daymar Rally when it happens. So let's take a quick look at the interview with Nargos Vaj from Walkers of Sigma.
My name is Nargajvog, but most people call me Nargo. I represent the Walkers of Sigma 957, and I've been running security for Atmo Esports for about 4 years. The absolute best part of running security for the Daymar Rally is getting to know everyone who signs up for the security team, everyone from experienced pilots to absolute greenhorns. They get together, they practice and train, and watching them come together to complete the objective is an absolute pleasure. As of today, there are roughly 15 orgs signed up to help protect the Daymar Rally, and we get together every weekend to train and practice against different scenarios to make sure that everyone's ready for the Daymar Rally and anything it might throw at them. My message to the Star Citizen community would be to check out Atmo Esports, because joining them and working with them all these years has genuinely been one of the best experiences in my career in Star Citizen. And if they're looking for an org to join, I'd be happy to have a chat with everyone. You can stop by the Discord at discord.gg/was9. And likewise, if you're looking to join the security team next year, definitely come check us out. We'd be happy to have you.
I promise you, Chad, I did not tell him to say all that, okay? I tell people to say whatever your heart desires, and that's exactly what Nargos Vaj said, okay? I keep messing up his name because it's hard to say, but man, he does a great job at really putting this all together, with the security team. So it's awesome. So a big shout out to not only Nargos Vaj and Walkers of Sigma team, but the entirety of the security orgs that are out there right now protecting the Daymar Rally. And we give them a big shout out on social media. So thank you all so much for joining us and protecting our skies during this race. But yeah. It's absolutely insane, Crumsy. Absolutely insane how much people are protecting the rally.
Yeah, what a very it's such an interesting element to the race as well, just in general, that we have this, and it's super cool to see them in the skies defending these guys, So very cool, and thank you very much to Nargo and the team for everything you guys do.
Yep. Right now we're a little bit over an hour underway onto the Daymar Rally here, and I think we've been going at a pretty good pace, Francie. Yeah. But I want to call out each individual security org. I want to give them everybody that show their love. But we got security org Armco, security org War Machine, security org Semis Intergalactic. We got Blackhawks Defense Force. We got Invictus Intergalactic Federation. Bro, these names are hard, man. Y'all killing me. But, they're really cool org names, though. I like them a lot. But we have Nightingale Industries, PTO Corporation, Talons Outer Haven, Black Shields. We got Cobra Force. Cobra Force is a cool name. I like that. We got Federation of the Rising Dawn. We got Vanguard. We got Das Cartel, which is, I think I saw a lot of the Das Cartel guys at Con 42. So, awesome to see some of those guys out there. We got the Fleet of the Faithful Knights, FFK, awesome people, and then Ragtag Mercs, and then MPEX. So shout out to all these incredible organizations that are really helping us to keep it all safe. So shout out to all you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a ton, guys. There's so many. I wouldn't have thought that there were that many.
I ran out of breath there.
Orgs, you know what I mean? In Star Citizen, but it's awesome. I'm gonna have to hire them next time I do it in my next delivery mission. Maybe I just want to deliver some pizza boxes in peace.
Honestly, they all get paid what we get paid. Nothing. It's passion, baby. You get paid in passion. You get paid in love and appreciation.
I'll pay you all one AUEC.
Oh my gosh, man, I love it. But anyways, here we go. Let's go over these top three real quick of each division. Garden Racing 2 still holding out strong. Amrox Fang and Delta Dietist Racing, man. Honestly, I think these guys are going to set a very, very great tone into, putting these times very high. No O2 for you. CCB Runners and Turbo up in that Buggy top 3 spot. And then the Corporation, Catcom, Ursa, and Star Citizen, Tesco, all doing a great job at staying in that top 3 spot again. There's other servers that are currently running on a different timer. So once we bring it all together, we'll know who our top 3 are for each division, probably towards, the beginning of the week. But great overall by everybody. Love seeing hopefully everybody that's currently racing having a great time until these other servers get up and running. But Croncy, man, I'm loving the race so far. We should be getting the view of the Betty here very, very soon.
Yeah, shouldn't be too much longer now. It's been a while since we've had a distance update, but I very much imagine that we're almost there at this stage. They were pretty close last time, right? So probably about 70, 80 kilometers away when we last looked at the graphic. So, it's essentially a little more than halfway for those guys. They don't have much left to go, and we're an hour and 6 into this. It's still slower than last year, but faster than we were maybe expecting.
Yeah, a lot of the teams were like, "Oh, it's gonna take about 3 hours." And something else, man. Remember that we want to see, Corona Racing Initial D also try to take that spot in the bike division, because that's gonna put Taji-sama, to be the first Daymar Rally competitor to have that, that 3 champions from each division, which is actually pretty cool. But last year, the bikes were done in literally an hour, and it would have been done by now, which is crazy, Croncy. But I actually love that not that they slowed down, but I like that there's a little bit of more. Look, bikes are hard, okay? To control and stay alive, the land that they are, it's hard. But I like that we are not seeing super fast times being completed. I love that there's a little bit more of a line and challenge that they have to face by racing a little bit longer. So.
Yeah, very much so. It makes it a little bit more interesting. I just hope that we can also get a situation where, maybe they become, the vehicles themselves just become a little bit more resilient, just to make it, make it a bit more high octane. Just bring our speeds up a little bit to make it maybe a little less safe, you know what I mean?
Yep, we see Saddle Sores there as well. That's currently racing, by the way. We'll talk about Saddle Sores here in a little bit, but we see HVC, Triple R Racing down at the bottom. I think they're racing, I think those teams are racing trucks or buggies, if I'm not mistaken, because those times are pretty behind, or those distances right now, Croncy.
Yeah, it's been a while since that one's been updated, but that's okay, because the graphics should be pretty close to accurate here, it seems, based on how far they've been going. But importantly to mention is that it looks like our buggy and truck division has started to reach eager flats now. Still not much of a difference between the two, at least on the servers that we're watching now. That could be different elsewhere, but I mean, right up next to each other. I wonder if it might be that way across the entire race.
Yeah, look how close the buggies are. Buggies are slowly starting to take away that buggy in first place. But, man, already we see a big, big lead, and seeing Garden Racing 2, 253 kilometers out there. And Delta Dietist Racing, look at that, man, coming up from behind. And maybe Amarok Fang still needs to report, but Delta Dietist Racing definitely trying to make up a lot of that time. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Saddle Sores. We did have an awesome interview with Milshive from Saddle Sores that we'll be able to show right now to everybody here at home.
I am Milshive. I represent the Saddle Sores, and this will be our 3rd year in the Daymar Rally. And our teammates, we have EQNX, we have Mark Hawk, and Joe Hara. Dude, the bike division is the best division. The speed is crazy. You have those boulders flying at you, and you have split-second decisions to make. And the Dragonfly is the only way to race in the bike division, man. It's the OG Gravlev vehicle, and I'll never let it go. My favorite experience is the camaraderie with the team. We get together with regular practice runs, constantly communicating. We're investigating new ways to do our race, and just getting together is the best of the rally. Oh yeah, dude, get involved. I mean, Star Citizen can be played solo, sure, but that's only 10% of the game. Get involved in a community event. Get involved with people and really figure out what this game has to offer. And as for all of you racers, I'll see you on Daymar.
He's going to see you on Daymar. That's what I'm talking about, man. Saddle Sores there, Millshive. Awesome guy. Hey, man, love his enthusiasm about the bike division and OG Dragonfly lover. I love the Dragonfly too. You know, things like the star can you can't get anymore. A lot of cool things, man. So big shout out to the Dragonfly. But Croncy, man, what are your thoughts on that interview there with Millshive?
Yeah, no, great to see. And, you know, I do love the whole passion of like, look, we want to run the Dragonfly because it's the classic, you know, it's the first Gravlev. It's just, it brings a little bit of passion to the rally. So love it.
Yep, doing a great job so far. But like he said, you know, I'll repeat what he said. Get involved, man. All right. Yes, maybe things are not always gonna go in a game that's an alpha, right? Like you literally put in the sign-up sheet, like the game, things can happen in the game, right? Things can happen that's outside of our control, and people are like, "Oh, it's your fault." I'm like, bro, like, do I look like a game developer? You know, I mean, it's not nobody's fault. We gotta learn to be patient as a community, okay? Because baby, when this, hey, I'm telling you, man, when they put gas on, I feel like one Squadron 42 is kind of like where we figure out a release date one day after it being, you know, feature complete. Like the PU is only going to get gas. So I'm very, very excited that we're going to end up doing so much more here at Croncy. And a lot of this stuff, like in the blink of an eye, it could be next year or the year after that. We're literally in a server, you know, putting, you know, 1,500 people to race, and I'm going to be so happy. I'm going to be smiling ear to ear the entire time. The whole pre-show is me smiling knowing that we have one server ready to go. Is it going to be insane?
Yep. The pre-show will be 5 minutes followed by, oh damn, we got a countdown ready. All right, here we go, guys.
I know, man. I know. It's just that sometimes, like, man, like I see a lot of these developers, man, take a lot of heat. Like, you know, people from, I'm gonna say, you know, a lot of people from like, you know, Spider-Man or people taking a lot of heat for like Cyberpunk not working. I'm like, bro, like it's a game, man. Like, go play something else. And like, it's not that hard. Like, if it's not working, go play something else, man. Like, people work hard every single day to bring these beautiful games and adventures to you and new stories. Like, go play something else, man. But here we go. I think we should be seeing the Betty here soon. So the Mercury is right up there, support ship here with Big Flex, and we'll see our first pass at Checkpoint Echelon, the Betty, where all they have to do is just drive right under it, and they'll be checked off that they checked in during that checkpoint. So very excited for this moment here, Croncy.
Yeah, and just a quick clarification for any of those watching at home. The leaderboard that we had on the left there for the Buggy division, Sleipnir are not 510 kilometers down the way. Don't worry. That's just a little error that we will fix before we figure out where people are going. But you know, a lot of the team further than 90 kilometers. So they have reached the checkpoint. They are well on their way. Now they are on their way to the Betty.
Yep, on their way right now. So, you know, we're seeing a lot of very close proximity runs, but you know, I'm loving it so far. Again, I keep giving shout outs, but I look, man, the past 6 years of doing the Daymar Rally, to have a leaderboard that gives us at least 95% of the accurate information that we're getting, just makes me smile from ear to ear. But look how close they are to the Betty right now. The Betty is 92 kilometers plus the 209, so we're looking at 311 kilometers to get to the Betty right after you hit that Eager Flash checkpoint, and we are about a little bit over an hour and 15 minutes into the race so far, Croncy. So like I said, I think we'll finish about that 2 hour and 15 minute mark for these bikes, especially the faster ones.
But, you know, like, just because they're finishing, that doesn't mean, you know, for other teams to slow down or stop trying. Trust me, keep pushing,
Yeah.
stay focused, and race your race the way that you practice it, because that's the way you'll finish. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think of the rally sometimes less of a race and kind of more like like doing a marathon. The goal is to do it more than it is to win it. You know what I mean? So it's one of those special things that even though we've got so many competitors, only so many people can say that they have done, they have completed. So yeah, do not give up. See if you can get past the finish line.
Yep. Well, so far we're doing good, and we should be getting other. Still see a lot of other teams still going racing. We see Capcom Ursa still going strong here. It's really trying to push that truck division as much as they can. And Skyer won. I feel like Skyer won. They did a lot of like wasting time trying to probably shoot people down, which is I guess that's understandable. If somebody's around you, I want to shoot him too. But I don't want to. I want to stay focused on racing. I want to stay focused on getting that top 3, and hopefully coming out on top with that trophy. But I'm happy to see them that they're still on top of that. You know, on top of that top 6. But Croncy, something that why I said that everybody's in a level of playing field. Like, let's say Skyer and Catcom, right? They're some of the best veteran racers in Daymar, right? What's going to happen is that if Skyer does, you know, try to shoot somebody else, that's going to give Capcom that advantage to take the lead the entire race once they don't mess up. So very risky.
Yeah. Speaking of risky, that Dragonfly just then, the very risky landing into a little crater right on top of the ascension out of the crater, right? So don't want to be getting those sort of jumps. You really want to try to be either landing or just completely moving out of the way there. Can be very risky. But, I mean, for now, they've been able to survive. But all of these little jumps, Christian, they're getting me scared.
I know. Yeah, it does kind of get you scared right there. But Team Delta Dietist Racing pumping the gas there. They're only 3 kilometers behind Garden Racing 2 right now. So I'm going to tell you right now, man, Delta Blue Aerospace as an org racing, they definitely want to win. That is 100%.
Yeah.
They definitely want to win. They're not slowing down here. Love seeing, you know, that they were able to, you know, take that 3rd place spot in their server so far. But man, things are looking really good for Team Delta Dietist right now, Croncy.
Yeah, very much so. And you know, we're getting very close to that 302 kilometer mark, 301 kilometer mark, whatever it might be, for some of these bikes. Hopefully, we get to see in this camera view the Betty peeking out over the top of a dune.
Yeah, and I haven't seen. I think again we're still watching Team Amrock's Bank. They haven't swapped anything yet, Croncy. They haven't taken a break. They haven't done anything at all, man. They're here to race.
I do believe we did see them change. Was it Amrock's Bank? It was someone. We did get to see change, and I feel like it was Amrock's Bank. It was very early. I think it was. Yeah, I want to say it was Amrock's Bank. It was before the first checkpoint. They did a swap of their pilot and their driver and their vehicle. But I think since then they've been on the 1. So
they have been on the 1. Okay.
Maybe that was their plan all along to swap to that driver. Maybe it was damaged at the start of the race. Who knows? But at the very least, I think we can be confident that they are well aware of when they need to swap.
Yeah, I mean it's all about practice and something also, Francie, like that's the reason why like this race is not. It's gonna get harder and longer for a lot of people and become a true endurance race when they have to maintain one bike or one vehicle or one thing and repair it and refuel it. So I'm very excited to see when we get those mechanics in and see how people react, you know, to just having one vehicle. And we're gonna see new winners because it's not going to be as easy, right? Because it depends on if you're hitting rocks, if you're slamming the bottom of your grav lift to the bottom of the floor, and you have to build that durability back up. So I'm very excited to see how this all evolves here in the future.
Yep, 100% same here. a little bit of a bounce there. Every time we either see desync or we see a bounce like that, gets me scared. And I believe that is the Betty in the distance that we see. So there we go. We're going to see, as long as they survive, we're going to see at least one bike get through the legs of the Betty.
Awesome. Well, it seems like, yep, there's the Betty, the massive. I love seeing the reclaimer from that. And this is what, this is what, Lord, I think it was Lord Pi. No, it was Neojet talking about when he went through the Betty. He sees the Betty from the distance, and you see the sun come up at the exact same time in the Daymar Rally. And that is a moment that, that he believed was, it was a perfect moment for him that he will always remember. So he's going to fly right through the bottom of the legs. Please don't hit anything. Don't hit the bottom. Okay. Jeez, bro. That guy's scaring me, my guy. Like, that's scary. Like, oh my Lord, man. Like, I almost got a heart attack.
I hope that that's desync and not the remnants of an explosion.
Oh no, he's not moving.
100% sure there. We've got Cygnus and not moving.
Cygnus is from what do you call it? From Garden Racing.
Oh no.
No, that is not good.
Hopefully it fixes. Well, while we all hopefully recover from what may have been a brutal collision there, now we get to look at a couple of the buggies. Here we go. We've got a Cyclone. I believe that's a Cyclone RC. It's a bit hard to tell from that distance, but we're getting some great views from Skyborn.
Here we go, getting that going here, but looking good. I mean, I love buggies, man. Buggies are my favorite. Like I said, I hope to see a lot of these racing variants of the buggies or the G12s or whatever vehicles are going to be able to, to get some of that boost back, I hope. But it's looking fun. And by the way, man, calling it right back, but the sound of these buggies, I feel like I'm in it, man. How about you, Croncy?
Yeah, very much so. Yes, I feel like I'm in it. INNIT.
Oh my gosh, man. I think that's gonna be that's gonna be a meme. That's gonna be a branded meme that's gonna just push the brand to new levels, man. I love it. Hey, if somebody doesn't, all I'm gonna say is if the Init team doesn't get me like a shirt or a hoodie, man, I'm gonna be upset. Like, oh my goodness, man. I'm just laughing the entire time. But honestly, it feels like I'm like the vibrations of my headset. It just feels like I'm literally in the vehicle with them, which is cool. So,
yeah, very much so. So yeah, reminder: these guys crossed past the first checkpoint about 20-ish minutes ago. It seemed 15, 20 minutes ago. So it's probably going to take them about another 2 hours maybe to reach the Betty in the buggy division. Though we'll see. It's sort of new territory for us to see how the buggies are going to do, especially with the fact that they do have a better handling than the truck divisions do. Yeah. We're not 100% sure where they're going to go. We only know their speed.
yeah, right now, by the way, that's a great skin right there. I love seeing that buggy skin. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Skyborn. Skyborn is he does a lot of low flying on Twitch, so you guys can always if you guys are into low flying, Dark Law does low flying, Tarada. A lot of great content creators really get into low flying. So if you ever want some pointers, you guys can definitely go check out Skyborn TV on Twitch. But doing a great job at staying very, very close to the buggy, giving some great views here. And the buggy, hey, night or day, still racing with that with the lights on, Croncy.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually something really interesting with the Cyclone. If you ever do find yourself in something like the Daymar Rally, the Cyclone has a weird element to it in that the front bar of the Cyclone actually blocks a little bit of the lights. So if you want to, maybe you're in the middle of the night in the Daymar Rally, you want a little bit of extra view, just ram it directly into a rock to get rid of that bar, and then you'll see that you have a much further distance that you can see with your lights. Now, I don't think that's going to accomplish much during the day, but it certainly will help you at night.
Well, right now we have a lot of buggies that are pretty close. I think some of these are pretty much bugged. Broken Hammers, that's all inaccurate, but right now the top three you'll see CCB Runners, NO2 for You, and Turbo. Those are the teams that are currently up there. Mutant Mortar Mob in the Buggy division. That's another very, very awesome veteran team that has been racing for a while and actually have multiple bike wins in their division. They Mutant Mortar Mob won in 2951. First place, and then in 2952 they won second place, and 2953 they also won second place. So Mutant Mortar Mob, trying their hand in the Buggy division to see how they do.
Yeah, and speaking of buggies, we got some more buggies. More looks at some of these buggies, which I'm very excited for, because we watched a lot of the bikes for the sort of first half of their race. Now getting to see a bit more of the other stuff. And one thing that I think is very important is it seems like the distances are starting to get very wide between the buggies, right? Like, once again, many different sort of routes that you can take with those buggies, and some of them are going to they're going to give you like an extra 30 minutes of time if you take the wrong route. So, yeah, very likely we've been seeing that.
And right now we're looking good. We're going to clear these top entries here very, very soon. But, the Cyclone RC, still a great vehicle. I think the acceleration got pulled back a little bit, but I mean, love seeing these buggies in. I think we're going to get a great result once the team is done with the ground vehicle rework. I'm very excited to see how it all comes to an end and how vehicles start to feel. But I'm not going to lie, Crown, it's crazy because we had faster vehicle speeds in the buggy and truck divisions. Like, these vehicles back then were like, the Cyclone RC with boost was like going at like a 120 meters per second, which is crazy. And even though they did lower the speeds of these vehicles and kind of rework the mechanics of how it feels, they still do a good job at finishing at a decent rate in the Daymar Rally, which is actually pretty impressive. So, it's just all about perspective, right? Even like as the game gets better optimized, like, once like, a setup time is not, 2 hours, we'll be able to get done with some of these races a lot quicker in the future. So, that's what I'm not worried about, right? I just coming in here and getting the experience of where the game is at right now is probably the most valuable thing that you can get right now. So, to be honest, but here we go with this switch, Croncy.
Yeah, so a reminder how these switches work is you want to make sure that you are parked inside your support vehicle before, assume that you're maybe swapping driver before they are allowed to leave, kind of like a passing the baton style thing. So that's what we've been witnessing all day so far. Just we've only gotten the chance to actually see a few of these.
Yep, here we go. And I think we've already been racing for about an hour and 30 minutes so far. So great job to the camera team. But you know what? I want to give a big shout out to some of people that we haven't talked about yet. I believe there was some servers haven't started yet, but it's okay. Want to give a big shout out to Team XGR, and we have Shaqnu who came on and wanted to show the entire Star Citizen community some love. So let's go ahead and jump into this interview with Shaqnu from Team XGR.
My name is Shaqnu. I race with XGR along with Luigi, Steve CC, and AGT Mad Cat. And this would be our second year racing at the Daymar Rally. My favorite division racing is the truck division because of the endurance. I love the challenge that comes out of that. There are not many endurance races out there in Star Citizen that I know of, so what better place than Daymar Rally? And my favorite vehicle to race in changes depending on the patch and meta of Star Citizen. So for last year that was the Spartan, and for this year it's apparently the Lynx. So that's what I've been spending most of my time in. I love to speed run and time trial, so I'll always choose the meta vehicle for that specific category. Well, my favorite experience competing in the Daymar Rally has been winning last year's race, because winning's always cool. But practicing with the team leading up to the race is always great. I think we have a strong, cohesive team, and folks like Luigi, Steve CC, and Matt Cat, they're great teammates and great people, so it's always enjoyable being around them. And driving around Daymar always brings back memories from my childhood, because I grew up watching Star Wars and watching the pod racing scenes on Tatooine. So it always just being in this kind of environment brings back memories and nostalgia. Anything that I want to say to the Star Citizen community is come out and race. The racing scene is growing, and there are plenty of people in the community willing to help newcomers get started. For those with spouses or significant others leading up to the race, be good to them so that they can let you race. And I want to give a special shout out and lots of love to everybody involved in the Star Citizen racing community that made it what it is today and what keeps it alive today. There's Nino, who is involved with building the Snake Pit track to what it is today, and the creator of the Adar Valley, which is one of the most fire tracks in the verse. There's DJ Button and the Arena Commander team, who with the Arena Commander overhaul. That's been absolutely awesome. I wanted to give a shout out to Black Maze and Asashis for starting XGR and reviving and spearheading the ship racing scene. Diplomat for being a wizard and creating the scr.gg website and the amazing tools associated with it. Echobit for everything she does at Enzia Racing. Splend Shepherd, one of the OG racers who's been around the block since the beginning and someone I've always looked up to when I started racing. Good racer, good rival in and outside of the track. Shout out to a lot of the top and current racers that keep me motivated and keep the dream alive, such as Boltok, Billboy, Dernk, Dekudes, Connor Isnick, Data Machine, Herbie, Sanji Sama, Aaron, Fedicol, Neojet, Tint, Speedweed, Sharkbait, Kill Redbeard, Kyrexy, Cyber, Callister, Jork Bortley, Turrican, Ordito, Dude 3D, Lagos, Gerbo the Gnome, Saber, Kelzar Prime, Fresh, Euro Trucker, iMonster 13, Strasic, Canadian Maverick, Jet Heller, Playing Fox, Socrates, Croncy. You guys are awesome. Shout out to the racers of old that kept the dream alive during the dark times, such as Cat 740, Rumged, Sheaf God, Ninjetti, Energy, and Fiji Vert. And of course, big shout out to Luigi, Steve CC, and Madcat for joining me at this year's Daymar Rally. Looking forward to seeing everybody on race day and see you all in the verse.
Hot
I heard my
baby,
name in
man.
there.
Hey, we got it. Hey, okay, that's fine, okay. But no, man, I love Shaq New, incredible guy, dude. Like every time I did all these interviews, Croncy, like I had a conversation with all the racers, man, all very nice people. He's so genuine, good dude. I just, man, I like honestly the highlight, of course, the highlight of the Daymar Rally is getting all these racers ready to race. But right after that is these interviews that I was able to kind of capture. Shout out to our team, Esper, who edited the videos, and everybody, our production team that put it all together, man. So, like, I'm telling you, when we put a lot of preparations into putting this entire broadcast together, it takes so much people. And yes, it's a bummer that we're having server issues and people may not be able to race and things may happen. But the problem is that, it's still an experience that you will not find in any other video game. It's an experience that we really want, that we're going to continue to keep growing and continuing to level up as much as we can for every single Daymar Rally. So, all I can say is that, like we keep telling people, hey, the game is still in alpha, so we need to, understand that the situations that arise for that stuff. But other than that, Croncy, I think Shaq New, outside of giving everybody a shout out in the Star Citizen community, I absolutely love that he was able to come on and do that. So really appreciate him.
Yeah, one of the best races in general in Star Citizen by far, right? So absolutely fantastic to hear from him and get all of that opinions and news and stuff, and especially the thanks.
Well, he called you out because I told him to, in case you felt bad because you were co-casting.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. But anyways, let's take a look right here. Croncy, we see, it says 1-1-2, but Delta Dietis Racing is on top, but that number hasn't changed. But, to see Delta Dietis Racing come from the back, they must have had a good strategy. But I know they practice very hard, so to have them up there, super awesome to have them up there right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, they seem to be in the top 6 for the majority of the first section towards Eagle Flats. So it's not too surprising that they're able to get themselves a little bit further on. It is possible, I think, that they may actually be currently first, at least in who we're watching, because, like I said, we did see who we think to be Garden Racing with an explosion after, or at the very least, completely stationary after the Betty. So, that's going to give them quite a big opportunity to get ahead.
Yep, and we got that beautiful view of Crusader. Now it's in daytime, up in the background. Look, man, I don't care what anybody says. This game is so gorgeous. These views are incredible. Big shout out to Officer Ron Dog, continuing to keep an eye on that bike racing team. Now, did Garden Racing, are they still racing, or maybe they stopped to swap out? That's why Delta Didus came from behind. I would love to know more about who we'll ask our officials who currently Officer Ron Dog is still following, if it's still Garden Racing or Delta Didus right now.
Yeah, it could also be MRX Fang, as that's who we were following earlier with Ron Dog, and they still very well may be up there, right? They at the very least looks like they're in top 3. So solid effort so far from a lot of these bikes. It seems like we've had some very consistent timings from what we can tell, even though once again slower than last year. Everyone's or at least a lot of their competitors are around the same speed.
Yeah, I mean, remember, you do still have some of that, that boost on the Gravlev. Not boost, but you get what I'm saying. But yeah, so a lot of the times I see that there's a lot of height adjustment, which is totally fine. I think that's so yeah, we're still following Cygnusion from Garden Racing right now.
Yep.
So Garden Racing is still right up there and keeping it up there. So I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. You got probably the a Garden going crazy in the Discord server, but oh, that was scary. That was scary right there.
These collisions. Now, once again, we're pretty flat. Those sort of collisions, the Dragonfly can usually shrug off. It's really those ones where it comes in right up against a hill or smashes into like one of the massive rocks. And I mean, look at the terrain that we're in right now. You could almost just floor it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are going at least half speed, half max speed.
Yeah, I mean, right now we talked a little bit about the vehicle speeds for the Dragonfly. So you got that minimum around that 67 meters per second. So he's I'm going to say that Cyfusion, that they are probably around that that mid raised or maybe all the way to the top. But I think I see a lot of adjustments here and there as they get through a lot of these rocks. But again, it's so important to practice these lines because this is a perfect terrain where you can just do your best to book it and keep your gravel vehicle at a good height where you don't have to worry about hitting a rock right now. But this is Daymar, and again, I think there's more Planet Tech coming, Croncy, so it's only going to get more dangerous, more involved, as like if we ever see that sandworm on Daymar, if we ever see things like outposts and raiders and more derelicts in the way, it's going to make the race a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, very much so. I will say, at the very least, the Dragonfly at max height essentially will never hit any of these small rocks unless it sort of lands awkwardly off a bump or whatnot. So really, in this section, you can go a little bit faster, and you just have to make sure you're not veering into any of those large ones.
Yep. Right now, wow. So Garden Racing, oh my mother, they are been booking it. Being 20 kilometers over, almost 20 kilometers over Delta Didus, and Delta Didus kind of getting a high speed here, being 16 kilometers over Amarok's Fang right now. This is a good top 3 spot to place in, but right now, Garden Racing, man, they are booking it right now and already passing the Betty on their way to Kudra Order, hopefully get that finish in that first spot in their server, Croncy.
Yeah, this org really starting to show itself as a big presence in the game, and now looking to show themselves as a big presence in the esports scene. So this is exciting. I'm hoping they are able to push it through and get the podium. And at the moment, it looks like they will.
Well, remember, there's no podium until we get the other, other teams' times completed. But right now, I'm going to say Garden Racing doing a great job, man. We're going to see a Garden Esports in the future with a big tomato on it. That'll be awesome. I'm buying that jersey, Croncy.
Yeah. I do have some news from the chat, Crucian, from Henkin, our good friend Henkin, which it sounds like
I don't want to hear from chat right now. Nope. Sorry, chat. Nope.
Henkin said that you're a loser.
Wow.
My team has started. My team. So I'm going to be wishing them luck, Team Punch Buggy. I hope you guys can absolutely crush it. And yeah, we'll see what you guys end up with at the end of the day.
Oh, wow. So we got another server underway. That's awesome, Croncy. Thank you for that update. Really appreciate it. And so far, bikes are doing very, very well. I know we had a lot of DNFs here as well. We see, I think did triple R Racing and Saddle Sores. And I think Rice are all DNF. That's why they're not moving anymore, Croncy. But we still see a good top 11 still moving, still going strong. So, but man, Garden Racing, I'm super impressed, Croncy. I'm not going to lie to you. Doing a great job. And pushing that as much as they can. And right there, Delta Dietis, another report here, and only 8 kilometers away from Garden Racing 2. So this is looking pretty this is going to be looking pretty tight, man. They cannot mess up, because if not, they will get past.
Yeah, a little bit closer now. I do wonder, once again, we've been watching Garden Racing here from Officer Rondog's point of view, and it's felt like they've been a little slower than you can probably allow on this terrain, right? You can go a little bit harder here, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Delta Dietis did in order to close that 20-kilometer gap just that little bit more, right? It's very flat, especially, well, I say that in the second we see a massive mountain and a big hill, but for the most of the last like 5-10 minutes, it's been very flat. So yeah, I wonder if that's what's happened.
Yeah, I mean, remember when I told you, Croncy, I said after Eager Flats, you get a lot of this flat ground. So, but when they start getting to Kudra Ore, you're going to start getting those canyons back again. But in between Eager Flats and all the way upwards to the Betty until you start getting to Kudra Ore, you're going to get a lot of flat land. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these teams need to find a way to practice to find the best line they possibly can. But remember that the gravel vehicle can still not go all the way down to the ground, because they're still going to get a lot of different hills and bumps and these rocks that can still take them out. So I think that a lot of these teams found out that perfect middle ground of speed and how not to crash, and that's why they're getting these results. So great practice by all the teams currently in the bike division, Croncy.
Yep, 100%. I do wonder, now that we're starting to see more orgs and more teams sort of evolve out of these events that are happening more frequently, do you start, sort of teching your team, I'm not going to go as far as saying people are, hiring specific players that are really good at something, but, are you building your team so that you have someone that's much better at the endurance races, someone who's much better at, different types of sprint style races and whatnot? It feels like we're getting to that sort of stage, right? You want to make sure your team is full of a good variety of races.
Yep, totally agree there. And I think that, the teamwork here with, Garden Racing support ship doing a great job locating the Betty. And I love that you would be able to see the Betty from a distance, which is really awesome. So back to the buggies here with Shipwreck. Dude, what is that blackout skin that I'm seeing right now?
I'm not 100% sure. And actually, I think it looks a little green. I can't tell. The blue? There is a dark blue skin that it might be. I'm not 100% sure. It's a bit hard to tell from this distance, but whatever it is, it's certainly making an impact.
And that's looking tough right there. I mean, that looks completely black to me though, Croncy.
I think it is, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, well, good to know that other servers are starting to get their race going. Yeah, we'll get a lot of updates on the leaderboard as they go as well. But, dude, I'm loving so far a lot of great bike racing, and now buggies and now trucks are going to be on their way very, very soon. So, that's awesome, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. Once again, guys, the distances on the left aren't necessarily accurate. I would hazard a guess that Turbor are probably the most accurate distance there for our buggy division. So, I mean, not surprising to see them perform this well this early on. So, we'll be watching them as they continue, and yeah, we'll see just where everyone is when we get another update.
Yep. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. So, by the way, again, you know, we have, what do you say the Bar Citizen was at for you, Croncy?
Canberra, in the Australian Capital Territory, Canberra, on the 3rd of February. Make sure you come.
Oh, awesome. And look at this. We're seeing on Nox here. Sevens on the cam, baby. By the way, Sevens is one of my favorite people on the planet. But look at that Nox, man. We're seeing on a different bike underway. Oh, man, that is looking really good here. Seven, shout out to Sevens here, another camera crew. Now that we got some servers on the way, a lot of people are ready to race, man. Looking so good. Very excited for this, guys. But, and like you said, in Canberra, you said Canberra, right? Oh, no!
Canberra. Oh,
I told you about the gun.
That's a gun.
Didn't I tell you about the gun? Didn't I tell you about the gun?
You did.
Do not put it on your Nox. I called it out. Give it to me right now, man. I called it out.
The racer heard what you said, and they said, you know what, I do need to remove the guns, and so they forcibly removed the guns. It's just good advice.
I called out. I called out. Don't put guns on it because you're gonna lose it. The problem is that the gun doesn't really tell how far the base vehicle is on the floor, and that's why you know, like that could spin you out and end up your life. But anyways, yeah. So Bar Citizen in Australia, guys. I think Corsair is gonna be there. Croncy's gonna be there. I'm going to be the Bar Citizen in Barcelona, you know, along with some of the CIG teams. So make sure you guys come out there, man. I want to see everybody. I think it's at the, like, bro, like this. Apparently the place we're going to be at is called the Space Cowboy. Like, what kind of perfect place, like the Space Cowboy in Barcelona. So that's you know,
I mean,
there is
one more perfect place, which would be that space museum that Equinox is happening at.
That is true.
Incredibly
Look,
cool.
a LAN event at a space museum, man. I'm very excited. So, but anyways, make sure you guys go. I hope to see a lot of you guys in June. Head on over to EquinoxSC.com if you guys want to check out the Star Citizen LAN event. Obviously, I think. By the way, Croncy, I'm not sure if you saw that, but TwitchCon is in September, so that means that we're gonna be clearing free, you know, from CitizenCon hopefully in October. That's what I'm hoping for. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. It's gonna be, if it does end up being in Manchester, it's gonna be a hell of a trip. I've never been to Europe. Never once been to Europe, so it could be interesting.
I mean, Croncy, come on, man. You gotta be out there no matter what, man. So. All right, y'all have to do a live answer the call. So I can just stroll in the crowd the whole time.
Yeah,
That'd
I'll
be
see
awesome.
if I can get Mike to do it. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, you know, we'll see. But anyways, getting on here, man. A lot of other servers are on the way, ladies and gentlemen. So appreciate everybody's patience. The Garden's still going super strong. Delta Diet is right behind the Garden, though. Look at that, 3 kilometers of difference. Yeah. I know the Garden Racing does have to report, so they might be a little bit further than reported there. But, man, a lot of these teams are very, very close, not so harmful. Aluminum Falcons, a lot of teams really putting in the work to race. Already 2 hours to the mark. And when we get to that 2-hour mark, we're going to start seeing our first finishes here in the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by Equinox, which is super excited to see some of these guys get to the finish line, Croncy.
Yeah, it seems like on this sort of the second half of the race, at least for the bikes, it's gotten a little bit slower, not a ton slower, but it's sort of starting to look like it might be about 2.5 hours. Maybe we do end up stretching to 3 hours for the bikes. Especially, once you start hearing that, people have run out of, they've run out of extra bikes and, there's only so many people left or whatever, you start to get really cautious just to make sure you get across the finish line so you can record a time. So, we'll probably see people be a lot safer now.
Yep. And once again, guys, remember, we are currently in it experiencing that oral reality with the Init audio software. So shout out to the Init team that came on and interviewed. Those guys are probably like, asleep by now because like they're taking too long. But hey, man, I'm down. But it was awesome to have the Init team here and answering questions in chat. So the edit team is also in our Discord, discord.gg/Atmo Esports, and you guys can definitely hit up them with any feedback as well. So, awesome team there at Init Audio. So shout outs to them. Whatever they're doing. But Croncy, tell me a little bit more about we haven't seen trucks yet. We're seeing buggies, we're seeing trucks right now. But how far off you think the trucks are from the buggies right now?
I still don't imagine they're too far from our first couple of servers that launched. I can't imagine they're too far behind. Probably somewhere in the realm of literally maybe 10, 15 kilometers behind if they've reached, the 150 to 200 kilometer mark. The speeds are just so similar that I think it's unlikely that they've gotten past too far.
Yep. Well, you see Catcom Ursa, man, really pushing it. 10 kilometers. By the way, this kind of speed, obviously we see Capcom Ursa already passed Eager Flats, and look at the 890 jump in the background. Papa Freedom. That 890 jump is Papa wheeling right now, and I believe I think it's Shauzen usually flies in and made an Ariana and team from the Yacht Club, but man, that thing is just Papa wheeling up there and getting us some good views here. Watching the Daymar Rally, that's awesome. I love it. I love the VIP shit, man. It's awesome.
Fantastic. Oh, for sure. It's super cool. And that's why we need a skin for it. That's right. I'm back to it. The 890J skin. Let's get one.
Bro.
At the very least, can we get a Daymar Rally 890J? Right? Give us like a little Daymar orange like moon with like a lion in it, and you can see Crusader in the background. Like, I mean, the skin makes itself.
The skin makes itself. I mean, a lot of people have been waiting, but I'm telling you that when people get that 890 jump skin, it's going to be bittersweet. I'm still waiting for my PTV, my PTV vehicle skin, man. I've been waiting for that because they were supposed to rework the Great Cat Buggy, and I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for my skin, man. That's what I'm waiting for right now.
Yeah, no, that'll be very interesting for sure. So yeah, the buggies still tracking along. It's good to hear that we've got other servers that have started to head on their way. So, we're going to be seeing most of our reports. We're going to be reporting mostly on these guys that started a little while ago. And I think the way that it's going, we are looking at a 3-hour bike and probably a 6.5 hour buggy and truck. That's feeling about right.
Yeah, I think though that Garden Racing may finish under that 3-hour mark though, but I think which would be totally fine. But we were talking about Team Catcom earlier. Oh, we got a POV Herbie.
There we go. From Herbie.
Here.
Hey.
Oh man. This is never mind. Hey, get this out of there. His favorite team. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So, you know what I love though is that Team Herbie, just Punch Buggy, like he just started racing not even too long ago. I think like when you started racing, Crossy, and he's putting a lot of time and he knows every mechanic of the buggy and the race, and he's definitely one that he's done. I think from what I've heard from the community, a 5-hour Daymar Rally race, which is going to be wild if he does it again.
Yeah, no, I don't think we'll see a 5 hours today, but with Herbie, you can't really discount him. The question will be, how many times is Henkin going to be, dropping in the pilot seat and ruining the entire run? That's the real question here. It's a bit rough. But yeah, Herbie, at this rate, no longer really a new racer. Like started in 2021 and then just sort of immediately started crushing events. So Team Punch Buggy, especially with the valuable support driver, which is Estrella, who Herbie has said multiple times, Estrella is an absolutely fantastic support driver. Just able to get really good, consistent lines and consistent results.
Oh, well, that's awesome to hear. But like I said, if he can pull off another 5-hour, race, that's going to be very, very impressive. I know Herbie last year came in third, where Sanji Sama and Kuroda Racing Initial D took, the Buggy division in 2953. So let's see if Punch Buggy can step it up and hopefully come out with a win on top in the Buggy division this year, Francie.
Yeah, it'd be a nice little win for sure. Also a person that I almost guarantee we'll be seeing at the next System 7.
Yep, and man, right now, like, there's so many ways that you can race, and something I want to talk about, Croncy, is the diversity of controls and key bindings that you can have in Star Citizen. So, a lot of, like, people don't know, but like, there's streamers that play on controller. People race with, with mouse and keyboard. People dogfight with mouse and keyboard. You can race with dual sticks. You can, you can be diverse. You can play with a direct drive wheel if you want to. Like, it has a way where you can actually set all that stuff up within the game. So I think that's one thing that Star Citizen does so well, Croncy, that it really brings that diverseness for any type of controls within Star Citizen.
Yeah, not to mention the very, very sort of funny one that you missed that we saw during the CitizenCon Final Flight was left stick, right to mouse, which was that was interesting.
That's normal
to watch. No, that was weird. Or was it the other way around? Was it right stick, left mouse? It might have been right stick, left mouse.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a
skill for sure.
It's definitely a skill, but from what I was told, is because, like, let's say the right stick can only go so far when you turn it. The mouse allows you for kind of faster turning and things like that. So it makes sense. It makes sense, and if you can practice that and make it happen, it's really, really cool. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It's
also
it's
another.
like.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Croncy.
Oh, I was just gonna say the other one was there is a wrong way, however, which if you are
boy, here we go.
Monster SC, is using your sticks for FPS combat. That is wild and should be banned.
Why?
It's
why
just gross.
would you though?
It's just gross.
Why would you even say that? Just saying that you're FPSing with dual sticks, that just sounds wrong.
Yeah.
That just sounds absolutely wrong. So anyways, talking about some of the bike teams and then some of the buggy teams here, it's I'm so just glad that a lot of these guys are being able to race. But let's jump into this was one of my favorite interviews that I've done for player interviews today, and I believe 1 second, let me find this team here that I want to talk about. This is definitely one of my funnest interviews. We have Team White Lightning Solutions, Croncy, okay? And I was able to interview Neko, who's just an incredible human being. But I'm going to talk about this team real quick. You got Stanislav, who's a driver, Brooke Van, who's a co-driver, Suspicious support pilot, and Neko is a support co-pilot. And the way he's found his team is through the Discord, right? People are always looking for teams to practice with, so you're able, if you want to find a team to race with in the next year's Daymar Rally or wherever it is, you should be able to easily find a team of people looking for racers or co-drivers. And I would suggest, if you don't have people to play with, that could be a way you find people. But let's go take a look at this interview with Neko of Team White Lightning Solutions, Croncy.
My name is Neko. I'm representing White Lightning Solutions, and this is my first year racing the Daymar Rally. My favorite division currently is the Buggy division, and my favorite vehicle for racing the Buggy division is currently the Cyclone RC. Reason being, it's got better hill climbing abilities than the others. It's got better top speed, better acceleration, although it lacks any weapon hardpoints, so that's something to look out for. So the reason I chose to race this year is because I met somebody through Star Citizen who was actually practicing for the Daymar Rally. They needed a support ship to help them practice. And it ended up where they were missing a team member, so they invited me to join, and I decided to join. The Daymar Rally, it seems to be pretty interesting. I've never done it before, but I've seen a lot about it, and I'm just really excited. This Queenie is the team mascot, and she's nuts.
That's
Bro.
absolutely terrifying.
That is my favorite interview. When he showed me a goose, I'm like, bro, that is the best team mascot in the history of Star Citizen Daymar Rally. White Lightning Solutions, I hope you guys come out with a podium, bro. But bro, that I was crying. Francie, when I was telling you I
the
was crying.
smash cut to that. The smash cut to that is so jarring.
He's like, this is and it's funny because like I was laughing at myself because I'm like, yo, I thought it was a duck at first, and I'm like, wait, that's too big to be a duck, and it was like, wait, it's a goose, and I just had the entire like operations team just laughing at me, but like this is what I'm talking about, right? Neko took a chance and became part of a team that is in the Daymar Rally, and he reached out to me. He's like, dude, I would love to do an interview. So a big shout out to the team, White Lightning Solutions, for allowing me to do the interview with Neko. That was absolutely incredible. I love his answers and just the team mascot, bro. Like, wow, bro, that had me cracking up, but I love it, man. I loved every moment of it. So big shout outs to them. Here we're gonna have a swap out here, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Getting this knock swapped out here. But dude, that was one of the best player interviews I've ever done. So again, big shout out to team White Lightning Solutions. Good luck out there. Oh, it just got passed here.
Yeah, they did indeed, but you know, you don't want to risk exploding. Maybe that other person might be a bit too risky here. But so we've had some very smooth changeovers today from a lot of the teams, and I would assume that it is something you would practice. Like, you obviously don't need to say, hey, here's me practicing going up and down a ramp. But every single, it's mostly been Hercules that we've been watching the changeover happening. Every single Hercules has landed so quickly, but safely. And there's been almost no issues with them, you know, parking up and getting their vehicle out. So that's been pretty quick. It's been nice to see.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I love the swap outs. I love that teams are thinking about when to swap out, and that's how you can tell they've been practicing or they've been veterans. When, you know, again, that support ship needs to be scanning you, being able to, hey, your durability is low, let's swap out your vehicle. And again, in the future, we want to be able to see that these vehicles, you know, again, we need to refuel, repair, all that good stuff, and be able to swap it out. So, but so far, a good job to all the teams that are racing. And just to kind of also mention this is that we have an entire rule book of rules about like when server crashes and things like that. We have an entire rule book. You can find it at ammo.gg. We have all of our events that we do every quarter there. We have a big event every quarter. We have 4 events. We have the Daymar Rally, which is the endurance race that you're watching right now. Oh no, and there he goes, barbecued. No, man, you can't. It's rough to race like that. He took a lot of damage. He hit the rock earlier, unfortunately. That is big event every quarter. We have
So here we go.
Yep, he hit the bottom of the hill right there, and boom. Wow, man, that is tough right there. Hitting the bottom of the hill and hitting that left side of that dragonfly. Yeah, that's unfortunate right there, but that's gonna be it for that team. You know, race unless they have remember that their co-pilot or their pilot will be able to continue the race if they want to, Croncy. So you know, very unfortunate, man. You gotta,
that's the important thing. It doesn't matter. Like it's bad nonetheless for them, so they need to recover.
Yeah, definitely tough. But hey, it's all good. You know, hopefully they can continue with their other teammates. But what was I saying here, Croncy? Yeah, I was talking a little bit about our events, right? We have the Daymar Rally, biggest endurance race, biggest community event in Star Citizen. It's in the lore, you know, so really appreciate it. And then we have the System 7, which that is our very competitive racing league. You need to qualify in order to get into the System 7, which is made up of 7 different tracks and 7 different vehicles that you will need to race throughout the tracks, which is our most competitive racing. So if you want to get involved in that, signups are available now. And then we have Fight or Flight, man. One of my favorite events. This is action-packed PvP. And it's a 2v2 tournament with light fighters. So if you're into PvP, maybe that's your event. Signups for that will open up in the future as we continue to monitor how custom lobbies are currently working. So a lot going on. Like I said, we have all of our rule books on our website. Head on over to ammo.gg. Check out our rule books. We have everything there for you to see and for you to learn. So yeah.
Yeah, not to mention we may have master modes possibly before then. If not, it may be close. So could be very different to the fighter flats of past.
Yeah, how are you feeling about master modes, Croncy? Have you tried it? Have you gone all out yet or no?
Yeah, I think in for PvP, I love it. I think sorry, PvE rather. I love it. I think it makes the fights a lot more interesting, in my opinion. The race, the race that just came out at the Pyro jump point is very interesting with master modes. I'm not used to it yet, so not 100% sure how I feel about it there. I really feel like I need to feel it in atmosphere because I love atmosphere flying races, right? I love Yadar Valley. Yep. I love Snake Pit, those sort of ones. And then in PvP, I'm honestly not good enough to know, but watching people do it in PvP, it certainly looks more entertaining. The question is it more fun for the person using it? So, probably still a lot more work to be done there, but it's certainly a start.
Well, right now I see the Buggy team. A lot of Buggies are definitely, CCB Turbo have been racing for a while. 2 hours, like you said, it's gonna be 6 hours. But I saw that Team Capcom had, had a Cyclone team as well. So they got 2 teams in. We did so many interviews that we did a lot of interviews with different teams, but the Buggy team, Croncy, or the current races right now are looking pretty good. Already being 170 kilometers in. It's not bad for 2 hours.
Yeah, no, not bad at all. 100%. Like, once again, reminder, we've got people in non-Cyclone RCs, but the Cyclone RC lost its boost, and we're still getting like some okay times, right? It hasn't crushed the division, if you know what I mean. Like, it hasn't made it so slow that it sort of is going exactly as slow as the trucks. There has been a noticeable difference after reaching Eager Flats. So I'm glad that that's happened.
Yeah, let's go take a look at the bike leaderboard right now to see where we're at, because I want to get an update on Garden Racing. I want to get an update on Team Delta Dietis as well. Get an update on those guys. But Garden Racing doing a great job and pushing it far out. Only 60 or under 60 kilometers to go. Garden Racing 2, Delta Dietis, Aluminum Falcons, dude, it's Cloud Imperium Gamers. I'm not sure. I think they just started, so they're tracking their stuff. Cloud Imperium has 2 teams, one in the Buggy division and then another in the bike division, Croncy.
Yeah, they do. And we've started to evolve into this era of orgs having multiple divisions for the Daymar Rally and multiple teams for any other event really that's been going on, which is kind of cool. We're starting to cultivate these little competitive communities within orgs. It's only a matter of time before, at least in the racing scene, we have some nice rivalries to go through. Get some nice stories going every time we get into the competitive seasons.
Dude, this is looking rough for this team right now. I think that Officer Rolong is still following Garden Racing, and right now we're at 2 hours and 8 minutes for it to go another under 60 kilometers. It's going to be a quick, probably 30 minutes right there, Croncy. So we're going to see an under 3 hour mark, getting to Udre Ore, but now he found that flat land and he's going to be able to hopefully book it. But a team that I still don't see on here is Team Kuroda Racing Initial D. We do have awesome interview with Sanji Sama that is racing on the bike team. So let's take a look at that really quick and see what Sanji Sama has to say here very soon.
My name is Sanji Sama, and I've been racing the Daymar Rally for 5 years. My favorite division is the truck division because of the potential shenanigans there. But my favorite vehicle would have to be the Cyclone RC when it has boost at least. My favorite experience was winning the Daymar Rally 2020 truck division. And then again in the 2023 Buggy division when I barely made it to the finish line before the cyclone died. Then it's also always a highlight whenever I see security going at it in the skies above. And this year I'm going for the bike division for the triple win. These events are a highlight for me, and I encourage everyone to join any of them to enjoy them with me.
Hey, that's awesome there from Sanji Sama. Again, going for that triple win in the bike division. Best of luck to Team Kuroda Racing Initial D, Crunchy.
Yeah, good job, guys. Hopefully we'll see where you finish up today. Would be nice to see you guys.
Yep, 100%. And I'm not gonna lie, very, very impressed with a lot of these teams. But I know how bad Team Delta Dynasty Racing, wants it. We've seen a lot of action today too. We saw a lot of action with the truck division with Skyer in that in that RSI Lynx. We saw a lot of action, with some of the buggies as well. But obviously, once we get the race going and started, a lot of people are so spread out, so you don't see much actions down the line. Maybe when people get to the Betty and they're able to break off a little bit more. But I think people concentrate a little bit more on the race after the start line, Croncy.
Yeah, of course. Once again, very important to remember that that first 10, 20 seconds out of the gates can be pretty chaotic and pretty brutal, as you've got buggies crashing into each other, trying to take each other's lines, trucks doing the same thing, So, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but one more thing I'll say is that once again, you guys, if you were here during the pre-show, you guys heard EQNX. They're doing a big giveaway during the Daymar Rally. So if you guys want to get in on that, !EQNX 2954 in the channel and jump on that giveaway there that EQNX is doing. And make sure you guys check out their information about their EQNX Prime event in Columbus, Ohio. So it's awesome. So, but hey, good day so far. A lot of great racing. A lot of people that are really enjoying, pushing the limits through Daymar. It's been great. And right now it's getting a little bit easier here for Garden Racing, but it's going to start to get a lot of high hills here coming up as they get closer to the Orc, Francie.
Yeah, not too long now before we have our first finisher, right? And one thing I do want to point out with the bikes is of who we've been watching, it does seem like, at the very least, those that are still racing from the bikes theoretically will be able to finish the race in time. The way that it works is after we have our top 3 finish of a division, essentially everyone else on that server in the division has an hour left, right? But in order to finish. So, yeah, it looks like, based on the distances that they were earlier, that we will likely see a finish from all of those competitors.
Yes, that is all correct here. And I think we have before we get Garden Racing here to possibly finish, let's get some footage here of some of the action we had. Oh, no. I mean, okay. Look at that control, man.
Okay.
That was pretty good control there. But let's take a look at some of the action that happened earlier today during some of the other divisions. If you see someone, you shoot him. Man.
Yeah, very much so. And it looks like they're going hard. But they're also significantly further behind. And that collision there with that rock is not going to help them. So I feel like their prey, unfortunately, in this instance, is going to escape. But very possibly, based on how quickly they just turned to the right there.
Garden Racing being up there, they're getting some good shots on that Cyclone RC right now. If they had boost, they wouldn't even be there. I wonder if the turret is affected by distance. I am not sure if it is, but they're going to try to get a view here as much as they can and get some shots in. If I was that Cyclone, I would try to get out the way as soon as possible, Croncy.
Yeah. Not to mention, imagine.
Yeah. So a little bit of action there by everybody. So great job in the beginning. People were just trying to get each other out, man. But overall, that's what the Daymar Rally is all about, man. It's filthy because in that beginning and that start line, man, everybody could happen. Now, Croncy, can you imagine having a start line across with 1,000 people in one server? You know how much people are going to start shooting at each other? That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, that'd be incredibly intense and very scary. and intimidating. A lot of it would be very spooky. You know, we sort of talked about it earlier. If I was in that race, you know, if I had 1,000 people next to me, all with guns and whatnot, I'm going to reverse 20 kilometers in the other direction before even starting the race. I don't want to be anywhere near them for the whole start. One thing I want to point out, just from this view, I noticed a little bit earlier that there was a Hercules quite a bit of ways away from this Dragonfly they're watching now. So it's but within visible distance. So I do still think the bike division is incredibly close all the way up to now, and we are, you know, maybe 10 minutes away from potentially our first racer crossing the finish line.
Yeah, it's been a good day here, but if we can get the leaderboard up for the bikes, let's see how far Team Garden Racing has reported, doing a great job, doing a good job of reporting. It's been an awesome day so far, but look at that, Croncy. We're what 23 kilometers away until Team Garden Racing is probably done. Maybe they haven't reported yet, but Delta Ditus, like you mentioned, is watching, or you saw that C2 in the sky, so they're probably right behind there, which I do have Warditch from who is one of the co-driver from Team Delta Ditus Racing, and I did an awesome interview with them, so let's go ahead and take a look at that, Croncy.
My name is Warditch, and I'm representing Team Delta Ditus Racing. This is our second year in the race and my first year participating. My teammates will be Space Tech, Extra Crispy, and Czech League as a racer. My favorite division so far to this Daymar Rally has got to be the bikes. The bikes have a lot to offer, and especially with all the different variations and the updates coming to the game, I have to pick the Dragonfly to be one of the best bikes to race in, especially with the terrain. My favorite experience competing in the Daymar Rally has been the community. The community has always shown support to all of our organizations and everyone a part of it, and I just think the atmosphere is just the greatest part for racing. Well, what I really want to say is that if you're interested in joining the Daymar Rally, go head up to Atmo Esports and sign up. The best things to do is to look forward to the different events that they have throughout the year, just like the Daymar Rally. And if you really want to start getting your boots wet with racing, the Daymar Rally is one of the best ones to go through. And just like anything else, let's go racing.
Let's go
racing.
Hey, I love it, man. I was telling everybody, Croncy, while I was doing these interviews, like, hey, give me a good sign off, man. Say, hey, we're coming for you. You better watch your back. I was telling them to say that, but oh, look at this incredible jump here, giving him over that extra hill. Oh man, the control here, but
all good.
Gotta be careful. Oh man, I think this is still Signusion that is still racing here for Team Garden Racing 2. You gotta be careful there, man. And I don't think this is a spot where you can't stop right now, Crunchy. If you stop, Team Delta Ditus will pass you. That's what I'm gonna say right now. If you stop right now, Team Delta Ditus will pass you, so they need to be super careful.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, sorry, I wouldn't say you need to be careful. I would say send it. You get into these sort of situations where someone is that close to you. I think you need to be the person to take the risk, and I think with the racing that we've seen here today, that this team is capable of that. So I say full send it. 200 meters a second, let's go.
That's very risky though, because if you end up I think right now you want to keep that lead no matter what, because even though that could give you a good first place spot, second place spot right now, right? I would be careful. Obviously, there's other servers that we need to account for their time for in those bikes divisions, but I think that with this performance here from Garden Racing, Team Delta Ditus Racing right now, Croncy, you have a good chance of landing on the podium, as you mentioned earlier today.
They do, for sure. But I think what you're not considering is go fast. That's it. That's go fast.
I was waiting for the rest. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was waiting for the rest here, man. I was like, but I'm gonna be happy to see this first finish, man. Today we battled we battled so much. We battled servers. We battled quite a lot. But at the end of the day, man, I know that maybe some people haven't raced, and I do feel for them, but at the same time, right, a lot of people are always going to be upset, and I like to talk about it because I want people to understand that we put in a lot of work we put in hundreds of hours. You know, the entire team at Ammo Esports put in 100 hours, and yes, maybe you lost, 5 hours today. It is, but we did put in, in that book, we did put in the signups like, hey, like, it is an alpha. There are stuff that is going to happen. So people need to be a little bit patient and understand, like, there are situations where you may not even be able to race. But as we get more into the future, as the game continues to develop, and I highly believe that that moment is around the corner, Croncy, where we're going to be able to seamlessly do things like the Daymar Rally a lot smoother, a lot quicker, a lot better. And I know that, a lot of the team, as Star Citizen team, Cloud Imperial Games, they're working hard to get to that point, and I'm okay. I'm patient. I'm happy. I'm just glad that we have a race, that people are racing. And I do feel for those other people, but hey, there's not much we can do, man. Just be happy for the other people that are competing, and root for your favorite person. Kind of turn that bad day into a better one. That's what I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we are very much approaching that Kudra ore. And Delta Dietis, last report, 498 kilometers. Garden Racing, last report, 496 kilometers. They may be even closer than that, possibly. We don't, we don't have exact numbers. We kind of just get what they report when they report it. But I feel like it's safe to say that this is a tight finish for these bikes.
Yep, I totally agree. And Croncy, it's funny because you mentioned about like having, the Daymar Rally in the land. That would be incredible. But man, that's gonna take so much effort. Like, man, the land we had at CitizenCon already took so much effort from the entire team. But we're almost there. You're gonna start seeing Kudre ore right towards the horizon. It's now that it's getting closer to the final, it's getting a lot easier. You can tell by these hills that are turning into flats. So they, I think Team Garden Racing and Cyfusion right now already dealt with the hard part. Now it's all about just getting to the finish right now, Croncy.
Yeah, it also looks like the bike teams seemed to have mostly avoided. There's Kudra ore there, wasn't it? Perhaps?
Yep, that's
yes,
it.
It is.
That's
it is
it
right there. So we're going to have a finish any moment now. And these guys were able to dodge a second nighttime round just barely.
Wow.
So here we go. We are going to have our first finisher of the Daymar Rally, 29:54. Well done.
Yo, let's give some love in the chat for Garden Racing right now, about to finish the race, going through those doors. It's an incredible feat to finish the Daymar Rally. Now, I want to make it sure to know that they did not finish first. All right? We have to tally up all the times for all the servers. Okay, before
they may have finished first, but we need the double checks.
We need to verify, so please do not start congratulating them on winning because they haven't won yet. I want to make that super clear.
But congratulations on crossing the finish line.
On crossing the finish line, on 100%. But it's still, to finish the race is incredible. So, love seeing it, Croncy. Congrats to Garden Racing on finishing, and I hope that their time is going to be one of the fastest one to put them on that podium.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case. Now we can see a couple other bikes, and that bike, whoever was controlling that one was going fast. That one is going real fast. Look at that. That a Nox? No, I believe that's a X. It's a bit hard to tell. I think that's an X1.
That thing looks like a bird, man. That thing's zooming, dude. That thing
It is. It really is.
Oh, come on, Sevens! We had our first X1 experience, bro. Why would you? Come on, Sevens, man. I'm gonna have to buy him better
Sevens,
sticks.
I'm sorry, you're fired.
Come on, bro. Sevens, man. We had the X1. It was zooming.
Yep.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Let's get a. It sounds like we might have a replay of that. I do just kind of want to see Sevens exploding one more time.
Oh, we are getting. Oh, actually, we're getting some different reports here, Croncy. Delta Dietis Racing. Man, we got a replay of Sevens. Thanks, Sevens. So we got official reports that in Server 1, Bikes, Delta Dietis did finish first, and Garden Racing was actually second. So,
oh wow.
Oh, so I'm.
Yeah, so we must have been following Delta Dietis at the
Delta Dietis. Yeah.
So there we go.
That's
solid finishes, very fast. Likely podiums for both teams. But once again, you know,
That was
we'll
pretty
have
good.
to
That's pretty
figure that
quickly,
out.
man.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah.
That was 2 hours and what? 2 hours and 20 minutes? Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah,
20
roughly,
minutes.
yes. Yeah. So
I mean,
not too bad. Only about twice the amount of time that it took last year. And you know, there've been a lot of changes since last year. So, very solid effort.
Like I said, those times will need to stand, but I'm very surprised. I mean, Team Delta Dias, they definitely take the racing seriously, but to see Garden racing up there, man, that is a pleasure to see. I love to see it. I know they've been a top, top on their runs, practice runs and things like that, but to see them up there, bro, it's actually very cool. So it's incredibly awesome. Kudos to both teams, and I hope those times can keep them in that podium as champions. So we'll see what happens. But again, thanks to everybody at home that's watching and continuing to keep up with the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX. Man, awesome day, Croncy. Awesome day so far.
It's been
Sorry.
good fun for sure. Yeah, still plenty more racing to come. Like for example, with these buggies, where we're about to begin approaching the halfway mark for these guys. Only a little while longer until they'll reach the Betty as well. With Turbo Racing appearing to be currently, from our first initial start, in the lead.
Yeah, right now Turbo, and believe it or not, when I see things like a 4-kilometer lead, that's not too bad. With the buggies being, acceleration's a bit tough, a little bit slower still. It's a pretty significant lead. But look at this right now. You got CCB, me and Motor Bob, right behind each other. You got Disorder Fries, HMN Racing, Sleepner, Broken Hammer, Mars, everybody doing a great job. Cloud Imperium, their buggy team still going, which is awesome. So love seeing it, Croncy. Love seeing it.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get them to a big finish here, which will be nice to see. And once again, we've got other servers that started a little bit later, so once we get all of the results at the end of the day, we'll be able to tell you who from some of the other servers were able to get better times and whatnot. Me, as always, hoping for Team Punch Buggy, but Turbo by themselves are already a massive bit of competition in this division, right? They have proved themselves over the course of the last few years in pretty much every vehicle type.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to see if we can get some visuals on more bikes as they currently are finishing right now. A lot of our teams, camera team is trying to get the best shots as possible. So shout out to the entire camera team for doing an incredible job. But Croncy, to see, I think that we're gonna start seeing these buggies finish, and then we're gonna start seeing the trucks finish right behind the buggies right now. So if we can get an updated leaderboard on the truck division, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, definitely something we want to hear, see how they're going, see what might be happening over there. And here we go. We're back onto some bikes, and look at the X1. It's such a weird looking bike when it's actually driving over the ground there, right? Like, it looks so alien. So alien.
It does.
I love it.
It
I
does.
absolutely love it.
It looks cool. Very cool. We want to get an update here on the truck division. Capcom Ursa, Star Citizen Sex, I Hope Racing. We got Skyer 01 still there, the corporation. So we still got people that are currently Alfilo, which is Herbadiza is team as well. So a lot of good people still racing in the truck division right now, Croncy. So everybody's looking. Truck division, man, why is the buggies are so far out compared to the truck? Maybe they started later, that's why.
Yeah, possibly. I'm not 100% sure what's happened there. We do have another bit of information. In Server 1 Bikes, we've had another finish from Aluminum Falcons. So that is 3 bikes finished, at least.
Yep, so now that we have those 3 bikes finished in that Server 1, what's going to happen is that they're going to start getting that 1 hour countdown in order for all the other bikes to finish. So let's see what happens here. But already 3 teams that finished Garden Racing, Delta Dias, and now Aluminum Falcon starting to look good, Croncy. But yeah, dude, I'm loving this X1, man. I'm loving how the X1 is racing right now.
It's very cool, very interesting. Also, as you can tell, very bouncy, which is kind of cool in its own right. And then, sort of as I was mentioning before, it's got a very unique shape compared to a lot of the other hover bikes, which allows it to get a little bit closer to some rocks and a little bit closer to some hills and whatnot. So, you can use that to your advantage.
I am just like super impressed with the X1 right now, and I'm trying to figure out if all of the variants, if it was on purpose to just put them in the game with all the same speeds. Obviously, you got the velocity, should be a little bit faster, all that good stuff. But man, I actually really love the vibe of the X1. When I raced the rally Chronicity, or when I did my practice run, I only did it with the buggy, but I only did it to Eager Flats. I didn't last long, to be honest, and I just flew the rest of it. But I definitely need to get in my X1 and definitely just book it, man. It looks incredible. And I can't wait till we bring in an awesome track for the System 7 that uses the X1. So that's going to be great to see.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I definitely, it's one of those vehicles as well where it's like, it does have a very sort of close competitor, at least in terms of style and feel, which is the Nox, because it's quite a bit different to the Dragonfly. But I just prefer it so much over it. I just love it.
Yeah, it does look cool. But like I said, if you're racing in that Nox, take those those weapons out right now, man. I'm telling you, take those weapons out. But I want to give we still got a lot of player interviews that we haven't covered, and I want to cover an awesome team from Austria that he races with his friend, he races with his wife, and they have an entire stream every year about the Daymar Rally, and they put a lot of commitment and dedication to it. So Sci-Fi Gamer from Team Phaedra, which I believe he said Phaedra means the god of sand in Greek, or the god, I think it's the god of sand, if I'm not mistaken, Croncy. So
okay,
let me go ahead and take a look at this team, get some of their details really quick here. But we got Sci-Fi Gamer, who is the driver, and then you got Doggy, who's a co-driver, and then you got Lighthouse, who's a support pilot, and then he has a support co-pilot, which is Ice Mike. So let's take a quick look at this interview with Sci-Fi Gamer.
Hello, my name is Sci-Fi Gamer, and I'm representing the Austrian team Phaedra with my teammates Dagi25, who is actually my wife, my teammate Lighthouse AT, who is the support pilot, and Ice Mike 76, who is the support co-pilot. And we are competing in the Daymar Rally the second time this year. So my favorite division in the Daymar Rally is definitely the Buggy division, as it is a good compromise between speed and challenge. And the favorite vehicle definitely is the Cyclone RC, because I'm not so much into PvP, so that's not the war setting, though. Racing is what I like, and also my colleagues. My favorite experience rally on foot, as my colleagues have been shot down by pirates about 20 kilometers before the finish, and our buggy kind of went offline because of the cooler malfunction, and so we had to go by foot, and we managed to do it without navigating so well, and we finished actually the 4th place on our server. I can heartily invite everyone to join such a challenge, as it is a very highly team challenge, and it's a real effort to master the 510 kilometers. It's really a team challenge, and without training, without motivation, that's not possible. And the Star Citizen community overall is a nice and a perfect community, so everyone hop in and join the event.
Awesome. That was that's
fantastic.
an awesome interview, man. I love the vibe that Sci-Fi Gamer brought. But I mean, Croncy, when is your wife gonna be racing with you, man?
Sorry, Crew, did you not just see that?
What?
Did you not just see that X1 like pop out the back of the Hercules at like 500 meters in the air? What? What? I'm so confused.
Wait, what is going on here?
So I don't know. So many things are going on, but here we go. So, we had a change to the rules this year where we can use the tractor beams now to right your vehicles if you do get yourself stuck in a way that it won't flip back over. So, there we go. Using the tractor beam, getting yourself back on track, and it's nice. It's nice that we have that functionality now.
That was awesome. That was the first time we saw that, of the tractor beams being used to flip over the vehicle, and I thought that was like some alien stuff, just taking him away right now.
It kind of felt that way, yeah. So here we go. We get another view at Herbie once again, who, as a reminder, started a little bit later off in one of the other servers. So a bit further behind our buggies from the initial launch. But if I'm not mistaken, those are the lights of a reclaimer. Am I wrong? They are very bright. They appear to be the lights of a reclaimer.
I mean, that looks very... I mean, there's no way he got to that reclaimer that fast.
Surely not. No, it is not the reclaimer. It just is Eager Flats. It's giving us a...
And I'm like, what? Okay, yeah, because I see the lights around the building, but I think we have the replay of the X1, Kronzi, so let's take a quick look at that. Oh, it's because you got a big jump, that's why, yeah.
That's amazing.
What was he like bumped back, dude? Like,
yeah.
I wonder if that's a support pilot. They just that's awesome, man.
That's fantastic.
That was a great replay. Just getting that bump in the air, like, hey, let me high five you. So
yeah, they were having some radio issues. They just needed to talk to him a little bit.
And that X1, man, beefy. Honestly, man, like I said, I really, really impressed and love how the X1 looks racing in this year. So I think X1's available, man. Go grab it, by the way. Hashtag not sponsored. I'm just making sure. No, for real, though.
And make sure you use my referral code.
Referral code for an X1? Dang, man. You're trying to get anything. You're trying to get anything right now, Kronzi. But no, I know, loving the race so far. I can't believe the X1 went up that high and smacked the C2.
Crazy. Yeah.
I thought you said that they switch in the air, so good thing we have replays now.
I caught like half of it because we had just come back, So I had thought it had dropped out of the back, and I mean even in the replay you can see it sort of like glitches through the ramp. It was very, very fun to watch. And there we go, Herbie, who once again in a late start server has crossed the first checkpoint. So for everything that's happened, an incredibly fast start.
Yeah, that is true. I know that they started a little bit late, but that's okay. It's not a problem. I do want to talk about Team CCB Raider. They're in the bike division. That I think they're should be coming up to almost finish here soon, Kronzi. But CCB Raider, they're from Spain as well, which I'm super impressed. We got driver Seabiscuit. Which is, I guess, named after the horse, but support co-pilot DDK, and then they got the co-driver pilot by Pirate, and then Keno B1, which is a support pilot. So another team from Spain that we haven't even talked about. So shout out to them. They're almost done with the bike division.
Yeah, no, well done, guys. Well done. Now, how long do you think it's going to take for our first buggies to arrive at the finish line at this rate? They're starting to approach the Betty. We're what are we? 2 hours 40 minutes. Where do you think we're going to land for the buggies?
I think we're landing around 6 hours for the buggies, 6 hours flat. I think that the pace is going very, very well. I think in the next 20 minutes it should be around the halfway mark, or a little bit past the halfway mark, getting closer to the Betty. Which, remember, the Betty is a little bit over the halfway mark, so let's see what happens. But I think at the 6 hour mark, we should start seeing some of these buggies come in. And obviously, best of luck to all the racers that started a little bit later that are still dedicated to want to race and compete, which I absolutely love. So.
been a fantastic race so far. And once again, it's kind of nice just to see the difference between the night driving and the day driving. There we go from our camera operator, Moist Noodle. We do love you, Moist. Thank you very much for being a camera for us today. Another absolutely fantastic flyer, getting us a nice view of another cyclone hitting Giga Flats.
Yep, he's very moist. So thanks, Moist. And then we have another CCB team. I just saw that we have two. We have a Buggy team as well. CCB runners, another also from Spain. We got driver Bestia. We have co-driver Icarus Long, and then their support pilot with EQNX. So dude, I would love to meet some of these racers that are competing in the Daymar Rally from Spain over at the Bar Citizen in Barcelona on February 3rd. So hope to see everybody there, man. That'll be awesome.
Yeah, make sure you guys go over there and make me really sad that I'm not in Spain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kranzi. But another thing, by the way, Moist Noodle, another incredible Star Citizen creator. If you're not familiar with him, definitely go check him out on Twitch. Guy does a lot of PvP, knows a lot about piracy, knows a lot about the game. Been around for quite some time, so definitely a great guy to learn the game from if you haven't. Very, very nice guy. Please go check out Moist Noodle over on Twitch. Go give it go man some love, a follow as well. So
yeah, got a chance to meet him at CitizenCon, and yeah, absolutely fantastic person for sure.
Yeah, he's I met him at the CitizenCon in Austin, and I can't wait to actually, get CitizenCon back in Austin because it's a quick drive for me, man. So I'm gonna be excited for that one. But people don't understand.
Give us Montreal. Give us Canada.
I don't think they're gonna let me in Canada, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I didn't do anything. I promise. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But love the camera work again. Shout out to the camera team. Shout out to the security teams. Shout out to our staff. Everybody, really, really appreciate it, guys. It's been an awesome day. It's been an awesome day so far. Yes, we've had some unfortunate, servers, but it's all good, man. We're gonna keep trucking, and we're gonna see some people finish, or some buggies finish sooner or later. So, congrats to all the bikes that have already finished as well in server 1.
Yeah, we're very much in the dog days now as we wait to see how long it takes the buggies to get to the end, and we should hopefully, if we can get in camera angles, see some of the buggies reach Betty really any moment now. Probably, yeah. You said 20 minutes earlier. I'd say, yeah, probably 10, 15 minutes maybe from now. Shouldn't be too long.
Yeah, almost to that halfway mark. And by the way, if you're watching from Twitch or YouTube or X, welcome. I think we're gonna jump into the interview one more time with Corsair because I want people to understand the story and how if some new people are watching or maybe we got hosted, whatever it is, I want people to understand how the Daymar Rally evolved, and I think there's nobody better to present that information other than Corsair. So let's take a look at his interview one more time for people that may have jumped into the stream for the first time. Kranzi.
My name is Corsair, and I'm the managing director at Esports. The idea that kind of started the Daymar Rally was I was watching a pretty popular event called the Dakar Rally, and Star Citizen was actually releasing a moon that reminded me of that kind of landscape, and also there were some vehicles coming out around that time. Ursa Rover was out, and I could test with it. The Cyclone was on the roadmap, and it was coming, so I knew that there was going to be different styles of vehicles. So I kind of, created a course route. I built a rule book around that. I put a website out, and then kind of posted it on social media and on Reddit, and got a bit of traction. And over the course of 2018, we kind of marketed it a little bit until the very next this rally was on its way. So it was really just an idea based on what was getting released in Star Citizen and what been watching in real world. Watching the Daymar Rally grow over the course of these 6 years, I never imagined that the Daymar Rally would be as large as it is. From looking that information, back in 2018 to seeing where it is now. Having it basically become the largest community Star Citizen event in game. I never would have guessed that. It's just grown from strength to strength every year. You know, spectators have doubled, participation has doubled, and you know, it's extremely humbling to watch it grow into what it has become now. And obviously, you know, we've moved on to work in other tournaments as well, and it's kind of it was the basis of what our esports was before, you know, we started doing other tournaments. So it really was springboard for Atmo Esports, and it's amazing to see the Daymar Rally has come today. The Daymar Rally still has quite a lot of evolution to come. So as far as the future of the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of improvements to be made and to be added. When we initially released information about the Daymar Rally, it was kind of a futuristic look at what was getting released in Star Citizen, and some of the other things that we'd like to have included in the race as well, which we currently still don't have. For instance, you know, vehicle repair and you know, vehicle repair came in as an example. Basically, we'd probably emulate something similar to the Dakar Rally, where you have a main racing vehicle, spare vehicles no longer exist, and your team now has to maintain this vehicle for the entire course of the race. So as far as game mechanics to still be included and added to the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of that to happen. So it still has its own kind of evolution happening right now. We've added things this year. We add things every year, every time a patch is released. So there's still a lot more to come. And, you know, I just think it will continue to do that. I think Star Citizen is always something that will affect the rally, and I think it will be an ever-evolving community event. If you're looking for something to do in Star Citizen and you're fairly new to the game, or even if you haven't really got involved in community events within Star Citizen, I think the Daymar Rally is a perfect example of everything that Star Citizen is trying to do with the gameplay. So it comes to, you know, getting a team together and jumping in with your friends or all mates and something together, something that has, you know, a goal in mind and can take up a lot of time. The Daymar Rally is definitely fits a lot of those bills. So, you know, if you want to hang out with your mates for a whole day and do a community event and race against other people and compete against other people for common goal, I think the Daymar Rally is perfect for that. I think it shows exactly what Star Citizen can do and it's kind of built for. I think it's the perfect thing. I would like to say to everybody that is watching at home and to the community that's helped, you know, make this all happen, and all of the staff. Obviously, it's what I do every year. I thank everybody, and I will continue to do that every year because it takes a lot of people to make this day happen. There's a lot of stuff in the background. We're looking at 300 odd staff, and then obviously we have everybody who wants to be involved in the Daymar Rally, upwards of 800 participants racing, you know, 212 teams racing. You know, there's a lot of people involved to make today happen, and without it, it wouldn't be what it is. So, you know, massive thank you to everyone who's involved, everyone who's watching online or at home. It is a spectator experience, and yeah, I can't be humbled enough, but to see where it has come and who gets involved to help. It's unexpected people come along, and it's just made this event more special today. I hope everyone enjoys watching the rally today, and we'll see you at the Daymar Rally in 2055.
All right, so that's a little bit about how, you know, just a little bit about history about how the Daymar Rally became to being involved. Again, like Corsair said, evolving, you know, the state of the events as the game develops. So, you know, just a little bit for those people that maybe haven't seen the interview, you kind of understand where the Daymar Rally came. Which something else, Croncy, is that the Daymar Rally is what started. You know, it grew so much that people wanted more events, and we're like, okay, well, we're just gonna start. We can't, you know, call the brand Daymar Rally, so we just made Atmo Esports and then put all of our events under Atmo Esports as a tournament organizer. So, great story there from Corsair, Croncy.
Yeah, it's been awesome to hear a bit about that, you know, over the course of today. It's been awesome. So, yeah. Now we're back on the tracks. You can see the tour bore currently 253 kilometers along the line. So, essentially the halfway mark, right? basically, sorry, words are getting hard as we get later into the day. Basically, the halfway mark as we go towards the 510 kilometers. But once again, we are looking at Herbie again, and I just want to point out, I looked a little bit at the graphic earlier. There we go. We can see that some of them looks like they have crossed past Betty. There is a real possibility that some of the buggies from the later starts beat a few of the buggies from the earlier starts. It's possible. It's looking like that those distances are closing. It'll be tight, but it'll be interesting to see if we do in fact get some of these buggies just go that fast.
Yeah, I am not sure how the buggies have passed the Betty within that 10-minute mark, because remember, Croncy, we were in I called it out, like we were 10 minutes ago where I said that we were gonna get to the Betty around that 3-hour mark, but to call it out, like people like Herbie does do a 5-hour buggy run, and I can easily say that teams like Turbo Racing, even Motor Bob, veteran racers, they can probably 100% kind of make that 5-hour mark as well, because they've been veterans for a long time.
Yeah, definitely 100%. There's so much skill in all of the races that we do are participating today, and it's great to see them own their skills over the course of the last couple of years.
Yeah, right now we still see Cloud Imperium's gamers down there. We got Team Catcom Cyclone as well, still in the race, and we saw some interviews earlier today from Team Capcom. We had Lord Pibe, and we have some other team members that we'll definitely check out their interviews as well as we the game continues. But Cross, you remember something? Once Turbo, even Motor Bob, and CCBE runners finish their race, is going to give everybody that 1-hour marker time to start, and that's very scary, because if you're behind at least I'm gonna say maybe like more than 50 kilometers, I'm not sure if you can get 50 kilometers within that 1 hour. It seems like you can, but it's gonna be very, very close. So if you're not at least 50 kilometers close to the top 3, or at least the third person, once that time hour counts down, wherever you land is where you're gonna be, and that's gonna pretty much end the race for.
Yeah, not to mention we did notice, the roughly the last 50 to 60 kilometers just before the finish line, things start to get pretty bumpy, at least in what we got to see from the bikes. So the Cyclones, while they've got better handling, they're not great at climbing those hills very much anymore. They used to be able to go on a full 90-degree angle, but luckily that got changed, because that was a bit strange. But in this case, it means they're going to struggle a little bit more towards the end.
Krause, question for you, man. How are you feeling right now? I mean, the Daymar Rally is way different than... I mean, we did Fight or Flight for quite some time, believe it or not, when we did that the finals where we were there for like 11 hours. But how are you feeling, man? Are you doing okay?
My feet hurt. My eyes are twitching, and I've never been more excited to watch a race in Star Citizen.
Why are your eyes twitching? That's a question that I need to
tired.
ask.
Doesn't that happen to you when you're tired?
No, man. When I'm tired, I get more energetic. Yes.
That explains so much, Christian.
Why? What do you mean by that? Tell me.
This is where I get enigmatic to play the bunch of videos that I've collected from the last few hours of Atmo events over the course of the last 2 years.
Oh man. Oh man, it's funny. But look, man, I just like you mentioned earlier, right? How can you keep talking? This is love for me, man. I love to keep the enthusiasm high for everybody. Yo, what is that over there? You see like it's a shooting star over here in Princess Foxy's screen. Is like, man, that's probably, I mean, it's a ship flying, but yeah, that was actually pretty cool. But again, if you're watching from Twitch or YouTube or X, thank you guys so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. I know for a lot of people it's not the race that you wanted, but look, man, we're trying to do our best, and this gives a lot of incredible data to CIG to continue improving on server stability, to continue improving on a lot of things. So hey, man, it's Star Citizen. It's what we love. It's what we do. And again, I hope to continue, seeing the incredible community out there. But I'm excited for this year, Croncy. I think that this year is going to be an incredible year for Star Citizen and what's about to come throughout all these patches. I'm very, very excited. Because the thing is, what gets me excited, Croncy, is that we're going to be able to. Oh, we're going to tractor beam time. Let's go. Wait. Do it. Come on, do it. What are you doing, bro? Tractor beam it.
They're just getting into the car upside down. They need to they need to turn off the shields.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. That's so cool. Yo, I bet you everybody at CIG is like, tractor beam is good. And like everybody's like raising their hands up. That is so cool, man. That is actually awesome. Shipwreck is currently following Calamity. If you can find that team, Croncy. Calamity is from what team and where are they from, by the way?
So this is Turbo. This is Turbo Racing Renegades, who we've been watching a lot today. So this is T Stark, Calamity 01101, Barilla 72, and ASCKC. So these guys have been well in front of the Buggy division that launched when we first left, and pretty much uncontested, it seemed. So depending on how the other servers go, it could be, and assuming how the rest of the race goes, because there's still half of it left, it could be a pretty easy podium for him.
Yep, I mean, good job to Team Turbo. I love seeing, the tractor beam right there. So big shout out to Calamity. Hey, this team is doing very, very good. I turned on chat for a little bit here while we're waiting. My it's not freezing anymore, and then all of a sudden it's going to freeze here soon. But Croncy, just want to give a big shout out to everybody on Twitch who's been supporting, who really does support the Daymar Rally in different ways. Again, guys, check out the merch, man, on .x. We'll be announcing that tomorrow. Exclamation mark merch in chat. We got some incredible new Daymar Rally designs made by the incredible Victor from NFED. So make sure you guys check out the new Daymar Rally 2954 merch. The designs change every year, and I hope you guys really enjoy the style that we brought out this year. So I ordered mine yesterday, so I can't wait for it to get here. It probably won't get here by the Bar Citizen to Barcelona, but I'm going to be wearing it hopefully for the System 7.
Yeah, that'd be lovely. Can't wait to see that. I do just want to point out as well, I'm not sure if it's from the tractor beam, but it appears to be that we've now got some nice blue neon lights underneath the sunroof.
Yeah,
a little bit of style.
It does. It's those illegal lights that some states you can't have. You can't have neon lights in some states here in the U.S. So, but it does look very cool. So, that awesome underglow from the tractor beam. But honestly, man, I'm so glad that the tractor beam was able to get into this year's Daymar Rally, especially to flip vehicles like that. I know that when we get hopefully when we get a proper vehicle remake done, and we get hopefully maybe we were getting the boost back, like to see those flips and those different things that we see that we used to see in the old rally where people can flip and do whatever they want without having that auto correction in the air. Croncy, it was the coolest thing, man. It was the coolest thing.
Yeah, definitely. It's giving me like Need for Speed Carbon vibes, or like Need for Speed Most Wanted Carbon right now. yeah. I just wanted them to play. I'm not going to sing it because copyright. But what was that one song? Riders of the Storm or something? As you're going through Daymar.
Riders of the Storm. I would love to make like a Daymar Rally theme music. That would be I think super awesome. So maybe that's something that we look to do into the future, having some like Daymar Rally like sand theme type of vibe. So that would be fantastic. So we still got a lot of servers still racing today, so it's been incredible. And again, everybody at home that is watching, thank you guys for being patient with us, hanging out with us, and keeping chat involved, man. I just opened up chat, so I see so many people still chatting. We see still some people on YouTube chatting and saying congratulations to the winners and everybody who participated and helped the rally happen. So that's everybody, man. I'm Croncy, I mean, I'll have chat open for maybe another, just for a little bit, but that way we can say hi to everybody who's watching at home. So
Yeah. No, it's good to say hi to everyone for sure. And here we go. We have another bike finishing up for their race today, so they are able to get there before their timer gets called. I do want to say they're wearing the RSI Zeus suit, which by far one of my favorite suits in the game right now. I don't know. It's funny to have a big clunky suit like that when you've got other people in these really fancy light armors and stuff.
yeah, I think everybody's doing a great job. That bike is John Sarge. John Sarge. Let's find out what team John Sarge is in.
That is Cathcart Team Alpha.
Oh, okay. You said Catcom?
Cathcart. Cathcart.
Okay. Gotcha. Yes. Well, congrats to them for finishing there. Oh yeah, Catcom Team Alpha. I see them right there in 7th place. Just completing there. So congrats to them. That's awesome, man. That's awesome that they were able to finish there on time. So, well, we should have almost not all, but almost all the bikes wrapping up. Again, they only have that 1 hour timer in that server 1, Croncy, in order to finish.
Yeah, I think
up.
they got like 20 more minutes ish, something like that at the moment.
Okay, gotcha. Hello from France. Hello, buddy. What's up, man? How you doing? So, I mean, gives us some stuff to talk to, man. Dude, YouTube channel.
Oh no, is he gone? Did he freeze again? He was just talking about it. He was just talking about freezing again. He jinxed himself, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, he was so close. It was so close. It was so long. Oh well, we will never hear from him again. But while we're here at the Daymar Rally, watching some fantastic Cyclones make their way along, it really does seem like it's going to be around the 6 hour mark that they're going to get there. I'm really hoping at some point we do get to see one of these actually cross a Betty, because we really haven't seen the Betty since the bikes crossed them, over 2 hours ago. So, a big thing for us to check out. Also, we've got our other servers that had some trucks moving along. It'd be nice to find out roughly where those guys are standing at the moment after they're deployed, I think about an hour and a half ago or so. Because at the very least, the buggies from those servers have definitely been smashing it. So as a reminder as well, because we do have, some servers starting later than others and whatnot, at the end of the day, and probably in a couple of days' time, once we've collated all the results and we've double-checked everything, we will have the results for you guys over on the Discord, as well as, it'll be posted all over on Reddit and Twitter and stuff. So you can make sure you can check those out to see if your team did, in fact, podium. We got to see the bikes finish. It looks like we're probably going to see Delta Dietis and Team Garden on the podium there. They had some very, very quick finishes, but there is still more to go. It's a long endurance race. That's where we're at. That's what the Daymar Rally is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to mention our merch once again. It is the Daymar Rally. Make sure you pick yourselves up some merch. Some more absolutely fantastic designs that we got. They just look absolutely amazing. So there we go. Thank you, Enigmatic, for that command in the Twitch chat. Every single event, I swear the merch keeps on getting better. And I'm also really disappointed that my joke fell flat earlier of saying that Atmo really just need to become shirt salesmen. They're just crushing it, The designs get better and better and better. There we go. A little bit of a graphic update there as well. So the Cyclones, the buggies. I keep saying the Cyclones, but there are a couple of STVs that are in the running there. Our forward buggies from the first server launch are just about to now hit the Betty. Though I feel like we've been saying that for a very long time now, that they're just about to hit the Betty. It's a rough race. It's a long, long time, especially when you get into these sections where the Cyclone has way too many of these large rocks to avoid. The caverns might not be here, but, they have had to avoid those previously, and it just takes up so much time. Also, some great camera work here from Shipwreck, getting that Hercules in view as well. And I want to remind everyone exactly how the support craft work. So we do see that Hercules there. That has a bunch, well, likely would. Hopefully they've still got some spares, but it should have a bunch of spare Cyclones in there for the pilot. In addition, they're going to be essentially relaying a bunch of different directions in order for them to successfully get to the Betty. The majority of them, you will notice, they will just fly ahead of the Cyclone, and that way the Cyclone or the STV can just follow it along the entire time. So that's sort of how it goes. It also, they are responsible for logging distances as well, so that when we do bring up those leaderboard graphics, we can get at least a somewhat accurate distance counter, so that you guys can know exactly how far everyone is. And there we go. You can see there, Mountain Motor currently 292 kilometers ahead in the race. So, only a little over 200 kilometers left for them to actually finish. Same with Turbo, not too far behind, only 17 kilometers back there, right? So quite a little bit left for them. Some other fantastic shots here from Moist Noodle. Absolutely crushing it. I think it is safe to say that everyone in this first server launch from the Buggy division, quite far ahead. The 200 kilometer minimum. We're at 3 hours, 5 minutes. I think 6 hours may have been an overestimate. I think for the fastest of this division, probably going to see 5 hours, maybe 5 hours 20, something like that. But let me know in the comments, where do you think the Buggy division is going to go? Do you think they're going to finish within that time limit? Is your team currently here in this top 18 for our first run through? What is it? I want to hear from all of you. You all know who I'm going for, because I've said Team Punch Buggy like 80 times over the course of the last 7 hours. And it looks like we're just about to get Crucian back, just as I was starting to run out of topics of conversation once again. Really, really hard to talk by yourself, not have someone to go back. Here we go. We have another swap here. So, once again, not 100% sure what team we're watching here from Princenza Foxy, but a nice, quick swap of driver as well there for that team, directly into some rocks out of the gate. So, maybe not the best landing spot, but it's going to work for him. So, well done. That was a really clean swap. Barely any time lost. So Mutant Motor ahead, Turbo Racing, CCB Runners, IHM Racing, and Disorder Fries. It's a fantastic name. A truly amazing name. Shoutouts to you, Leafex. Thank you very much. We appreciate it a ton. I did purposely, I've been commentating for Atmo now for a little bit. I purposely started to buy these like little gel pads so that I could stand on them when I commentated, and they've worked a charm. My feet still hurt because I've been standing for like 7.5 hours, but they hurt significantly less. So get yourself a gel pad, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like it's
all right.
Elise Tata. Hello again. How was
Look, man, I opened chat and it froze. So I can't open chat anymore. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. Sorry.
We were joking about how you had literally just talked about that it was going to happen again.
Yeah, I talked about freezing. I opened chat, and all of a sudden, so guess what, chat? I'm sorry. I love you guys. Whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, I can't open chat again. So sorry.
Yep.
it's bad juju, man.
Yeah. So it looks like the team that we saw do the swap was Turbo. We saw them do a swap with their Cyclone RC. So once again, it was very smooth, very fun to watch, very cool. Yeah, love it. Crew.
What happened?
Oh, just making sure you were there.
Yeah, because I'm still fixing things on my back, and that's why. So
I get scared. I get lonely, and I get scared when you don't respond. You never know.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not opening chat no more, man. You guys are
That's all bugged out. So right now I'm having a lot of issues. I might freeze again, just in case. I'm sorry, Croncy.
All good.
In case I freeze again, I'm just letting you know ahead of time.
Look, it's felt like training for what we were talking about at the start of stream, right? Where we talked about how you just keep talking over and over again.
Dude,
Now it's-
just look. If you have random thoughts in your head, just talk about it. Just talk to yourself.
That's what I've been doing, and it has been complete nonsense, and I've been loving it.
Complete nonsense. It's look, man. I'm gonna say it, man. Even if your wife thinks you're crazy, it's okay. Like, just talk to yourself. You're good. Like, like at least you're entertaining yourself. It's not a problem at all. It's what we do.
True.
So if you ever want to be, if you ever want to be a content creator, man, you got to keep everybody entertained, bro. Just keep talking, okay?
Yep.
Just keep talking the entire time. You'll be all right.
Yeah. I do have to steal something from chat there, which is that I was holding the line while you were answering the call. So, maybe you take over the podcast now. I think that's how that works.
Oh no, that's not working like that, bro. I think people want to see. I think people want to see you, Croncy. Nobody wants to see me, man. I'm good. So, I don't know, man. I don't know why I keep freezing. I'm gonna blame the elephant in the room called DDR5. Been having issues with DDR5 builds since the beginning. So, look, man, that's all I'm gonna call it out right there. So, this ancient Go XLR is not working anymore. I don't know, man. My whole PC about to blow up, and it is what it is.
It's because of the pure excitement of the rally crew. It's
pure excitement.
It's frying all of your circuits.
No, it's all good. But again, it's been a great day. But look, man, guys, buy the merch. Maybe I'll get another PC donated by someone else. Go buy the merch, man. We need to. I'm just kidding.
Love it. Now, crew, it's been a while. Do we have any more of those player interviews?
What are you trying to say? That you don't want to talk anymore? I got to throw
yes.
He goes, yes. Well, for some reason, my computer is going very, very slow, so there might be another. It might be another crash here soon. So I do apologize to everybody. This is not how. I'm kind of upset because I hold myself to a high standard, especially when it comes to the broadcast. But I think my stuff is going to crash here once again here in a little bit. Croncy, I apologize.
It happens to all of us. I had an instance last year where my motherboard and my power supply decided to fry themselves, which was great fun. Tech, etc. It happens. So make sure you guys also sign up for any of the other events that we do have running throughout the year. So obviously, the Daymar Rally. Oh, sorry. Looks like we're going to see another swap again from Team Torbor. Assuming we're following the same Cyclone driver that we did recently. Another swap. This could be rough. They may be running out of Cyclones as well at this point. Like whatever damage they're sustaining, whatever it might be, it's getting very, very rough. So Crucian does sound like he was right. Does sound like he is freezing again. I sound like Darth Vader, apparently. I sound like Darth Vader, apparently. Interesting. This is not a USB. To my producer, this is not USB. So I'm not sure what may have happened there. My audio is doubled right now, apparently, is what I'm being told. All right, it's all good. Well, while it is all good, or while it might be good, might be bad, the big thing is, look at this! We are finally getting a Cyclone to go through the Betty, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of Shipwreck here. So, even though I might sound like Darth Vader, at least we get to see this. This is what I've been waiting for. I can't believe just how large the Reclaimer is. That is wild. Now, I'd love to hear from everyone. Has the audio fixed itself? Are we okay at the moment? Or am I still Darth Vader? If I put on a fancy voice, will it be worse? Who knows? I am no longer Darth Vader. Well, I tried. Not okay yet. All right. Well, very interesting nonetheless. Hopefully it'll fix soon. Not 100% sure what the issue is. Lots of audio issues today, unfortunately. But such is the way of live events. How far along are they? So this is the Betty that we just saw them get past. So this is a little bit more than the halfway mark. So not much left for them now. One moment. All right, how do we sound now? We sound the same. Fantastic. We love it, ladies and gentlemen. This is what Crunchy would sound like if he was a droid. True. Accurate. I wish I knew what I sounded like. But oh well. I don't. Apparently it is fixed now. Apparently it fixed itself. We love to hear it. Well, there we go. I was wondering, what are all these things that I can say over the course of waiting for crew to come back, and it turns out I just had to become Darth Vader. Now let's talk about the Daymar Rally again, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we just saw a bunch of buggies, or at least one buggy, get past the Betty, so a little bit further than the halfway mark. Like I said, it looks like we're going to be looking at 5 hours and 20 minutes for the buggies at this stage. Also very interesting that we're not turning our lights on, or whoever the cyclone is that we're following right now, not turning their lights on in the middle of the night. We talked a little bit earlier, the cyclone lights are pretty decent. Even during a storm, you do get significantly more visibility out of them than you lose. Not to mention, you can even get even more visibility if you actually ram the front of the cyclone to pull off the bar, right? So, interesting. Very interesting.
All right, Crunchy, can you hear me now? Are we good?
Okay.
All right. Yes, I think we're good now. I apologize for leaving you alone for that moment. So, Crunchy, can you give me an update about what happened in the last 5 minutes? Quick update.
Yes, so I turned into Darth Vader, is the big one. And we got to see some of the buggies get, or at least one of the buggies, get past the Betty. We got that visual, so sort of a nice visual confirmation that they have made it past the halfway mark.
Awesome. We love to hear it. Happy. And to be able to get some buggies to finish here in the next, I would say about 2.5 hours, Crunchy. If they just pass the Betty, they should be able to, they only have another 209 kilometers to go. So looking forward to seeing some of the buggies finish today. So, but again, I apologize for everybody. Apologize for my freezes, but we should be good hopefully now for the meantime.
Yeah, hopefully no more issues from our side. If I do end up being Darth Vader again, though, let me know, because I'll
what
then
happened?
Permanently stay in that. After you dropped, I don't know, something started happening with my microphone. It fixed itself without us doing anything, but it took a while. So, no idea.
Yeah, it must be your Aussie internet. It's okay though, man. You guys are in the middle of nowhere, so. You're from Tasmania, right, Crunchy?
No.
Oh, my
How dare you?
bad, bro. Why is that so bad?
Oh, it's just funny. It's just funny to exclude Tasmania from everything. There is a subreddit called Maps Without Tasmania, which is one of my favorite guilty pleasures.
Wow. Why would you all do that, anyways?
Because it's funny. Because we're all, the rest of Australia is just one solid landmass, and then you've got Tasmania, and so it's funny to exclude them.
Oh man, that's funny. That's not nice. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Like everybody in the U.S. just doesn't like Florida, and everybody's like cuts off Florida. There's an entire riff of Bugs Bunny literally cutting out Florida from the U.S., which is hilarious. But anyways, beautiful views here. Again, this is and this is where the moments like I can't wait. This is why I can't wait to get more people, more vehicles. Croncy, the action throughout the Daymar Rally, and like I'm okay. Like let's say the Rangers are in between like let's say the Gravlev and the buggy vehicles. That adds another division as well. So I think that there's so much dynamics that we're gonna have moving forward into future Daymar Rallies, and that's why I keep saying I'm excited for Star Citizen in 2024. The reason for that is because of the fact that I think this year is going to change on how we do things. Probably have better server capacity and a lot of like what we want to do is be able to have refueling and have all those checkpoints in the race, just like we have on the map. So it's all so important, and it looks like the trucks haven't even updated or moved yet. So
yeah, so essentially what happened is the initial truck, the initial trucks are out of the race due to some issues earlier. So we do have the later trucks that came through in the late start. So we'll be seeing where they get up to.
No, that makes sense. Well, here we go. Here's one of our buggies passing right under the Betty. Two Bettys. What the heck? Wait, why is there the Betty on Betty's, man? I wonder why.
It's Babette.
Okay, yeah, stop. You definitely are tired. Look, you're. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Okay, I was about to say we're gonna be able to, jump in another. What do you call it? Tractor beam moment. But anyways, we have an awesome. Our next interview is gonna be with Team Catcom. We're gonna have. It's from Team Catcom Cyclone. It's gonna be Blue Cat. Blue Cat is another member. And they have been absolutely incredible. So let's take a quick look at our next interview here with Blaucat from Team Capcom.
My name is Blaucat, and I'm from the Catcom team. My teammates are Avenger and Drag. We are from Catalonia, and we are been participating in Daymar from 5 years ago. My favorite division is the Buggy one. I really like the Cyclone because it's a really fast vehicle. In the last versions we have we don't have the boost for this vehicle, and we would like to take it back. But it's a very fun vehicle to pilot. I think the best experience it's seeing the evolution of the game in parallel of the evolution of these kind of events of the community, and seeing that year after year it is better with more mechanics and more fun. Yes, I would say them to take a chance to participate to this kind of events. The racing community is a great community, and it's a very fun experience with your teammates, and very emotion experience. See you in Daymar Rally, ens veiem a la meta final.
Vaya a la meta final. That means if a lot of people don't know in Spanish means I'll see you at the finish line, or in Catalan, because that's what they speak. There's a couple different languages in Spain, but love the Catcom team. They've also are some OGs of the entire race, Croncy. They've been absolutely incredible. So love these interviews today. Have been awesome. And hey man, we're gonna keep pushing here onto the race, Croncy.
Yeah, look, it's been a rough start. It's had a great middle, and we're sort of still progressing through that middle, right? So a little less than half the race left for a bunch of our buggies. Our trucks, our essentially replacement trucks, still have quite a way to go, but we are getting there very well and truly.
Well, Krusty, I'll say something, man. I appreciate you, hanging in there with me. I know there's a lot of broadcasts that we do that take forever, but hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. We're gonna look back at that one day and be like, man, remember when Daymar Rally took 10 hours, and we are doing it now in 5 hours, and there's just so much more, quickness evolving with how we set up and things like that. So it's to me, it's all bittersweet moments that I get to have. Along with everybody at the staff at Ammo Esports and yourself. So, again, shout out to all the entire team that put the Daymar Rally together. This is not easy to do across 10 servers. We appreciate all the volunteers. We appreciate everybody that came out to support their teams. I do feel sad for the teams that weren't be able to, race to their potential, and teams that have been wanting to win. But look, man, we have next year. I feel like next year is definitely going to be a lot better. I feel like next year servers are going to come out stronger, swinging. So fingers crossed, Croncy.
Yeah, very much so. Fingers crossed. I hope that we do end up in a situation where these can run just that little bit smoother.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, man. We normally have a feedback channel after every event, and we normally have it. But dude, there were people just with pitchforks in that feedback channel. So we're probably gonna give people a couple days and then put the feedback channel up, because I think a lot of people don't understand how hard we put in the work behind the scenes. So for people to get upset because they're not racing it, I don't think it's just fair to us, man. We prepare, and this stuff we can't control, but. Just overall, I'm excited for the people that are currently racing. I hope that, by the way, I see Herbie. He bumped a few times here and there, but I'm hoping that he can come out with the time that he really wants to have. Herbie, a very high level veteran in racing, knows how to find which lines. So I hope that all the work he's been putting in and all the practice does pay off for him, Croncy.
Yeah, and I'm sure it will. I mean, we've been watching Herbie a fair amount in the last 20, 30 minutes, and this route that Herbie has found from Eagle Flats to Betty has been so smooth, right? It's so smooth, and there is a reason to sometimes just go completely out of the way and change your bearings just to find these locations. Because being at max speed for 90% of the race is obviously going to get you very far, opposed to someone who's just taking the shortest line, but that line involves you going through caverns, going up mountains, blah blah blah. Right? Herbie has proved himself time and time again to find these kinds of lines. We, during the course of the System 7, I don't recall if it was last year or the previous year's one. Herbie had found a line in our Microtech Tundra Dash that pretty much no one else had found, and because it was way out of the way, and ended up just crushing it, just absolutely smashing it. So I assume the exact same thing has happened here.
By the way, Croncy, I want to ask you a question. Have you been on the Orison BTR buggy track this year?
Not recently.
No. Well,
last year I raced it a bunch.
I know. I'm hoping that because we're gonna be doing a lot of testing for the System 7 coming up, and we definitely we've always done best of the best. Last year we couldn't do the BTR track for the qualifiers because obviously wheels were going off. The Grey Cat buggy was catching on fire in the middle of the air. But if it's working this year, we definitely gonna be doing the qualifiers on the BTR buggy track. So I'm telling you guys right now, System 7 is signups are available, and you know what? While we continue seeing everybody race, let's go ahead and drop the System 7 video trailer. That way you guys can see what the race is all about. But you need to be able to qualify to enter the System 7 and be a part of that top 16 team that will race for glory, that are going to be the fastest racer. It's a point-based system like F1. It's absolutely incredible race, but yeah, let's get that System 7 trailer played, and if you're interested, sign up at system7.gg.
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
All right. Sorry about that. We took that quick break there to show off a little bit about what the System 7 is all about. So check out our events at ammoesports.gg or ammo.gg and just check out the events, man. You might find something that you like. And if you don't want to participate in the events, but you want to be able to help us, put the events together, you guys can also do that. Just jump in our Discord. We have a, officials channel where you can volunteer. Yeah, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, and personally, I participated in the first 2 System 7s when they were still called the Stanton 7s, and it's one of the most fun racing things you can do in Star Citizen. So many different tracks, so many skills involved, different skills involved. Absolutely love it. So definitely give it a go.
Yeah, the reason why I love it, System 7, like, the races are definitely a lot shorter, a lot more manageable. They're super quick, but dude, like, the tracks that we had last year, Croncy, the Snake Pit track, things like the Canyon Crater. Dude, I can't wait to see those back there again. Wait, is this our first truck going through the Betty? Is this our first truck? No, this is the Buggy. Never mind.
No, I believe that's a Cyclone still. So
yeah.
Still going to be quite a bit before we see a truck pass through the Betty at this stage.
Once again, guys, make sure you guys check out the merch that we just released today, that we just launched. Excavation Work merch.
Ooh. Looks like it's back to me and you all, ladies and gentlemen. But you make sure you check out that merch link. Grab yourselves a great old Daymar Rally jersey or windbreaker or whatever, what have you. They look absolutely fantastic. So the buggies, the vast majority of the buggies that we had in our initial run have gotten past the Betty now, which means we're getting very close to probably the 70% mark for those vehicles. Like we said, maybe 5 hours and 20 minutes. That's my sort of current prediction for when we're going to see the first few buggies cross the finish line. At this stage, because the trucks started off so late, we're going to probably not see them for quite a few hours more than that. But still would not be surprised if they end up finishing in a similar time frame to a couple of our buggies. Now, we did see a couple of people like Herbie cross past Eagle Flats quite quickly. So, there's certainly a difference between them, that's for sure. And here we go. We're at 3 hours and 33 minutes, 3 hours 34 minutes, with Turbor still out ahead with 318 kilometers finished. Mutant Motor with 314, IHM Racing with 300 kilometers. And remember, the race is roughly 510 kilometers. So keep that in mind as we cross through. These guys do not have too much longer to go. Well, they do, but in the grand scheme of things, not too much longer. Hopefully we'll be able to get Crucian back soon. It's been a fantastic time hanging out with all of you guys here during the Daymar Rally. My first Daymar Rally. as I was a bit too intimidated to participate in it the first few years I played Star Citizen. But if you are like me out there and you wanted to participate but you were a little bit intimidated, sometimes just do it. It's fun to just do it. Hopefully next year we have a couple of less problems, so we're able to get more servers in and a lot quicker. Any event like this, any event where you've just got so many people participating in a race of this style, is a truly one-of-a-kind event. So make sure you guys pop in. Another fantastic view from Moist Noodle of one of our buggies. And a great view of the Hercules in front, guiding them along their way. So you can see that, once again, we're approaching a lot of these really flat sections with the Cyclone because you just need to avoid them as much as you possibly can from the trucks. The trucks are going to get ahead of the Cyclones anywhere where it's even remotely mountainous. So you got to avoid it as much as you possibly can. Cloud Imperium Gamers, still there as well. 267 kilometers completed. Now, let me see here. I'm going to find out very quickly who from Cloud Imperium Gamers is competing in the Buggy division as I get to it. So for the Buggy division, this is going to be primary driver Noble, Exversus, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, Cardinal, and Sunny. Noble and Sunny have been absolutely fantastic with the racing community over the course of the last couple of years, joining tons of events and doing okay, doing fine. Maybe they'll be able to be a little bit better here. Feels like it's been such a long time since we've seen someone cross the finish line. The bikes have finished a while ago now from our bike server. As we had our first bike cross at about the 2-hour 20-minute mark, and it has been over an hour since then. So they are done. Bikes are over, at least in the servers that we've been watching. So well done to all of the bike contestants. I hope you were all able to finish. It's a really, really rough race, especially in the bikes where explosions are essentially guaranteed with those vehicles. Not particularly the most resilient. So I was talking a little bit earlier about how the front of the Cyclone, you can get rid of the bar to get a little bit more light. And based on what I'm looking at here, that may have actually been exactly what happened with this Cyclone, whether on purpose or not. You just get a much further range of the light you get to see. And you may think that on Daymar, you know, with the storms and whatnot, that can be a bit more of a hindrance than a buff, but it's pretty reasonable the way that the lighting works on Daymar, even with storms, even at nighttime. The longer range of light, at least in my experience, does make it significantly easier to see. Whereas maybe if you go to somewhere like Hurston and you have the same conditions, it can be a lot harder. So for the most part, make sure you got your lights on, ladies and gents. A reminder as well, guys, that with the truck division, we had some issues with the first trucks that launched out. So our trucks are very far behind at the moment. So once we do get some updated results, we will let you guys know exactly where they're sitting. We did get to see a truck moments ago in the Ursa Rover Lynx, the brand new Rover, which is absolutely fantastic looking. Grab your champagne. But yeah, once we get some more info, once we get some more results, we'll bring those in. A big shout out from me to all of the crew and all of the racers participating today to make this event as large as it is. It is absolutely wild to see this many players participating in the one event. And, you know, there's not really any other games that can allow you to do that. And of course, there are hiccups along the way, but it sort of just makes you imagine what this could look like in a couple of years' time. So it's like crew, unfortunately, still having some problems trying to get back into the call. So you guys are still, unfortunately, stuck with me. You guys are all stuck with me. But at least you get to have a look at these fantastic visuals from Moist Noodle. If you guys haven't checked out Moist Noodle, make sure you do. Absolutely fantastic content creator for Star Citizen. And good dude. Genuinely really good dude. Very much starting to run out of things to say, ladies and gentlemen. Can't think on my feet quite this well. We haven't seen any STVs recently, as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure if we have any STVs in the late starting buggies, but in general, most people didn't choose the STV. It unfortunately just doesn't work as well as really any of the Cyclones do for this particular race. It's another reason why, for example, if you're in the truck division, you don't really want to be running things like the Ballista or the Centurion. Or the Spartan, sorry. They can't quite handle the terrain over this massive period of time. One thing we are noticing right now on the buggies, at least this section of buggies, is that we are approaching daytime. So, like I was kind of mentioning with the lights, the daytime and the nighttime on Daymar, as long as you do have your lights on, isn't too bad. It doesn't impact the buggies that much. It really impacts the Gravlevs, which, you know, we're sort of done with at the moment now. One thing that can become a little bit annoying, and we'll see if that happens, is if we get an early morning storm and we're looking anywhere near where Stanton Star is. That can certainly impede your vision and might actually cause you to run into some rocks, which is, you know, a little bit less than ideal, that's for sure. Let me know, guys, who are you rooting for right now in the buggy division, specifically the buggy division? It's probably one of the more popular ones. Everyone loves, you know, using the Dragonfly, using the Nox, using the X1. But the Cyclone is just, it's something special. Same with the STV and whatnot. So let me know, who are you rooting for? I think Turbo are doing an absolutely fantastic job today, that's for sure. Disorder Friars might have one of my favorite names in this division by a long shot. So it does sound like I'm getting a little bit of confirmation from my absolutely fantastic producer that it looks like Starrise Akudra is going to be between 5 and 8 minutes from now. So very unlikely that they will be. They're not going to be driving towards Stanton Star anytime soon, unless they do some weird 180 and decide to go a completely weird route. So, you know, the horizon shouldn't be much of a visual issue for them today. Very excited to find out where all of our other our late starters position, where their times are towards the end of today. We saw Team Punch Buggy and another team just after them. I don't quite remember who it was, unfortunately, but we saw them get past past Eagle Flats before the first buggies were really even close to Betty. Which is kind of insane based on how much later they started. So I was sort of talking about it before. I think there is a possibility that we see some late start buggies beat some early start buggies, but it'll be close because the distance is truly immense. Some more great visuals by Moist Noodle again here. Our camera work today. All of our camera teams, thank you very much. You guys have been doing an insanely good job. I just hope we can get another crazy view like we got with the Nox almost ramming into their respective Hercules. So once again, to sort of reiterate, because we had a couple of issues and we wanted to make sure that we got some servers running, the secondary servers started running about an hour and a half to 2 hours after the first one. So quite a large distance between them, as I'm sure you can understand. So you know, we did get them going though. They are on their own timers, which is why we can't be certain when one of these vehicles crosses the line, whether they have come first, second, whatever it might be. That's why we need to wait for the end. We need to wait until, you know, after today, tomorrow. Once we've collated all the results and collated all the times, we can give you a definitive. Here is where our participants went.
Well, Croncy, can you hear me? I'm back. I apologize.
There
I
he
don't know
is.
what's going
Hello.
on, man. Yeah, I'm just,
Hello.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm a bit salty right now. Salty. I don't know. You know, got a good PC, you know, 4080, you know, DDR5, 64 gigs of freezing. That's what I'm getting right now. So, yeah, not much I can do about it. But hey, we're back here. Do apologize again, but Croncy, I'll leave it up to you if you can catch me up, man. What's been going on in the race and how we looking?
Not too much super exciting has been happening. We've been getting some more visuals of the trucks, which has been great to see. Nothing super big really happening at the Betties as far as we know. It does sound like we've had a couple more races out of the running, so or at least out of the have been essentially removed before Betty. So a bit unfortunate there. We'll have all that information for everyone after the end of the event.
Gotcha.
But yeah, the trucks are certainly on their way now.
Gotcha. Well, we still have a couple more interviews right now, but I want to say everybody that's hanging in there with us at home, you know, obviously, you know, me and Croncy been talking for quite some time, but I don't even know how long. Croncy, how long has this stream been going? I don't even know how long we've been going.
8 hours and 15 minutes.
Wow, 8 hours and 15. Oh, that's nothing, man. I still got another 4 hours in me. It should be all good. That should be all good, man. But that's pretty wild, actually. But and for everybody that's been sticking out with us for about 8 hours and 17 minutes, we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for being such awesome and dedicated Star Citizen fans, because so are we. Like, remember that even when the Daymar Rally is not happening, you can go practice, try it out yourself. Do the Daymar Rally run yourself. You can always practice. Remember that every third Saturday of January is when the Daymar Rally happens. So come out next year, try it out yourself as well if you're interested. I got fingers crossed that we're gonna have a lot of people in. I don't know, Croncy. I feel like, what do you think? You think next year we have everybody in one server, or at least we have, maybe 2 servers? But I think next year we're gonna have quite a bit of people in one server, in my opinion.
Very likely, but I don't think we would have everyone in one server. I think that's going to be unlikely for a very long time. I do think we'll have probably large regional servers in the not too distant future. Like maybe we'll have 500 to 1,000 people, maybe in a US server or something of the kind. But yeah.
Croncy, why you gotta be so negative, bro? Why?
Because I'm normally so positive. I gotta flip it up a little bit sometimes,
You gotta flip it up. You gotta try to change the the audience's point of view. Okay, that's fine. I was about to say, man, you got that saltiness being rubbed on you during Answer the Call, man. You gotta stop, man.
Hey, I'm rubbing the sweetness on Mike. All right, we're swapping. We're making.
Oh, you're swapping.
Making each other more
okay.
grounded.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. So, love seeing the bikes, and again, shout out to our entire staff, man. Staff did really did a lot to kind of continue with cameras. People didn't give up the servers, so super proud of the team, man. Really appreciate it. But we have an interview actually, Croncy, from Team Lynx, which it's Mr. Freeman. This is their first year becoming a part of the Daymar Rally. So I'm gonna cue that up because we haven't seen much. We've heard a lot of veterans talk, but let's hear from what a rookie in the first year of the Daymar Rally has to say.
It's a great game. You still have some flaws, some problems with bits on the spectrum. We still love you guys. So keep up the good work. And for the rest of your racers, the competitors out there, look behind you because we're coming for you. Good luck. In Team Lynx together with Mrs. Freeman and Mr. Golem, and this is our first year in the Daymar Rally. My favorite division is probably the truck division because of the complexity, how slow it is, all the challenges, and because of that, the Lynx is my favorite vehicle. We've been watching the Daymar Rally for 3 years in a row now, and we thought about why not do it instead of talking about it and watching it. And I got previous experience in esports, so I kind of know what's required of you to participate. That spiked the interest. I really recommend people to join up with the Daymar Rally, try it out. It's fun, and everyone is allowed to participate. And I also want to thank the Atmo Esports for the great job they do, putting all of this together for us. And also CIG, it's a great game. It still has some flaws and problems with bits on the spectrum. We still love you guys. So keep up the good work. And for the rest of your racers, the competitors out there, look behind you because we're coming for you. Good luck to everyone. Thank you.
And look out, he's coming for you. I could tell Mr. Freeman was not too nervous, but he was awesome to do the interview with Croncy. He was very excited for the first year of Daymar Rally, so I hope they at least got to race. Obviously with all these server issues, but I hope they did get to race at least a little bit. Another interviewer that I just noticed, Croncy, that actually is racing with his wife, so very awesome to see.
Yeah, we're getting a couple of those sort of family groups popping into the Daymar Rally, which is kind of cool. It's becoming a bit of a family activity.
Yeah, I totally agree. One day, man, I get my whole, crew, get my kids to play and race and all that good stuff. But I mean, I don't feel like buying them PCs right now. I'm gonna be honest.
I think there's
don't
one
feel
PC
like it.
that maybe needs a bit more of a priority.
I know, right? Well, this is about to go in the junkyard sooner or later, man. Man, it's so tough because I take so much pride of making sure that I have everything working, and then when the Daymar Rally day comes and we're casting and we're having a good time, then all of a sudden you get multiple freezes, and believe it or not, I work like 10 hours a day on Monday to Friday, and I get no freezes. Here comes the Daymar Rally and just freezes my entire computer, man. Come on. So, but we'll figure it out. We'll troubleshoot next week and make sure that it's good for for the next events coming up here in March for the 7th.
Yeah, should be good. Should be good fun.
Yep, and
looks,
one more thing,
oh, no, there he is.
ladies
Yep.
and oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, we thought you had gone again, crew.
No, I'm still here. I was gonna say that. Make sure you guys look out for the giveaway by EQNX. Again, for those of you guys that don't know, that may just be tuning in, EQNX is a community-ran event in Columbus, Ohio, that was announced today by Shadowkin, and is going to be at a science museum. So awesome to see that that's coming to life. Most likely, some of the Ammo team are going to be there. So EQNXSC.com. Make sure you guys go check it out. There's also a giveaway there that they're doing for the Daymar Rally. Go earn some, go win some ships. So, are you gonna come to Equinox, Croncy? Make a trip to the U.S. again?
I feel like that might be a bit expensive, crew. I don't know if you know, but there's going to be a CitizenCon trip that I'm almost certainly going to have to pay for as well. So. It might be a bit rough.
Croncy, how dare you say no to me, man? That's rude. Oh, we're friends, man.
All right, everyone heard it. Crew's going to pay for my trip to Equinox. Let's go! Woo!
I mean, hey, if I hit the lottery, I got you, bro. We'll bring the whole crew out here. We'll come in numbers. But I actually have to play the lotto in order to hit it. So, can you remind me next week, Cross? I'm kidding. But no, yeah, I don't normally play the lotto here in the U.S. I barely leave my house. Last year I drove 6,000 miles, so
Yeah, that's a lot. That's very rough. I do hope, sort of just, similar sort of thing. I do hope we get some more information about CitizenCon pretty soon. I did see that Xylo posted up on Twitter that he was very excited about what he's got planned for CitizenCon this year, but hopefully we get some dates and stuff soon so I can sort of start planning and maybe get some cheap flights and stuff, because last year's CitizenCon was so much fun. I'm so glad I went and met everyone and did the fighter flight and stuff. It was just such a cool experience that I've never really gotten to experience anywhere else. So CIG, let us know what's going on with this year's CitizenCon.
Somebody says must be quite expensive getting flights from Tasmania.
I'm sure it is.
Damn, Kronzy, they're man. I said one thing and they're calling you. They got pitchforks out. Oh my goodness, that was so funny. Oh, there goes that bump there. Anyways, another shout out to Brahms. By the way, Kronzy, something that I want to talk about that we haven't really mentioned, right, is that when 510 kilometers, right, which is a Star Citizen, it's 316 miles, right? So from Shubin to Eager to Kudre is 316 miles. Now, in real life, right, we can do, I would say, we do 360 miles. I think this is like my drive to Austin is around 4 hours, in a ground vehicle. But obviously, you're on Daymar. You have gravity. You have gravity in play. You got rocks. You got a lot of hills. A lot of different things. Now, do you feel that these 6 hour, as the game becomes more realistic, do you feel like 6 hours in a buggy or rover is an adequate amount of time compared to to the amount of time that you would actually drive for 360 miles?
I don't really know what a mile is, but for 510 kilometers.
Okay, hold on. In the US, we use miles because we're all weird, just like how we don't use military time. And even though, in the military, we use that military. So 510 kilometers would take in real life around 3 hours or 3 to 4 hours to finish. So I'm asking you, like, compared to the game.
Sorry, did you say 500 kilometers would take 3 hours to finish?
510 kilometers? Yes, it takes about.
If you're going like 150, 160 kilometers an hour, yeah.
No, I do that easy. I do that easy in 4 hours.
Crew, 500 kilometers at 100 kilometers an hour would be 5 hours.
Yeah, but not. Okay, look, I'm converting.
How fast are you going on your highway?
No, I go around 80 to 90, and I can cover 360 miles, around 80 to 90 miles per hour, and very quickly. That's what I'm saying.
How much? Okay, no, I need to look this up. How much? 80 miles 2 kilometers. 130? No, that's wild. You got 130 kilometers an hour? What the hell?
Dude, I'm just that is a speed limit. 130 kilometers per hour is the speed limit here in the freeway in Texas.
I'm never driving in the States. Never.
It's 75, 80, and I go 10 over every time. I put cruise control. I go 10 over, and I'm good. So I'm going around at 130, 135. That's what I'm saying. Like, for 510 kilometers, I can do that in 4 hours. So I'm just saying, like, do you feel like the speeds are adequate in Star Citizen? Like, what do you guys drive, like,
do we
grannies?
think we're adequate for you crazy Americans? Or do we think they're adequate for the rest of the world?
Like, I mean... how do you guys, I mean, Corsair drives like a madman in Australia. What do you drive, like a granny? Like, you drive like an old lady?
What if I do? No, it's just, Corsair's insane. Anyway, to actually answer the Star Citizen related question.
Yeah, well, you guys you guys drive on the left in Australia, so y'all all crazy. I'm just kidding. Because in the Europe, they drive on the left too. So.
To actually answer the question, I do think that the Cyclones, specifically obviously the RC, should go a little bit faster just because of the lore around them and stuff like that, right? So I feel like if they completed the 500 kilometers in 3.5, 4 hours, that I feel like that would make a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I
130
just wanted,
kilometers an hour. What is? Oh my god.
I mean, what's your speed limit? Like 20 kilometers an hour?
Our highways are 110 kilometers an hour speed limit.
So 130
in the
is not
majority of
that
Australia.
bad.
The only time that's not the case is in like Northern Territory, where we've got like fake speed limits where you're technically allowed to go however fast you want. But
Well, I mean, nobody's
110
monitoring up there
kilometers
'cause
is
nobody lives there.
well, yeah, pretty much. But you're actually not wrong. But yeah,
Oh,
that's
man.
just wild. That's insane. At the same time, I don't know why we're getting into this discussion, but like there is something to be said about, you know, like American roads are a lot more like you guys just have more roads, period. And so I would imagine your highways are a lot more designed for that. I don't know. But that's so fast.
I mean, I don't know why you're impressed, man. I mean, isn't the Autobahn in Germany also like no speed limit as well? Isn't that? I mean,
yeah, and that's like a specific road. That's a very specific road.
I mean, it's the same thing. Like when we drive from state to state, it's literally it's like a highway with like 2 to 3 lanes, and I'm on the middle, and I'm gunning it in cruise control at 130 kilometers per hour, and I'm gone. And that's what I do.
Yeah, we have those too, but 110 kilometers an hour is the limit.
Okay.
And
well,
like you will get pulled over for going like 10 k's over as well.
Anyways, we need to figure out who is Brahms. Let's get it. We need to figure out who's Brahms. Do you know who's racing? Who's Brahms eyeing?
I do not. Unfortunately, we've been watching them for quite a while.
Okay, well, let's figure that out. And right now, Turbo Racing Renegades doing a great job at keeping that lead. It looks like they're doing fantastic. But wait, do we not have Herbie anymore as well?
Unfortunately, not. They have been taken out of the race.
Wait, how?
Through Waze.
Okay, gotcha. No problem. Understood. So that makes a lot of sense. But let's go ahead and get a check here. And again, thanks everybody for. Yeah, it's just. I mean, Crossy, like, I mean, you guys drive slow as heck if your stuff is 110. 110 is what? 65? 60? Like, you guys have max 60? Like, come on, man. Like, you guys live, man. That's rough.
Well, sorry that we have good road laws.
By the way, a lot of people don't know I'm actually from the United States Virgin Islands, by the way. The Virgin Islands was actually owned by I think it was the British, and then it got sold to Delaware in the US. I think it was like 1972. Anyways, I don't know the full history, but we also drive on the left in the Virgin Islands. So, and we carry a lot of products that are banned in the US, but we're still a US territory. So, like, let's say like certain liquors that you can't buy in the US as banned, I can easily buy it in the Virgin Islands and bring it with me. It makes no sense, but we drive on the left, and would I rather drive on the left than the right? I don't think it matters. I can adapt to either one. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, here at the rally, you don't get to drive on the left or the right. You drive forward.
Anywhere you want.
Exactly.
Now, I mean, let's talk about this a little bit. Do you believe roads are going to come sooner or later to Two-Star Citizen?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check the progress tracker again, because I think it's one of those features that's been like pushed back quite a few times. I do think we'll see it. Like, the BRT racetrack feels a little bit like maybe a prototype for roads. The images we've seen of the distribution centers look a little bit like they might be, once again, like a sort of a prototype of roads and whatnot. But the type of roads that we expect, or that we want, or that a lot of people want from the game, I don't think we're going to see for still a couple of years' time. But I really am waiting for that day. I'm really excited for the day that we get to go, you know, from one point of interest to another point of interest on a road that, you know, maybe actually has some like twists and some turns and whatnot, so that we can race on it and you know, have a bit of a bit of a fun competition.
Yeah, something that I would say is that I love the BTR tracks. I love that they're putting another one in, within Microtech, but like I want to see a bigger track for the Cyclone RC for the G12 vehicles and the racing variant of that, right? I would love to be able to see those variants and those speeds and all that good stuff as much as possible. I want to see a tracks for those vehicles in the future now. I think that no matter what and how many tracks they put into the verse, man, I feel like we're always gonna want to make our own inside the PU because it's just like the elements are always gonna be unique,
Yeah, of course. One thing that I also really hope we get as just sort of an extra thing, like we've been seeing a lot more racing on Arena Commander, and we've now, we're presumably going to get the map that we got to see at DreamHack with the water Gravlev race. I'm really hoping we get to see a little bit more of that, a little bit more of the ground vehicle races actually be implemented one way or the other.
It's funny because I haven't raced in a while, and I think when I was playing at DreamHack Atlanta is when I was like, dude, I need to get back into racing, right? The funny part was that like I was racing really well with mouse and keyboard, and people were like, man, this guy's good. I'm like, I've been playing since 2016, bro. Like, I've been playing for a while, so mouse and keyboard, I know how to run this. I still know how to kind of maneuver a little bit, not as good as the barrel roll, baby. Let's get it. By the way, we're watching Zaffron from Mutant and Motor Mob, and let's call out that team real quick. Let me go ahead and Mutant Motor Mob, definitely a veteran team from Austria. We're watching
we've got Static
Zaffron,
Mess, Ormian, Luke, and Zaffron. So this is their support co-pilot. So gone through a couple of drivers today.
Yep, they probably taking turns while some people take a nap and come back to life. Like, hey man, 2 hours are done. Come, it's kind of like have you ever seen sim racing, Croncy?
Yeah.
So sim racing, they have like 2 drivers and they do sim racing just like the 24 hours of Le Mans. I know that I've talked with this with I've talked with this with like Enigmatic, but I would love to do like a 24 hours of Le Mans in Star Citizen. That'd be so cool. That'd be super cool.
Dibs on Herbie.
Dibs on Herbie. Dibs on Herbie. Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
So
if we had like a nice track for it or something, it would definitely be something super interesting. Maybe one day when we get like better servers and stuff, we can have that possibility. But that would be the true endurance. Like the Daymar Rally itself is already quite long, but imagine having to drive probably in 6-hour shifts or something. Oh boy.
I mean, 24 hours of Le Mans, they do I think I'm not sure if this is accurate, but when I watch Gran Turismo,
in Le Mans?
they do 4 to 5 hour shifts or 3 to 4 hour shifts, and they have 3 drivers.
Right. My one experience with Le Mans is watching the movie Ford versus Ferrari. So that's where all my experience comes from for that.
Well, mine too. But you have the most recent one because Ford versus Ferrari is an old movie. Like I think back then they had 2 and now they use 3. So remember, like Ford versus Ferrari was old,
it'd certainly be a lot better.
Get
yourself an actual good rest period.
Yeah. So definitely fun. But no, I would love to see a series where we can put in Star Citizen and make it longer. But I know that there's some racers that do race with a sim rig. I know that I think it's Neojet or Salem Frost, one of them that has like a full like sim rig type of combination that they have a wheel in the middle and then they have their sticks on the side, which I think is pretty cool.
Oh yes, very interesting.
So some people say race around the planet. I'm not gonna race around the planet, bro.
Oh yes, let's do this 4,000-kilometer race.
Oh man. Anyways, I hope everybody's having a good time. I hope everybody's still enjoying the race today, guys. A lot of finishes. Again, we're calculating all the times.
And like Krause mentioned, towards the end, once everybody's completed, we tally all those times, and then we should be able to find our top 3 for each division, and they can win some incredible prizes. So, looking forward
Yeah.
to everybody. Looking forward to everybody right now that that is currently still racing.
Yes,
So-
it's a tremendous effort for what we've seen from all of our races here, and we get once again another great view of this Lynx Rover. So we get to see some of those trucks once again, some of the late start trucks, and you can sort of tell it's obviously been a very long time since we saw the non Lynxes all those hours ago, but the maneuverability on the Lynx is just so much better by quite a bit. Like any amount is so
Everything
much
is
better, you know what I mean?
everything is better, man. Like everything
Yeah.
is better on the Lynx, to be honest. Like when we saw the changes of the ground vehicles, like the Lynx was right up there with the Cyclone, which is wow. The acceleration is better. And all of the testing that I saw from Gerber the Gnome and Herbie and all those guys, man, like I was like, bro, what is going on here? But like I said, I'm gonna say it again. I'm not complaining. I'm very patient, so I'm okay with however they're trying to tackle the ground vehicle experience. I trust the team, man. I really, really do. I really mean that. I know we're gonna have a great ground vehicle mechanics here coming up pretty soon, along with improvements and grav lev and all that good stuff. So I'm okay. But I commend every single team for this Daymar Rally that just came out and raced no matter the conditions, and that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I appreciate the most.
Yeah, definitely. Ditto from me, 100%. It's truly an immense amount of effort.
Yeah, man, it's been great. With talking about Gerber the Gnome, are they still racing, Krause? I would love to get an update from Team Rock Ramson.
Yeah, not 100% sure. Definitely a crowd favorite, for sure. So yeah, don't quite know. Now they are in a Lynx. I do know what server they are on, but I'm not sure how that server went today. I'm not super positive. So
Gotcha.
We'll see if we can get an update on them, because yeah, definitely a popular team. It does look like Shugo, one of the team members, says they are still racing. So there you go. They are still going at the moment. Now, so they would have been a late start Lynx. So, it's going to be a while till we see sort of where their results go. But they are racing.
True.
They're racing at the moment. So awesome to see.
Awesome. Well, we actually have an awesome interview with Gerber the Gnome. So let's cue that up and listen, about what Team Rock Ramps is bringing to the Daymar Rally.
Hello, my name is Gerber the Gnome. I represent Rock Ramps, and I've been racing in the Daymar Rally for 2 years. Last year was our first year, and it did not go so well, so we have a lot to prove this year. My favorite division for Daymar Rally is Truck. It leaves a lot of open play for support pilots to do a lot for their drivers, including mapping terrain, relaying routes to the driver, and supporting your driver in every single way possible. But my favorite thing to race is clearly hover bikes. I like to go fast. After System 7 last year, I spent a lot of time doing Daymar as well as a whole bunch of other bike courses, and I'm ready to get out there for that too. My favorite experience competing in Daymar Rally has been really of practices, either the Atmo practices or the personal team practices we've had. The amount of friendly faces that have come back and just resurged out of the ground from System 7 last year has been absolutely lovely, and it's great to see everybody back. If I could say anything to the Star Citizen community, it's that there's never been a better time to get involved in racing in the game. The racing community is very friendly, encouraging, and just lovely people. If I had something else to say, I'd give a personal shout out to my family watching, as well as the awesome folks that make up my racing team. I wouldn't be here without their support. And as always, faster together, and see you out on the course.
Oh, awesome interview by Gerber the Gnome, who is currently this team. They're still racing, and we got some other of his teammates that we also interviewed. So we'll talk to them. We'll check out those interviews a little bit later today. But man, Kranzi, I think Gerbo,
Definitely another great dedicated racer. Always has like the scoop of everything. Always playing the game. Very awesome guy.
Yep, absolutely fantastic person. Another person that I've had the chance to race with and race against over the course of the last couple of years, and an absolutely fantastic sport. You know what I mean? Even if he crushes you or you crush him, still a great conversation at the end of the day. You know.
Yep, 100%. And while we have our racers currently racing, guys, we're going to give ourselves, myself and Croncy, a quick little break and kind of go into a quick ad break here. So if you guys need to stretch, get up, go grab some food as well, we should be right back after this break. But I just want to say one thing before we do so. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for being here. We really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. We can't thank you guys enough for watching, supporting. If you guys already picked up some merch, whether you're typing in chat, all the support is super appreciated here from the entire team at Atmo Esports, and we can't thank you enough. So, guys, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back very, very soon.
Practice day, race day, or just Saturday, always demand the best.
At Ultima Energy, we always challenge ourselves to give our best. Through our technical partnership with Tunbro Land Systems, we developed Ultima T-Fusion Hydrogen Plus Premium Fuel with unbeatable protection against wear and corrosion and superior reduction in radionuclides. Go with the best total engine protection you can get.
I can't count the ways that you've lost my faith and caused me pain. Feels like yesterday you made your first mistake, wasn't your last mistake. All the things you say, lies that infiltrated my bed and I believed them. Nothing left, nothing left. But the heart it rules the head. You've been gone for so long, my heart breaks but I can't get enough. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. In a world of make-believe, denying everything we don't wanna see. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. Now the storm has passed, I can see clearly, even though you don't hear me. You haunt me in my dreams, but I'm waking up. I found a way to breathe. You've been gone for so long, my heart breaks, but I can't get enough. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. In a world of make-believe, denying everything we don't wanna see. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. Cause the taste of you is bittersweet.
Hey, Croncy. Hi. Welcome back.
Hello. That kind of woke me up a little bit. Maybe it woke up some of you guys at home as well. We are 9 hours into the broadcast today, and it has been a big one. It's been a long one. The Daymar Rally 2954.
Hey, it's been a great day. I don't know what you're talking about, a long one. I still got energy. I'm still motivated.
I never said it wasn't
you
great.
know?
I just said it was long.
No. You said you're over here. If you mentioned how long it was, that means you're complaining. Just kidding.
Damn, he's right.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. But anyways, I hope everybody's being vigilant. Thank you guys for allowing us to take a break. It's funny. I think the reasons why Detox didn't come back is because I heard him eating pizza last year, Croncy. On broadcast, he was eating pizza.
Oh man, that's genius. That's genius.
He's like, I'm just gonna let crew talk while I eat pizza the entire time. And just say,
we're about to have a great display. Sorry, just quickly, we're about to have a great display of the flipping over of the links. So 2 things you can do here. One, it'll flip over itself sometimes, or you can do what they just did there, where you move the turret, and then it flips itself over like that. So
hey, that's big brain, man. Removing the turret really quickly. I wish we would see. Now, is a tractor beam? I haven't tested this, but does the tractor beam turn over heavier objects slower, or no, or it doesn't matter?
It seems to. In my experience, it does seem to.
Oh, okay.
So like, if you're trying to like
feel like the links
vehicle,
and the.
Take a while.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. But I felt like the links and the cyclone when I was flipping it over, it wasn't. It felt like almost the same. So.
Yeah, no, it might be. I'd have to do some more science, but I will say though, compared to the cyclones, the lynxes tend to not get stuck upside down as often. They're a lot better at flipping themselves over. One, just from the mechanic that tries to avoid them from getting stuck that way, but then also, as we saw in this instance just moments ago, you can use the turret to give you that little bit of help as well. So, tractor beam is probably not as much an issue here.
Well, we have another first team, right? I think this team is from Valoran, if I'm not mistaken. Did I say it right? Or no?
Wait, sorry,
yeah,
which
it's
team?
Valoran. This is a team. Steve Valoran is a Buggy Cycle RC team. They use their support ship. Is a Caterpillar Chronacy, and what they want to do is that they'll leave their vehicle in place, and then they'll have their secondary driver. When they're ready to load, they'll open up the sides of the Caterpillar and just drive right off the side of it and continue the race.
It's certainly a style points bonus for that kind of resupply for sure.
Yeah, so this is one of the only teams that actually use the Caterpillar as a support ship with that, which I think it's actually awesome. A lot of people wouldn't use it because it flies a little bit slow compared to the other vehicles, but this is a team that this is their first time in the Daymar Rally, and you got Mr. Aston, Sir Garbus, Just Driven, and Chessmeat, and we have definitely an awesome interview with Mr. Aston. So let's take a quick look at how this team feels about entering, their first year Daymar Rally Chronacy.
Hi, my name is Mr. Aston 177. I represent Team Valoran, and this is our first year participating in the Daymar Rally. Our favorite division is the Buggy division, and our favorite vehicle is the Cyclone RC. We like the Buggy division because it doesn't have the nuances that the bikes or the rovers do. The bikes you can crash a lot easier. There's more PvP in the rover division, so we thought the Buggies was a good middle ground. And the Cyclone RC is just faster. Even without the boost, it's still a few millimeters a second faster, so we like it for that reason. I'm interested in racing in the Daymar Rally because it's one of the best things I've ever heard of, being put on by a community in a video game, any video game, and the scale that it exists at is mind-boggling, and I've always wanted to be a part of that. I'm interested in racing in the Daymar Rally because it's one of the best events I've ever heard of being put on in a video game, any video game, and the scale that it gets put on, I would just love to be a part of it. And same thing with all of my friends who are participating with me. It's just the scale, the community coming together to make this thing happen is just incredible, and we've been wanting to do it ever since we found out about it. So this year we're finally going to get it done. To the Star Citizen community, if you want to join events like this, and especially if you've already got friends to do it, absolutely find a way to do it, whether that's in the Daymar Rally, the System 7, or any other sort of dogfighting series that Admo Esports or anybody else puts on. I highly recommend it. It's a great time getting together with the community. You said this game's got one of the best communities that there is. So just go have fun with your friends, no matter what it is. And I'll see you out there in the verse, and good luck to all the racers out there.
Awesome interview. That
Mr. Aston, man, first time in the Daymar Rally, and what I loved about it is that we're getting so much new teams, new people, new orgs being involved, and I'm just honestly happy, and that's why the Ammo Esports team will always continue to make these events happen, no matter what, guys. So don't be scared, don't be shy. If you want to compete, if you want to have a good time and experience the filthiest race in the verse, make sure again. The third Saturday in January next year, 2955. Make sure you guys are signing up, man. So I definitely look forward to this every single year, Croncy.
Yeah, look, it's the biggest in-game event of the year, so much so that you hear people talking about it all throughout the year, Anytime there's anything happening on Daymar, it's almost certain that someone's going to bring up the rally because, it's just that big of an event, and it's a really, really fun event as well. So, yep. Once again, everything you said and more.
Well, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard, starting off with the bike division. Take a quick look at that. While I know we haven't updated people yet, so let's take first the bikes, because I know we got a lot of people finished. We had for server 1, Delta Dietis finished a lot quicker. We had Amrock's Fang finish in second. Aluminum Falcon was in third. It's backwards there, guys. It feels like people didn't just finish.
Yeah, I believe we actually saw
calculating.
Garden Racing 2 finish right after Delta Dietis. So yeah, we'll get the get the correct times and whatnot. But we did see all of these teams finish. That is for sure, and they crushed it. They absolutely crushed it. So much so that was 2 hours ago that these guys finished. Is that not wild? That's wild.
That is pretty wild. So but I mean, now let's jump over to the Buggy division, because we should see some of these teams getting definitely a lot closer right now. Turbo Racing Renegades still up there, Mutant Motor Mob. So I mean,
it's been a while since these ones have been updated. I think it's been about an hour since these have been updated. So these guys should be much further ahead than
really
these numbers. We got to see them all get past the Betty quite a while ago, which is essentially when we started seeing these numbers get updated. So they should be significantly further along than they are right now.
Yeah, well, we'll see if we can get an update. So we'll see if we can get an update on these. But I mean, it's super important to get this leaderboard updated here soon. But I mean, I know the trucks are not going to get updated as often, but at least the Buggy should still be getting updated as we kind of take a look at how far these guys are. So, but overall, so far, great race for a lot of people. Yep. I think, we still have, I think Team XGR still racing. We got a lot of great teams still racing. So hopefully they can put in the times that they want.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, the time that you want is the win. So, there's obviously still plenty of opportunities for these people to podium. It's once again, while we are fairly sure that they should be a bit further ahead than our leaderboard suggests, they should be maybe starting to approach the finish, maybe getting a little bit near, maybe 50 to 100 kilometers out of the finish line. So, if we see that coming up soon, we will make sure you guys can see it.
Yeah, we'll get some updates here soon on the Buggies and see where Mutant Motor Bob is at and see where Turbo is at. We'll love to see that stuff get updated. But right now, we're just going to continue catching these RSI links is pushing. And I think this team is, let's see what team Officer Ron Dog is currently viewing right now. So we're able to, call out this team and see the racing. But right now, we still have, a couple hours. So not only we start seeing the Buggies finish Croncy, but also the Rovers as well.
Yeah, very much so. The Rovers shouldn't be too far behind our late Buggies that we had in the second sort of launch. So yeah, should be a moment. We'll see soon. We're getting those updated now, getting those requests out. I would hazard a guess that our Buggies are about 50 to 100 kilometers away from the finish. At least our frontline Buggies. And ladies and gentlemen, it has happened again. Welcome to the Crunchy Rally. I hope you've all been really enjoying the program today, and I hope you've been enjoying the race. It's been a big one. We've had some big moments for sure. I get really excited when we finally get to see all of the like clip compilations essentially of the end of the race, similar to how we saw with the S7 and the fighter flights. So hopefully we get that one around as well. The teams that are still participating, you guys are absolutely crushing it. Thank you so much for participating in not just a long race itself, but you know with the later start. You guys are really putting in the long yards, and it's awesome to see, and it helps grow the racing community and strengthens it and whatnot. So thank you very much. Also, make sure you're not spilling any champagne in the back of that Lynx Rover. I will check. Don't think I won't. And also don't think that I won't slurp up all that champagne off the fresh carpet at the bottom of the Rover. It's got to be at least a little bit delicious, I imagine. My producer agrees. Ooh, it's been a tiring day, everyone. So I got to imagine as well that a lot of our races, that looks like a dead Hercules right there. I've got to imagine a lot of our races are starting to run out of spares as well. It's something that will happen. It happened a little bit earlier on. We saw, I believe it was Team Turbo. They had essentially 3 cyclones on them, and they had already swapped twice. We had seen them swap twice. So I don't think there's going to be too many issues with, you know, cyclones exploding or anything along the path, but if you're already swapping that many times, you're starting to get pretty risky. So I'm hoping at the very least they were just swapping their teammates more than, you know, reusing damaged vehicles. Because as a reminder, the support team, these guys in these Hercules and Caterpillars apparently, which is just a fantastic choice, are running around with spared vehicles for our teams. So if you have any issues with your vehicle, that's how you're going to get it. You're not going to be repair tooling. You're going to be grabbing out a fresh vehicle. We talked a little bit earlier today about how, you know, last year we had some issues with coolers on the buggies, where they had an issue where they were essentially just completely degraded after a couple of hours' time, meaning in the cyclone it would just stop working. The spares came in very handy there. Here, it's just for damage, which is why I don't think it's as relevant on the buggies as it was on the bike division.
All right, I'm back once again.
Welcome back.
From my fraternity. I think we're already used to it by now, huh, Crunchy?
It's just a part of the day.
Yeah, it's rough. Did we get those updates on the buggies or not yet? I mean, just frustration on these trees in the PC.
Yeah, I think they are still being updated at the moment. Oh, here we go. It has been updated, apparently. So, yep, let's have a look. Possibly not.
It looks the same that we had from earlier, believe it or not.
Yeah, looks the same at the moment. Perhaps the truck division. Maybe we'll have a quick look at that, see if
I know the truck division is the truck division is chalked, so I wouldn't even bother looking at the truck division. But the buggy division should be the one that we are able to update and see, because if I'm not coming out wrong, if we're almost at 5 hours at that mark, Crunchy, we should be able to see
seeing some buggies pretty close to finishing.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, based on the fact, you know, they were hitting the Betty sort of at like the 2 hours 45, 2 hours 50 mark, some of our faster buggies. So yeah, we should be there at the moment.
Yeah, almost there. I mean, honestly, I've had a great day with the pre-show, talking to all of the the orgs, the sponsors today has been great. So shout out to all of our Daymar Rally sponsors and Ammo Esports company sponsors. Really appreciate everybody. Guys, just make sure that you guys, take a look below at the Twitch panel where you guys can check out all of our sponsors. You guys can see our security orgs that are protecting the rally. You guys can see all that information there. And if, supporting any of those people that are part of the community, you want to, feel free to click on those banners and links. But so far, a pretty decent day, Croncy. I would, if we could take a look at if we could switch over to a buggy, that would be awesome. And see if we guys still have like Herbie's POV, that'll be awesome to have as well. So we can switch over to a buggy vision that I feel like they might be finishing here very, very soon, Croncy.
Yeah, hopefully we have that camera view. We've been having some absolutely fantastic camera views from a bunch of members of the community today, so it's been great to see what you guys have been able to do. So yeah, hopefully one of you is behind a buggy right now, but we've got a lot of cameras to look through before we can find that sometimes.
Yeah, I was actually keeping up since New Year's, right, Croncy, that the car happens, which the car happens, which they do a lot of I mean, that's the race that kind of gave the idea to Corsair about the Daymar Rally, and I watched it this year quite a bit on social media. And what I want to do is I'm gonna take a lot of clips from this stream and just copy all of the shots that they did and show it to them in Star Citizen. It's gonna be so cool.
Yeah, it'll be very, very cool.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to kind of get all that stuff going, and we'll see what we turn out. But a big inspiration is funny because at the car rally they have cameras that are on. The way they get the cameras is they're on helicopters, so it's kind of like our camera team where everybody's on a ship. So again, thanks everybody for staying as vigilant as they can and being patient, and the camera team for being awesome. So but I think once we start seeing buggies finish again, we'll start seeing all of those buggies and everybody kind of go back to back very, very quickly. So
yeah, no, very much agree. So looks like we're having a couple of issues with the possibly the overlay at the moment, guys, as we try to find out exactly where everyone's positioned. We're trying to find out who is currently in the lead for the buggies, because as you can see there, when it was when it essentially last updated, Turbo and Mutant were essentially right on top of each other. So keep that in mind when you are looking at these, that we're just having some issues there, and we'll get you some updates as soon as we can.
yep, we should be seeing I think buggies within the next 30 minutes, I would say, Croncy. Some were going at a very incredible pace and already passing the Betty at a certain amount of time. So I think in the next 30 minutes we should start seeing some buggies being finished and completed. And look at this Lynx just going at it.
Yeah, some of it, it is actually really impressive to see just how fast the Lynx does in fact drive on this terrain. It even looks a lot better and a lot nicer than the regular Rover. So, it feels like it's a bit of an all-star now.
Yeah, I mean, right here, it looks just like the commercial, Croncy. What do you think?
We just need a little bit of a couple of flashes of pyro, and it's exactly the same thing.
I know, right? Just turn the dirt red. We should be all right. So, oh man, I actually love. Honestly, I mean, no offense to the Ursa Rover, but I actually love watching the Lynx go. But man, this terrain is not friendly. For whoever's driving right now.
Yeah, look how close some of these rocks are together. It's very annoying, especially for the Lynx. It's a wide vehicle, I will say one thing I do actually love watching about it though is the the 6 independent wheels. Just very unique, and it's extremely like Moon in the 1970s vibes from the Rover all the time, right?
Yeah, that's so true. So, but But yeah, we actually watching Team XGR right now. Believe it or not, Croncy. This is
lovely.
Luigi, and so that's awesome. But hey, we do have interview from a member of Team XGR, which is Shaq News. So we can kind of show that off and jump right into it because I think it's relevant here as we watch Team XGR race. They won last year, so they definitely want to get a they definitely want to get another, hopefully, win home this year. So let's take a look at Team XGR's Shaqnu interview here.
My name's Shaqnu. I race with XGR along with Luigi, Steve CC, and AGT Mad Cat. And this would be our second year racing at the Daymar Rally. My favorite division racing is the truck division because of the endurance. I love the challenge that comes out of that. There are not many endurance races out there in Star Citizen that I know of, so what better place than Daymar Rally? And my favorite vehicle to race in changes depending on the patch and meta of Star Citizen. So for last year, that was the Spartan, and for this year, it's apparently the Lynx. So that's what I've been spending most of my time in. I love to speedrun and time trial, so I'll always choose the meta vehicle for that specific category. Well, my favorite experience competing in the Daymar Rally so far been winning last year's race, because winning's always cool. But practicing with the team leading up to the race is always great. I think we have a strong, cohesive team, and folks like Luigi, Steve CC, Mad Cat, they're great teammates and great people, so it's always enjoyable being around them. And driving around Daymar always brings back memories from my childhood, because I grew up watching Star Wars and watching the pod racing scenes on Tatooine, so it always just being in this kind of environment brings back memories and nostalgia. Anything that I want to say to the Star Citizen community is come out and race. The racing scene is growing, and there are plenty of people in the community willing to help newcomers get started. For those with spouses or significant others leading up to the race, be good to them so that they can let you race. And I want to give a special shout out and lots of love to everybody involved in the Star Citizen racing community that made it what it is today and what keeps it alive today. There's Nino, who is involved with building the Snake Pit track to what it is today, and the creator of the Adar Valley, which is one of the most fire tracks in the verse. There's DJ Button and the Arena Commander team, who with the Arena Commander overhaul. That's been absolutely awesome. I wanted to give a shout out to Black Maze and Asashis for starting XGR and reviving and spearheading the ship racing scene. Diplomat for being a wizard and creating the scr.gg website and the amazing tools associated with it. Echobit for everything she does at Enzia Racing. Splend Shepherd, one of the OG racers who's been around the block since the beginning, and someone I've always looked up to when I started racing. Good racer, good rival in and outside of the track. Shout out to a lot of the top and current racers that keep me motivated and keep the dream alive, such as Boltok, Billboy, Durnk, Dekudes, Connor Isnick, Data Machine, Herbie, Sanji Sama, Aaron, Fedicol, Neojet, Tint, Speedweed, Sharkbait, Kill Redbeard, Kyrexy, Cyber, Callister, Jork Wortley, Turrican, Ordito, Dude 3D, Lagos, Gerbo the Gnome, Saber, Kelzar Prime, Fresh, Euro Trucker, iMonster 13, Strasic, Canadian Maverick, Jet Heller, Playing Fox, Socrates, Croncy. You guys are awesome. Shout out to the racers of old that kept the dream alive during the dark times, such as Cat 740, Rumged, Sheaf God, Ninjetti, Energy, and Fiji Vert. And of course, big shout out to Luigi, Steve CC, and Mad Cat for joining me at this year's Daymar Rally. Looking forward to seeing everybody on race day, and see you all in the verse.
Hey, let's go. Hopefully that gave you some energy, Croncy, hearing your name one more time.
Who?
Wow. You must be. Croncy, are you okay? Are you okay, sir?
Look, it's been a very exciting day, but it has been a very rough day. But I am
Crosby,
glad
you
now
gotta
that we're
bring
getting
that energy, man. Pump that energy back in you. What are you doing?
It's very exciting that we're getting a chance to see the Cyclones again as they seemingly start to approach the finish line, and we get a couple of these guys over. And look at that beautiful paint as well with the purple and white. That looks lovely.
That paint is HOT hot, baby. No, it looks incredible. But who is who is Moist Noodle currently who is Moist Noodle right now following? Let's get that as soon as we can. But dude, I love this paint is awesome. Back in the buggies. I honestly, man, we are about 5 hours in for the buggy so far, almost Croncy. And I'm just very excited to see who's gonna be finishing first. Do you think that buggies or the top 3 buggies are far away from the trucks? How do you feel about that?
Sorry, rephrase that. Like the buggies are what? Sorry.
No, I'm saying like do you feel like the top 3 buggies are further away than the top 3 trucks?
Like I feel like they are. I feel like they are faster than the top 3 trucks, if that's what you're saying. For almost for certain, it's the way that we've actually seen them go today.
Yeah. No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you answer. I think you're. Yeah, it's okay, Croncy. It's okay.
My response made sense. My response made sense. I'm not
Croncy,
losing it yet.
It's okay, man. It's fine. It's only been 8 hours. It hasn't been that long. Or 9 hours? How long has it been? It's okay, man. It's not a big deal. Look. It's been great. It's been great. So, let's see. We'll get how many racers are currently left racing, and then. But right now we're looking at Red Legion racers. I believe it's Engineer that's currently driving. But who is the other mates of?
So this
of
is Red
Engineer?
Monsters. This is Red Monsters team from the Red Legion. So Red Monster was driving number 1. We've got Engineer, and then we've also got something just happened. Something just happened to what I was looking at, but it said North End and someone else. I'm not 100% what just happened to the Google sheet that I was just looking at, where a bunch of things got deleted. But yes.
Oh my goodness. I mean, aren't you friends? You're supposed to know his entire team, Croncy. You're being a bad friend right now.
Is that how that works? I just assumed he was going to lose.
Wow. Man, no support. Support thrown right out of the window, and it's going, gone. So, oh man, that is funny. But no, it's been great, man. I think camera crew has been killing it so far. I love the buggies, man. Seriously, I mean, except when they do that, but that's that's all good. But I can't wait to see who gets to finish first. I think the buggies right now, Croncy, for me, everything is truly up in the air in terms of speed. So
yep.
Very, very looking forward to it.
Ooh. So yeah, I feel like it's well, here we go. So these would be some of the late buggies getting up to now the Betty. So that time seems to make about the same amount of sense. You know, when we saw the early buggies hit the Betty, it was roughly 2.5 hours. And it's now been that long essentially since the late starters. So these guys are very well and truly about halfway now, and the late trucks would be at roughly the same area. I think they are going to be a little bit slower, but not too much.
Oh, there it is. So I mean, Early's is a little bit well, not in this server, obviously, but a little bit behind, just getting to the Betty here, which is an awesome view, and but let's see. Should get an update here on the leaderboard sooner or later for the buggies, because we should start seeing some get to the finish line here very, very shortly.
Yes, and it's definitely the trying to think of the word. It's definitely the vehicle that I want to, the vehicle set that I want to see finish, because it's, you know, the Cyclones are just so much fun to drive around, and even with, you know, the speed differences and the changes that have been made over the last year, they're still one of the most fun ground vehicles just to have a little drive around with. So I'm very curious to see who's going to make it onto the podium this year.
Yeah, like I keep saying, the buggies is going to be a bit tough. Is going to be tons going on. You know, I feel like you know, the times where everybody's doing it manually is fine, but we should have hopefully something here very, very shortly in the next few days. While our team, first thing, our team has to get some rest, and then once we get some rest, then we'll deal with we'll deal with the time stuff later, because I think that the team that has been behind the scenes putting on all this stuff, and we've been up for quite some time, does need to get some rest. So we'll probably do this maybe tomorrow or the day after. I definitely want to get you know, out with the family. Everybody's gonna be like, oh, took the entire Saturday off. What do you mean, man? I've been casting the entire rally. What are you talking about? So, oh, the sheet is fixed, Francie.
Oh, lovely. Let's go back to it then. So, let me get that back up. So it was
any
Red
buggies
Legion
finished
races.
yet? No buggies has finished yet. There's still about, I'm gonna say, another maybe 20 minutes or so for the buggies in the first division that begun to be finishing. So, but everybody right now, we're still got some buggies and then some trucks that are still racing, but the buggies and trucks should be finishing within, I'm going to say, within 30 minutes or 45 minutes of each other. So we should start seeing a lot of finishes coming up very, very soon.
Yeah. So this team that we are watching right now, once again, is Red Legion Races. So their original driver, Red Monster SC, they're currently being driven by Engineer. And then North End Trooper and Disabled Guru are the support pilots.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, a lot of great teams. Remember, we had the most teams. I love that we have a lot of teams like from US, Europe. We have definitely a lot of teams from different places around the world. So, you know, shout out to everybody who participated today. Means so much to us. That we have so many people. And like, man, I can just, I really hope that we can get that, you know, that ground vehicle mechanic with the two wheels. But here we go. Are we going to see a swap here in the Spirit?
We are going to see a swap here in the Spirit, which is interesting.
Okay. Yeah, they just
like,
can't get in the hole.
Oh, God.
What, bro? I'm just saying, man. Like, he could have, he missed, you know? Find that flat ground.
It's, this is not the vehicle I would have chosen for this. At all. This is really weird. I'm gonna have to talk to Red about this and ask him about it, why they chose the Spirit, because I don't know, it just feels like it's for this race it's just objectively worse than the Hercules. I can't imagine why you would choose it over it. So they're doing a driver swap, I think, not a car swap.
Oh, okay.
But even with that, though, I'm still surprised.
Right? You can only miss
Yeah,
one
well,
cyclone there.
I think you can. I think if you try, you can shove two in there, but like, it's tight. I think. Regardless, yeah, they must be doing just a pilot swap.
Oh, gotcha. Well, let's see who's going to be racing here next. So I guess Red Monster is going to start driving, putting, you know, back in,
Possibly.
but.
Oh no, there you go.
Oh, they got a couple in there. Okay, Moist, I see you, bro. Thanks, Moist Doodle. I appreciate it. Well, you got I mean, the cargo space on the C1 is not bad at all. You got a couple vehicles like. This is what I love, right? Because what?
What are they doing? I don't know what just happened there. I thought we were going to see a magic trick for a second. And surprise!
Like,
no, it's Tom.
We're quitting. We're just going to fly away. Like, we're done. Oh, my goodness, bro. That is so funny. We're going to...
Oh, they're drinking. Oh, okay. Probably that's what they're doing.
Makes sense.
They need to,
Makes sense.
yeah,
Especially
they need
on
to
an
hydrate
endurance
all that
race
good
like
stuff.
this, where they're also they just appear to be in just like the basic undersuits too. So when you do get into the day of Daymar, which that they were just driving in the day for like it only essentially just turned into night, a couple minutes ago. You will succumb to the heat and you will succumb to thirst. So yeah, making sure they're all good. So it looks like possibly we are ready to show the updated distances, maybe.
All right, let's take a look at the Buggy leaderboard here so we can report. Chat, hold on to your biscuits.
There we go. Hey.
Okay. All right.
Oh, huge changes.
Yeah, a lot of changes here. Turbo Racing, Renegades. Why they're so? Wait, what happened? Did something happen to them?
Well, that was their last updated distance. Was 318.7. So once again, not 100% sure what's happened with them there. Maybe they haven't had an update again or whatnot. But you can see the vast majority of the pack much further along now, right? So Mutant Motor only 60 kilometers away from the finish line.
Well, to be exact, it's 62.10 kilometers. I'm just kidding. But yeah, they should be almost there. I think we should see maybe another I would say another 30 minutes for 60 kilometers, or you think that's going to be a little bit further out, Croncy?
Probably 45, most likely 45. But yeah, once again, we'll see what happens, because we could even have some closer updated ones. One thing I do want to point out is Cloud Imperium Game is still very much well up there, right? They have been continuing their buggy distances the entire time. They haven't quit yet,
awesome.
So, yeah.
That's awesome that we're seeing Cloud Imperium Gamers continuing to be up there. Oh, wait, we got another update here. CCB Runners
we do.
At 5. Yeah, because CCB Runners and Turbo Racing Renegades were up there ahead of Mutant Motor Bob. So we should see within the next few 30 minutes or so see some finishes here. But like you mentioned here, Cloud Imperium Gamers, man, doing a great job. Only 100 kilometers away. They could definitely 100% finish within the hour. And this will be back-to-back years that the Buggy team finished for Cloud Imperium Gamers, which is awesome, Croncy.
Yeah, very, very much so. It's almost over for a bunch of our races today, which I'm assuming they're all going to be very happy about. An endurance race like this, as I said all those hours ago, it's less about the time. It's less about the race and more just about the fact that you were able to finish it.
Yeah. Once again, man, I'm going to call out, hey, CCB, if you guys are in Spain, we hope to see you at the Barcelona Bar Citizen on February 3rd at the Space Cowboy. I'll be there. I don't know why I did that, but I mean, I'm kind of, yeah, man, I'm losing my mind right now. But while we talk about some incredible racers from Spain, I want to highlight a racer.
Sorry, just quickly, there has been an update for Turbo Racing. So there we go. So 465 kilometers for them at the moment.
Wow. They're
so
right there.
They are
so,
still very
yeah.
much in the lead. And yeah, only 45 kilometers left for them.
All right. Well, Crossy, I told you, man. You're almost there. You're almost there.
Yes,
but
very much
I want to talk about a moment from the first Daymar Rally ever, Croncy. We had a lot of people talked about this already in some of the interviews, but we have Raider Alexis, who was the first runner of the Daymar Rally, the first one in 2019. This guy, was his moment. He became super popular. That's something that he'll remember for the rest of his life. But we do have an interview, with Raider Alexis, who is racing in the Skyer Delta team. I think that was racing in trucks, but I'm not sure if they were able to race because of the servers. But let's take a look at the interview here with Raider Alexis and his experience in racing since the first Daymar Rally. So let's take a look.
So I'm Raider Alexis. I represent Sire Racing Team Delta, and my teammates for this Daymar Rally are Paconam as navigator, Abaddon the Despoiler as second driver, and Atrael as support crew. And my first Daymar Rally was the first Daymar Rally ever made at 29:49, and I ran the 50, the 51, and 52, and I'm ready for this next 54 edition. My favorite division at the Daymar Rally is the bike division, because they can go into more tight spaces than trucks and still have the wheel dynamic that I love that bikes don't have. And our favorite since year one for bike division, it's the Cyclone RC, because it's like way faster than other Cyclone models, and it just got everything that it's in that division. So yeah. My favorite experience at the Daymar Rally is my first Daymar Rally. Actually, nearly at 75% of the run, we lost our like last ride and driver. I was only alive from the drivers, and I thought, well, actually running is not prohibited, so maybe it's worth a try. So I ran first 12-ish kilometers. We passed the third position, so we classified for that third position. And someone told me like at 20 kilometers more, they are the second one. So I ran 20 kilometers more, and actually after being second, with all the people cheering and all that thing that happened at that Daymar, I kept going for like 60 kilometers for about 2 hours and a half running. So it was like an amazing experience. That was like my favorite one. You have to join. Actually, it's like a beautiful experience, teamwork, and like taking your friends or even strangers and working for getting through the sand, and like trying not to die because of rocks, other players, or just because you are bad driving. It's the experience. It's the experience, and I will recommend joining everyone, because it's for everyone and everyone can try it. So yeah, it's just about teamwork and driving. So see you in the verse, and keep the Daymar gods happy for this Daymar Rally.
Keep the Daymar Rally gods happy for this rally. But honestly, man, I love seeing Raider Alexis smile, dude. Like, he wasn't able to compete in last year's Daymar Rally, but been here since the beginning. Ran for 2.5 to 3 hours, man. It's wild,
wow.
Crunchy. It's pretty wild. So shout out to Raider Alexis for taking the time out of the day, coming out and giving us an awesome interview, man, to kind of bring back these racers that have been racing the rally for so long. And he was the first runner, Crunchy. He has an incredible story, man. And these are things, these are moments that people are going to remember for the rest of their lives, experiencing things such as the Daymar Rally. So, we can do it in real life, but hell yeah, we can do it in Star Citizen.
Yeah, exactly. And like, it's just nice to hear that people do have some absolutely fantastic stories already from all these different types of events, right? It sort of enriches every time that it comes up just how much fun this stuff can be.
Yeah, a lot of times, people underestimate the fun. Yeah, you're gonna have 40Ks. Yeah, you're gonna have moments where you feel like, just different stuff, but it's just rough. You know, like it doesn't matter, man. Just come out, have the experience, and you'll understand what every racer has been talking about with all these interviews that we have put together throughout, the course of the race today, to tell these stories about the people that are racing and why they're racing and why they're experiencing and why these are some of their best moments. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So let's get the let's get the leaderboard up again, just of the buggies, because we're getting very close to seeing a couple of them cross the finish line rather, and it's been pretty big deal. So you can see there 474 kilometers for Turbo Racing, so updated again right after the 60. Let's see if my math is doing right. That's 36 kilometers left for them very soon. CCB runners 460 kilometers. I don't think they're going to be able to, unfortunately, make it that extra 14 kilometers. Mutant Motor at 457, IHM Racing at 447, Autoland Corp at 443. Same with Disorder Fries. It does mean that I was getting very excited about how Cloud Imperium Gamers were doing, but they're currently at 410 kilometers, so a bit further behind. But once again, hopefully they'll be able to finish.
No, I think they still have some time because remember, as Turbo, as Turbo Racing Renegades finish, they still have quite some time for CCB runners to kind of follow up with them. CCB runners, though, again, an incredible team from Spain. Crossy, do you know if this CCB is this their first year in the Daymar Rally or they've been here in the past before?
I'm not 100% sure. Let me have a look. So CCBE runners. So there's multiple teams for CCBE. So we've got Raider and Runners. Runners is Bestia 1972, Icarus Long, and Agonic 68. So none of those names are familiar to myself. So I'm not 100% sure if we've seen them before or not. But, putting in the good work this year for sure and making a name for themselves.
Yeah, so CCB Raider, which was their bike team, this is their first year in the Daymar Rally, which is awesome to see. And then we see CCBE Runners, right? And this is also their first year in the Daymar Rally. So I think it's pretty amazing for these guys to be, in that level. But obviously, maybe, they're familiar with some of the folks from Sky Imperium, and maybe they change tips and maybe they kind of learn how to practice and how to do stuff. But again, a lot of people in the community, they really do help each other so much. So if you're in the discord.gg/Atmore Esports, if you're in the Discord, right, you should be easily be able to grab a Saji-sama or grab a Herbie and talk to these folks about what's the best way to practice for the Daymar Rally? What's the best, how do I get used to these vehicles, etc. Asking them for advice because they're always happy to help no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of teams like that, which is nice to see.
Yep. Well, let's continue to take a look here. I want to see if we can get some eyes on Turbo Racing. I want to see that finish here soon. Actually, no, we are watching Turbo right now. Actually, and just got an update here. Turbo Racing. I think Brahms is following. I believe it was Calamity from Turbo Racing still. So we should see another finish here in 30 more kilometers. So it'll be pretty good, Croncy. I would say
not too much longer for these guys.
One thing that I know we'll probably try to get implemented later on, but I would love to see the kilometers per second that a lot of these vehicles are going at, because even though the Cyclone RC is at 30, I think it's 37, as opposed to the RN at 39. These meters per second, when they're bumping into rocks and doing things like that, the gravity makes a factor. I want to see exactly how much of that max potential of the speed are these racers bringing out. So I would say, are they doing 30 meters per second, 31? So we'll probably try to get that here in the future with, but a big thanks to, Diplomat, Shaq gave a million shout outs to everybody, but a big shout out to Diplomat and SCR, the SCR.GG team that really made this leaderboard, within a month, man. It was absolutely incredible, and you can't thank him enough for the leaderboard that's actually doing pretty well and actually working better than anything we've had in the past. So super happy with it, Croncy.
Yeah. Just to answer your question about the nice flip, to answer your question about the the average speed or like the different speeds and accelerations that they may encounter over the course of the race, we can at the very least figure out their general pace between the checkpoints just based on when they hit a checkpoint and how long it took to get to wherever, right? Just sort of averaging out the speed. But I do think it would be really, really cool if we were able to do kind of like a speed graph type thing, where that you can get with actually testing cars for speeds on certain tracks and whatnot, and you can sort of see, at different times what speed were they going, and how often were they able to sustain that speed, that kind of thing. I think it's pretty cool.
Yep, 100%. I mean, we have some mathematicians behind the scenes that are going to give us some calculations on the bikes, So let's see, let's see if the wizard over here is gonna let us know how what was the average meters per second of the of Delta Dynasty, who finished first, believe it or not. So, but Croncy, one thing I want to talk about is that I want to finish off here as we finish up, with the buggies here very shortly. We do have a very incredible racer within Skyr, which is Salem Frost, and we have an interview with him, kind of rounding out the entire Skyr team. So let's take a look about Salem Frost, very dedicated racer, and let's check out what he has to say.
Hello, my name is Salem Frost. I'm racing for the Sky Imperium racing team with Aeroneo, with Neojet, and with Ethan Aubin. This is my 5th year racing in Daymar. My favorite division right now is the truck division. It used to be the Buggy division, but I have find myself in the truck division. Currently, my favorite vehicle is the Lynx. Well, my favorite experience, I think it was 5 years ago when Rider Alexis started running through the desert, giving us the 3rd place of that race. It was in the first one in 2019. Absolutely. I think all the Star Citizens should join the racing community because it's a very big one, it's super fun, and there are a lot of super friendly people in here. Nos vemos en la carrera.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have I love the Skyr team, man. I'm not sure if they're still racing or if they're still in the truck division. I know that their buggy team is still running, but a big shout out and a lot of love to everybody that is currently racing in the Daymar Rally from Spain, man. I keep saying it over and over, Croncy, but I can't wait to see the Spanish community during that Barcelona Bar Citizen on February 3rd. It's going to be an incredible time.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. I'm hoping I get to see a bunch of pictures from that one because it looks like it's going to be a big Bar Citizen based on how many people I've heard are going, as well as I know that CIG are going to be there, so should be a big one.
Dude, I mean, you have what's his name, Polacco, who does some incredible top-notch Star Citizen models, and he does such a great job at making those. And I know the last Bar Citizen that they did, where they didn't have anybody from CIG, they put together, like, they had an entire bunch of models, all the models that he made. He brings them out there, and I think he raffled a few. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing just the vibe and just seeing everybody out there, man. It looks so fun. And the venue, by the way, Croncy, that is out there, the Space Cowboy, like, literally the entire design on the walls has like space theme, and it looks really awesome. So I can't wait for it.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, just a really nice view there of Crusader in the background behind those mountains with the
you're getting
stars and stuff in front. Whoa. Love it.
Oh man, that is awesome. But every night here, Croncy, are you okay, man? I hope you're not falling asleep, man. You sound like you're fading into the night here soon.
I have become the night at this stage. No, I'm going.
All right, come on. Hey, stand up. Let everybody stretch. Stretch every part of their bodies. You should be all right. But yeah. So we have we actually had our mathematician here give us a quick number, but it seems like Delta Dynasty Racing was going 55 meters per second in the bike in order to gain that top spot, Croncy. I felt like that's slow.
Yeah.
That's slower
Well, it
than me,
is,
to be honest.
and that's what we saw, right? It's and well, a couple of things to remember. One, what we're essentially talking about there is not their actual speed. We're talking about the time that it took them from point A to point B. So all of the turns that they may have made, all of the different routes that they may have gone would have been about different. In addition, we saw that people were taking it a lot safer in those bikes. So while I don't think that is accurate, because it was actually 2 hours. It was actually 2.5 hours, not 195 minutes. Would not be surprised that they would be slower.
That's true. I mean, like you mentioned, vehicle changing, all that good stuff. I mean, 55 meters per second is not bad. So that means that, the buggies and trucks are probably going a lot slower. Even though they're recommended to go at that top max speed, it does take a little while for the trucks and rovers to get to that max speed. I mean, the Lynx gets acceleration pretty fast, but other than that, everything is going pretty good. But again, thanks everybody for watching and being here with us today. We really appreciate it. Still got some people, racing. Look at that view, man. Seven's always with incredible views. And there goes the RSI Lynx messing up the view, going in flippy. So, but no, it's been an incredible day so far. And again, everybody that's still hanging out in here with us, whether you guys are watching, lurking, whatever it is, man, everybody that supported us, and whether you guys donated, whatever was, not donated, sorry, subscribe to our YouTube, to our Twitch. We really appreciate it, guys. Thank you all so much for the support. Remember that our merch is now live, exclamation mark merch. So you guys, if you guys want to, support the Daymar Rally a little bit further, you guys can. So thank you so much for every single person today. It's been an incredible day. And again, I'm just happy to be here. So
Yeah, very much so. It's been cool to be part of, for sure.
Are you sure about that statement, Croncy? Croncy's going to come back like, no, I don't think I can do it next year.
Look, all I'm saying is I maybe understand a little bit why Detox didn't want to do it this year.
I'm telling you, man. He's like, oh, they caught me eating pizza. I'm like, bro, I heard your pizza box closed. That's where I was at. So
I can smell the pizza through the microphone.
Oh man, through the microphone. But yeah, incredible view here, man. This looks just like this RSI Lynx video, 100%. That's how I feel right now, Croncy. But Croncy, any plans for tomorrow other than sleeping all day?
So it is currently 1 p.m. on Sunday, right now, because we started at 3 a.m. So I'm actually going to go visit my new niece this afternoon, was the plan. Originally the plan was to sleep for a couple of hours.
Gotcha.
So anyway, the only plan I've got from now is 12 hours from now is answer the call.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's crazy. It's funny because every time I would do a big 24-hour stream, Croncy, I would always end up after my 24-hour stream, I would go eat a steak, a very nice steak at a nice restaurant, and I would literally come home and my body would shiver and I would just fall asleep and pass out for 16 hours. It was the best thing that I could ever do. So
every time I've done, I don't want to do them ever again, but every time I've done 24-hour streams, I've always I'll eat something afterwards, but then I'll only sleep for 6 hours.
Dude, they're not that bad. They're easy.
Well, it's you feel really tired, but then when you actually go to sleep after them, you're it's an easy sleep, if that makes sense. I don't know. The only times that I really sleep in for a really long amount of time is if I've done intensive stuff for a while, a week or something.
Gotcha. No, that makes total sense. But yeah, I love 24-hour streams. I used to do them quite often, but I haven't streamed in 3 months, Croncy. But I'm gonna get back to it. Well, first thing I got to do is fix this PC, both of these, because they both freezing. I'm telling you, man, DDR5 is just not nice with me today. Or not nice with me at all.
So let's get back to these cyclones, these buggy divisions, because we're bound to very, very soon. We're bound to see see someone cross the finish line here. We were, moments ago, we saw that Team Turbor were at the 480 kilometer mark, right? So if we do have any views, hopefully soon. Oh, there we go. Well, this is a view of a cycling, but not the one we're after. However, there you go. Some more updated distances. Turbor, 495 kilometers. 15 kilometers to go, Turbor. You're almost there.
Wow, 15 kilometers to go. And I believe, we got so many people that is almost done. Remember, once we hit those top three, that 1 hour timer starts, we got, Cloud Imperium Gamers at 433 kilometers. I think they'll be able to finish, to be honest, because by the time that they hit that 1 hour mark, they should be around 450 kilometers with only 60 kilometers to go. And I believe going at that 1 kilometer per minute, that should be able to make them, unless something really happens really bad, they should be able to get to the finish line. So it's been great so far.
Yeah, even with some issues, it takes about an hour to go like 70-ish kilometers in the cyclone. Like, even if you have a couple of issues, like a couple of collisions or like a bad route. So they theoretically should be able to make it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a shout out here to some of these teams, but we got Mars Racing is one of the teams from Finland, Kranzi, and they have their driver B Water, co-driver Icarus, Loku as a support pilot, and then Mafi as their support co-pilot. So I want to give a big shout out to Mars Racing, and is their first year in the Daymar Rally. So shout out to them. They're using the C2 Hercules and have up to 8 spares in their Hercules. So all the way from Finland. So shout outs to Mars Racing. Want to give them some love. They're right there in 7th place on the leaderboard. So hopefully they can push through, Kranzi.
Yeah, hopefully. And once again, I'm not surprised by the performance from Turbor, just absolutely crushing it the last couple of years, and great to see what very well could be. But once again, we're not going to know until we get all of the results. But what very well could be a podium finish for them today.
Like you said, what it could be, but it's not until we verify time.
Could be, not yeah, could be. But who knows?
I know. By the way, guys, make sure you guys go check out Kranzi on his channel as well, all right? Make sure you guys go show him some love. He's giving you guys all he got, all his energy here today during the Daymar Rally 2954, presented by EQNX. He's here to give you that energy and that vibe. So make sure you guys go do the same and show him some support over at twitch.tv/Kranzi. Show the big guy some love, man, because I definitely will.
Thank you, Christian.
But I just want to sell out for you. I can do it. You like that? Hopefully that gives you
and
some
if
energy,
you have
man.
those Twitch primes now.
Whoa. You can use them right now in the twitch.tv/Ammo Esports. I'm kidding. Use them right now.
Pay for the next CitizenCon party.
Hey, that's true. That's fine. Bro, I mean, hey, we got lucky, man. Like, honestly, that was honestly, we can't go back and talk about CitizenCon, but that party was by far one of the best ones. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not a fan of like loud music. It was just everybody bonding together. I was so happy to see so many people, during that Ammo Esports party, and like we only were gonna do it for like staff, and we're like, you know what? All these content creators are trying to find a place. Let's just bring everybody together. I want to be with everybody, and like the place that Corsair picked that we stayed at CitizenCon, I gotta give him all the credit, man, because it was a perfect place. I gotta give a shout out to my boss who helped out with all the food and the pizza. The pizza was incredible. Kranzi drank everything in the house, so it was a great time.
I didn't drink everything. Some of the things I couldn't get a hand on. Someone else drank them first. Damn.
No, Kranzi, you ate everything. You drank everything, man. You were a man. I don't even know how you walked home.
I don't know how I did the final flight. Honestly, it's like not even a joke. Like when I came in on the Saturday, I was a bit crook, but we did it. We somehow managed to do it.
Honestly, I would love to do something else at CitizenCon this year. I think I would do it in a lesser capacity. But the thing is, to be honest, Croncy, like the tournament at CitizenCon, if we had the proper everything that we needed, we would have been done a lot quicker. Where we would have had time to see everybody. But to be honest, to see that crowd after the panels were over, on the main stage, to see that crowd come out and watch the fights was absolutely incredible, man. So it's been very awesome. Yeah, it was and to see people's emotions, man, it was great. So 6 more
Turbo
kilometers
has
here
passed
for
the
Turbo.
500 kilometers.
Let's go first, Buggy. Again, they hopefully they have this on lock right now, but they're doing absolutely fantastic. Dude, my I don't know what's going on, but that PC gonna freeze again. That thing is lighting up like a Christmas tree. So
It's gonna freeze again the second that Turbo crossed the finish line.
I'm gonna be the saltiest person if that happens, man. I'm gonna tell you right now.
But yeah, wow, what a journey! Like they are very much practically right there, right? And not to mention everyone else, right? Mutant 493, CCBE 480. Although I think they haven't updated in just a little bit, so they may be a bit further ahead than that. Ordelin at 476, IHM at 469. The Buggies, which I sort of expected a little bit, definitely seem a lot closer, at least in terms of distance, than we saw with the bikes. The bikes, while they're faster time-wise, a lot closer in distance, a lot further away in distance.
I honestly felt different because the bikes, Team Delta Ditus, Amrox Fang, Garden Racing, they were close. We thought Garden Racing was up there the entire time, and I think Delta
for the
Ditus,
first few positions, 100%, but like the sort of the middle bit, the core of it definitely seemed like they were a bit further away.
That is true. I can agree with that. But man, seeing Delta Ditus come back when they were technically around the 3rd place spot, that was actually very impressive to me. And I really hope that, I know how bad they want it. So for that team to actually get that win, they're gonna be super happy if the times work out the way that it does for this Daymar Rally. They're gonna be incredibly happy. Not only that they sponsor the event, but also come out on top and win. It's gonna be pretty wild.
Yeah. So yeah, once again, we do have confirmation that we are in fact watching Turbo Racing Renegades, and it looks like T-Stark is our driver at the moment. So are they going to be the driver to take us over the line for the Buggy division? It has been 3 hours since we've seen anyone cross the finish line, pretty much. So, it feels new. Now I've got a little bit more energy now. It's something exciting.
Yeah, and then right now, I think we just hit the 10-hour mark of stream. So, hey, appreciate everybody hanging out with us. But Team Turbo Racing is almost there. Turbo Racing Renegades should be almost there. And then we have, a lot of stuff happening right now. But it seems like Turbo Racing, their average meters per second, Croncy, is 25.5 meters. So even though, that Cyclone RC is rated at 36, 37, they're still obviously you're not going in a straight line, so you're not going to get that maximum speed. So 25.5 meters per second is where they're at right now. So looking forward to them finishing. I think right after this hill, they should be able to see Hudre and hopefully finish up.
Yeah, I would very much assume so. So there we go. 506 kilometers, probably at this stage about 508. Oh boy, another finisher. Almost happening.
There we go. Meter Motor Bob 2, 493. CCBE Runners at 483. Ortolan Corp, and we see some people, still rooting for Ortolan Corp in chat. I see you guys. Let's see who is Ortolan Corp team. Apparently I can't spell, but we'll make it happen. But Ortolan Corp, from France, de Francia. Viva la France! Here we go, Ortolan Corp Buggy team. Their support ship is a Constellation Andromeda. We have Antoine Losty is the driver. We have Siberius Kirk, who's the co-driver. T, Zurs, and Zutana, who's the pilot and co-pilot. And which they only have 2 spare vehicles, and there's the first time in the Daymar Rally. So shout outs to Ortolan Corp for participating and in a very good placement for their first time in the rally, Kroncy.
Yeah, very, very solid. But now we see Turbo Racing now approaching Kudre Or for them to finish this one off for the first of the buggies that we're going to see crossing the finish line today. So
Clap it up in
fantastic
chat.
job to you guys. Well done. You guys have crushed it. Well done.
I think Corsair's probably hitting himself in the head right now. If this timer keeps up, he has to ship, the trophies again to Russia because Turbo is from Russia. So that's going to be tough, man. But I mean, a lot of the teams from Russia have been they're, even though their team is representing Russia, they are from different places around, like Europe, somewhere in Austria, like Abu Dhabi and things like that. So all cool people. So shout out to them. And if this time holds off, well, that'll be a good congratulations to them overall.
Yeah, well done, Turbo. Congratulations. We'll see if you guys make the podium. My opinion is you likely will, but whether you're going to get first, second, or third is going to be
you just jinxed him, Kroncy, for saying that. Yeah, you just jinxed that, man.
Someone from the late finish is actually there now. They're going to finish right now.
Oh yeah, Mutant Motor Bob is coming up next, and then we're going to see a big gap between that CCB runners where that 1 hour timer is going to start. But we got some right now. We have the trucks. The trucks currently are 146 kilometers away from the finish line. So the buggies finished quite faster by quite a bit over the trucks right now, Kroncy. So
well, do remember this is the late start trucks.
Yeah, that's
versus
true.
The
That's
early
true.
start
That's true.
buggies. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I would be interested to see where the late start buggies are situated at the moment. But
that's true.
We'll see what happens.
Yep. Another team that I want to call out here is Disorder Fries. Disorder Fries, another team from France. A lot of great teams from France here. Astero Kid, who's the driver, Debio co-driver Taz, and Street 2B, who are the support pilot and co-pilot. And this is their first year in the rally as well, Kroncy. So, just trying to get some shout out to some of these teams that, probably didn't have the time to interview or, I'm telling you, man, people need to not be scared. They need to come out, interview. Would love to have more people, be on the screen and get more of their story about how their first Daymar Rally went, etc. So,
yeah, no, it'd be great to hear all that sort of stuff. Now, crew, I will say, have we got any more of the player interviews? It's been a little while since we looked at our last one, and I know you spent a lot of time over the course of the last couple of weeks, right, or probably longer, organizing these. Anyone we can hear from?
I need to take a look because I don't remember right now.
Quasar would be quite nice to listen to. Let's get that.
Yeah, we have Team Rock Rams where we had Gerber the Gnome, but we have a finish coming up. But yeah, Team Rock Rams, another member, which is Quelsar, who's probably currently streaming his race right now. But yeah, let's take a look at his interview real quick.
Hey, my name's Kelsar. I go by Kelsar Prime on Twitch. My teammates are Gerbo the Gnome, Shugo the Lucky One, and Serenity Valley. We've been racing in Daymar now. This is going to be our second year, so 1 year under our belt, but this will be our second year. I would say my favorite vehicle or favorite division in Daymar Rally is the Buggy division. I really enjoy the Cyclone RC, the Tumble Cyclone RC, because of the boost feature. However, it's not currently working. So CIG, please fix that. So this year, we're going to be racing in the truck division using the Lynx Rover. My favorite experience in the Daymar Rally, I would say, was being attacked. So last year in the Daymar Rally, we weren't able to finish because we got attacked. I really liked the sense of danger in the Daymar Rally. You know, it is the dirtiest race in the verse. So not just being able to survive the endurance of the Daymar Rally and planning all that out, but also the threat of being attacked and surviving the attack. I would say to get involved, join the Discord, and don't be shy to participate. I mean, when I started, I had no idea what was going on. I joined the Discord from Atmo Esports. I got involved. I learned the rules. I learned what kind of vehicles to use. And everyone's there to assist you in getting started in participating events. So, you know, there's also XGR. They also have a great racing community. Atmo Esports, of course, I already mentioned. But Ansia Racing as well, they do a lot of other events, both hover bikes, ship racing, etc. So yeah, don't be afraid to get involved. And you guys can come and watch me race. That's what I primarily focus on my Twitch channel. It's you know, www.twitch.tv/KelsarPrime. Come and watch, and don't be shy. Don't be afraid to ask questions about racing. So I'll see you guys in the verse. Come and watch me, and let's race together.
Great
Awesome.
interview
Love the
there.
stuff from Kelsar there.
Yep. I mean, you know, isn't that team also part of your favorite there, Croncy? Team Rock Ramps?
The people in that team are an absolutely fantastic group of people. And once again, there's so many awesome teams here that, you know, I've raced with or raced against over the course of the last couple of years. Definitely one of my favorites, though. You know, within that team, Gerbo the Gnome, who we heard from earlier, one of the best ground vehicle racers I've ever seen, really, right? So, yeah, they're a fantastic team, and it's awesome to watch them compete together.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I saw that, you know, team, I think Rock Rams during the System 7 last year had a very, very strong start, but then, you know, wasn't able to keep up with Herbie during that entirety of the System 7. Obviously, you know, there was a bit of RNG involved, which we totally understand, but I'm looking forward to see what kind of teams are going to be walking up, you know, this year to System 7. So once again, check it out at system7.gg if you guys are interested in a very competitive racing league for ground vehicles and gravel vehicles. That is the one for you. And we're working on some incredible tracks coming up, so I'm very excited for it. But it seems like we have me and Mortarbob coming up to the finish line here very, very soon. Croncy, very excited for this.
Yeah, just over this hill, and there we go. You can see it there. Kudre Ore. So that's going to be our second buggy division of the early starts finishing up. So only one more, but CCB runners before we start our 1 hour timer for these guys, but CCB runners a little bit further away, so may actually take them like maybe another 20 minutes or so, 15-20 minutes before they're able to get here, which, you know, that's going to give everyone a lot of opportunities to get themselves in a position where they can finish within an hour.
Yeah, I think teams should be able to finish, to be honest. I see a lot of teams at that 450-kilometer mark, so that's going to give those teams to get past at 460, hopefully a little bit more to be able to, once that 1 hour timer counts down, they start to get to finish. But overall, man, looking forward to a great race. So congrats to Turbo Racing Renegades and Team you and Motorbob so far. And let's see, for CCB being their first year in the Daymar Rally, they're doing very, very well, Croncy.
Yeah, a fantastic effort from you guys and from everyone who has been absolutely crushing this buggy division today, right? Like Turbo, Mutant, CCB, even IHM and Ortolan, you know, they're right on the heels of those top three at the moment. It will be interesting to see how this evolves after we see the late start Cyclones and STVs and whatever we have there come in. But some hard times to beat regardless.
Yep, and another shout out here for a newer team as well. Their first year as rookies in the Daymar Rally, IHM Racing is a team from Germany. You know, using that C2 Hercules as their support ship. Driver chosen Unity, co-driver Captain Balu, support pilot Zers, and support co-pilot Ibis. So shout outs to them. They're currently racing in the buggy division, and
yeah, so it's all good. We got Shipwreck who's watching CCB runners right now from Spain. So this should be the
Yep.
next team that finishes up here, which will start that 1 hour countdown timer in the Buggy division or in this server, Croncy.
Yeah, so, like we said, we think that everyone is probably going to be able to finish. It's going to be a little tight for a couple of the lower finishing players, but because CCB is, that extra like 15 kilometers further back, maybe that'll give them the edge.
Yeah, it's not as easy, to maneuver everything that's happening right now. So, but we should see them again. Big shout out to the entire Atmo staff, volunteers. Shout out to everybody so far. We really appreciate the time that everybody's put in. I can't say thank you enough. I'll keep saying it to everybody that's continued to support us, that are still watching in chat, that are still, making sure that their team is completed, make sure that the team won, all that good stuff, man. I really appreciate you all. I saw a lot of subscriptions come in on both YouTube and Twitch. So thank you all so much for the support. It really means a lot. And again, if you guys want to grab some of that Daymar Rally history, exclamation mark merch in the chat, and grab, every year we do a different design. And I think this year is one of the most wildest designs that we were able to come up with. Shout out to Victor. And yeah, man, would love to see, everybody rock it at a Bar Citizen, at the next Citizen Con. Would love to see people, wear something Atmo Esports wise at the event, which would be super awesome.
Yeah, very cool last year seeing everyone in the Atmo merch and getting big photos with everyone in the team, or everyone that was a fan of Atmo and the events. So yeah, let's get the same thing happening.
Yeah, hopefully you can still make it to your Bar Citizen, Croncy. I know, you're probably going to sleep until next week after this.
Well, that's fine. That's when the Bar Citizen is. So no, I'm sure I'll be fine for it. Hopefully, we'll see. But I'm excited for it, regardless.
Yeah, this year's merch is so good. Well, hey, man, I appreciate it because a lot of people, Victor put in a lot of work and a lot of time into it. And by the way, I'm a big fan, Croncy, of like, I'm a big fan of just the Japanese culture. I've been, this year I took the time, I think for about 5 months, I learned a little bit I was learning the Japanese language. I had to stop because work got a little bit too busy, but I'm going to pick that back up this year. Now that I actually have the year a little bit planned on my travels, that would be super fantastic. But to see the katakana on the jersey this year, I already bought it the second that we put it on the store. So, and even as an Atmo Esports staff, yes, I buy my own stuff. I put it on. I want to make sure that I can also support Atmo Esports as an organization. So, yep.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, roughly how long do you think? Like, we were like 20 kilometers behind, just a little bit earlier. So we're probably about 10, 12, 13 minutes away from seeing another finish here. Oh, perhaps not. 505 kilometers for CCBE runners, if that is accurate. So, hey. We're about to get there. About to get our third finish off for the Buggy division of the early runners, and I would hazard a guess that Hercules right there is sitting directly over the station.
Yep.
So a reminder, the official placement of teams and stuff, guys, just because I see some questions about it. So once we finish the whole event and we have some double checks of times and whatnot, you'll be able to check on Discord and Reddit and Twitter and whatnot, and everywhere that Atmo Esports are, all of the finishes. So yeah, make sure you look out for those.
Yep, here we go. Yep, it's gonna be, I'm gonna say Sunday evening, Monday. I know people are always eager for us to put out the official finished placements as soon as possible. But look, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, our first thing is to make sure that our staff gets, the rest of it that they deserve after a long, long day. The broadcast has been going for 10 hours, but I've been up since 7 a.m. this morning, Central Time, and the broadcast started at 10 a.m. So there's people that have been prepping for the event and haven't slept yet. So we want to make sure that the team gets some rest before we start getting some final numbers and make sure that we make a graphic and all that good stuff. So we'll definitely just make sure to keep an eye on the Discord and we'll report everything. We'll have everything ready to go probably by, I would say, Sunday night, Monday. So whenever the team feels like it, to be honest. So but yeah, I mean, like, to be honest, Croncy, if we would have had all the servers running though, together, we would have probably had our finishers right now, right? If we would have started all the servers at the same time, we would have had pretty much a very high level idea of all the finishes. But because some servers started staggered, we're unable. Some servers have to start with a manual timer compared to compared to having all the servers start at the same time. But there we go, CCB runners. I believe a couple more hills, and they should be able to see Kutre over here very, very soon.
Yeah, once again, like I said, I'm almost certain they've got the Hercules just parked directly above it so that they know where to go. And sorry, I just love that little skid coming down the mountain. The little, once again, a little bit of a style turn there. But yeah, you got to imagine for a lot of these teams seeing seeing Kudra Ore after, once again, almost 6 hours now, right? Like our third cyclone is going to be finishing almost at 6 hours. What a relief that must be.
I would have figured that you would feel super relieved, like, man, I finished the race. I mean, how accomplished would you feel though, to be honest, to know that out of all the stuff that happened today, that you actually were able to finish the Daymar Rally Croncy? How would you feel?
Oh, I'd feel great because I've been able to have similar feelings like that before through the System 7 and stuff. Like we maybe have a couple of issues, but then we finally get the race going, and then it's one of the longer endurance ones or whatever, and then you finally get there. It's euphoric.
No, I would be happy. I would like literally stand up off my chair and probably pass out right on the floor. So that would be me right there. Like, man, it's crazy because I saw my kids making breakfast this morning and I haven't seen them since. Oh man. I don't know why I'm laughing about that, but like I'm just happy to be here. Hey, come on, CCB. What happened?
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say it's the 10.5 hour like crazies. It's the it's
oh man, you should see me at 24 hours, bro. You start getting delirious and everything. It's actually pretty funny. Yeah, like the longest I've ever done a stream, Croncy, I did a massive charity stream for St. Jude Play Live, which it's one of my favorite charities. Aside from Gamers Outreach, but I did 37 hours. I beat Sekiro. Well, I tried to beat Sekiro. Never die twice. Well, whatever it is, it's like a Dark Souls game. I tried to beat it in one sitting, and it was it was the most insane stream. And we raised $12,000 for St. Jude, so it was awesome. Did somebody just die there?
Well,
I'm
not
on the floor,
sure,
like shaving each other's legs.
But I
don't
think it was one of our competitors.
Oh, okay. Well, congrats there to CCBE runners from España. Vamos. I hope to see you guys at the Bar Citizen. You guys don't need to celebrate your placement. You guys need to celebrate that you actually finished a race. And I hope that we can do that on February 3rd. So I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Francie, I was telling Corsair that we should I'm gonna if there's Wi-Fi there, I could FaceTime him and we can be in each other's Bar Citizen. That'd be really cool.
You know how time zones work, right?
I mean, hey, look, it's the time says look, the Barcelona Bar Citizen, it says from like 5 o'clock to 3 in the morning. I don't know what these guys be doing, but I hope it does. I mean, if it lasts to 3 in the morning, I'm FaceTiming somebody. Just
Well, I think
saying,
the
man.
only way for it to cross over is we're just gonna have to turn it into a 2-day Bar Citizen. There we go. Let's go.
2-day Bar Citizen.
Wow.
Oh
So
man.
we'll get the ladder updated for you there, guys. But we did watch CCBE runners finish that one up. So their 1 hour timer for the early starts on the server that we've been watching, they have it. So 1 hour. They have to all finish within 1 hour. But we do have another server going at the moment. So we do have some more of these Cyclones and STVs going. And that's one of the things that we're watching right now, as well as trucks. We've got some trucks coming along as well. Now, the trucks themselves, unfortunately, we weren't able to sort of accurately get their distances, but about 20 minutes ago, the truck leader was 146 kilometers away from the finish line. So you can sort of extrapolate from there just how long it's going to take those guys to finish it up. And most likely the buggies are going to get there first.
Yep. Yeah, the buggies are way ahead. We got Ortolan Corp, who actually passed both Disorder Fries and passed both IHM Racing. Ortolan Corp only 10 kilometers away to the finish line here, but that 1 hour timer has already started for this entire buggy server right now. So let's see if we're going to see Cloud Imperium Gamers with only 50 kilometers left be able to finish within that 1 hour. You got Catcom Cyclone, Mars Racing, Disorder Fries, all very close. So they should be able to finish in that 1 hour. So let's see them come to that finish line. So Cloud Imperium Gamers need to put in that gas because, you know, at 25 meters per second at average, on the buggies, I don't know I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know what's going to happen here, but
they should make it. They should make it theoretically, but they're not going to have a ton of time left over. You know what I mean? So
I mean,
we're going to be looking probably at about 40 minutes.
I think they'll make it if they use boost. Oh wait, never mind. I'm just kidding.
Well, no, it's the staff team. They have access to the boost, which is just makes it a little bit more, you know, shameful. That they're so low on the nah.
I'm sorry. I had to make that joke. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I had to do it, man. It's a bummer because we did have the bike team from Cloud Imperium Gamers. They weren't able to what do you call it? They weren't able to race this time around, but it's okay, man. Like I said, stay positive, keep a good mentality, and again, to all the racers that are racing that are still watching, we will have a feedback thread in the next upcoming days, so you guys can give your feedback, right? But I'm not gonna open the feedback right now because people are just angry, like, you know, like got pitchforks and everything, you know.
No, man, we have gotten past the 6 hour mark. There we go. 6 hours and 45 seconds at the moment for the beginning of the early race. It's Daymar Rally. Now, Christian, you've been a part of every Daymar Rally, right?
Nope, I missed one.
Okay, with that in mind,
Daymar Rally. Yep.
With that in mind, and your superior knowledge of the historic knowledge of the Daymar Rally, what has been the longest division throughout the years? Like what year was like one division just very, very long?
Trucks were 10 hours long. Back then, trucks were 10 hours long, or about 8 to 10 hours long. So, like, buggies would always finish around. Like it's crazy because buggies right now, even though they're like, this is why I said this earlier, right? Buggies, even though they're slower or the ground physics are slower, they're still finishing in an adequate amount of time. Buggies have been always finishing around the 3 to 5 hour mark, 5 to 6 hour mark. Not bad, right? I think that if we get that racing variant back, you know, people are gonna have to figure out, do I want a boost or do I want a turret, right? And I think that's a decision that people are gonna have to make, but. I think that if vehicles work, if when we get the fully vehicle rework done, we'll see honestly racers finish a lot faster. and maybe cut times down from anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour for each division. And that's how it's been working, right? Right now, the reason why we're taking this long is because of the vehicle rework. Once that's done, you should see some improvements on how people can finish the race a little bit faster.
Yeah, no, definitely. You're 100% right. I
But
just,
yeah,
it's
trucks,
just,
yeah, but it's
yeah.
been like, I've seen 10 hours, man. It's wild.
That is such a massive amount of dedication for such a, like, that is true endurance, you know. That is crazy.
Like, we don't have the records of it, but we've done some very long Daymar rallies. I think the longest one was like 13 hours. You know, a fight or flight finals was like 11 hours. So, you know, I'm no stranger to any of these. I mean, we are no stranger to, you know, these long pass. But you know, shout out to some people, man. I got somebody here. What's his name? I think I missed that person, but Uncle Porkchop on who's watching over on YouTube said, I started watching stream this morning. I IRL drove from Savannah, Georgia to Virginia, 500 miles, and he's been literally listening to the stream all day long while driving. So, look, man, Uncle Porkchop, you the man, bro. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, but
what was their time though? Were they buggy division? Were they truck division? Like, how far did they?
They were driving in real life. Oh my god, that's funny, bro. But Ortolin, a lot of love for Ortolin here in the channel. So in the chat, I'm reading chat now. Hopefully, you know. But hey, glad I've seen a lot of love for these guys. I hope they are able to finish. They did a great job because they were in about 7th place and they came back and in 4th. So. Shout out to Ortolin. Everybody's showing them some love, so might as well we do the same. I see some baguettes in the channel. Love it. I love baguettes.
We'll love it.
Telling you, man. I you know, these baguettes are great. So, but again, hey, anytime, again, guys, join the Discord, man. Discord.gg. Whether you want to be a racer, whether you want to be you know, if you want to help out the Ammo Esports team and you have some free time, we're all volunteers, man, putting these events together as a team to bring something, you know, some sense of community, you know, further into Star Citizen and bringing these fun competitions that, you know, that the entire community loves. So, yeah, man, appreciate everybody hanging out with us today throughout the day. And I'm telling you, man, I'm going to get to some ship racing, Croncy, so you better start practicing it. If not, I'm coming for you. I'll do some 1v1s, man.
I have to pull up my Fury LX again, do a couple another 100 runs of Yadar Valley.
I did Yadar Valley during in Arena Commander at the DreamHack Atlanta. It was actually a lot of fun. I really, really liked that track quite a bit, actually. So, yeah, he did a great job on that track. Nino did. So, very, very creative track. The turns are wild. So, I'm looking forward to, you know, to kind of doing some more racing this year, especially with, you know, I got Dual 6 ready to go. So, I'm excited, Croncy. I'm excited.
You should be. It's like flying racing is incredibly fun, just in general, just as much as the ground racing is. But they've really put a lot of resources into it recently, you know, that have made it a lot better.
Show us your Ortolins. Dropping my zip. I'm kidding. Not gonna say that. Here we go. I'm just kidding. Oh man. Hey, what happened to our buggy that finished? What happened, man? Go back to our buggy, man. This buggy finished.
No, we'll stay away from the buggy for a little bit.
Oh, I wanted to see the buggy, man. But once again, shout out to all the interviewees that really reached out. I did reach out to some people myself, but I had about 20-something people reach out to me initially. And, you know, when everybody learned that they had to do a camera interview, then they were like, nah, I'm good. But, hey, man, I tell you, if we want to tell the story, people seeing your emotions, people, oh, okay, gotcha. People seeing the emotions, people seeing how people speak and how they look really tells a story a lot better than people just hearing it in voice. So that's why.
Yep. Oh man. I love watching the rovers just move. Look at like just the way that the wheels react to, you know, every little curve and hill on the mountain. I love it.
Yeah. And Francie, didn't the Cyclone supposed to have where the wheels expanded? I thought that the Cyclone had or was gonna have that feature, but I guess not.
I'm not sure what you mean by the wheels expanding, but I think they were supposed to have like, you know, independent suspension and stuff, which they kind of do. Yeah, I'm not
No, the
sure. There's a lot of
vehicles
different
of the
things they could do
Cyclone
with
were
it.
supposed to expand. It's like a fan, so it sticks more to the. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yep,
kind of,
yep.
kind of like what happened when you would boost with the Cyclone RC and the whole, the car would like, yeah, grip to the ground sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of essentially used to do that. It doesn't do it anymore, really. At least it doesn't seem to, because it doesn't have that functionality. It'd be nice to see it come back, or at least, you know, appear in a way that is a bit more obvious.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. There we go, man. Getting that view, Officer Rondog, awesome view. You know, man, our team, I can't brag anymore about our team, man. Very resilient team. So thanks everybody for picking it out, man. I know the servers, we played server roulette for quite a while, but just proud of this team overall, man. Every year we come out and we put on a race, and that's what we did, you know. You know that some people miss some opportunity, but hey, I love every single aspect of this race, man. I love the Daymar Rally. Truly do.
I mean, we can tell you're very passionate about it, Crucian, and it rubs off, you know?
What are you saying? Now you're gonna all right, here we go. We're gonna keep pushing Crossy. That's what I'm talking about, man. I appreciate it. And he's like, damn it, screwed myself over. Like, no, you're fine, man. You're fine. But at this point, maybe you know, I think you said about 40 minutes ago, truck server current leader. About 30 minutes ago, truck server current leader is 146 kilometers from finish, right? So that means
Yeah,
that
got to imagine they're about 100 Ks away, maybe now.
Yeah, but if the
maybe.
buggy average speed is 25.5 meters per second, that means that the buggies are literally around like 18 buggies per meters per second, like way less, going a lot slower than a lot of than the buggies. When when everybody said that, some of the trucks, I mean, you're right, because they did start a little bit later. So but we're almost there, man. We're almost there to see that top 2 finish. So very excited.
Yeah, very much so. We're only down to really, you know, like so many people have finished now, and you know, we're starting to close servers and whatnot. It's not going to be too much longer before we finally see our last people cross the line today.
Yep, and like I mentioned, that 1 hour mark started in the buggies, but let's take a look at the buggy leaderboard while we watch the trucks right now to see where the rest of the buggies are currently at this time.
Yeah, there we go. So Ortolan about to finish, and then still a few more. Now I don't quite remember the exact time that we hit the 1 hour mark. I want to say it was around like 5:50, 5:45, something like that. So still, oh no, it would have been less than that. It would have been like 5:55. So still quite a bit of time for the rest of the teams to finish there. We can see that Cloud Imperium Gamers currently at 471, AA Stun Goblin 474, Broken Hammer 475, and so on. So I think they'll make it over. But you know, now's not the time to go slow. Now is the time to risk everything just to make sure you can finish up.
I'm going to give a shout out here to another team here that I see right on their Cloud Imperium Gamers, Antares Europa from Germany. They are in the buggy division. This is, again, their first year once again in the Daymar Rally. We got Quicksilver, Ram Fox, Prozac, and Papillion. So, you know, shout out to some of these teams, man, because a lot of these teams, again, very, very high number of rookies this year, almost 50-50. 40-60 most of all. But, yeah, it's been a race so far. It's been really, really good. So I think that because one of the bike servers kind of went down, that might give the current bike division leaders that might be what it is. But I think that the buggies were in different servers and trucks were in different servers, so we're definitely gonna have to see. We're definitely gonna have to see and tally those times together and see who was on top and who wasn't. So. Yeah, getting some good views. Yep. We got to see a very good view here by Sevens. I love the overhead view because it makes the RSI links looks a little bit tiny, but it looks very, very cool overall. Loving it and everything. So mine, it was it's very, very awesome. Very, very awesome. So but yeah, Krause, I think we still have quite some time for these trucks, but at least we know that the buggies are finishing up here very, very soon.
At least the first section of buggies. We've still got a whole other section of buggies that probably only just a little bit further ahead than the trucks. So, yeah, still a lot of time left here. But this server is almost over. This server is almost finished once we get that 1 hour mark.
Yeah, well, talking a little bit about the System 7, ladies and gentlemen, again, that is one of our highly anticipated, competitive tournaments for racing in Star Citizen. And we have signups are open right now. So if you, in order to become part of the System 7, we only take 16 teams. It's an F1 style point-based racing league that you need to qualify for. We only take the top 16 teams to enter into the System 7 and compete for a trophy. But just to let you guys know that signups is currently open. And while we're seeing some racing happening, let's take a quick look at the System 7 trailer made by Arts and Craft, which is the Haskaha and that team. So let's take a look at System 7. And if you guys are interested, you guys can sign up at ammo.gg. We'll be right back.
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Signups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
All right, so yeah, that's our trailer for the System 7. So I hope you enjoyed it. And like I said, if you want to be involved, stick around on the Discord, discord.gg/Ammo Esports. Join that and come on in and wait for those announcements on where the qualifier is going to be, etc. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, like I said, one of my favorite events of the entire year, and it's been awesome to be a part of it in a couple of different ways over the course of the last couple of years. Now, I believe we have another Cyclone possibly coming into the finish now if we still have that camera. So hopefully we're going to get a look at that, as a crowd favorite appears to be very close to finishing up. We also have a little bit of an update from the trucks. So we're going to get like a double confirmation on this, but the closest truck to finishing at the moment appears to be 84 kilometers away, and the second 133 kilometers away. So we're going to double confirm that before we sort of lock that in. But the trucks in the late start appear to be getting pretty close.
Yep. So we'll see what happens here. But looking good here. Big air in the trucks. Here we go. In the R side lanes, getting some big air. I mean, I would be super impressed if they made that amount of time there. So, you know, for in the truck division, because remember, like once you get to a certain spot, Croncy, it's all flat land. So they're able to you know, to get it done.
Yeah, no, exactly. There's a lot of really nice spots just throughout the entire track where, you know, you don't have to think as much. You can kind of just go straight and just do a little bit left and right, like, you know, just to avoid these sort of small little rocks here. And you know, we've been watching that all day. The sort of only team that you don't experience that as much with is the bikes.
Yeah, so we'll see what the average is, but everybody's going pretty smooth here. And you know, I know that the truck leaderboard is a little bit quirked, but it's okay. Let's jump over to the buggy leaderboard and see who finished just now.
So it looks like unfortunately we missed it from our cameras, but Ortolan Corp has finished that one up as well. So we've got another buggy across the finish line. Well done, Ortolan.
Gotcha. Yep. So they were able to finish. It's all right, guys. We weren't able to capture that, but it's okay. No big deal. We still have quite a bit of a few people finishing. Disorder Fries coming up next. Mars Racing, and I feel like we should see everybody that's maybe around that 480 mark, right up to Cloud Imperium Gamers, are probably gonna get to finish. I am not a little bit too sure, Croncy, about like Exodia, Prisma, Dynamics, all those folks. You know, I'm not sure if they're gonna have the time to finish, but I hope that they still continue to push forward.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be very, very tight to see if they're able to get there. You know, once you do get to like 6 hours, you know, you're adding on an extra sixth of the race in order to finish, right? Like that can be pretty tight. That can be a result of mistakes and routes and whatnot. But right now we are seeing another Cyclone come in here. We'll see who they are in finishing. But yeah, a bunch of buggies coming in.
All right, here we go. Is the next one there? Again, guys, just for everybody watching at home, that the timers do need to be matched up, and we should be able to. Wait, why? You see that? Wait, what? You see the Cyclone? Rossi, you see the Cyclone on the light post? Did you not see that?
Oh, tractor beams. Just assume tractor beams.
That's fun. Oh, okay. About to say, I'm like, what did they literally put the Cyclone on the light post all the way up there. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I have to think about that all the time now. Of like, how did they get that there? And then I just have to remember.
Yeah, I know.
That's probably how they got it there.
Yeah, that's so true. Can you imagine if we allowed tractor beams to be used against other racers? That would be such a dirty race. I'm saying, man, that wouldn't be fun at all, bro.
I foresee a lot of issues if that was allowed, in that, honestly, I feel like people just wouldn't do it. I feel like it'd be more effort necessarily than it's worth. Unless you had a vehicle like, you know, like the Cyclone MT, but instead it just had a big tractor beam on it. Then maybe.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I'm glad that we just let tractor beams, obviously use on your own vehicles. We saw a couple of that, being flipped over, which was great. I'm glad that tractor beams, you can't just grab anybody like that and just you just flop them around like that video that they had when they first talked about tractor beams, where it's grabbing the ship and just swerving it. That's kind of funny, but yeah.
No, fantastic. So there you go. So it looks like it was Disorder Fries was the Buggy team that we just watched finish there. So yeah, another one down.
Yeah, it's been another incredible finish for the Buggy division. Still got a lot of Buggies left to finish. I know a lot of the Buggies want to be able to finish, so they need to be able to push that mark as forward as they can. And hey, we're still going strong here. So, and right now we're looking at. It seems like
I would hazard a guess that this is our leading truck at the moment.
Yeah, the truck leader going 28.6 meters per second over the last 63 kilometers for an average, which is actually, if they find a flat land, that is not unreasonable speed, because the truck is what, 37 right now meters per second.
Yeah, and it'll just stay at that max speed the entire time if you don't have to turn.
Yep.
And that's why one of the reasons that it's not honestly too different to a bunch of the Buggies. So in some instances, especially if you get on the right sort of terrain, it can end up being faster, because it'll also it keeps a lot more of its momentum as it's traveling uphill versus the Cyclones.
Yep. Well, it's I know that we're starting to see some. We still have a little bit ways to go until some of the Buggies, some of the rest of the Buggies finish. So shout out to all the Buggies that have already finished, and then the truck division leaders. They're already under 100 kilometers away to finish. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. So that way we can give the casters a little bit of breathing time, get some water, recharge, and come back to give you that rest of the energy for the rest of the race here with the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by EQNX. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your support. Thank you guys so much for hanging in. But we'll be right back in just right under a few minutes.
practice day, race day, or just Saturday, always demand the best.
At Ultima Energy, we always challenge ourselves to give our best. Through our technical partnership with Toombra Land Systems, we developed Ultima T-Fusion Hydrogen Plus Premium Fuel with unbeatable protection against wear and corrosion and superior reduction in radium nuclides. Go with the best total engine protection you can get.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from a quick break, and we're here to give you some updates. But before I jump into these updates, Mr. Croncy, unfortunately, he's in Australia, getting a little bit tired, and he, had some plans. So Croncy is going to be taking off for the night. So you guys are stuck with me, and I'll be talking to you guys and give you guys the rest of the updates for the rest of the Daymar Rally 4954, presented by EQNX. And right now, things are currently flipping. So we're currently looking at Simi Mikiano here from the truck division. And let's see what team is currently here. This is Team the Four Wolves, actually a team from Brazil that is from the truck division. So awesome to see. I think we have a couple teams from Brazil. But shout out to them. Sick Mecanico. So, Mecanico. So, Sick Mechanic. That's what it means in Portuguese, I think. So, Sick Mechanic. Toyota Wolf. We got Captain Carmar and Just Danger as part of this team. The Wolves. That's what we're looking at right now. So, amazing camera work all day. Thanks, Maiden. I appreciate it. What's up? Hey, Night Rider. Nice to see you, man. Hope all is well. Sanji, love you too, man. Hope all is well. Yeah, you guys are stuck with crew, man. You guys are stuck with me. I can talk all day, baby. I can talk all day. So, but we're gonna try to see if we can get some we're gonna try to see if we we're gonna try to see if we can get some player interviews. So if we got any players that are still have already finished the race and want to just chat about the Daymar Rally and chat about their experience so far this year, it's okay, man. Jump on, let my team know, and they'll be able to get you on. But who is talking over crew if Mike fails again? Me. I am talking, bro. Hopefully I don't freeze, and hopefully we don't. We're not gonna need that issue. So if I go quiet for about 2 minutes, that's because I froze, chat. So it's fine. We're gonna live through it. We're gonna live through it. So. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise for the interview. It's all good, man. I appreciate just the dedication of, the racers. Oh, my God. Look at that view right there, guys. That is money. But just the dedication of all the racers that come out and understand that, hey, the game's in alpha. Things could happen. It's just... it's just something, man. It's just something. It's very humbling. It's very inspirational to see people come out and race no matter what. Road Soldier, do you remember me? I maybe. I'm sorry, man. I don't know. So I'm kind of using chat. I'm kind of trying to talk to chat for content, but like I said, I can talk all day. So once did I volunteer as tribute? Oh man. But yeah, anyways, look, Narcos Vaj, man, I messed up that guy's name so many times, but shout out to the security team once again, guys. A lot of love out here for the Daymar Rally. A lot of people, helping this year, so that was awesome. But so far, once again, we're looking at the Spain team, Sick Mecanico. So awesome. Oh, yeah, Road Soldier. I do remember. I actually do remember. I remember. Nice to see you, man. Thank you for coming to the stream. And, yeah, saying hello, man. Much appreciated, man. So, We've been live for a little bit over 10 hours now. We're waiting for the truck division to finish, that top 3 to finish in that 1 hour countdown timer to start. Let's see how far the server lead is currently at. So this is we're looking at server 4 trucks. So hey, looking pretty good so far. By the way, how was Maiden Ariana? How was the experience in the 890 VIP? By the way, was this? I hope you had a great time. Let me know. Yeah, man. I know that a lot of teams are probably from a lot of different places, but to have a little bit more simplicity on our roster, we did change it to where you know, is just one country, what team your country is representing. So the country that the team is representing is going to be Brazil. So awesome to have him here and be a part of. I know there's probably going to be a lot more countries, but we had to kind of chop it down to one country because it was just a lot more information to collate than for especially almost the 300 teams that signed up. So I flew the 890 jump for half of it because our main pilot Darge is from the UK. So wait, Darge went to sleep? Shame on you, Darge. Shame on you, Darge. But I'm glad you had a great time, Maiden. That's awesome. Glad you had a good time. Shadowkin is still in chat. Shadowkin, I hope you had a good nap, man. If you took a nap and came back, appreciate you. By the way, guys, there's a pinned post if you guys want to jump into the giveaway. You guys are way more than welcome to join that giveaway by EQNX SC that is going to be ending tonight. Make sure you guys get on that. I forgot what he was giving away. I'm sorry. It's been a very, very long day here in the Daymar Rally 2954. Our staff is still going strong, man, so it's awesome. You guys are champs for still going strong, commentator 11 hours. I mean, hey, man, it's passion. It's dedication, just like the racers come in here and you know, racers come in here, they're racing whatever terrain. They race they race however the servers happen. It doesn't matter, right? Racers come and they give their all, and I want to make sure that I do the same as well. So oh boy, here we go with the yep. And then we still got some great teams. We had some great interviews today, so it's been good. Nah, Bunson's like, nah. Oh, man. And then let's take a look quickly at where the buggies are at right now. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. I believe that we see about 6 teams now finished, 7 teams now finished in the buggy division. And we got Catcom Cyclone, who's going to be finishing up next. We got Broken Hammer almost there, about 10 kilometers away to the finish line. Exodia Racing Team, you know, just kind of almost there as well, 12 kilometers away. Cloud Imperium Gamers, guys, you guys got to show them some love. Cloud Imperium Buggy Team only has 18 kilometers to go to finish, and they have about 15 to 20 minutes until that timer ends right there. So a very great job to Cloud Imperium Gamers. Only 18 kilometers left. I hope they're able to finish in today's buggy division here in the Daymar Rally 2954. So the truck leaderboard is a little bit messed up right now, so it's going to be irrelevant if we show it or not. The buggy, the truck started late, so it's not going to be under this timer, and that's why we're a little bit behind, but it's okay. We'll give you some updates on how far the truck leader is at here very, very soon. All right, so we're now watching Moist Noodle, who's currently following Engineer. And I believe they're very, very close to each other. So a Tactical, AOE, and Engineer are neck on neck here. This is a different server that we're currently watching right now. So, and they should be almost finishing up in this buggy division as well. But we're starting to see a lot of these teams come into the finish line. Team Sanjak is out, but sad, but excited for next year. Hey, I love Team Sanjak. I called you guys out, you know, personally. You guys are an incredible family, man. Keep trying, keep racing. I know that as the game develops and becomes a lot better, we will see so many people finish throughout the entire Daymar Rally and hopefully have a better experience. But I think that so far, the experience is there. You have a lot of fun, especially when when you're just out there with your loved ones having a good race. So shout out to Team Sanjak. I hope you guys come out next year and put in some more effort again. So and by the way, I hope who was your new team member? I hope that Arpez, I hope that they were able to enjoy their first Daymar Rally, believe it or not. So thank you guys for continuing to push yourselves into Daymar Rally. It's awesome. Red Legion team under 60. Okay, cool. All right, so we have all right, so we got Moist Doodle. Let's find engineers team right now. And oh yeah, so that's Red Legion racers who are currently watching. So it seems like they had a driver swap. So engineer is now driving for Red Legion racers, and then we have the main driver was Red Monster SC. I hope you're enjoying this year's Daymar Rally. And then we got support pilot Northern Troop and Disable Goru for their co-pilot. So another Disorder Fries just finished in the Buggy division. So great job, great job. So great job. Everybody needs to keep going. Engineer, don't get stuck, man. This is not what you want. Every minute is gonna count. You need to be able to manage that and kind of get through that as quickly as possible. So that's awesome. We got Team CIG currently at 500 kilometers left with only 10 kilometers to go and about 14 more minutes before that 1 hour timer ends here. So a great job here. We're going to see a lot of these teams start to roll in the Buggy division back to back. So that's going to be awesome to see. And those teams that are a little bit behind should be able to still finish as well. So good luck to the rest of the Buggies, man. Everybody's doing a great job so far. My second year watching the rally, big props to all involved. What an amazing teamwork from everybody, man. I'm going to tell you right now, there's so much behind the scenes, right? We have around a bunch of security. We had, I think, over close to 100 staff on checkpoints. Each server required 3 checkpoints on a Betty, so that's already 40 people right there. Plus a lot of people just in the background. Each camera as well, that's 50 right there. So, I mean, so many people coming together to really put on the best possible community event that Star Citizen can happen. So I'm just proud of the team every single year, man. It's an incredible feat to do this. It's incredible. It actually makes me so happy. I love this team to death, man. So whatever I can do, and I hope that this year's CitizenCon we can all come together once again and kind of celebrate each win that we've done, man. I'm so glad CitizenCon is back. It makes me so happy. This is my first rally. I've been playing this game for about a year now. I mean, you should have been playing this game from a long time, Road Soldier. I mean, I was full time. I was streaming this game for a long time back then, man. So, but I'm glad you're in the game, and I'm glad you've been playing it now for a year. That's awesome, man. I'm glad, dude. The Buggies they have around 13 minutes left for their around 13 minutes left for their countdown timer, so they should be ending here in about 13 minutes. But we have a lot of Buggies that are almost completed with only 10 kilometers more to go. So we should see about I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 more Buggies finish here in the leaderboard. So still got a little bit of ways to go here. And then we should if we can get a report on the leader of the truck division. I would love to get a report on where the leader of the truck division is, but we're still getting some great views here with this great skin by the Red Legion team. So awesome so far. 1155er says, yeah, only played the game for about 2 months. It's so cool to see. I'm telling you, man, if you're looking for an org or if you're looking for a racing team, the Discord, the Ammo Esports Discord is, I'm telling you, man, you can find people there. I know that we ping a lot. I'm sorry, guys. We definitely do ping a lot in the server because it's a tournament server. So when we get close to tournaments, we ping a lot because we want people to be the information, right? Like, I'm just going to give an example. I'm not, saying anything bad about anybody, okay? But I'm just saying, like, a lot of people that come to our events, they need to be able to read the rule book. They need to be able to read the addendum because that way it just cuts down on all of the questions that we get during the briefing. But this is the biggest event that we do throughout the year. The rest of the events are, like I said, the System 7, the Racing League, and then we have Fight or Flight, which is more tournament driven. So once we get those private lobbies in Arena Commander, that's going to cut down a lot of time on a lot of these tournaments where You know, the Daymar Rally is going to be our most like gruesome one, which is always is every year. So it takes a lot to put this event together. But I'm like I said, always proud of the team. Hey, you got to read the tournament rules, Coastin. If that, you got kicked out, man. You got to read the tournament rules. But yeah, join discord.gg/Atmo Esports, man. Come on down. Come grab a team. Come if you want to be a part of the community. If you don't want to race, you can join the Atmo Esports team and help us out, man. I love meeting new people. The team is very welcoming. You know, we just we have a good time, man. We definitely do. I mean, getting prepared for this event does become stressful, but I mean, it's a passion project for all of us. Like, I got to give a shout out to like Enigmatic, who made the video that you guys saw earlier in the beginning, looking back at the previous years of the Daymar Rally. He put in a lot of time into that, which kind of made me emotional because I've been here since the beginning, and it's awesome to see how we have evolved and grown over the years. So it's been great. It's been great so far. So right now, the truck division leader is only 50 kilometers away from the finish line. So trucks are going to be finishing here very, very soon. And once we see the rest of the buggies finish, we'll go back and look at the trucks here soon. So it's been awesome. And everybody that's been watching either on Twitch, YouTube, or on X, really appreciate you guys. It really means a lot to us and your support. And by the way, again, I'm going to keep saying it over and over. Do me a favor. All right. You guys want to really support Atmo. Go grab some of that Daymar Rally merch that we put out, man. So that way we can make sure that everybody gets all these trophies and everything adequately on time. So, but we worked really hard on the merch, and I hope you guys really, really liked it. We already saw some people in chat saying the merch looks incredible this year. And I'm a big fan of, I was saying, the Japanese culture, katakana, kanji, all that stuff, all those designs. And I think we nailed it very well to have that, the Daymar Rally jerseys come out. So, go Texas, go Team Samjack. Gotcha. All right, here we go. We got more people finishing. I believe Disorder Fries is finished. Broken Hammer's coming up next. Hot Imperium Gamers is right there. 6 kilometers left. Come on. I need Cloud Imperium Gamers to finish before the 55 mark. They have about 5 minutes and 15 seconds left. I need them to pedal to the metal, and they have about 6 kilometers to go with only 5 minutes left. So I hope they're able to finish right now very, very soon. So we're going to keep an eye on the buggy leaderboard very, very closely. And let me see, give another shout out to Cloud Imperium Gamers. You got Cloud Imperium Gamers Drift Club, which, again, they're all from the UK. And we have our M2 Hercules, which is their support ship. They got Noble 737, X Verses, Cardinal, and Sunny. I actually met Sunny at Con 42 in Germany. So shout out to Sunny. Very, very much. I can't wait to see you guys finish. And then we had a second CIG team, but unfortunately, the bike team couldn't. They couldn't get that server to launch, or got 30K'd a couple times. But I'll still give a shout out to B Morris, Niku, which I think it's Niku is the new French community manager, if I'm not mistaken, for Cloud Imperium Games. So Montic and Wolf. So big shout out to the bike team that unfortunately wasn't able to get a run at the Daymar Rally and experience it for the first year, but still appreciate the effort to start a team, practice, and come on to try to get that stuff going. So, correct? Oh, thanks, Ryder. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, that's awesome. So, but yeah, the trucks are moving fairly quickly right now. The trucks are moving fairly quickly, so we should see the trucks finish around. Or the truck division start to finish around in the next hour. And I apologize that our leaderboard, because the leaderboard was meant for everybody to start at the same time. That's why it's working so well for the bikes and the buggies. But because they're not, everybody didn't start at the same time for the trucks, it kind of threw off some numbers. But overall, I think again, big shout out to SGR.GG for providing the leaderboard this year. We couldn't do it without them. So make sure you guys head over to scr.gg and check it out, man. Seriously. Looking forward to it. I actually live on the Sanjak River. Don't know where that is, man. I'm bad with geography. I'm not even touching it, bro. I'm not even touching it. Even though I've been, I was in the Navy for 8.5 years, so I've been all around the world for quite some time. So I'm still bad at geography. So it's all good. It's all good. So, but here we go. Let's see where they're at. Can we get a refresh on the leaderboard here for the buggies? I want to see how close. 3 minutes left, 2.5 minutes left right now. Here we go. Cloud Imperium Gamers, 2 kilometers. They're gonna make it. These should be able to make it. We see Double A Stun Goblin finish. We see Broken Hammer just finish. Shout out to Capcom Cyclone that finished as well. Ortolan Corp. I know you guys were all cheering for them. It's all good. But Cloud Imperium Gamers, they are right there. They should be finishing up here very, very soon. So a big shout out to Cloud Imperium Gamers Drift. They're gonna be finishing here soon. And yeah, it was awesome. But yeah, appreciate everybody that is still in the chat, just rooting for everything, man. It's today has been a great day, man. It's been a great day so far. So and make sure you guys check out all of the incredible Daymar Rally community sponsors and company sponsors that are all down below in the Twitch panel section. Or we do have some links on YouTube where you guys can check out where you can easily just come into our Discord, check out our event website, ammo.gg, where you can find all of our current events and where you can sign up, etc. So I believe we're going to get an interview going here very, very soon, or very shortly. We're going to get an interview going with one of our VIP pilots. So let's see if we can get him on here in a few minutes. All right, let's get it going here. I believe if we get into one more free refresh here, we should see Cloud Imperium Gamers complete. Let's go, Cloud Imperium Gamers, guys. Let's give them some love and hype in the chat. They have completed the Daymar Rally once again, back-to-back years. Maybe they hit podium. We have to check out the times, but if they didn't hit podium on their server, then it's a gamble. But overall, I would be incredibly proud, super happy, incredibly proud that I finished the Daymar Rally, and that's exactly what Cloud Imperium Games did. And Cloud Imperium Gamers drifted once again this year, so that's been awesome, man. That's awesome, awesome, guys. So make sure you guys show some love, hype, and support to everybody that's currently racing right now, still in the Daymar Rally, which has been incredible. Let's go Rock Ramps. Let's go Rock Ramps. You have a great team there. You have Gerber the Gnome, Qualsar. So awesome people that are probably still streaming and still racing. So let's hope that they can put up an incredible timer here. But we're still looking at Red Legion. Let's see if we can switch here very, very soon. But we're still watching Red Legion racers right now. And he's still going very, 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 very quickly. But Red Legion, I believe that they were about 60 kilometers, 57 kilometers away from Coudray Or, which should be a lot closer now that time has passed a little bit. But I believe that the 1-hour timer for the Buggy division is about to be completed. And right now where we should see some finishes coming up within the rest of the leaderboard for the Buggy division, and then we'll get these other times separate from the other servers. So it takes this long to run in a tumbler. You were talking about an RC? Sorry, I'm just a bit confused. But yeah, it takes so far. It took around the fastest buggy took around about 5 hours, and I think it was 40 minutes to finish up. So an hour later, there was a few people that were also still completing. But yeah, it takes a while to. It's an endurance race, man. That's what the Daymar Rally is all about. So it does take a while for people to finish in either the bike division, the truck, or the buggy division. So overall, but for right now, we have our leading truck right now is 38 kilometers away from Coudray Or. So we should see our first truck finish coming up here very, very soon. But we have an interview coming up here as well. We should have, I believe, Maiden Ariana from the Yacht Club to kind of tell her a little bit about her experience as a VIP, flying the 890 jump, how the race looked from up there. So we should be able to get a little bit of discussion going about how the experience was as a VIP watching the entire rally. And believe it or not, when you're actually watching the rally, you can see the rally from atmosphere at night, and you can see all the lights on. It's actually the coolest thing ever when we first saw that. When CIG introduced, I think it was Pentatech version 4. This was about, I think, 3.16 or maybe the year before, but we were able to see a lot of the lights at night and seeing everybody race, which was awesome. So it's been great. Noble, holy, hey, congrats on your finish there, Noble. Congrats, man. Seriously, you guys did absolutely incredible, guys. So absolutely incredible. Congrats on your finish. A lot of great teams this year, man. Man, I'm so happy. A lot of people are so happy that they finished, that they completed. So it's been great. It's been great so far. All right, we got Brams. He's on Tactical AOE. So let's go take a look at Tactical's AOE's team. So Tactical AOE, this is going to be Team Team Red Wings here, all the way from the U.S. We haven't. I've really been trying to kind of mention more teams from outside the country, but this is like one of the first teams. I mean, I did mention a lot of U.S. teams, but one of the first teams I talk about. But from the U.S., we got Stickman, Polecat, Tactical AOE, and Razorburn. This is their first year in the Daymar Rally. They're using a C2 Hercules and only putting in 5 spare vehicles. So, you know, I think there should be fine with just 5 spare vehicles in the Buggy division. But yeah, shout outs to this team. They're doing very, very good. So shout outs to the Red Wings. I wonder if you guys are all from Detroit. Are you guys all Red Wings fans? All from Michigan? I'm just wondering. Yep. Sorry, Brahms. I'm sorry, Brahms. But anyways, Brahms, they're doing a great job at keeping up here. And again, shout out to our camera team, man. Super happy with everybody. You know, it's incredible what we can do with a camera crew and everybody flying ships instead of having a spectator mode. This is absolutely love the camera team, man. They do a great job. It's awesome. It's awesome. All right, so we also have, I believe we have another Buggy team that is going to be almost 34 kilometers away from the finish, but we are currently watching Tactical AOE from Team Red Wings. And guys, just remember how much, you know, we've had over 30 plus countries competing. We've had a little bit over 700 racers competing as well in this year's Daymar Rally. We had a little bit over 212 teams. We had over 2,400 you know, spares, vehicles, all included in this year's rally with how many teams we had. So a lot of spare vehicles. Security had their own ships. So over 2,400 vehicles being, 2,600 vehicles being spawned in just one, in across 10 servers, which is pretty crazy. So, but yeah, if you guys are here for the first time, I'm going to say this once again. Let's go ahead and, well, we'll go through the interview again. But if this is your first time watching, welcome to the Daymar Rally 2954. This is an endurance race taken on the Daymar Moon in the Stanton system. And you can race in 3 different divisions. You can race in the bike division. You can race in the Buggy division. And you can also race in the truck division. It depends on which division you race in. It takes a certain amount of time in order to get from the start to the finish. It takes anywhere, like bikes today, finishing around 2.5 hours. Buggies finishing around 5 hours and 40 minutes. And then trucks will be finishing in around the same amount of time as the buggies, in around, I think, 6 hours or so. So a massive endurance race in the moon of Daymar here inside of the game Star Citizen. So if you this is the first time, welcome. XGIG to pull stats from the Daymar. I know. I mean, we already have all the stats because we already calculated everything and how many spares teams are gonna have. We technically did already do that, and a lot of teams what they do is that they'll fill up their entire they'll fill up the entire what do you call it? They'll fill up their entire ship, put all the spares in, and then set their ship somewhere else, so that way they can spawn it with all the vehicles inside them. So yeah, I mean we have all the data ourselves, so we don't kind of need to ask for it. So which is great. How do they know where to go? Very great question there. So in the game, there's something called box missions, right? There's box missions like 2 or 3 or 4 box missions, and those box missions that people get, it gives you a marker, and then with those box missions, you can actually share those box missions with everybody in your party. So once they have the box missions and you share that quest or that mission in your party, they'll be able to see those box missions. So once we do that, we place the box missions. We put one in Eager Flask, we put one in Kudra Ore, and that's how they know exactly where to go. But remember, teams have support ships, so the support ships are also guiding their teams in order to race and get from the start to the finish, because there is a checkpoint that you will not be able to see with a box. That checkpoint, you need to be able to find it with your support pilot, because you need to kind of drive under it. So there's it's very tricky, man. A lot of racers sometimes they do race solo, but it's very tricky because they need to be able to find that checkpoint echelon, which is the Betty. So, but here we go. I think we have Maiden Ariana here, ready to go. Hey, how are you?
A lot of fun today. So taking the 890 out was a pleasure this time. I was on it actually as a guest, I think 2 years ago. And then last year I was part of the refueling team, and that was an experience too. And that was a lot of fun. But today it was actually, it was my 890 for the first time, because I just got one this past year. So it was pretty awesome to be on that. And Darjanator did a great job flying. We had spent time this week prepping and putting a bunch of drinks and food, and we even had one of my viewers donate a bunch of flasks, so we had flasks on there, and it was awesome. It's always a unique view from up there, seeing trying to see all the way the cameras and all that stuff, and but yeah, it was great.
Were you guys also talking to like the other VIPs as well that were on the ship while you guys were flying, and how did they feel about just being on the 890 during that time where we started the race?
Yeah, it's always so we had people from EQNX on there, and a few others, and of course there's Jorah and Stim from the Yacht Club too. And so for a while we just spent time in the bar while we were kind of waiting for things to get going. And then when there were some of the bad actors we actually were engaged with for a little bit, we had guns going, and I even got to fire off 7 of the missiles from the 890 when I was flying. So it was interesting.
wow.
I mean, it is the dirtiest race in the verse, so yeah, things got a little heated for a bit there, but we were on for the long haul. I think we were on for 9.5 hours of the event. So it's definitely an endurance race. I can't even imagine for the tension that the racers feel during it, So yeah,
that's actually incredible that you guys flew that 890 for that long. A lot of the times VIPs are after 6-7 hours I'm good, but being up there for 8-9 hours, that's actually pretty impressive. So but I think you did recording it, maybe not Ariana, and if you did record it, where are people going to be able to watch this experience of the VIP 890? Are you gonna be putting that up on your channel?
Sure, I'll put a video out on my YouTube channel, and there is a VOD out there from Twitch for now, but it was only for part of it, and then I ended up just recording the rest because we were we were kind of flying around and leading away some of the bad actors and things. So it was interesting. There was a lot going on behind the scenes, but yeah, the security team was fighting hard and doing a good job. And yeah, it's every aspect of this race is amazing. Like being part of the 890 as a guest, then as a refueler on another team last year, and then now flying it myself was interesting. But I think next year I might want to actually race because it's going to be
Oh,
neat to
wow.
be on the ground instead. So we'll see what
You
happens.
you have no clue how much I love having a good group of women come together to race. You need to get some of Authentic Gamer, Authy, gotta get them all in here so they can race. I
That
want to
would
see
be
an entire
awesome.
group.
I would love it.
Get
Yeah.
Galactica to race. Like get everybody to race. I would love
Yeah.
to see it all come together because like I mean I don't know how much time y'all have on a Saturday, but it's gonna maybe by
Right.
next year
Yeah.
we have those servers running and we can hopefully not be here for 30 hours. But hey, I still love it, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, this is a great time. I'm very grateful to everyone who puts this together. There's so many people involved. It's a massive undertaking, and just the patience that a lot of people had to have for this for today
Yeah.
in particular with it getting a later start. I don't know. It's still so cool. Like where else? I can't even explain this to friends. Like what I do and what I get involved in with this game, because you just have to experience it to understand it and how cool it is when these kind of things get pulled off. So it's awesome. You guys did a great job. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. Like a lot of people, like all I saw today in some of our chats was like, "Oh, you're wasting our time. You waste." I'm over here like, "Hey, man, we told you. That's why we have disclaimers and tell
Yeah.
people like, hey, the game is the game. It's things are gonna happen if you are not. You tell people you better take the entire day off. Like I've been up
Yeah.
since 7 a.m. It's 9 p.m. already 14 hours, but I'm kicking. I'm loving it. I just want to see these racers, finish and to get praise from you guys, and I hope you guys had a great item in the VIP ship. And I hope that whether you race next year or whether you are back in the VIP ship, you just have a great time, like like you did today. So
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll definitely be back. So thank you.
I guess we did talk about the experience a little bit, but was there any specific moment, during the VIP ship that just kind of blew your mind away, or that like is something that you're gonna remember for like the rest of the time that you're playing this game? I just like asking that question because I want to know what like unique experience you had that's gonna allow you to remember, these type of moments for a long time.
I guess for one thing, the 890 at the end did show the battle damage of what it being the dirtiest race in the verse was like. So it was kind of funny. I even mentioned that to everyone else that was on it, that if you just look at it, it looks like it's been through hell to make it to the end of this thing. So it was pretty cool. But then also there was a moment where, because we had the later start, people were not chucking as much to drink, and I had to revive somebody who had gotten badly dehydrated, and
That's fun.
I had a
That's
bit of a
awesome.
bug with the tractor beam moving them, so my hand kept going like this while trying to carry them to the hangar or to the 890's medical bed. And just it was a trip because we were banging them against every wall possible, and it was hilarious. So it was a good time.
Wow. That sounds incredible. That sounds awesome. Well, we're gonna try to find more ways definitely in the future to get some more VIPs and on these ships so they can kind of experience what you're experiencing. So but if you do race next year, I know I watched you play a lot of Rocket League, and I know when you're determined to do something, you do a great job at getting that done. So I'm very excited to see, you race if you do. But I think a lot of the times, a lot of people, make their decisions closer to like how the servers are running, maybe towards the end of the year, and that's when a lot of
Yeah.
people start to sign up. But yeah, I look forward to it. Well, is there anything Is there anything you want to say to the community that's still watching out there that, anything you want to say specifically at all about just Star Citizen in general?
I guess the main thing is that if you give this community a chance and if you plug yourself in with a group, with an org, with other players, that's the way to really experience the game. Don't judge it based on hopping in by yourself and just trying to figure it all out. This is a particular experience like nothing other that you need friends. You need to be able to go out into the verse, get rescued at times, and things happen. But honestly, the bugs that still happen in this game make some of the funniest and amazing things happen. And every single night you play this game, every single time you hop in with friends, it's a different experience. There's so many different gameplay loops that you can jump in and do. And I mean, it's my main game. It's the main thing I play. Couldn't even tell you what's on Steam right now. And I used to play tons of other games, and it's for me, it's nothing but Star Citizen and Rocket League, and then messing with the stuff I have behind me. So that's about it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Maiden Ariana, I really appreciate you coming on and, just talking about the 890 jump
Absolutely.
experience with me and, chatting it up a little bit. Before you go, of course, where can people find you? Let people know where they can find you and, maybe, talk to you about the 890 jump experience or maybe even see some of your content.
So my main website is maidenariana.com. And so I'm an IT lead architect by day, so I have tons of websites out there. I also created Star Citizen, which is a miniature version of Star Citizen that you can play in Twitch chat. So that's out there, and you can learn about that. That's on starcitizen.com. So there's a bunch of different ways to find out info. Maiden Ariana is my social name everywhere, so that's another thing. But when it comes to Star Citizen specifically, there is a 400i giveaway I'm doing. If you go to the maidenariana.com and go to all my links at the top, you can fill out a little form that I've been running that giveaway since CitizenCon, so when I was there. But
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And I really appreciate you coming on and just sharing some of those stories. And I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully racing in 2955.
Absolutely. Thanks. I love you guys.
Thank you.
You do a great job.
Love you too. I
Take care.
appreciate it. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a great time, a great interview there with Maiden Ariana. I absolutely enjoyed, loved talking to her. So incredible person. Met her at CitizenCon, and just lovely heart, down to earth. So awesome. She was able to experience all of that stuff at the during this Daymar Rally 2954. But let's get back to the business, ladies and gentlemen. And again, by the way, guys, when you guys see Croncy, call him a deserter, okay? Call him a deserter, and then he's going to ask you why. And then you're going to tell Croncy because he left Crucian casting by himself. So when you guys go to Croncy's stream, maybe tomorrow, just call him a deserter, okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to I'm just kidding, guys. Don't don't do that. I love Croncy to death, man. He had some family stuff, so I completely understand. But we got some definitely the buggies. I believe the buggies are all completed now. And the 1 hour timer is all done, here for the buggies. But overall, we still have some other servers that started with the buggies late. We still got the truck servers as well that should be almost completed here fairly soon. So we have a lot of teams, Skyline Racing for that we're going to see here soon on server 6. So we still got a lot of people racing, man, but we're almost there to the finish line, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to stick it out all together. So when is the halftime show? Bro, we passed the halftime show like 5 hours ago, my man. So I think we've been live for how long? 12 hours? But let's get some updates on the truck leader right now. And yeah, we've been streaming for 12 hours. So you missed halftime show like 6 hours ago, my guy. All right. I mean, I don't know what we can shake around here, but if you're looking for a show, it ain't gonna be here, man. Well, you got the Daymar Rally show, which is some incredible racing and some teams going at it. But overall, congrats to all the buggy teams. Let's see who else finished here. We talked about A and Stun Goblin finally finished here. I think I said that earlier. Prisma Dynamics. Let's talk about Prisma Dynamics real quick because this is a team I haven't really touched on. So let me look. Prisma. I can't spell, chat, but Prisma Dynamics Racing, another team from France. So their support ship was a Starfarer. Very smart move there. Driver, Crash Country, Lornard, Black Dragon, and Sendel. Shout out to you guys. This is their second year competing in the Daymar Rally. So they're not, they're not rookies, but they're amateurs. But shout out to them. Sophomores here in the Daymar Rally, and hopefully they were able to, maybe they didn't finish last year and finish this year. So shout out to them for finishing up. So right now, let's see who we are looking at. Sevens. Who is Sevens spectating right now? Let's take a look. We are looking at Quelsar from Rock Ramps, who is currently 10 kilometers away from the finish line. So we're looking at Rock Ramps right now in the truck division. We just did a couple interviews with them. But while we're here and waiting for some people to finish, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the interview with our managing director, Corsair, who tells a story about how the Daymar Rally was born, along with how how the Daymar Rally boosted Atmo Esports. But we got, before we go, we'll have Francenza coming through. I believe we have one more racer, which this is going to be. We are currently looking at Skyline Racing Team 1. So let's take a look at Skyline Racing Team before we go into the interview real quick so we don't miss this. But Skyline Racing Team 1 from Germany, we got Con Solo, Mr. Green Sauce, Konar, and Mr. Eggy Fluff? I don't know, man. I don't know. Why y'all got to give me difficulty with these names, guys? Okay, I love you guys, but dang, man, come on. Like, making me rough with these names, guys. But shout out to Skyline Racing Team all the way from Germany. And then right now we're looking at Red Legion Racers one more time. So, guys, let's go take a look at this interview with Corsair, our managing director, and we'll be right back while you watch the race at the same time.
My name is Corsair, and I'm the managing director at Atmo Esports. The idea that kind of started the Daymar Rally was I was watching a pretty popular event called the Dakar Rally, and Star Citizen was actually releasing a moon that reminded me of that kind of landscape, and also there were some vehicles coming out around that time. Ursa Rover was out, and I could test with it. The Cyclone was on the roadmap and it was coming, so I knew that there was going to be different styles of vehicles. So I kind of, created a course route. I built a rule book around that. I put a website out and then kind of posted it on social media and on Reddit, and got a bit of traction. And over the course of 2018, we kind of marketed it a little bit until the very next this rally was on its way. So it was really just an idea based on what was getting released in Star Citizen and what been watching in real world. Watching the Daymar Rally grow over the course of these 6 years, I never imagined that the Daymar Rally would be as large as it is. From looking that information, back in 2018 to seeing where it is now, having it basically become the largest community Star Citizen event in game. I never would have guessed that. It's just grown from strength to strength every year. Spectators have doubled, participation has doubled, and it's extremely humbling to watch it grow into what it has become now. And obviously, we've moved on to work in other tournaments as well, and it's kind of it was the basis of what our esports was before we started doing other tournaments. So it really was springboard for Atmo Esports, and it's amazing to see the Daymar Rally has come today. The Daymar Rally still has quite a lot of evolution to come. So as far as the future of the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of improvements to be made and to be added. When we initially released information about Daymar Rally, it was kind of a futuristic look at what was getting released in Star Citizen, and some of the other things that we'd like to have included in the race as well, which we currently still don't have. For instance, vehicle repair and vehicle repair came in as an example. Basically, we'd probably emulate something similar to the Dakar Rally, where you have a main racing vehicle, spare vehicles no longer exist, and your team now has to maintain this vehicle for the entire course of the race. So as far as game mechanics to still be included and added to the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of that to happen. So it still has its own kind of evolution happening right now. We've added things this year. We add things every year, every time a patch is released. So there's still a lot more to come. And I just think it will continue to do that. I think Star Citizen is always something that will affect the rally, and I think it will be an ever evolving community event. If you're looking for something to do in Star Citizen and you're fairly new to the game, or even if you haven't really got involved in community events within Star Citizen, I think the Daymar Rally is a perfect example of everything that Star Citizen is trying to do with the gameplay. So when it comes to, getting a team together and jumping in with your friends or all mates and doing something together, something that has, a goal in mind and can take up a lot of time. The Daymar Rally is definitely fits a lot of those bills. So, if you want to hang out with your mates for a whole day and do a community event and race against other people and compete against other people for common goal, I think the Daymar Rally is perfect for that. I think it shows exactly what Star Citizen can do and it's kind of built for. I think it's the perfect thing. I would like to say to everybody that is watching at home, to the community that's helped, make this all happen, and all of the staff. Obviously, it's what I do every year. I thank everybody, and I will continue to do that every year because it takes a lot of people to make this day happen. There's a lot of stuff in the background. We're looking at 300 odd staff, and then obviously we have everybody who wants to involve in the Daymar Rally, upwards of 800 participants racing, 212 teams racing. There's a lot of people involved to make today happen, and without it, it wouldn't be what it is. So, massive thank you to everyone who's involved, everyone who's watching online or at home. It is a spectator experience, and I can't be humbled enough, but to see where it has come and who gets involved to help. It's unexpected people come along, and it's just made this event more special today. I hope everyone enjoys watching the rally today, and we'll see you